stores, they don't know, but Dolan's knows. For over 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. Anderson Windows and Doors are on sale at Dolan's. For a limited time, get 30% off installation. Call now for a quote. 800-9-DOLANS or visit dolanlumber.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Is your kitchen just a place to cook or the heart of your home? At Ashby Lumber, we believe your space should be as unique as you are. Our kitchen and bath showroom connects you with experienced design specialists who guide every detail, from layout and materials to finishes that fit your lifestyle. Book a complimentary design consultation in showroom or in home and get a custom plan built around your vision, your space, and how you actually live. Visit ashbylumber.com or follow at Ashby Lumber. Ashby Lumber, thoughtfully designed, beautifully built.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Oakland sports live on, and professional soccer is back at the Coliseum. The 2026 Oakland Roots home opener is set for Saturday, March 14th, featuring an electrifying night of soccer, fireworks, and live music. This is more than a game. It's a celebration of Oakland's culture, community, and love for the sport. Be there as we kick off the season. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com/tickets. Use code THEGAME10 for 10% off.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
San Jose, rain today with a high temperature of 53.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Right.
You're damn right it is. On a Tuesday in the Bay, it's Spadoni and Shasky. It's the morning roast. And I get my producer Carter in my ear right before I crack this mic. He's like, hey, I'm not coming in with any sound. All right? So if you're expecting any, shove it up. You know what?
There ain't no unsucking.
You know what, Carter? I appreciate that sentiment this early in the morning. It gets me fired up. It gets me going. You know, we're going a little back and forth, and then Shasky's over there. He's like, did I miss something? Do you guys hate each other? It's sports hate, as we were talking yesterday. We have a little rivalry going, Carter and I, because both of us feel like we could hit 90-mile-an-hour fastballs, baby. And we might just do that. We'll see. 888-957-9570. And we're going to start, actually, with baseball today, Joe. Did you see what was circling the internet yesterday? And I know that's a loaded question, but we'll keep it with baseball. Did you see what was circling around?
Yeah, Bo Davidson might be the next Barry Bonds.
Oh, my God. Is that true? Bo Davidson?
You never heard of him?
Should I have?
23-year-old outfielder, number 4 prospect for the San Francisco Giants. Okay. He was a JC, meaning junior college player from Caldwell Tech in Charlotte, North Carolina.
I know. Wow.
Undrafted. And he's flown through.
I was going to say, he's the
ranks.
4th prospect. That's pretty insane.
Just something to just circle that. You know, I love my prospects. This young man is going to be good.
Hey, Shohei, we're good. We got
Bo
Davidson.
Don't do that.
I had to. I'm sorry.
We have the Giants. I don't like this at all. We can get into it at some point, but like the Giants have 9 different players that are attempting to play for the WBC. Like, I don't like that at all.
9 different? Do they really?
Yes, they do. And their entire outfield, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Who else? Yeah.
Jung-Hoo Lee, Ramos, and
Bednar.
Bader, excuse me.
Harrison Bader.
Are all set to be out. And so you're going to get a chance to see some of these young outfielders. So that gives guys like Brennan, Encarnacion, Drew Gilbert, Luis Matos, Grant McCray, maybe Bryce Eldridge in the outfield, maybe Bo Davidson in the outfield. Opportunities here over the next couple of weeks.
That's a good thing, though, right? So I know, like, ideally, you don't want like some of your stud everyday players.
No, I don't want any of my players ramping up that quick. I don't love it, quite frankly. I think the timing, like, I love the WBC concept. I think it's a great idea. If I had a pitcher like Logan Webb, who I know is vastly important to what the Giants want to accomplish this year, the last thing I want is for him to ramp up quicker than normal and be in these high leverage games at a point in the calendar where his body's just not ready for it. Like, again, that's me being more like big picture, looking at my team, as a fan of the game. Love the WBC concept. I don't think there's an appropriate time of the year to have it. It's just these are some of the byproducts.
Did Logan Webb compete in the last WBC?
Yes.
He did, right?
Yeah, but he was a limited participant.
That's right. He didn't
he wasn't one of the showcase guys. Right. And so, we've had Crawford play in it. We've had different guys throughout time play in it. And it's just, again, if I had a pitcher, I wouldn't really want that guy, ramping up so quickly.
All right. That wasn't what I wanted to talk about, but I'm glad we did, and we'll touch on it a little bit more as the show goes on today. We got a lot to get into today. 888-957-9570 is the number to get involved, and we're also streaming on YouTube, and you can join the chat there.
Yeah, it looks like I'm invisible.
Well, you are. You're, was it Claude Rains, the Invisible Man?
So is the camera just broken?
No, dude, you gained a superpower. People just don't know. You're the Invisible Man this morning.
The invisible cloak, like in the new Predator movie, Badlands?
I thought you were going to go Harry Potter.
No, I don't. Yeah, no. I do real movies.
Well, that's fake?
Yeah, Predator's a real movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did I have a signed...
Harry Potter.
I have a signed Arnold Schwarzenegger Predator picture in my house.
Oh. By Arnold?
By Arnold. It's just him holding like that M16 or M4, super jacked out of his mind with his signature across.
I like that.
From Predator, and he has like the paint over. It's actually really cool. I used to have it
to the chopper.
I used to have it on my door right next to Jesus, right there. It was Arnold and Jesus that would protect me every single night before I went to sleep. You like that combo, Carter? You love that?
Spadone, you would have been great as Harry Potter.
Santa, once upon a time, I sat on his lap when I was a kid, and he said I looked like Harry Potter, and I hated Santa ever since.
So many jokes.
He nailed it.
I hate jokes in there.
I had circular glasses when I was young, Carter. Did you know that? My parents set me up for failure, Joe. I will never.
Wait a minute.
If Benny needs glasses, I will make sure he's got cool ones. Not like, so they're actually worse than the circular ones. They were like oval shaped.
No.
They were bad, dude. They were bad. Stop. Now now we're going through trauma.
I mean, Carter, I can't even, the jokes write themselves. I mean,
you know what? Tony Vitello will understand because he was going through it yesterday. Did you see the Giants manager just unannounced start talking about how he got the Giants job? It was out of left field almost. I'm going to start playing some of this sound, Joe, because Giants fans they still don't really know who Tony Vitello is.
Well, the boss came in huffing and puffing. I don't want him talking about his former job.
Oh, he was huffing and puffing.
Well, I mean, that was the cigarettes. But it's also like he was huffing and puffing about how he's like, all I care about is my team and the Giants. And I kind of get all that. And I don't know. I have maybe a different point of view. And I wonder where Giants fans are at this morning.
Let's play the sound and we'll react accordingly. And yes, the phone lines are open to call or text 888-957-9570.
Who's having a rougher morning? The Lubman or Tony Vitello from this sound?
I think I might be. I mean, we're just the trauma of my childhood's past. Tony V, and this is via Matt Lively, KPIX, who's down there at spring training.
Yeah.
He's going to be joining us too in the 7 o'clock hour.
Yes.
Can't wait to talk to Matt about the whole vibe around this presser. But let's start it. Unannounced, Tony Vitello speaking to the media yesterday about how he took the Giants job.
When did you first think I was taking this job? Or do you remember that far back?
Yeah, it was about 4 days before it actually happened, 5 days before.
Yeah, that's funny you say that because that was not reality at all. I don't know if Buster would feel the same way, but that wasn't the case. If somebody decides they think they got the information, the final blow was about 4 days later. And the thing I'm just kind of having a conversation. Therapy, if you will, from walking out of there, but I needed confirmation from the coaches that I worked with that helped boost my status, that they were okay with what was going to go on and they were going to be okay with their jobs. That staff had always been built as next man up, and all of a sudden that was being threatened. So it was kind of hard to do something for yourself and your teammates get left behind. But yeah, it was not 4 days for what it's worth. That was not the case at all. If you would have seen me in my condo, you would have agreed.
So he's referring to when The Athletic reported on the afternoon of October 18th, shout out my brother's birthday, that the San Francisco was closing in on hiring Vitello. That was the phrase, I think it was Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic. And obviously 4 days later, October 22nd, he was hired as the San Francisco Giants manager. That clearly was not the case, as Tony V was trying to say, that it wasn't 4 days. Or he's trying to relitigate how it all went down because he feels some type of guilt, it sounds like, with how everything shook out in Tennessee. So that's part one, Joe. Do you want to finish part two first, or do you want to respond to that? Because it was a 3-minute response, and we divvied it up.
Look, there's two kinds of, points of view on this from a Giants fan perspective. One is, I don't care about what happened prior, period.
Right.
Full stop. All I care about is now moving on. And then there's the other point of view is like, well, if you understand baseball, you zoom out a little, which is where I kind of am at, and I'll explain more in detail. Like, it's not like going from college football to the NFL. In college baseball, their season ends in July. June, July. That's when it ends. You know when freshmen, do you know when they were like, you graduate high school, do you know when you enter school, if you're going to an SEC and you're one of these highly recruited kids?
When?
Mid-July. That's when you show up because you're going to have a bulk of summer classes so that it offsets the amount of work you're doing during the spring. Their timeline, their calendar in college for baseball is not synced up the way the college football and NFL calendar is synced up. And I think that's really important in this discussion, okay? He took the job October 18th.
22nd.
Well,
that was when it was official. Sorry. Yeah,
it got leaked October 18th.
Correct.
Now, what I think is happened in this situation, and we'll play the other part of this, is that all of these kids, all of his families, all of the guys on his staff missed the window, which is the postseason window, to be able to transfer because they thought Tony was still going to be there. And I'm sure Tony thought he was still going to be there. Now, I got a nephew who was recruited by Tony.
Oh.
And in this world, I've learned very little, about college recruiting for these guys. So I don't pretend to be the end-all, be-all expert. But I would just tell everyone, you don't recruit someone for a month. It's years of massaging these people, of trying to get into homes and introduce yourself to families. Then there's the staff, and they're all lined up with you. And if you miss your window to leave, you're kind of stuck. There's limited amount of scholarships. There's limited amount of opportunities. Everybody's roster's set. And I'm talking about staff rosters, player rosters. And you can say, Joe, I don't care about that. I'm a Giants fan.
Right.
He cares about his word. And there's a part of me that finds that endearing. Because if you're going to win over human beings, you better care about your word. And I think that he really cares about his word.
Well, he used a phrase there, this is therapy for me. This was clearly something that's been weighing on him. And and it sounded almost, and I'm speaking, this is pure speculation on my part, it sounded like he was talking to someone before this went down from Tennessee, whether that be a coach, whether that be a player. I have no idea.
Whether it's guilt or whether it's murmurs coming out of the SEC, I don't think that we fully comprehend that his staff felt like their jobs were rattled. Think about it. If I'm the third base coach that he's kind of alluding to here.
Yeah, he alluded to the first and third base
is the next guy going to keep me? Where are me and my family going to be? What's going on? Again, it's not like a college football situation where, it's the end of the year. Everybody's resetting their staffs. People are moving all over the place. You're kind of stuck. So you could say, I don't care about that. I'm a Giants fan. See, I want my coach to have some nobility in the sense of his word needs to be like, that's what he hangs his hat on. Think about the Scarface line that I live to this day. All I have are my blank and my word, and I don't break them for nobody.
Cojones.
Like that's how Tony V feels.
888-957-9570.
Honestly, I'm going to be real with you. You know what this is? This is the media conjuring up something at a dead period of time that's much ado about nothing. I think we're all overreacting. He talked 2 days ago. No one brought up anything he said. Hey, how does Rafi Devers look at first base? He looks good. How does Adames look at short? He looks good. We need some games to happen. I think we're all blowing this out of proportion. I think this is a huge nothing burger. That's my opinion. If you disagree, I want to hear from you. It's the most February. The Super Bowl is over. The NBA tank talk is diluted. Like, let's talk about our coach and his clear grievance with whatever the timeline was for him leaving Tennessee. He spent 3 minutes talking about it. He wanted to get off his chest and move on. I got no problem with it.
Okay. I think it was kind of just out of left field for a lot of people, and that's why
I agree with that. It was out of left field.
It was out of left field, and I think that's why Giants fans are just maybe a little guarded because they don't know Tony Vitello yet. They don't. They're just getting to know this manager because, quite frankly, most people don't follow college ball. No, I know you do.
And I get it. Like, I didn't really understand. My nephew had to go to he's an Arkansas pitcher right now.
Yeah.
He got recruited by Tony. He had to go in July to start school. He's locked in. Yeah. So if his coach would have left in, let's just say, like almost the beginning of November, like he's kind of screwed. What's up with his scholarship?
Right.
Can he transfer?
Yeah.
Well, what happened to all those scholarships that he denied and now maybe are dried up and they don't have an opportunity for him? That's just one kid. Now, think if you're those parents, like, you're going to think about Tony Vitello screwing you over for the rest of your life. So that may not mean nothing to Rafi Devers and Adames or whatever, but to Tony Vitello, his word is everything. Right. So I kind of understand where he's coming from.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. That was part one. Here's part two. Tony Vitello speaking to the media about when he was hired and took the San Francisco Giants job.
Why do you ask? Because somebody tweeted it out. I don't know who told them. I wish I did. You know, it might have changed the course of history if I would have known who did, to be honest with you. But it just bothers me because, I don't know. You see people angry on this. I hate to get philosophical, but you see people angry on the streets for a lot of times stuff that's not even true, you know. People arguing and you don't know what reality is. But I did, shrink-wise, I did a really damn good job at keeping that away from our team, our recruiting, and it was not a distraction. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of practice, I see our first and third base coach freaking out. And they freaked out on me, too. And it's for no reason, because at that point, nothing was going to happen. But somebody decided that it was going to happen, and then the whole world started spinning real quick, and I had to address the team. And people said either that or me leaving was a distraction. Those guys are SEC athletes. They ain't distracted by me.
Thank you.
We dealt with years where they thought we might take a job, or we were offered a job, or there was jobs open. I'd meet with guys in the office. They're like, Coach, we don't care. The guys care about the guys when the season's going on, and hopefully they love their coaches. But that thing was never a distraction. They got talent, and they got good kids, so they're going to be just fine. But, yeah, that was not a fun Saturday, and then it kind of affected how the next few days went. But ultimately, sorry to rain on your parade. Great organization, great people to work with, and a great challenge. So didn't say no.
Okay, there's a lot there. I want to start here. Somebody tweeted it out. I think he's referring to Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic, as we talked about, back on October 18th when the first murmur was that the San Francisco Giants were closing in on Vitello. And then he says, I don't know who told them. I wish I did. And it might have changed the course of history if I would have known who did, to be honest with you. What does he mean by that?
I don't know. How am I supposed to interpret that?
I don't know. I think a phrase like that signals to a Giants fan maybe this morning in 888-957-9570. So if you found out who had tweeted it, you wouldn't have been the Giants manager?
I think you're taking it from one step to way too far.
Well, I might be, but I don't know what he meant by that,
Do you understand how much money? Do you understand how much money and power this individual had at Tennessee?
Yes, a lot.
Do you understand how important?
He's a national champion.
No. But do you understand, like, the facilities that the University of Tennessee have dwarf anything the Giants have? Pick anywhere. Scottsdale, AT&T, Oracle Park now. I don't think people understand the amount of money. He was a golden god in Tennessee. If this was about money and power and all those things, he was making more there.
I don't know what it's about. He used that phrase.
I guess what I'm saying.
Let me finish this. And Giants fans don't know how to respond to that.
Well, I think he means like the people that said it, maybe he would have done something different, or the people that are in place in Tennessee. See, to me, I'm closing the book on whatever the murmurs are of yesteryear, and then I'm going to be able to move on.
Okay.
I don't see this as a big deal at all. And I think it's also him just trying to set the record straight so that he can move on.
Do Giants fans feel that he has moved on?
You think he was pressured into getting the job? Is that what you're insinuating?
No, I don't think he was pressured into getting the job. He used a lot of buzzwords yesterday that I think threw off the fan base. Therapy, changed the course of history. He was clearly upset. He was really down on himself, which is not Tony Vitello from the introductory presser, where this guy seemed like I could crack a beer with him and hang out, who's just a super cool, fun, energetic guy. He was very reserved and, quite frankly, sounded really sad yesterday. And I think that threw off the fan base, and they don't know how to feel about it.
I think he's very passionate
like
about
does he have second thoughts about this?
How many interviews have you seen with him?
A couple.
Okay.
And I've heard him on multiple radio stations.
He's been on a zillion podcasts. Yes. I've seen him on everything. There are certain things that he's really passionate about, and when he is, he'll dive into them deeply. Sure. And he's going to let it be known. And that's kind of his personality, and that's also what's really endearing about him. So, I just, guys. Well, we had Bob Melvin last year. What are we doing, Giants fans? We had Bob Melvin last year. This guy's infinitely more intriguing day one. Just snap the finger than Melatonin Melvin.
You think this is a nothing burger? There's nothing to see here in regards to it.
This is the most February 17th story I've ever read.
Okay. 888-957-9570.
I think we've completely overblown this.
You just heard from the manager about his time in Tennessee and how he got hired as the Giants manager. He said he needed to get that off his chest. It was therapeutic. Could have changed the course of history. He said a lot there. Do you think it was also a nothing burger, or is there more to what he said and how you feel about him, Giants fans? And quite frankly, do you think he just made a mistake yesterday bringing up the past?
Well, ultimately, here's where I would land. Ultimately, I don't want him to address it again moving forward. That's a different conversation. You got it off your chest. We moved on. Let's roll.
888-957-9570. We'll go to Chris on the other side, Cameron, all of you. By the way, I mentioned Matt Lively, KPIX, who we got the video from in that audio. Thank you so much, Matt. Is going to be joining us at 7:20. Plus, Bonte Hill is down in spring training as well. We'll get his thoughts on all of that, and I'm sure that's going to be the major talking point today is around the manager, absolutely. And Bonte is presented by Sarah Monty Ford. And this segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Beautiful, fragrant, overjoyed boutique dozen roses for $24.99, and now I give some flowers to Dan Dibley.
And I also can get a sweet treat with hand-dipped Belgian chocolate-covered strawberries. 4 to 18 counts starting at $7.99 per package. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Sirloin Steak Value Pack or Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Member price.
And how do we like our steak? Say it together.
Medium rare.
Exactly. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together, like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game, a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth, clients are often victimized twice. First by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar, Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing. Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager. Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from... We can be twinsies. To... How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget. Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Beat the winter blues with the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill, an award-winning eatery with authentic dishes prepared fresh in-house. Find more info at thegreatgreekgrill.com. And for your chance to win a gift card, courtesy of the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill, visit 957thegame.com.
You know, we got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
What did he say? You every time you do that, I think of that meme that I send to everybody.
You send it all the time.
Yeah.
You always.
I like enchiladas.
Enchiladas, guacamole. Yeah, you have to just do the, it's called the acento, Joe. Acento.
Do you have a problem with Tony Vitello doing this yesterday?
Honestly, I don't have a problem with it because...
No, not being honest. I want you to not be honest.
You know, there's a lot of sports talk radio hosts that aren't honest. So
that I know.
I'm going to tell you, I am being honest.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with it, but I understand if a Giants fan does. Do you get what I'm saying? What's the problem? What's the problem? I think some of the phrasing he used kind of freaked out Giants fans and gave them second thoughts whether he wants to be here or not.
Okay, here's what I would say to everyone.
The one right now is it might have changed the course of history if he had known who tweeted it.
We don't know what the hell he's talking about. He could be talking about who's taking over Tennessee. I don't know. Who knows?
Why say it? As I think a lot of Giants fans, why say what he had to say yesterday is how they're feeling. Because they're like, you're not getting over it, dude. We're in February. This is spring training.
If he moves
College
on,
is over.
If he moves on and we don't hear about it again, we're going to be fine.
Okay.
All right. I think this is a big nothing burger.
Okay. Shasky thinks it's a big nothing burger. I tend to agree, but if Giants fans are feeling some type of way of what he said, I want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. By the way, we're giving you another chance today, people, to do something that money just can't buy, Carter. You listen there? It's a bucket list moment. You have the chance to play a game of knockout on the Chase Center floor, all right? And every show will be giving away opportunities every day this week. We gave you an opportunity yesterday, and guess what? Tom Smith in San Jose cashed in on the opportunity, and he qualified for the knockout tourney. Did Siney and Goo and Willard and Dibbs also qualify? No, they didn't. Well, because those people were snoozing and they lost. All right. But be listening between 7:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. on our show. We're going to give out a name. and you got to call the contest line, and you're going to have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to do so. For more details and also to register, because you can still do that, go to 957thegame.com right now. You want to go to the phone lines? Talk some Tony V?
Yeah, I do. Ultimately, as long as his players love him and the guy can win some games, everyone's going to fall in line and it's going to be just fine. But I understand he feels like for whatever reason, he needed to address this elephant in his own heart.
Sure.
And I got no problem with it. I mean, how many times have we heard Kyle Shanahan or Steve Kerr bring up something unprompted at one of their own? Now, they have equity because they've been there a long time.
Correct.
But, this is not like a Pete Carroll situation. When Pete Carroll left USC, he was facing allegations from the NCAA.
Yes.
And he didn't want to talk about USC. You know why? Because at the time, the NCAA had actual teeth, and they could actually punish you, and he wanted to run as far away from that situation as possible.
And remember, they did get punished with Matt Barkley as the quarterback, and Lane Kiffin was the head coach.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yes.
Let's punish all the people that had nothing to do with it.
Right. Chris in San Jose wants to talk some Tony Vitello. 888-957-9570. What's up, Chris? You're on the roast.
Hey, Spadoni. Good morning, Mr. Shasky. Yeah, I'm kind of right there with Shasky on this one. This is a February 17th story, Big Nothing Burger. What's the guy going to do? College and MLB, they're on two different timelines. He's got a job to do while he's at Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to bring in coaches. He's got to bring in players. The MLB season doesn't end until the 1st or 2nd of October, whatever it is. And then the Giants can heavily pursue their new head coach. So it's like, all I hear from this dude is that he's a real bleeping dude. Like Shasky said, he's got an elephant in his heart. He wants to address something. This isn't somebody who has professional MLB or professional sports media training. Look, I hate to bring him back into it, but Farhan versus Buster, at least Buster took a swing.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? And with that comes the ups and downs. And I don't consider this a down, but if people want to take this as like, oh no, well, we got to learn more about this guy, I just don't see it that way. Totally. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a good thing. He's honest. What do you want the guy to be up there, like you said, Melatonin Melvin, and be like, what's up?
You've watched enough stuff online. The guy's fielding ground balls and flipping them to Logan Webb and Rafi Devers and high-fiving with the guys. That doesn't strike me as somebody, 12 hours later sitting in the dugout who's, I regret my decision now.
Oh, not at all. I mean, listen, when we're kids, we play baseball. Bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, 2 strikes. We're dreaming of the game-winning hit. Do people think it's not the same thing for coaches? Sure, he was the king of the SEC and, college baseball and making more money there. But, the guy got a chance at a promotion.
Yes.
So he loves baseball. He loves the game. He wants to be around the game.
Oh, you're cutting out there, Chris. Yeah, you're cutting out. Thank you so much for the call. It's Chris in San Jose. 888-957-9570. Do you agree with Shasky that this is just some big nothing burger? Or are you looking at some of these words that he's used, therapy, might have changed the course of history, that kind of give you a little cause for pause yesterday if you're a Giants fan?
You talk for a living.
Here.
You talk for a living.
I do.
Okay, are there phrases that come out of your mouth every now and then? You're like, I don't really even know why I use that combination.
There was one. I think skin of my nuts, I said. And I did not know why I said that. Don't jerk it as much as Stein.
Exactly.
You guys need to relax. And I was talking about the mic there.
We do this thing where so-and-so is so calculated and every word and it's not a Ouija board, everybody. It's okay. We can take a deep breath. Sometimes people just say things.
925. I don't think people understand what Tony meant to his area listening to podcasts that have nothing to do with Giants.
Exactly.
Bringing up Tony.
Exactly.
Talking about what a big accomplishment it is and what a great guy he is. He's a legend, and that is not easy to walk away from. Like you said, he's a good guy leaving the South. That hurts. I think a lot of Giants fans just don't want him to talk about the past.
No, I get that.
That's I think, ultimately
but to him,
what it
I want you to think about this. I've been in a relationship with my wife for 16 years, and there are some things that are extremely more important to her that others on the outside would be like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. For example, if I leave one dish in the sink, one dish, it can be a fork. She, for whatever reason, that makes her go nuclear. So in this relationship between Tony and whatever happened at Tennessee, the timeline is extremely important to him. Would you agree?
Clearly it is, because he had to bring it up unprompted. Yes.
Exactly. And so he's trying to close some loop to define the timeline, because it's important to him and the relationship that he had with Tennessee. Now, you'd say, I don't even care about his relationship with Tennessee.
Thing. Giants fans don't think it's not important to them, so that's why, like,
well,
why are you
what my
talking
dad
about
taught
it?
me?
What?
Don't burn bridges.
Okay.
Right? And even though you've gone on to something else, that doesn't mean that you middle finger someone on the way out the door. And I keep coming back to, like, your word is everything. So if that's how this guy lives his life and that's his credo and he doesn't want to burn any bridges, like, who the hell are we as Giants fans losing our minds on February 17th after he was fielding ground balls with an ice cream glove, flipping over to Raffy, and then high-fiving him and dapping him up just the day before? All of a sudden, now we got a big problem and we're worried about his commitment level? Mark Willard, I love you. Calm down, doggy.
Oh, is Mark scared about it?
Of course he is.
Mark? No. Everything's fine here with the San Francisco Giants. Was it him or Grandy? I think Grandy might have been a little upset. He thought, hey, Tony, if you might be having second guesses about taking this Giants job. That's what a lot of Giants fans felt yesterday.
Are we that insecure, Giants fans? Are we
yes.
really? We're that insecure?
Yes. Because they went from Gabe Kapler to Bob Melvin. They are, dude, you've been searching for the manager of the future since Bochy. Like, yes, they're insecure about this guy because they also don't know anything about him. They know nothing about him. Say what you will about Bob Melvin. You knew something about him. You knew that he was a Bay Area guy, had some success in Oakland, had some success with the Padres.
I thought he was a boring loser.
No.
But that's what I thought.
Well, he wasn't a loser because he won some playoff stuff. He had moments. He got teams to the big dance. But he flamed out.
You're asking me what I thought, and that's what I thought from afar.
That's fine. But he had equity built up, so fans knew who he was. Quite frankly, Bay Area people don't know a rip about
that
SEC
I agree with.
baseball
That I agree
and
with.
managers.
That I agree with. I always thought that the Bob Melvin, like, the equity with Giants fans was so overblown.
Oh, I don't know if with Giants
fans, like, this is one thing, like, I'm not trying to, this is not me trying to start some sort of, Giants fans just don't care about the A's. Well, and like, I know that certain people, like, Bay Area, blah, blah. It's like, okay, you played for the A's or you managed for the A's. Like, we just don't really, it doesn't resonate.
I'm not saying it's supposed to resonate. I'm saying you clearly knew who the guy was.
No, that I agree with. And from afar, we thought he was kind of a loser.
Well, he flamed out because your guy, Bruce Bochy, was winning and he was losing. So,
and to be fair, at one point in time, I thought Bochy was a retread loser.
There you go.
And I was way wrong.
Well, and I think
nobody wants to admit that now, but when they hired Bochy, we thought he was a placeholding retread.
I think we're also realizing this. Clearly, managers in baseball still matter because fans are attached to them still in some type of way. We like to think, Dave Roberts is just some stiff out there.
He did a great job, and like all his managerial moves in Game 7 worked out.
Oh, it was one of the all-timers for him.
They don't win that series without Dave being on it.
Correct, but what's the narrative around him from like national fans?
He loses big games, but also see, this is where I think context matters to me. This is a guy who sat Cody Bellinger because the spreadsheet told them to.
There you go.
After he was the NLCS MVP, and they sat him in 2 games because of the matchups and his numbers and blah, 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 blah.
Right. I think Giants fans are just trying to wonder who their manager is right now. That's what they're trying to figure out. Who is Tony Vitello going to be this season with
a man
the San
of his
Francisco
word.
Giants?
A man whose word to him really matters. There you go.
And does that resonate with Giants fans?
Joe, we need games so bad. The Giants fans need games so bad. You know what this also tells me? We're back.
We're back?
We're back losing our minds again.
Okay.
We're back losing our minds again.
We're gonna pick this up on the other side.
You want to talk about like going from like upgrade from the heart and soul from just flatliner? We went from a flatliner to the heart and soul like immediately. We're worried about his prior lovers.
Listen, if this is his biggest challenge of the year, that's great news. That means things are going well with the San Francisco Giants.
We have Ron Washington on staff.
We got
and I love Ron Washington. I want to make this very
Oakland
clear. He survived a cocaine scandal as manager and is beloved. And we're worried about Tony like clearing up the timeline. Like, really, Giants fans? Again, I love Ron Washington. He's the godfather of infield. Okay, I love this man. I use a paddle drill with my youth teams because of him, because of all the videos I've seen. He had a cocaine scandal as the manager of a baseball team,
Texas Rangers,
at the professional level.
Yeah,
and is beloved.
He went back to back. He probably should have won. He was a strike.
You want to talk about scandals? I mean, let's.
This isn't a scandal.
That's
with Tony
my
Vitello.
point.
No,
they'll be fine.
I don't think anyone's saying it is a scandal. They just thought it was strange. That's why we're talking about it. 888-957-9570. The segment's brought to you by Front Bank, here for you, here for good.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Ellie from Brentwood. They came fast and fixed our dock at my work fast and efficiently, and are also going to put more things on it to make sure it's safer and better. Thank you, Emiliano and Jorge. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check them out at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service port in 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is San Jose Jazz Fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
Dude, we're back, Jazz Fan, on YouTube. I know you're always in the chat. You can see Shasky's face now. You're back, dude.
Oh, I've been here all along.
No, you were invisible, and now we can see you. You're looking good. Nice Olympic Club hat. Looking good. Looking fresh. By the way, talking some Tony Vitello. Talk about that beard. Very well manicured. I'm very jealous, Carter. Very jealous. And the lettuce, too. I mean, it's a handsome man. I'm not embarrassed to say it.
All he needs is those circular, dorky Harry Potter glasses.
Well, the thing is, with that hair and that smile and beard, he could pull it off. He would just be a hipster hanging out in the marina. There you go.
Oval, not circular.
Oval.
Yeah, the circular ones, he'd actually look really good in, probably. Again.
Those are the Beatles.
Those are the John Lennons.
Yeah, exactly.
But those are making a comeback. So there you go.
Are they?
You don't wear glasses. You wouldn't know. All right.
I wear Ray-Bans every day.
You don't wear glasses. Those are sunglasses. You don't wear again. My culture.
I like polarized glasses.
My culture is not your fashion, Joe. When it comes to glasses.
Okay.
All right. Brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Is this Tony Vitello? 3-minute clip, a big nothing burger, Giants fans? Are we making too much out of this guy talking about his past with the University of Tennessee, moving on from them? He said he needed to have a conversation, a therapy, if you will. He used this line, said, hey, I don't know who told them that I was going to go to the Giants. I wish I did, and it might have changed the course of history if I would have known who did, to be honest with you. Is that the line that's got you a little concerned?
Well, for you, do you think that's the most alarming line?
I think so. For
okay,
Giants
so
fans.
say it
Yes.
again. Say it again.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to play it. It's easier because I think the way you hear it and listening to his tone of voice really takes it home if you're a Giants fan.
Just isolate that one and then drop it when he's done saying that, because I have a thought.
Because somebody tweeted it out. I don't know who told them. I wish I did. It might have changed the course of history if I would have known who did, to be honest with you.
Stop it.
But
there you go.
All right. You remember when John Lynch got the job with Jed York?
I do.
All right. What was the problem with the 49ers?
Everything.
Leakage.
Yeah.
No, leakage to all the main people.
I mean, everything, but yes.
Remember John Lynch said, if this gets out, I will not work for you.
Yeah. You got to be tight-lipped.
How do we know that this Tony Vitello situation isn't exactly identical? Had he found out that whoever leaked it to that person who tweeted it came from the Giants, he wouldn't have been the Giants manager. What if that's what it is?
Is that what you think it is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. You think maybe whoever was...
I think that he sees this as a classy situation where they didn't backstab him and they didn't leak it, because you don't want your business out on the street, right? Like that. And I think once he found out that people maybe jumped the gun and it didn't come from the Giants, then you know that you can trust them. Why is it not? That's the way I'm viewing it.
Well, and also it was interesting how he started this little presser, and he asked, Susan Slusser was right next to him, covers the Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle. He's like, hey, when did you guys think I was first taking the job? And then they said, well, a couple of days before it happened. And he's like, yeah, it's funny you say that because that was not the reality. I don't know if Buster would feel the same way, which is, I also found a little interesting. That him and Buster might not be on the same page there. When they both
say that again.
So he said, that's funny you say that you thought it was 4 days before I became manager, because that was not the reality at all. I don't know if Buster would feel the same way.
Yeah, I think he's saying Buster would agree with me. I had not made my decision at that point.
Okay. Maybe Buster felt like he already did make his decision.
Well, how many times are you like, yeah, she's into me and she's really not into you?
No,
and you're like,
sure.
no, I just happen to be 6 months early.
No, I hear you on that. I don't know. Again, the whole history-changing part is just.
Do you think he'd be here if he didn't want to be here?
He's here now.
No, I know, but do you
Giants
think...
fans are...
But do you think he would be a man with power and money and options? Do you think he'd be doing something he doesn't want to do?
Maybe he has regrets. Maybe he says, you know what? Maybe I should have stayed in Tennessee. Maybe he's waking up.
Did you watch the videos that came out the day before?
It seems like he was excited.
Okay.
But maybe he woke up that morning and felt like, damn, did I make a mistake? I don't know. People are human. It happens. People change how they feel on a day-to-day basis. They do. That's what Giants fans are feeling right now. I'm not saying that's the case. I want to make this abundantly clear.
I don't understand what you are saying then.
I'm saying Giants fans don't know how to feel about their manager right now.
So yesterday he felt good. Today he didn't feel good? Because that's what you were...
That's what he said. I mean, he came out with a presser unprompted and said he needs therapy right now.
No, he's talking it out because he wanted to squash it and move on.
He's clearly going through something. And he had to say what he said yesterday, and hopefully he feels better about it. But I think we're both in agreement. I don't want to hear anything about Tennessee again going forward.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear anything
unless it's a... this is what's different about major leagues versus what I did before.
Sure, that's fine. But
and also he needs to draw from his experiences in college. There's a guy by the name of Bryce Eldridge that they have to develop.
Yes.
That I think is extremely important. There's a defensive player that needs to develop in Jung-Hoo Lee and Elliot Ramos. So all of the developing that you did in Tennessee, no, I don't want you to forget about Tennessee. I want you to draw from those experiences and help develop players on this team. That's why you're here.
Let's push forward here too to what you just brought up. What is going to be the biggest challenge for Tony V heading into this season for you think? Is it the development of their young phenom, Bryce Eldridge?
No, it's pretty straightforward.
What is it?
It's dealing with people making $300 million a year and Rafi Devers and dealing with a $185 million guy and Willie Adames. That is a very different thing. Hey, how are you feeling today when it's a day 145 on the calendar? All right. And we're at a point in the career where I'm used to being off in August. Okay. And now we're actually, slogging through it. And I got to communicate with a guy with 4 kids or 3 kids or whatever and a couple $100 million. That is very unique.
So when you say dealing with them, you're saying, hey, Rafi Devers is making this much money. Is he hustling enough out there?
Did you watch the Red Sox doc when they were in the clubhouse? Yeah, you should watch it. It's really good. Yeah. Honestly, I would recommend anyone to watch it because it's an eye-opening one. You got a lot of guys whose family don't have visas to come over to America. Okay. So let's just, play this out. Okay. You've got 3 children that you don't get to see. And there was multiple players on the Red Sox team, Devers being one of them, who his wife couldn't get a visa to be able to come over here. And he hadn't seen his children in 7 months.
Right.
And he was just sad. That's something you don't really have to deal with a 21-year-old who's playing in the SEC 9 times out of 10.
Sure.
And so that made that guy really sad. And Alex Cora had to go over and talk to him. He's like, yeah, man, I know what it's like. My dad played in the bigs. I didn't see him for 7 months out of a time. I get where you're coming. And he had to work with the front office to find a spot on the road trip, work with the U.S. government and find a way to get her to meet him somewhere in Florida so that he could see his kids. That is a really random thing that is real.
Having an emotional pulse on your team.
Yeah.
Okay. Especially with the big boy contract guys. Okay.
Yeah, and I think there are some specific inner working dynamics. Think about it this way, and I say this in the NFL as well. Kubiak is, you're dealing with all this stuff as an OC.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and you're dealing with setting up your team for success. What happens when one of your guys gets a DUI?
Yeah.
That's the head coach.
Yeah.
It's not the OC.
Yeah.
Right? What happens when Reuben Foster's girlfriend is at the hotel and you have an issue? Does the OC deal with that? Or does the head coach and the GM deal with that? Yeah. Right? So there are things that different jobs require. And I look at, the college game and what you deal with versus what you're dealing with in the professional level. They got FU money.
Yes.
You don't control their scholarship. You don't control all their playing time. You know what controls their playing time? Status. He's never had to deal with this. Robbie Ray wants to get a contract extension big time. He doesn't know how many more bullets he's got left in the chamber.
Yeah.
That's going to be new. And I'm talking about the interpersonal dynamics. Hey, remember Camilo Duvall and what happened with the Giants a couple years ago? Yeah, I don't want to be a setup man.
That's the one for me that I think might be his biggest challenge is figuring out this pitching staff as currently constructed, especially the bullpen. That is something where you feel the pulse of a manager.
100%.
The biggest
100%.
bugaboo ever as we talk about
They
Bob
don't even
Melvin.
have a closer, Joe.
Well, that's the thing. When he says closer by committee, when has that in the history of existence worked? It doesn't.
Yeah.
It never does. And you might get by now and then, but when you're going up against, the big boys, the Dodgers, the Padres, the D-backs within your own division, it shows up.
There are things like red shirt, gray shirt, in college, right? And you have to deal with and eligibility and transferring and all that. Have you ever dealt with someone who has no options and can't go back down to the minors?
Yeah.
Have you ever dealt with somebody who, for whatever reason, is being yo-yoed back and forth? Think Kelby Tomlinson 5 years ago, Giants fans.
Great classes.
Being yo-yoed back and forth and just dealing with kind of the ups and downs of being so close to your dream and yet not being able to attain it. Like, there's a lot of new stuff. And I think this is why having a Ron Washington on the staff is... It's mandatory. It's mandatory. You had to do it.
Well, I love it just for the defensive purposes with all these guys, as you just mentioned, that he's going to be working with. The Bryce Eldridges of the world. Yeah. The Jung Hoo Lees of the world. Hell, the Willie Adameses, the guys that already are established, helping guys like that even more. Because I understand, like, these guys have been around a long time. They've been playing baseball since they're 5 years old. They could still learn something. That's what I've learned when I've seen Ron Washington help guys like Marcus Simeon, who's probably the poster 100%. Child from being one of the worst gloves I've ever seen in my life to being a Gold Glover.
Competent.
Competent. But you know what? It also takes two to tango. And it was also Marcus showing up on time, showing up early, and wanting it.
And he worked with, Elvis Andrews, Ozzie Albies, like so many different players throughout his time.
Beltre. Yeah.
And now he's working with Bryce Eldridge at first base, which I absolutely love. Here's an interesting one. Again, I would implore you, it's a couple years old. I would go back and look at the Red Sox doc. It opened my mind to...
Wait, I don't know if it's the same Red Sox doc we're about, because I have seen a Red Sox doc.
No, this one is about Alex Cora.
Not the early 2000s
No,
one.
this is like the day in the life. It's basically Hard Knocks throughout the regular season of baseball.
Okay, so this,
it's excellent.
There's so many by the way, we're gonna have a documented conversation at some point this week. There's too many. There's too many.
But this one was excellent. Okay. So there's a moment where Titus O'Neil, who is the big heavy weightlifting dude who hits jacks, he gets pinch hit for, and Alex Cora pulls him out of the the on deck circle and is like, "Hey, I want to pinch hit for you right here." And then he sits him down. He's like, "Why? Why are you doing this?" And he leans in. He starts telling the story. And then they go back a couple of days. One of the players whose grandmother is overseas and he hasn't seen her forever raised him, and she's dying. Oh. And she ends up passing away over a 2-day period, and the guy is really, really sad. And he goes, "I'm going to give this guy an opportunity. His grandma just passed away, and he just found out before the game. And I told him I'd get him in there, and I want to bat him right now, and I'm going to get him this moment." And Titus O'Neil's like, "Whoa, totally get that. I totally get it." And the guy gets a double, and the whole place is going nuts, and all the fans don't even know that that's happening.
Right.
And you're like, damn, what a heartfelt moment.
Yeah.
And that's understanding of communicating it to Titus O'Neil, getting that other young player. And then the guy hugged him after the game and they were crying and they were embracing. And maybe you see some of that at the college level, but to do that in a regular season game at the big league level, that was, wow, that was powerful.
Massaging egos is so important in today. Now more than ever, when we were just talking about brands, right? And social media and the All-Star game and the NBA, all these guys are so aware of everything about them when it comes to social media. They have their own profile. They have their own image. And whatever happens to that image, they're either going to have a problem with it or they're going to love it. And they're going to understand, hey, if I'm, what was his name, Titus O'Neil?
Yeah.
Hey, you get pinch hit for it. You're on a heater. You're feeling like I need to help my own average out right here. You better know how you're communicating with that guy that you're sitting down who clearly is feeling some type of way dude, what did I do wrong? And then you're flirting with, if you don't communicate correctly, you're losing your player.
The moment that you bring up losing a player is Evan Longoria getting pitch hit for by Gabe Kapler and looking at Gabe Kapler what are you doing?
Yep.
And he lost Evan Longoria on that day. Sam, you remember that moment when he pinch hit for him and Evan Longoria was walking around the dugout going crazy?
Yep. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni and Shasky. We got Matt Lively, sports anchor for KPIX Channel 5, joining us in about 20 minutes live from spring training down in Arizona. He was actually the one that got the video yesterday and put it out of Tony Vitello's presser. So very interested to hear what the tone was from the media perspective yesterday in regards to Tony V. And what's the biggest challenge for Tony Vitello this year for the Giants? What is it, Giants fans, for you? 888-957-9570. You can just say the overarching theme is just, can he get this team to the playoffs? Can he guide this team to the playoffs? Because Logan Webb is clearly tired of finishing just above 500 and coming up short every single year, it feels like, since that amazing run where they won 105 plus games, 107, whatever it was. and then they won the division, but then they lost in 5 to the Los Angeles Dodgers. That's kind of what you're chasing still. If Tony Vitello could somehow, in his first season, get this team just to the playoffs. I'm not saying win the division, but it'd be great if you did. Just get to the playoffs, it'd be a successful season. It would be.
It'd be a great year.
It'd be a great year.
I can already feel the fervor for Giants baseball is at a fever pitch higher than what it was the last 3 off seasons.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they've built a little, right? I think they've built, the last couple of years. You add Chapman, you added Adames, you trade for Devers.
Right.
You make the trade for Robbie Ray, which was a good deal from Farhan. And now you're starting to see some of these young guys come through the system, and the farm's improving. Bryce Eldridge is knocking on the door to the big league team. You can feel that their time is like right now.
Right.
And it just feels like, I think, hiring Buster Posey, adding to the team, there's an intrigue and an excitement that just wasn't there prior. You could talk about being excited, but if the fans aren't genuinely curious about your team, they're not going to react.
Well, we'll always get excited the start of a season.
Yeah, but we'll maintain.
That's the thing. You could be as excited as you want at the start of any baseball season. Kansas City Royal fans are going to try to gas themselves up. The Minnesota Twins fans are going to try to gas themselves up like it's our year. We always do that in sports. And then what happens after the first few weeks? You see the stadium's just completely empty.
Yeah.
That is what I don't want to see with the Giants, and I don't think we're going to see that because how last season ended, even when they were out of contention, Joe, they were selling out that place. Fans were showing up.
Well,
they were.
It's a much more likable team.
Yes.
And I think that the thing I look at right now is they've got a bunch of guys at the big league level ready to play right now. And then they've got this core of young guys that we'll see who makes it. But it feels like a lot of them are ready to contribute.
Tony Basilio, who covered Tony Vitello during his days as University of Tennessee's head baseball manager, joined us when he got hired last year. What's the station, Sam? If you can get that for me, I want to give proper credit to Basilio when I can.
105.7 FM in Knoxville.
Thank you. He had some he's very tight with Tony.
Yeah.
Tony V. Tony's Tony, both Italian guys, just salt of the earth, and he knew him very well as a person. And we asked him what kind of manager the Giants are getting in Vitello. And I love this response from Tony Basilio back in October.
You're getting a guy that's going to be a guy that does not call himself a manager. He's going to call himself a teammate. That was his approach here with his team. You're getting a guy that's not going to throw these professional players under the bus. He's going to treat them professionally. You're getting a guy that's going to be very much a stickler for details and is going to want his team to play good, hard baseball.
That just goes with what you just said. Relationships. That's what I heard first and foremost when he said, be a teammate first and foremost. And knowing the pulse of your players, especially your big name players, and what makes them tick, and maybe getting on them when they need to be get on, if you will, for lack of a better term, that's going to be the ultimate difference this season than what you saw, if any, with Bob Melvin. Bob maybe had a relationship with Matt Chapman from his days over in Oakland. Do you feel like he had a pulse on his team?
Well,
a legitimate pulse.
I think.
Can you even feel a pulse on Bob, quite frankly, at times?
Well, the reason why he's not a Padre manager.
Yeah.
Think of the Padres. They had talent, right? What was the problem?
Couldn't get along with Tatis, couldn't get along with Machado.
And I think one thing is going to be extremely important. We're going to know early on if this team's connected emotionally. And when you got, Adames, he's just the pregame hugs are going to be off the charts.
Oh, of course.
But then, I look at all the other guys. They got Jung Hoo Lee, they got Bader, and they got Ramos in the outfield.
Yep.
The outfield development is the number one thing on this team that's going to make or break them. I think the infield will be solid. I think the outfield, what kind of year you get from Jung Hoo Lee and what kind of year you get from Ramos, if they can have good years and finish all the way through and not have a month that's great and then another month that's terrible, that's going to be the difference for them. And then one of these young guys has got to step up.
Well, that's also can you imagine the boost of this team and fan base and area if Bryce Eldridge is a Rookie of the Year candidate this year? Could you imagine that?
Honestly, I can't imagine it.
No?
Because I could see him. I could see him starting in AAA.
You don't think he could crack?
Slow play him.
You don't think he's going to crack the lineup here out of spring training.
So look at this.
Do you think he can do anything? Real quick.
What's that?
Do you think he could do anything in spring training to push himself onto the opening day?
They're going to have 9 guys playing in WBC, so he's going to get an opportunity, right? So that's number one. But he's going to have to push the envelope so thoroughly because you got guys like Matos, McCray, Drew Gilbert, Encarnacion, and Will Brennan. Like, how many options do those guys have left?
Not a lot. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So you still have options on Eldridge. And so there's a 40-man massaging that you're going to have to figure out.
So why I love the hire of Tony Vitello is specifically for these young prospects too, because he can relate to them on a personal level like he did a lot in college, in his college days, and just growing through there. And it's really important in today's society too, I think, as we've seen with Steve Kerr, as we've seen with Kyle Shanahan. Having a pulse on the younger generation now more than ever is so important. It's one thing if you're already established like Rafi Devers and Willie Adames, right? Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
These guys have been around. They've heard it all. They've been there. Bryce Eldridge he's had a cup of coffee here. He doesn't know. He's the new guy. He's young.
He was, I would say, a little underwhelming at the end of last year.
I think so.
I think he was also exhausted. He played a lot of ball.
He looked overwhelmed at times. But that comes to expect with some of these pros. Dude, it's really freaking hard to come up in today's as a young player in baseball. What these guys are throwing, the stuff they're doing,
21.
The scouting reports. Exactly. He's 21. How old's Roman Anthony, who just got called up for the WBC? Around the same age.
Yeah. But Roman Anthony went like 1 for whatever, 80 or whatever the heck. It wasn't that extreme, but he started off horrible and then found his foot and was awesome.
Struggled mightily.
Yeah.
That's what happens. You know what? Kurtz from Sacramento had an insane rookie season. He might struggle this year because this is what happens. You get scouting report on these guys. So I think his relationship, Tony's that is, with Bryce Eldridge is going to be a very fascinating thing whenever he's talking about him in the media. That's what I'm curious to hear, his relationship with some of these players and how they develop going forward. 888-957-9570.
I think he was here to bridge the difference emotionally and then bridge the difference developmentally for this entire organization.
Absolutely. And Buster Posey, at his introductory presser, kind of echoed those same sentiments. Vitello's relationships with people is what drew him to hire Tony.
I was looking for somebody that I felt like shared a similar vision, had similar ideals. You've heard him talk about people over and over again up here. To me, that's your secret sauce in everything. It's the relationships you build. And so for me, it was finding somebody that I think we matched up in a lot of those ways, and that we could grow together. You know, the hope is that this is a relationship that lasts a really long time.
A really long time. You know, the Bay Area in general has a special relationship when they love their coach. Bruce Bochy, obviously the winning, it's a part of it. So beloved. Why was he so beloved, though? Obviously the postseason moments, but just the pulse of the fan base I feel like he always had. He was always even-keel guy, got fiery when he needed to, could be a red ass if he needed to, was funny, was personable, felt like I was talking to like my uncle or like my grandpa. All that, like he knew baseball. Tony Vitello's not going to be on the Bochy level immediately, but he could damn sure be more beloved easily in the first few months of a season than Bob Melvin or Gabe Kapler ever was. That's the bar he just has to clear. It's just Bob Melvin and Gabe Kapler right now.
People are going to, scoff at this that didn't live through it, but there was a time Bochy was not the manager of the Giants in the way that he's beloved now, like from day one. Like he was a placeholder for the final couple years of Bonds, we thought. And like, I don't know, it's just, he became the manager the night that Don Mattingly went to the mound twice. Like I'll go to my dying days.
Yeah.
That was the day he became Giants manager.
Let's
ceremoniously.
Absolutely. Let's talk to Matt Lively on the other side, sports anchor for KPIX Channel 5. Yeah.
I want to give you a name, too, that I want to ask him about. Like, I can make an argument for pitchers, Bryce Eldridge. What's going on with the catching spot? Ooh. Name me a really good team that has a poor catcher, whether it be offensively or defensively. Very rarely. Who's the guy? Is it Pat Bailey again this year? Because we can talk a lot about, and believe me, Eldridge is more important big picture to this organization. For this year, I want to know what's going on with behind the plate.
I literally witnessed, I felt like one of the great catching performances through the playoffs with the Dodgers, Will Smith. Yes, it's important. Hell, Alejandro Kirk at times was clutch as hell too. We'll pick this up on the other side. Matt Lively, sports anchor for KPIX Channel 5, plus 7:30, Be locked in starting at 7:30, 18 more minutes. We're going to qualify another contestant for the knockout tournament. You got to be listening for your name, though. And you have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call the contest line. And it's all going to be sponsored by Fremont Bank and also Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Pro Soccer is back at the Coliseum. The Oakland Roots home opener is this Saturday, March 14th with fireworks and live music. Get your tickets now at oaklandrootssc.com/tickets and use code THEGAME10 for 10% off.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know, but Dolan's knows. For over 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. Henderson windows and doors are on sale at Dolan's. For a limited time, get 30% off installation. Call now for a quote. 800-9-DOLANS or visit DolanLumber.com.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Beat the winter blues with the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill, an award-winning eatery with authentic dishes prepared fresh in-house. Find more info at thegreatgreekgrill.com. And for your chance to win a gift card, courtesy of the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill, visit 957thegame.com.
What? They got bangers.
Hey, it's Sarah from Alice. Welcome back to the JoJo Show, the morning roast at the game.
Oh, I'm so happy. Sarah followed me back on Instagram. We're so tight. We're besties. Yeah. You jelly?
No, because she's been following me for months.
Oh,
years,
wow.
in fact.
Well, I mean, when you hijack their show and you force yourself in there at times.
I mean, you know.
That's what you do. By the way,
trying to boost their ratings.
First to 5, the game of the year, they're calling it.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna have our second episode tomorrow.
Yeah, we pick a year, I pick a year, and then we go 3 contestants, Joe being one of them, and 2 others, and basically we ask them about sports, pop culture, and technology from that year.
Maybe Matt Lively, KPIX Channel 5, will join us for one of these games.
Put him down
Once
as a
upon
guest,
time.
yeah.
He is live right now down in Arizona, spring training. He was the guy that recorded the video very astutely. Thank you for all the content this morning, Matt. And you recorded the video. Let's just start there. What was the mood like before and after Tony Vitello, kind of unannounced, did his own talk therapy with you guys for 3 minutes on leaving Tennessee and joining the Giants as their manager?
Yeah, I mean, 1, great to be here. 2, I'll start with this. It was, in the moment, it didn't seem hostile or weird. And then after the fact, after the scrum ended, it was that was kind of odd that's how that started. But he basically just walked over and was like, I'm going to do something new today. I'm going to ask you guys a question. And so it was unprompted. And I think that's what the bizarreness of that whole situation is that he just kind of came in to get this off his chest and went on this kind of tangent, if you will, about leaving Tennessee. And I think, as you guys will probably acknowledge, I don't think San Francisco fans care. I just don't think they care when he left, when he decided to leave, why he left. That's a Tennessee thing. I get if those fans are still yeah, we want to know when this all happened, but Giants fans do not care. And that's what makes this situation bizarre.
Yeah, but I don't think it really has a bearing on how he's feeling about taking the job that he did. I mean, I'm seeing your videos, the guys doing PFPs with Logan Webb and flipping the ball to Rafi Devers with his orange ice cream glove on, which is actually not a great glove. I know a couple kids with that glove. It doesn't last long. It's the Jazz Chisholm one. But no, it seems like the guy, this was just a blip on what has been otherwise somebody who's really enjoying his first ever spring training.
Yeah, I think you're spot on about that. I think there were major overreactions on Twitter yesterday of this guy's leaving in September. He doesn't want to be here. He's having buyer's remorse. I don't think that at all. I think this is, you take into context that this guy worked at a place for 8 years, poured his heart and soul into it. And he's a week into a new job and seeing the media regularly. And so that stuff's just still on his mind. How could, if you were married for 8 years and got a divorce and then your first week with a new girl, you might bring up the marriage that you just had for 8 years. It's natural. I think at a certain point we get, but I don't think it's like he didn't want this job. He's here. He's the Giants manager. That's all that really matters.
So let me ask you about like what it's looking like on the field, because I'm seeing a lot of different videos of, like I've been following Ron Washington forever, for example, and his pregame workouts with Ozzy Albies are all over YouTube. If you train young kids or whatever, you're going to see the paddle drills, Valley gloves, all that stuff. So, what has been Tony and the staff's interaction with this team? This is a pretty entirely new staff that they have out there. What have you been noticing?
A lot of work. I mean, these guys are putting in pretty good hours well after the clubhouse media portion after practice ended yesterday. Tony Vitello was out there on the backfields with a fungo at like 2 p.m., hitting ground balls to Harrison Bader and the rest of the outfielders just so they could get in extra work. He said that Harrison Bader has been instrumental in doing post-practice workouts and bringing the younger guys with him for outfield reasons. Tony's standing in right field with Jung-Hoo Lee translating with his translator. Does he need a break in between this rep? Is he okay? So I've been really impressed. I mean, it's been a very hands-on experience so far. And to have Ron Washington, by the way, that was the first time I've ever been able to talk to Ron Washington, was in his little media scrum the other day. Holy hell, was that guy incredible to talk to. I was blown away.
Is he his number 2 on the field? Who's his number 2 guy that just from your estimation?
I would say it's Jace Tingler. Who will be the bench coach. And, Jace is when they're doing infield drills, he's kind of at the mound breaking down what's about to happen. And that was the smartest thing that he could do, right? He brought in a couple guys who are former managers that he's going to be able to lean on. Not to mention in your front office, you've got Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy. And I asked, have you been able to really connect with Bochy yet? And he said just, a little bit, but he's really looking forward to picking his brain and using him as a resource, which I think Giants fans should be thrilled to hear.
Matt Lively joining us here, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line Sports Anchor for KPIX Channel 5. He's down in Arizona right now covering spring training for the Orange and Black. And Matt, we were just having the conversation, the biggest challenge for Tony Vitello is blank, right? And you can go in 1,000 different directions. What do you think the biggest challenge will be for him in his first year as a Major League Baseball manager?
Honestly, I think it's going to be outside scrutiny. I don't think the clubhouse cares that he came from college. I've had candid conversations with guys off camera. Just, do you actually buy into this belief that there's this massive jump from a college clubhouse to a pro clubhouse? And they're like, no, he's been there. This isn't like a brand new job. But I think that he's going to be judged very harshly by the baseball world. I mean, there's managers that are looking for jobs that weren't thrilled. Joe Madden came out and spoke about the fact that he got this job. So I think there's going to be just a lot of scrutiny about how this season goes. And if they don't listen to the outside noise, they're fine. Because I think that clubhouse really likes him. And everyone that I've spoken to so far, there's a new energy, there's a new vibe. And that's what this team needed, right? They needed a jolt of something after the last 3 years.
Don't start me with Joe Madden. He's a fraud, know-it-all. I can't stand that guy.
Champion Joe Madden. What are you talking about?
Thank God he had Theo. No, that guy drives me nuts, dude. He really does. All right, I want to rat-a-tat-tat some names that you've seen, because there's a lot of names that everybody, reads about, and then you get a chance to actually see them, because we don't get to see a lot nowadays. Even though some of the games are broadcast, most of them aren't. So I'm just going to rat-a-tat-tat him. Give me a little something on each guy. You did a piece on Bo Davidson. Can we stop calling him Barry Bonds? I don't want to hear that. I love the young man. Bonds is immortalized. What are you seeing from him? How far away is he?
I watched his batting practice. The sound off his bat is special. I mean, no kidding. You hear it from a field away. He had the Giants front office watching him take BP. He's impressive. Is he going to start this year in the majors? No. I think he's probably at least a year away. But this is a guy that has a lot of raw potential and raw talent.
What about Bryce Eldridge? You did a piece with him. I saw multiple interviews spiting through from KPIX.
He's getting his work in at first base right now, and one of those guys where they're going to have a decision to make on him, because he has options. You can start him in the minors, but I mean, he always goes about his business in such an impressive way for a guy that's only 21 years old. Where they begin him, I think it should probably be at the bigs this year, and let him go from there and learn from the guys in that clubhouse. He says Rafi's been great. He said Devers has been great to him this spring and helping him along. And I think that's exactly what he needs to progress in his career.
Well, what about Drew Gilbert and Luis Matos? What's going on there? It feels like two guys vying for one spot.
Pretty much. It's awkward. And for me, I'm like, man, that must be awkward for them. They haven't told me that by any means, but those two guys that they've been working hard. I mean, Drew Gilbert has, it seems like, really buddied up with Harrison Bader and trying to learn from him. And Drew Gilbert is focused, man. I keep trying to talk to him in the clubhouse, and he's always got somewhere to go in the best way possible. Like he is focused on getting better, getting his reps in. And so he's really impressed me this spring.
And then Patrick Bailey, I feel like, has kind of flown under the radar. To me, if his bat can actually be major league level, that changes everything for the Giants. What's going on with him?
Yeah, I mean, comes in as the undisputed starting catcher here. And I think this staff is going to work with him and work on his swing. I mean, they bring in a new batting coach who Tony has a ton of trust in. He's just someone, his defense is so good. It's tough to get him off the field, but I think they're going to work on a couple of tweaks to his swing. And he's had concussions. He's had health injuries, like health stuff going on. If he can stay healthy and the mind is good, he's a guy that can be a really good player like we saw in that first year and has just kind of trickled off. But, I mean, this spring looks good so far.
Talking with Matt Lively here on the Morning Row Sports Anchor for KPIX Channel 5, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Matt, what do you think the biggest difference is going to be from what we saw with a Bob Melvin managed Giants team and a Tony Vitello managed Giants team?
Energy. Someone told me in that clubhouse, like we still came in and wanted to come in and win for Bob. Like that, it's not like they didn't like Bob Melvin, but they lacked energy at times, right? Like you wanted more of a spark. And Matt Gage, who is a reliever on this team, on day one, he's like, it's like a frat house in here. And take that as you will, but I think that's him saying it's rowdy in here, it's fun, it's young, like there's a new upbeat energy, and so I think that's a positive. I think there's going to be spark with this team, and that's when the Giants are at their best and they're most exciting. So I think they need that. They need some characters. They need guys being themselves with their personalities.
And what's going on with Willy Adames? He was $180 million before the Devers deal. I mean, it's one of the biggest contracts in Giants history. And you look up at the end of the year, he did lead them in a lot of categories, stolen bases, doubles, a lot of different categories. So how is he acclimating in year two? And who's his best friend on the team? Because I see him hugging everybody. Is Devers that guy? Is it Chapman? Like, who is his best friend on this team?
To me, he seems really tight with Matt Chapman. And I mean, it makes sense. They're on the same side of the infield together. He's a guy that got a slow start last year. And so I think because he got a slow start and then the Giants sort of fell out of contention, I think in a lot of people's minds, they thought, oh, he's having a bad year. And then to your point, you look up and he's like, oh, he just broke this 30 home run curse that the Giants have had. And he turned it on at the end of the year. I think that is true to any guy that signs a really big deal in a market that's bigger than where they were coming from. There's growing pains. One interesting thing about Willy Adames is that Tony Vitello has continued to mention him as somebody he's leaned on through this process and through these early days. And so Tony clearly putting a lot of trust in Willy Adames.
Matt, one more for you here. We appreciate the time this morning, obviously you being down there on location. What should fans expect from the team? Like, what is a legitimate expectation for San Francisco Giants fans heading into this season? Is it competing for the division? Is it just making a playoff spot, contending for a playoff spot? What should it be?
I smile. I mean, the division already seems like
I know.
The banner's already up at Dodger Stadium. And so it's hey, wait, by the way, I am getting, someone's yelling at me. It looks like Bonte Hill, I think.
Oh,
he wants to know if House of Prime Rib is happening.
Well, Joe, that's directed towards you, Joe.
Dude, honestly, that guy needs to, hey,
He's joining us in an hour.
Tell him he needs to mix in some greens and lay off the prime rib a little.
Geez.
Cream spinach.
Oh, you didn't have to do him like that. All right, well, with
House
that, you got to own up to that.
He always does that.
He texted us about it in a separate text thread too, Matt.
We've been talking about it. My prediction this year, no, they're not going to compete for the division. It's already a foregone conclusion. There's no reason why they should not be a wild card team. No reason that this team shouldn't win 85, 90 games. The lineup's good. Look at the lineup.
I
it's
agree
really
with
good.
you.
Can the bullpen keep it together? The bullpen is like honestly my biggest concern and keeping your starters healthy, but they have an influx of guys at the minors that can pitch. It just is going to translate onto the field.
Well, I'm looking at, they got Walker, Miller, Bayo, I think at some point will be up there. They've got a bunch of new, fresh arms, but the Randy Rodriguez, Tommy John is just brutal.
It's brutal. And so I thought maybe this offseason they were going to circle in and hone in more on grabbing a guy that was going to be their closer, but they're going to run it out with Walker. And, he's had success at times. He's looked electric at times. And if he can regain that, they've got a legit guy.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, Matt. Great stuff this morning, man. We appreciate it.
Tell Bonte never.
Tell Bonte.
Never.
We're still waiting for the House of Prime Rib.
Going to hold it over him. No, first off, it's Bonte has a gift card to the House of Prime Rib.
Oh.
He's more than welcome to get it anytime he wants.
He's right. He's right there.
Oh, I can tell. Yeah, look how large his head is compared to the field dimensions.
Where's the King's crown?
Wave. There he is.
There he is.
He's waving to you guys right now.
Well, he'll be joining us here in about either an hour or two also, so we can't wait to do that. Matt, good stuff, man. Thanks so much.
I don't see the red carpet being laid out for the King.
The red carpet will be laid out.
No, it is.
Thank you.
It's here.
Yeah, okay. Matt, keep up the great work. Big fan.
See you guys.
See you, buddy.
There he goes. Matt Lively, sports anchor for KPIX Channel 5. Really good stuff there. And I feel excited now. Getting pumped up for the Giants season, man.
You know what? I'm going to put the phone call in. We're going to get this House of Prime Rib to Bonte bet done with.
Yes!
But not for you guys.
What?
I'm going to call Bonte. We're going to execute the bet, but we're not actually going to do it the right way.
Sam, you're not getting a meal. Get it through your head. You're not getting a meal.
A cocktail at least for him. You going to get him a drink at the bar?
No, you're not. You two were not a part of the bet.
That's a team play right there.
No, it's called reality.
So I'm in it.
No, you're not in it either. You own probably a portion.
Tony Vitello would have included us in this thing. Tony V, who has a frat house energy.
He's also making like probably $3 or $4 million a year right now. So,
well, you know what? I heard from the YouTube, influencers, the House of Prime Rib. Just saying, it's more of a meh. That's what they're saying. That's what the YouTube influencers are saying these days. Maybe they could change opinions. I don't know. I'm just going to leave that there. Hey, starting right now, you got to be listening. The next 25 minutes, the window is open on the morning roast. We will announce a name, all right? We're going to announce a name that registered on our website to play Knockout with us at Chase Center. If that person calls the contest line at 415-523-4652, that person will win a spot, again, in our Knockout tournament, Chase Center, Monday, April 6th. So be locked in these next 25 minutes so you hear your name. People were snoozing yesterday, dude. They weren't paying attention. You snooze, you lose. You got 9 minutes, 57 seconds to call. Not on our show. We promoted the hell out of it. They listened to us. But the afternoon and the middays, I don't know. They're not listening. What did you take away from Matt Lively there?
That his appropriate take was the one that I had earlier, which is, I think the internet blew up over the response from Tony Vitello, but it wasn't like, I think he was just setting the record straight and we're moving on.
Okay.
Now, look, here's where I will.
I think we've moved on the show.
I think we will all meet in the middle in this one, is that if you bring it up again, now it's on you.
Yes.
Right? Like that I admit.
All right. 888-957-9570. I did like what he had to say. The frat house energy is an interesting phrase to use. A guy coming from college, obviously.
Well, we need that. I mean, if you look at all the best dugouts over the last 7 or 8 years, they've had guys pouring out of the dugout like rambunctious. Like, did you see Toronto in the playoffs last year? It was a party in the dugout.
I think that's perfect because that's what I thought we were going to get with Willy Adames in the dugout last year. The problem was he struggled so mightily early on. It felt like that was going to fall on deaf ears if he's going nuts and he's batting like 150 or whatever he was, I would love that to be the vibe and the energy in that clubhouse and Tony Vitello being the champion of that, because that's why I asked the question to Matt, like the biggest difference between Bob Melvin and Tony Vitello, and maybe behind the scenes, Bob was more fiery and maybe the players did love him. Like by all accounts, the players did love Bob Melvin, but my God, when I just watched him in that dugout And I watched just the lifelessness with that squad at times, Joe. It was palpable through the television screen. The television screen.
Look, you don't have to be the one rah-rahing from the top step of the dugout, but you better be on it.
Yes.
So, like, when I see someone like Bruce Bochy, he was never, like, effervescent from the bench guy, but he was on top of everything.
Yep.
And it felt like,
yeah,
but it felt like he was 2, 3, 4 moves ahead of you. And I think that's the thing that's most important about it is, you got to be ahead of the game. So, for example, hey, how many times do you watch the Giants over the last 5 or 6 years and you go, why don't they have anybody up right now in the bullpen?
Oh, right?
That has nothing to do with how outwardly emotional you are.
No.
That's called being on it and being 3 or 4 steps ahead. How many times did Gabe Kapler, he's standing there and he's like just fuming. And you're like, dude, get somebody up in the bullpen. Like, what are we doing here?
Right.
So to me, that's more on it. Are you on it? It's not, how excited do you get? Now, do the guys play hard for you? Are they playing sound baseball? Or are you going to hold guys accountable when they miss the cutoff or they throw to the wrong base or something like that? Like, that's a different conversation, and we're going to have to figure that out as the year goes on.
Well, what I appreciated from either Basilio, Posey, you can hear from Matt Lively there too, like, this is a very attention to detail-oriented guy. Like, so we can say all the frat house stuff. What gets my attention is the attention to detail that they're referencing. That's what you need as you're mentioning bullpen, right? Just knowing a pinch runner in a right situation, right? A defensive replacement, pinch hit. Like, those are the things that are the difference between winning and losing that stack up early on in the season too. Now, he might have some mistakes here and there. He might. I don't think he's going to, though.
It's a long season. You're going to make mistakes.
Everyone does.
Yeah.
Every manager makes mistakes, right?
Again, Bruce Bochy, after winning a World Series, had Miguel Tejada not want to bunt in a situation and had to cut him. And that's Miguel Tejada, who had a lot more equity than others. I mean, we saw Brebbia, the bucket, show up, Gabe Kapler.
The bucket, Brebbia. Oh, my God.
He was the bucket.
The Gabe Kapler era. We're going to get a documentary on that one. The couch, Sam. Remember that? He had a couch in there. Just come sit down. Let's have a chat. You think Tony Vitello's going to have a couch? Come hang out?
There's a couple of things, like whatever your employment is, I think people want to know, like, can you make me more money?
Yeah.
Right? If you're a manager that can help me make more money, they love you, right?
Yeah.
Are you someone who's not a BSer?
Yeah.
Is there anything worse to work for than someone who's a BSer?
Oh, my
right?
God.
And you never know what's coming, and you always feel blindsided by the decisions. I think these are all things that everyone can relate to, and I think that these are the things that are going to, like, make or break him amongst these players. Not like, does he double switch in the 7th inning and go to a lefty versus a lefty in this spot? Like, those things are pretty straightforward. I think it's all the other stuff.
Do you think the manager in baseball, like a head coach in football or basketball, kind of sets the tone for the team, the emotional tone? Do you think that's the case still? The manager being that guy, or has to be that guy?
I think the manager's more important than we want to give it credit for. I think people sit back and they go like, oh, the manager's only worth a couple of wins out of a 162-game season. And I just think it's way deeper than that. You have to, like, have a feel for your entire roster.
That's kind of what I want to get.
Who's not, who's feeling good, who needs a day off, like how you talk about that with them, who needs to, like, think less and not be over analytical, maybe take less batting practice, not more. What pitcher, you have a better feel for that pitcher's losing it. Like, how many times have we all watched a guy like Hayden Birdsong's a great example last year. There were times where I watched him in the first game, I'm like, he ain't got it. Yank him. Like, got to yank him.
You knew his confidence was
like gone,
shredded.
done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think there's an innate feel to the game, but do you have the equity to be able to do that and take the ball from someone and them know, like, no. You have my best interest at heart, not just trying to rip my soul out.
Absolutely. Let's go to Richie in Queens, wants to talk some Giants and some of the issues facing this team.
You brought up football. I do want to get into kind of the differences between football and baseball.
Absolutely. We'll do that. What's up, Rich? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm getting psyched a little bit for the year, trying to sit and analyze what I think. I listened to Lively in the beginning. Obviously, there's always hope in the beginning of the year. I think Bader and getting Rise, and I just don't like the fact that he hits 312 and has an on base of 320. I'd like to see that be up to 360, but he is a contact.
His
so that's
on-base
something that
percentage
we
would have been the
lacked
third
for years.
highest. Last year was his lowest, and it would have been the third highest on the team.
Yeah, and that's what we do need. That I think Bader's enthusiasm. Bader has been. I really felt he deserved more than a 1 year because that's all he's been. Serviceable. People sign him, but he deserved the way he played for the Phillies at the end of the year. I think he'll be an asset. I like his enthusiasm too. I know that the dugout guys is kind of overrated because when we play well, we have a very good dugout. Guys just are jumping over the fence, leaning on the railings and stuff. So it's all about winning, And our pitching at this point in time, I think Roop will be our 5. I know Hauser was really good a couple of years ago. Is Robbie Ray going to age a little bit? Obviously, Webb is a stud. So we are going to the division to say the division is going to be obviously very difficult. But San Diego's taken a step back to think a little bit. Arizona, Gallen is not what he was. They're pitching, so I'm thinking 87, 88 wins. And we have to be better than we were at the beginning of last year. I mean, we were atrocious. And I think the key, they mentioned Eldridge. I would give him a shot to see what he is. I mean, he is 21, but put him in that spot, work with him, see what he shows. And you mentioned Bailey. If Bailey and Bader at the bottom of the lineup can just be a little bit more productive. But losing Randy Rodriguez hurt us.
Huge.
So I guess Walker's going to be our closer. But look, baseball, it's a 162 game season. You got to believe we're going to start off better, especially Chapman and Adames.
I agree.
I hope so, Rich. Thank you.
Chapman's wrist injury, diving back into the bag, he never fully recovered from it last year.
He didn't. And I want to see more speed on the base paths. Do we have that ability? The Giants? Do we have? Could Harrison Bader be that guy?
Who was your team leader last year? Do you know?
Oh God, you said this to me last week. Oh my God, who was it?
Willie Adames with 12.
Willie with 12. Oh my God.
With 12.
How many did Chapman have?
12.
How did Matt Chapman?
I don't know. He usually has 8, 9, something like that.
He can get more. These guys can
in the league. He's a middle of the pack.
Just
guy.
12.
So you asked me a question about I guess the manager in baseball versus the head coach in football.
Yeah.
There's different head coaches. So Kyle's calling every single play.
Correct.
So it really matters that because he's also your coordinator.
You feel his presence a lot because of his offensive play calling.
Both sports, though, similarly, and I know you could say this about the NBA, and I'll get to the NBA in a second. I think the NBA is just a little different. Everyone would have taken Wemby.
Yeah. It was the lock of the century.
Right? And
everyone would have taken Cooper Flagg. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. And maybe you say, everyone would have took Trevor Lawrence. I don't know. Who knows? But I guess where I'm coming at is that, I look at the NBA differently, so throw them to the side. The NFL, as much as we talk about coaches, Howie Roseman and John Schneider, to me, were kind of the big stories coming out of the last 2 Super Bowl champions.
Yeah.
Right? The GM. I look at what the Dodgers have done down in LA, and they've won the last 2 World Series. And yeah, Andrew Friedman deserves a ton of credit. I mean, they've done a great job. Also, having the war chest of money has made them unbelievable. But I look at teams like the Milwaukee Brewers. They've gone through multiple managers and keep winning the division. I look at the Tampa Bay Rays. How many different managers over the years, and they continue to win the division.
Yeah.
So I do think it matters regarding the manager, but I also think having a roster in place and the right GM is equally as important.
What would you prefer for your favorite team? 888-957-9570. The elite GM or the elite head coach? I'm only allowing you to pick one of them.
Do you think Sirianni's elite?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think he's good. I want to say this, though. I think he is really good at relationships, clearly, with his coaches, though. You don't get to 2 Super Bowls as a head coach and be an idiot. Yeah. I don't think that's the case.
No, I don't think he's an idiot, but how many, I guess the question is, how many other coaches would have won the Super Bowl the year that they did with that team? I don't know the answer to that. I'm asking more of it out loud.
Sean McVay, I look at you're asking just the guy that's won.
It's probably an unfair question.
No, but you're asking about Nick Sirianni. He's like a CEO type coach. Like, so I don't know how to quantify what he does on a game in and game out basis because,
like, would D'Amico have won it? Just throwing a name out there.
I mean, is he calling the defensive plays, D'Amico Ryans? Is he? Is he making his voice known on the field during a game? I don't know how to quantify. I know Mike McDonald was.
Do you think the average NFL fan thinks that the coach is more important than the GM? Because I think they do.
Yes.
I think they think Andy Reid can win with a lot of rosters.
I think
McVay can win with a lot of rosters.
I think it's a short group, though. By the way, it's time to announce our knockout contestant, Andrew Verducci from the El Dorado Hills. You hear that, Verducci?
Congratulations, dude.
Well, hold on. His window is open. He's got 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call in and claim his spot in the knockout tournament, but he's got to call the contest line 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. Andrew Verducci from the El Dorado Hills. Better call in.
So, like, I don't know how many people win the Super Bowl with this year's Seahawks roster. I don't know. Like, does Mike Tomlin win the Super Bowl with this year's Seahawks roster? I don't know.
He doesn't. The CEO types don't win. You have to call the hallmark of that team was their defense.
Okay.
Led by their head coach calling the plays. I don't think some CEO type could have just taken over. They would have won it. I don't.
How many managers in baseball win the World Series that Dave Roberts just won? Even with all the war chest of talent and money and roster that they have.
Man, that's a good question.
Because he, again, go back to, it was a 7-game series, and in Game 7, he made a defensive substitution where that guy specifically made an unbelievable game-saving catch and then pinch hit a guy who hit a home run to win it all.
I can't really quantify elite managers in baseball right now. I used to know who they were, the Joe Torres of the world. Once upon a time, Bruce Bochy's.
I mean, Bochy just won it with the Texas Rangers.
No, he did.
I don't know how many would have won that one.
No, I hear you. Like Terry Francona, I think is as a name, right? I think Aaron Boone's been really successful with the Yankees, but
Yankee fans would disagree. But I'm with you. I like
Yankee
him.
fans would because their standard.
I think he's better.
Is the gold standard
than we give him credit for.
I guess how I'm trying to answer this question is, I don't know what an elite manager looks like in baseball anymore. I don't know what it looks like because the lines are so blurred with their GMs and the everyday lineup and the decision making is so blurred right now. But you just brought up a great example. Dave Roberts, World Series manager multiple times, he had to make every right decision in that Game 7. You think Andrew Friedman was making those decisions? No, he was not.
No, but it sure helped having Andrew Friedman's roster to choose from. And I don't think that can be lost.
That's a huge part of it. Yeah, and that's why I asked
do you even know who the Brewers manager is? Because it was Craig Counsell.
Pat Murphy. Yes. Right? Yeah.
I know. I'm glad that you said
only
it.
because he won the manager of the year.
Yeah.
Right? Which is the kiss of death. The manager of the year never wins.
How many baseball fans could name him?
Exactly.
I don't know the
I think
answer.
more of them can name the guy before him was Craig Counsell.
Who was the that's what I'm saying. Like who was the hot to trot guy though in the middle of the year last year? It's probably everybody's Stephen Vogt.
Oh, Stephen Vogt, yeah.
Right? Stephen Vogt. Like, he kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, with the Guardians. Yeah. Giants fans were salty. Remember that?
Yeah.
They wanted him.
You know, Kevin Cash with Tampa Bay. I don't know. I think the manager does matter. Is it the end all be all? No. Talent is going to be the number one thing. But you know, picking and choosing which guys to rev and which guys to put in the lineup and where and, you know, who to give the ball to and how to work your bullpen. Like those things all really, really, really matter.
Real quick.
I like Alex Cora more than anyone. And the Boston doc really made me love him.
We have a question on the text line. Sam, I hope you're listening in regards to the knockout. And Verducci, shout out to you. Qualified, called in. He did his job. We appreciate that. So Verducci is in. Morning roast, 2 for 2 with our callers and contestants, by the way, crushing it. 650, do you need to re-register if you missed your name or if your name wasn't called for the knockout game, Sam? It's a question for you.
I mean, once you're registered in the system, you're in.
Okay.
If you miss your name, can you get a second chance? You know, that is a very good question, Spadoni. I will double check with our higher-ups and get the word on that.
We'll do that. We will do that.
AJ Hinch, does he move the needle for people? He had a great year last year.
AJ Hinch did have a great year last year.
I mean, at the beginning of the year, we saw the Detroit Tigers versus the Giants. I didn't know many of the players on their team.
No, it's true. And now
Javi Baez playing center.
He played well last year, too. He had a really good year. 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line. Are there any successful managers that are also Hall of Fame players? Oh.
Well, Torrey was good.
Joe Torre was good, but he wasn't,
And obviously the couple of the most notable ones is Yogi Berra.
Yes.
I mean, like, that's going to, stick out. And, you don't have to be a Hall of Fame player to be a great manager.
Did someone trigger 760 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line? You guys are idiots. Everyone in the YouTube chat hates no. Is that true? I love no.
They're jealous.
They're jealous of him? 760. Say it ain't so.
I don't know. The one that makes me sad is when I see like DiMaggio in a Yankee jersey.
Oh, yeah.
When he's managing and he just looks old and broken.
Well, that one or the Kansas City A's jersey, too. I was like, that's the weird one for me.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
totally.
It just doesn't look right.
It's like, what is that?
I know.
Felipe Alou, 480.
Well, Felipe Alou was I don't think he's a Hall of Fame player, but he was him and his brothers, he was a great ball player, and then he's the greatest Expo manager of all time.
I mean, I can't name another one.
Inarguable.
So, I can't name another one, but the Expos were only around for like 7 or 8 years of my life. So there you go.
He was a good manager for the Giants. Didn't end well.
No. I'm curious to see what Tony Vitello is going to be like this season. I think he's going to do well. And I
Frank
think
Robinson's another one. Good call. Frank
Tony
Robinson.
Vitello is also going to, his Q rating, he has a chance with early success here to shoot past, Steve Kerr and Kyle Shanahan. Because let's be honest, how we feel about those guys right now is kind of all over the place. Kyle Shanahan's won a lot, and he did a lot with a little this past season when it comes to injuries. But how it ended shapes a lot of fan bases. How it ends, right? And you got blown out against your division rival in Seattle, and then that team goes on, beats the Rams, another one of your rivals, and wins the whole damn thing at Levi Stadium. And somehow we're blaming Kyle Shanahan for that. Steve Kerr, another one. 4-time champion, Joe. How are Warriors fans feeling today about Steve Kerr? Not great.
But both those guys, though, like, when you've been somewhere a decade, you have a lot of, like, things people can pull from to be angry.
Yeah. And then we're trying to get
I'm not saying I'm justifying it. I'm just saying, like, people, I get why people have grievances after a decade.
No, I'm saying I think Tony
won 4 times.
No, trust me. I am one of the big Steve Kerr defenders, I feel like, at this station. He has done so much. He's won 4 titles. He's been to a boatload. He's one of the great coaches in the history of the sport. That being said, this year in particular, in his relationship with Jonathan Kuminga, that being kind of peeled apart like an onion, unfairly or not, has shifted how a lot of fans view him. And I think that is also a cautionary tale as we're talking about Tony V with young players. Relationships matter. They matter.
I don't think we're even going to think about the Kuminga thing years from now. Like, think about Popovich.
Maybe.
Popovich had a spat with a guy who is going to the Hall of Fame, Kawhi Leonard, and I don't know. Do people really hold that against him today?
Well, he also had a bunch of health problems, so I don't know. Do you like San Antonio Spurs fans? Probably not, because they got Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, I don't think
they probably don't care anymore.
I don't think they hold it against him.
Kawhi.
And like Kuminga is like a fraction of like even early stage Kawhi, let alone like now.
I'm glad you brought that up, though, because I want to dive into this article that was released this morning. Nick Friedel, The Athletic, cousin Nick, our Odyssey NBA insider. We love him. We have him on every week here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. He released this article this morning and just kind of talked about the expectations for the rest of this season for the Golden State Warriors during this All-Star break and obviously this post-All-Star break push. This one, for me, this little excerpt, I thought was interesting. The question for the Warriors has never been about Kristaps Porzingis' fit. It's whether they believe the 30-year-old big man can stay on the floor after the last 2 seasons that have been defined by various health issues. We were tossing this around yesterday on the show call.
It's like 7 years. He's had 1 healthy year in 7. So like for me, I would just push back on that line.
Sure, but that's how they're viewing it. That this season's success might be tied to the health of Kristaps Porzingis. And quite frankly, not just this season, going forward.
Then why didn't they extend him right away?
I think they need to see it. I think they need to prove, and he needs to prove to himself, Kristaps, that he can stay on the floor. And if he can't stay on the floor, how are we viewing Mike Dunleavy after this trade deadline?
I don't.
Is Mike Dunleavy tying himself to the health of Kristaps Porzingis going forward? Is that the case? 888-957-9570. Because that's what it sounds like when I read this article. That this is all coming down to whether or not a guy that can't stay healthy can stay healthy for just a couple months stretch.
Yeah, no, see, I view this as this was the best they could get for Kuminga, which is a separate conversation. He tied himself to Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green. And that like now, like with the Jimmy injury, you're just kind of, you're stuck.
This is why it's also important, though. This is part of the same article. If Porzingis' 2-month tryout with the Warriors goes well, they can try and find a way to re-sign him, something general manager Mike Dunleavy acknowledges a possibility as post-deadline news conference. It also allows for the possibility that Porzingis' new deal could be used as a sign-and trade for a bigger star over the summer. Either way, the Warriors are banking on Porzingis' finding his form because it's in the best interest of the player and the organization. Whether Porzingis stays with Golden State or not, he has to prove to the rest of the league that he could stay on the floor and produce. So there's a multitude of reasons why his health is important for a potential sign-and trade this summer if you are trying to get a star. That's a real thing, Joe.
Am I the only one who's just really tired of hearing about why the player you just got could be used down the line for ammunition for something else?
No, I think that's how fans look.
No, I know, but I'm saying
use this as a trade chip?
But Joe, it's been 5 straight years of you could trade Wiseman for this guy who could potentially sign and trade for that guy. You could get this guy to potentially sign and trade for that guy. It's never like we're not even talking about the player. We're talking about like the opportunity to trade for the thing that might get you something in a sign and trade. Like I'm kind of exhausted over the woulda, coulda, shoulda down the line possibilities.
I'll answer after the injury report. Giants reliever Joel Peguero is dealing with a tight left hamstring that will limit him during this next week of spring training. Peguero's spring debut is likely to be delayed as well. The good news is that he avoids any setbacks or greater injury. He should be good to go by opening day. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Spadoni and Shasky here, halfway home here on a Tuesday in the Bay. And again, please be safe on those roadways. It's going to be wet, rainy, stormy. Feels like the entire week as I look at my weather app. Please be safe out there.
So, like, I get mad when I hear about this because the whole Kuminga saga for the last 2 or 3 years has been draped in, well, we could sign and trade him with someone else. Like, that was literally what we said for 2 consecutive summers. Sure. And now we're doing the exact same thing with Porzingis.
But why are we doing that, Joe? Why are we doing that? Because they want to pair Stephen Curry with someone that gives them an opportunity to win a title.
Yeah, okay.
That's why they're I'm saying you. Like, that's why fans are obsessed with it.
Well, I get that, but like,
what?
It's just like this is what we got. Our better chance is like who are we going to draft? Well, how are we going to move up in the draft?
Is Porzingis? I don't know. Is he a part of these conversations about who you draft if you keep him on? That's
if they were committed to Porzingis and they told me as a fan I should be really committed to Porzingis, it would have came with an extension of some sort. Guys who play 17 games out of a season don't just like scoff at an extra $30 million extension, even if it's a 2-year deal.
Well, let me ask you this. As we're talking about the expectations for the rest of the season, and this is the latest article from Nick Friedel we're reacting to, I'm not
what are
the expectations? No. What are the expectations then?
I'm
what?
I know it's not you. I'm just tired of big name roulette. Just feel like we're just like playing the roulette. Like, who could we get? Who could we get?
Well, maybe it is Kristaps if he stays healthy. Maybe it's pairing him when Jimmy Butler comes back next year. Maybe.
I'm interested to see
Maybe him and Steph look good together if they stay on the floor. Maybe that's a possibility. Are we allowing for that to be a possibility at all?
He's got to prove that he can play 20 or more of these final games.
Okay.
And then that'll be a great first step forward. And then I'll be excited. And then like they say, oh, it's a perfect fit on the court. Well, let's see. Let's see it. I want to see what it looks like on both ends of the floor, offensively and defensively.
They're calling you on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line 267 Joe Saiski because you were sighing over that. Well, it's pretty good. I'm not mad at Joe Saiski. I haven't heard that one before.
I mean,
and they're saying they have his bird rights.
But how am I supposed to get excited for Kristaps if you're like, well, but we could down the line flip him for someone else?
Well, it keeps your options open. That's all you're doing. You're keeping your options open. And maybe Kristaps
had
wants to play somewhere
options
else.
for 3 straight years.
I mean, they just want Kristaps to stay healthy. That's all we're talking about here. That's the only expectation. Well, let me ask the Warrior fans. 888-957-9570.
I'd rather them just like, honestly, I mean, I'm being real. I'd rather them be like, you know what? We're sticking with Porzingis. Here's a 2-year extension. I could buy that. I'll listen to that.
Okay.
Like I will. At least like they have a plan. Well, this thing about optionality, I'm just... God, it's exhausting because what ends up happening is we get a poo-poo platter of Kyle Andersons and Buddy Hields and some pathetic sign and trade.
Let's keep it a buck. After the Jimmy Butler injury happened, plans went out the window.
Well,
whatever
that's
plans you had.
That's what I alluded to at the beginning.
So we're trying to figure out what the plan is now going forward. I think that's what Mike Dunleavy's trying to figure out. What is the plan going forward with the Warriors? What should be the plan? 888-957-9570.
Moving up in the draft.
To get what?
A player. I mean, I don't know who. Like a better spot in the draft.
So we should start losing out now.
Not losing out per se, but like they've got to find a way to get young talent on this team that's affordable. Like their next good team is probably not going to have Steph on it, which sucks.
We're going to talk.
But it's also kind of the reality.
We're going to talk to Bonte at some point, either this hour or next hour.
What do you think their plan is?
I don't know what their plan is. I think they wanted to think that like, hey, Giannis was a possibility. But are we going to go into this offseason saying, hey, it's Giannis or bust again? That seems kind of ridiculous. You have Jimmy Butler there hurt. He's rehabbing from an ACL. What's going on with Draymond Green? How's his relationship with Mike Dunleavy in the front office right now? I have no idea. What's Stephen Curry's health like going forward with his runner's knee? There's a lot more questions than answers with this Warriors team, and I feel like we've been saying that for years now. I don't know what the plan should be for Mike Dunleavy. He clearly feels like, let's start with the trade asset we just got in Kristaps Porzingis, and can he stay on the floor? That's where we're starting. If he can't, should we start talking about Mike Dunleavy getting getting on the hot seat? If Kristaps can't stay healthy, this is the big swing you made during the trade deadline. This is your guy. You got rid of Kuminga. You got rid of Buddy Hield. You brought in Kristaps Porzingis. That was your big move during the trade deadline. Should Mike Dunleavy's fate be tied to the health of Jonathan Kuminga? 888-957-9570. Not Jonathan Kuminga, excuse me, Kristaps Porzingis. Should his fate be tied to the health of him?
No, because I think that's also on the management. Like, I think yes, he will fall on the sword. It will be on him. That's his job, but it's deeper than him. Like, Lakeup is part of why Kuminga only got dealt for Porzingis in basically a salary dump situation. It's just, I'm tired of talking about contracts and absorbing this and absorbing that. And it's like, at what point can we talk about like the actual real, like on-court fits?
Well, that's what I want to talk about. And, Kristaps Porzingis, when he does return, and hopefully it is this Thursday.
I can buy the fit on floor. Can you?
Yes. I mean, ideally, Joe, isn't this like the player like Warriors fans have kind of wanted? Right?
Like, no, this is kind of what they've been looking for, but obviously petrified of the long-term commitment of his injuries.
But you need to be risky, right?
Look,
there is a
above
situation.
7-footer who could stretch the floor. You hope he has some defense in him. Health, barring. I think it could be a fun little team.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
And I wish that there was some again, I just want to know, what are we doing? And it's kind of been like a 4-year period of are we going young or are we going all old? You tell me, I'll ride. Let's go. What are we doing? And right now I'm like, what are we doing? Are we with Porzingis or are we not? Or are we kind of test driving? Because I kind of want to know what I'm signing up for. I don't really know what I'm signing up for.
888-957-9570. I'm just going through this article right now. And there are some good things from Nick Friedel. The Warriors don't have enough talent to make another serious run at a title this season. But
pretty obvious.
It's pretty obvious. But they do have enough talented players with something to prove to at least make things rough for anybody in their path. With a healthy Curry leading the way, again, that's a big question mark. There's a challenge that any team in the Warriors' way would rather not face. So what I get from that is you're just playing spoiler the rest of the season. I mean, is that okay enough for Warriors fans? Being a spoiler. Does that get you up in the morning?
Spoil?
Well,
if we spoil the Lakers, sign me up.
Okay, the team matters then.
Right? Yeah.
What about
so we spoil the Thunder? Sign me up.
Spurs? Wemby? Draymond Green's had some battles against him.
Spoil the Rockets? Sign me up.
So that's the level.
Yeah.
Spurs did nothing for you there. Okay.
I mean, look, I don't really hate the Spurs. I'm whatever.
But I'm looking at the 1-2 matchup.
No, I hear
you're going to be a 7-8. So those are the ones.
If you're asking me right now, who do I want to face? Rockets, Lakers, Thunder. Give me one of those three teams. Spoil one of those teams. Oh, I'm all in.
Just
Let's
take your chances no matter what. Just get in there.
It won't be we believe. It'll be we laugh.
Well, would that be a feather in Stephen Curry's cap if they somehow had an upset
pull
like that?
something off. Yeah, why not?
Even if they don't end up winning the title, could that still be something that's viewed
Look what
in
he's
his
doing
legacy?
with Porzingis. Threading the needle.
Well, Porzingis would have to be a part of this, right?
Yeah,
He'd have to be playing
that's
well.
what I'm saying.
Bonte's going to be on with us a little after 8:20. All right,
So
Bonte Hill.
the one thing that I've been thinking about is I am intrigued.
Courtesy of ceremony.
Had he been healthy, if they had Jimmy, Curry, and Porzingis, I think that's actually a really good team.
Yeah.
But obviously the Jimmy injury just totally ruins that.
Well, now that
sounds fun to me, doesn't it? Jimmy
does.
Porzingis off ball as Jimmy's cutting and got the ball and he comes to a jump stop and he's kicking out to Porzingis. I can envision what that looks like.
But it's also,
I actually like that.
It's also very hard to envision a year from now when Jimmy is finally returning. That's why when you're a fan, you have to think about these things. It's okay, that's great. But I'm thinking about Kristaps staying healthy for an entire season, basically. Steph Curry, who's going to be 39 next year, staying healthy. And then a guy who's going to be, 36, 37, and Jimmy Butler coming off a torn ACL. Staying, you see how this is kind of stacked up against them.
You know how we were talking about issues in the NBA?
Yes.
And we were talking about how, tanking's one of the biggest issues. No, it's not. It's not. I don't think it is the biggest issue in the league. It's a issue. It's not the biggest one. Since Kevin Durant left, the Warriors have been relegated to, we'll take this guy for the time being until we can flip him for something else.
Oh, yeah.
It has been D'Angelo to Wiggins and Wiggins to Jimmy and Kuminga into whatever this is with Porzingis and Jordan Poole for Chris Paul until that expires. Right. You're never acquiring anybody because you love them, and I just want them.
You think the Warriors' wandering eye is
No. I think it's the league has created a bunch of take our trash.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you could turn it into something.
Well, because teams are looking to be trash. So they'll take the trash. So they're okay, we're going to be bad this year. We'll be a dumpster fire. But hey, maybe we'll get a top 5 pick.
And this is not exclusive to the Warriors. Look at the Kings.
Yes.
They've taken everyone's trash.
I mean, and they were still trying to add. I mean,
I know.
They're trying to get Ja Morant.
It just feels like the league as a whole is about literally just recycling contracts you don't want anymore to the next bidder. And then praying you have optionality down the line.
It's funny.
Right? I mean,
in the NBA, I see this more so than in football. And sometimes in football, maybe the equivalent is quarterback contracts, where it's these guys sign these massive deals they're going to regret that in a year. Isn't it insane how we were talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder? Well, they're not going to be able to keep Chet, Jalen, and Shea.
It's the first thing I thought of.
Which is stupid.
I know, I agree.
Those are homegrown guys. I mean, I know Shea came for the Clippers, but 2 of those guys are homegrown. You can't keep all 3 of them. What kind of incentive is that? Talking about being mad at Adam Silver.
No.
That's one of the things. Yeah. The way we talk about finances in basketball, I have to have a thesaurus out. I have to have an encyclopedia to understand it. It can't be as simple as baseball even baseball is confusing with arbitration for me. But football somehow is the easiest one to comprehend. It's just guaranteed money I have to worry about.
Outside of the mega superstar wanting out, it feels like almost all the other trades in the NBA are, you want to take our garbage?
Always. It's Buddy. Hey, you know what? Buddy Hield will attach that to JK. Hey, Atlanta Hawks, here you go. You happy about that?
Doesn't it feel that way, though?
No, it absolutely does.
And there's something simplistic about the NFL where it's hey, Tyreek Hill just got released. Hey, Bradley Chubb just got released.
It's true. Hey, Kenneth Walker's not going to get franchise tagged. Did you see that? You want Kenneth Walker in a 49ers uniform? If you can't hit in the draft with a running back.
I'm not overpaying a guy on a second contract at the running back position.
What would you pay him?
Like last year was a great example. Like I wanted Nick Chubb for dirt cheap. He had 500 yards and a couple touchdowns.
Okay, yeah.
He's better than Brian Robinson.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But I want to achieve higher than just better than Brian Robinson.
Well, is Kyle going to give the ball to anyone else? I'd rather see like a draft pick or something like that.
You know what?
I don't want to pay free agent running. You can't have two expensive running backs.
You know what concerned me? I was listening to Matt Barrows, who covers the Niners for The Athletic, on last week with Willard and Dibbs. And he's like, yeah, the plan is to do what they did again with Christian McCaffrey. I was like, that? I almost drove my car off the road. It's like, that cannot be the plan. Having 1,000 touches for this guy. But what? Who was emotional after the season ended? This is the most hard, thought my body's ever been in my career. That cannot be the plan going forward. Bonte Hill on the other side, courtesy of Ceremony Ford and River Island's guest line. He's down there live in Arizona for spring training, but we'll ask him about Kristaps and expectations for the Warriors the second half as well. And it's going to be brought to you by Front Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
I miss that guy. I miss Jimmy Buckets on the court for the Golden State Warriors. I'm not going to lie. I do. We'll get him back at some point, hopefully. Or maybe we won't. Maybe he gets traded in the summer. I don't know. Expectations for the Warriors the rest of the way is what? 888-957-9570.
Is what it is.
Maybe it is, Kyle. Maybe it is. By the way, Bonte Hill going to be joining us momentarily, courtesy of Saramani Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. Ford dealers, excuse me. And Tony Vitello speaking to the media right now, Joe. What would you ask Tony V, manager of the Giants, right now? What would you ask him?
Tony, it's 2nd and 3rd with 1 out in the 8th inning. Shohei's coming up to bat.
Shohei, okay.
You got a fully healthy bullpen. Who you going to?
Ryan Walker.
You need a strikeout.
Wait, what inning is it?
It's the 8th inning.
Oh yeah, Ryan Walker. Come on. He's a setup guy. 8th inning.
I think I might go Miller.
Okay.
Go lefty.
All right.
Against Shohei.
I don't hate that. I don't feel good about the bullpen. I'm just going to keep it a buck. How could you right now?
Well, here's what I would say about bullpens is that every year is a new year. So even if you felt great about your bullpen last year, like that doesn't equate to every single guy has the exact same year this year. I mean, we see it all around baseball. But one time Camilo was lights out and then I couldn't find a strike zone. Devin Williams and Hader were the best combination in the game. And it feels like both are kind of like never going to be as good as they were at one time way back when. There was a time when Edwin Diaz was the best closer in the game. Where's he been?
Well, now he's a Dodger.
Last couple of years. Connor Tanner. So I guess what I'm saying is that you find new guys to step up every single year. And I don't know the names right now, but I think they'll figure it out.
What's my guy Spencer Bivens? What's his role going to be? The same as last year? Long man?
I worry about his arm falling off.
Well, that's what I'm like. I really thought he saved the Giants multiple times last year. But to your point, we're talking about Christian McCaffrey touches. I mean, how many touches did he have?
5th innings pitched is kind of crazy.
For a relief guy.
I know.
Yeah, it's insane. I could trust Logan Webb. I could trust Robbie Ray. I mean, who else am I trusting after that? Spencer? Or who's my guy? Not Spencer.
Well, they have Carson Wisenhunt, Birdsong. One of those youngsters is going to have to come through. Wisenhunt was talking about tipping pitches last year and how, I guess, when he came up, it looked like he was tipping pitches, and now he's not going to do it this year. So I don't know. We'll see about the youngsters. I'm very TBD on the youngsters.
888-957-9570. We were having the conversation.
Did you see who got of the other youngsters that's not here?
Sorry. What's up?
Did you hear who got traded?
Who?
Kyle Harrison.
Oh, he got traded to the Brewers. Yeah. So that worked out well for Boston. Yikes. Are any of those pieces that they traded for like
one?
Who?
I think is it Bayo?
Okay.
Bayo?
Yeah, Bayo, the reliever they sent over.
He was like 19.
So they sent Tibbs, who was supposed to be the big part of that, to the Dodgers for Ginger Guard, right? Dustin May. That was their move. And I just know how this is going to work for the Dodgers, too. You know Tibbs is going to be some great prospect.
Or they'll use him in some great trade for Skubal.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to flip him for someone.
Yeah, he'll be into the Skubal deal.
Somehow the Giants are going to regret all of this.
That's what always happens. Always. And it wasn't I don't know why I thought the name was Pat Spencer for some reason. Landon Roop. Who might say is the Pat Spencer of the Giants pitching staff. But can you expect Landon Roop to be the third guy with his wear and tear last year? I don't know. Maybe like is out there banking on, you just said.
Is he a one-year wonder? Is he somebody that's sustainable? I don't know.
So there's some question marks there at the pitching staff, but overall, the lineup, I think that's what we always gravitate towards. The offense, I think will be pretty enjoyable.
I think it's their best lineup in a decade.
Years. Yeah. Tony V, baby. Let's go.
I'm extremely excited for it. Although as we see all these infield drills and stuff, one thing is very evident. Now it's early. I mean, we're really early, so guys aren't throwing their hardest, but Luis Ariza's arm is just so wow. Alex Smith thinks he has a weak arm. Yeah.
Is it Chris Davis level?
It's a noodle.
I'm talking Chris Davis with the K. Yes.
It's a noodle. Well, Chris Davis literally was throwing Scud missiles.
He couldn't. Well, we were talking about mental health yesterday. And by the way, shout out Kyle Williams for coming on with us. I've gotten an overwhelming a bunch of support texts and messages saying that was a great interview. Of course, we always got a bunch of haters as well, and that's what haters do. They hate. Shout out Taylor Swift.
No, they love.
But that was a great interview. If you missed any of our conversation with Kyle Williams, former 49ers kick returner, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. Really, really good stuff. But I just bring that up because Chris Davis was very open too about his mental health struggles, just knowing his arm was not very good. And it was like, it became almost like a yips kind of a thing for him.
100%.
Just knowing I can't throw the freaking ball, which is kind of nuts. I don't know. Some of the great players of all time, like the great power hitters, sometimes they don't have great arms. But man, when I feel like my arm is just as comparable at times and I don't have an arm at all, it's pretty bad.
I think there's many, because you can do it in football, but the three big yips for me, right? The three big yips for me. Free throw yips.
Okay.
Which are real. Shaq would hit everything in practice and then couldn't hit the right side of a barn in a game. Duncan also was terrible, but in games, he was clutch enough. Putting yips.
Oh, my God.
Though the chipping yips are just as bad.
Phil Mickelson on line one, I swear to God, just push every time.
So many guys have had the yips there. And then the throwing yips, whether it's finding the strike zone and your Rick Ankiel or your Steve Sachs or Chuck Knobloch.
Which one have you ever struggled with the yips in the past?
I'm not even going to bring this up, because I don't want to talk it into existence one way or the other.
Well, Evan Giddings, who is a former collegiate pitcher here / host and producer, Steiny and Guru, has been very open. He got the yips once upon a time.
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, well, because it's such a head thing.
Well, it will get into your head. Like the chipping yips, for example, once you have them, you literally need to put the clubs down and not play for the rest of the day.
With the driver.
That's how bad it is. Carter, am I wrong?
No, you're right. But I was going to add one to that.
Hosel shots.
The Brock Purdy yips in the first half of the Panthers game.
Oh, my God.
That's different. That's just I'm hezzy.
I mean, that was not trusting your foot, right?
That was everything.
He was not trusting his toe, the turf toe at that point, and it was just bad.
Guys, the yips is literally there's a mental, mechanical, physical
a real thing,
combination of just you completely short circuit. And the only way I can really describe it is short circuiting.
8:30, Bonte? 9 minutes. He's at the Tony Vitello presser right now. The yips are a sudden, unexplained, and often involuntary loss of fine motor skills in experienced athletes, causing them to struggle with routine tasks. often triggered by performance anxiety or pressure. This psycho-neuromuscular condition creates involuntary muscle contractions, Joe, such as twitching or freezing, commonly seen in golf putting, baseball pitching. How about this? And also gymnastics.
Oh, I didn't even think of gymnastics.
I was thinking the Olympics too.
I didn't even think of that.
The guy, who was it, my guy's name? The quad god for Team USA? He talked about it. He got the yips in his final run. He let the pressure get to him. He started thinking about it. That happens. Couldn't do his triple, quadruple axles, whatever they were. The spins.
The throwing yips are so bad. Ugh. So bad.
I get the yips sometimes in video games. What? You guys have never had them? Carter and Sam, you guys know what I'm talking about.
In video games is not a thing.
No, it's a thing. Like Call of Duty, like when you feel like you're just not on it.
It's not a thing.
You can get the yips in video games.
That's not a thing.
No, it's a thing.
No, not if you're good.
No, the whole point of the yips is
what a shade throw right there.
Well, he doesn't. He's not good. Please, I can.
You're awful.
Please, Carter. Please, don't even get on my level when it comes to Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, actual gaming. I will own all of you at this station.
Now, the thing with the yips though, there's a difference between you just choke at the end and the yips. So, for example,
that's true.
I have my cousin and my uncle are like kind of going back and forth in this golf feud. So they play each other all the time.
What?
Yeah, there's like a golf feud between the two of them, and they're I think one is better than the other, but the other one isn't bad either. And so what ends up happening is one of them has a lead, and then every single time down the stretch, he just blows up over a 3 or 4 hole period and gives it up. And the smack talk is unreal. And like now it's like, you can't close. You just don't know what champions are made of. And like that's different from the yips. The yips is like out of nowhere, all of a sudden, hosel shots.
So apparently in gymnastics and diving, they don't call it the yips. They call it the twisties. Because you have to twist your body a bunch in those sports,
I
right?
wouldn't even want, that'd be the worst sport. You could die.
No, that's not like your head is what I think about. Like that's frightening.
Yeah.
And then obviously we're getting a lot of, kickers in general. Like just.
Yeah, kickers, I see that.
We saw Jake Moody, right? We saw him. He had the yips.
Like the driver yips are real.
Yes.
I've known plenty of people with the driver yips.
That's me all the time.
The putting yips are really bad. You know who had the putting yips forever?
Who?
Will Zalatoris.
Yeah.
Watch him take the club back.
You're right.
And you're like, they zoomed in on it. You're like, oh my God, that's a 36 handicap right there. No way is that a PGA Tour pro.
Mr. Gilmore, I'm your caddy. That's what he looks like. Will Zalatoris. I love how they did that. Happy Gilmore too. That was my favorite part when he was the caddy.
And then this is going to be one from Giants yesteryear. I always thought Aaron Rowan had the cutoff yips. This guy couldn't hit a cutoff to save his life.
Oh no.
No, I'm dead serious. Like firing it miles ahead of above guys, but that's different than like Scud missiles.
Right.
Scud missiles are like, where is that going?
What if you had the yips in life? 888-957-9570. What's a specific yip for you? We'll be
So
open.
I've had the yips in video games.
I have.
Stop.
I have. Street Fighter in particular, Street Fighter 3. I've had the yips. It's all right. I got back on it.
Does Guru and Knockout, is that the yips?
Oh, no. That much he just missed the first time.
Well, I know
that. He
that's
had to miss multiple
it's just
times,
unfortunate.
right?
It's unfortunate.
If Knockout, as we qualified Andrew Verducci earlier, shout out Verducci. We're 2 for 2 on the morning roast, by the way. If he missed multiple ones in a row and still got knocked out because the person behind him missed it, and they still beat him, then I think there might be a thing with the yips. Maybe Mark Randy will have the yips this year. We'll see. He can't win again, guys. Like that. Like,
there was a time one night.
We cannot let Mark Randy win for the 3rd year in a row.
One night, Lucas had the on-air yips.
No.
Yeah, we went to him on air during Puff Puff Pass, and I don't know if the segment got him like indirectly high.
Was I there?
Yeah, he like forgot what he was saying, and he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna turn my mic off, and he just literally just turned the mic off, and that was it.
Oh my God!
He got the yips on air.
No,
yeah.
Luke.
Yeah.
Say it ain't so. Vice President of Hate. Lucas Alexander? Oh, man. It happens. Hey, there's sometimes where we have interviews here where it's just, I don't know. I lost my train of thought. I don't know. I stepped in it.
Lucas, the Vice President of Hate.
Thank you.
What's the most famous yip of all time? Is it Ernie Els on the green at the Masters? Is it Steve Sachs?
I was going to go with Steve
John
Sachs.
Starks.
I don't know if that's the Yips, though.
No, it kind of turned into it, right? Because you think of the Reggie Miller choke, right?
That was different. That was them squandering a lead and him tackling Greg Anthony.
But it was their, like, the battle between those squads, right? And they talked.
I think it was more just John Starks had a terrible, series.
No, but like part of it was like he kept missing at the free throw line. That was a big part of it.
Nick Anderson missing at the free throw line. I don't consider that the Yips, personally.
Okay. All right. Biggest Yips in sports, 888-957-9570. What are your sports Yips that we haven't talked about? When you're feeling the Yips, this is from the 510. This is a tip.
I want to hear this.
Just breathe. I've never had the Yips.
Oh,
that's a drip, and then it says drip sound Oreo cookie. He's never had the Yips in his life. There you go. Bill Buckner is.
Well, that's just
a mistake.
It's an error. That's called an error. That's called a mistake. Yeah.
And Keel in the 2000 playoffs.
Yeah, he couldn't throw a strike.
Skills in Vallejo.
Yeah, he couldn't throw a strike.
Chuck Knobloch,
I brought up earlier. Yeah, can't throw from second base. The guy was a Gold Glover.
This was not 415. Will Smith smacking Chris Rock. That was not the Yips.
No, that was the yikes.
Thank you.
That was the yikes.
The worst Yips is Kyle in the Super Bowl. Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Oh, the not knowing the rules?
That's not
That's
fair.
a tough scene. We're getting people that are calling in about it. John Lester. Oh, you know what? That's not the Yips. That's just...
Karma?
No, that's just being stupid. Throw the ball to first base.
Wait, no. That's real. He cannot throw the ball to first base. I would have kept bunting. No. I know certain guys that can't throw to first base.
He's a lefty. How is that possible?
Doesn't matter. It gets in your head.
You can see it.
It gets in your head. It gets in your head, Joe.
You know what made me so mad, too, after that? Him signing with the freaking Chicago White Sox and winning the World Series there.
Johnny Lester.
Fraud.
I mean, how many guys, like the whole Major League movie is... the beginning of it, was it one or two? The kid Baker, it's probably two, where he couldn't throw back to the pitcher.
Baker,
yeah,
he had to do the Playboy stories. Yeah,
because he had the Yips. The throwing Yips are just wow.
That's one of the few movies, by the way. I kind of like Major League 2 more than Major League 1 because
they're both great.
They're both really good. No, it's true, Sam. I think it's one of the few sequels.
An icon. The second was good. The first one's an icon.
No, I think there's some really good one-liners in the second one. You have no marbles.
It is good. I like number 2.
Marbles, yeah, right?
No, as far as sequels go, it holds up, but it does not hold up to number 1.
I like them both. I agree. It's probably not on the level of 1, though.
Yeah, we got Bonte? Let's go to him right now. Courtesy of River Islands. And also presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. Bonte putting the peace sign up down in Arizona. It's looking like partly cloudy, but the sun is shining. How you doing, man? You got away from the stormy weather here. Yeah.
My type of weather right here, man. It feels like I'm in San Francisco without the rain right now. What's up, boys? Good morning.
What's up? Have you ever had the Yips? We were just talking about like the Yips, whether it's golf or free throws or throwing over to first base. Because I was talking about Luis Ariz, and I said, man, his arm don't look so good, but it's early and guys aren't throwing their hardest. And we were just discussing the Yips. Can you think of, if I say so and so had the Yips, what immediately comes to your mind?
What's the guy from the Cardinals? Rick Ankiel?
Yeah.
That's who I brought up earlier. Yeah, can't throw a strike.
Rick Ankiel couldn't throw. Yeah, what's her name? Lester.
John Lester.
That wild card game. Yeah. Could throw to first base. And we had no idea. I had no idea Lester could throw to first base to that wild card game. I thought you were talking about me personally getting the Yips. I get nightmares all the time that my voice just goes out. Oh, okay. All right.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, Bonte, because you were a former, once upon a time, a technical producer, a board op. You used to have those dreams if you did it long enough that you missed break or there was dead air. You'd have dreams about. I'm serious. This is a real thing.
True story. I still think about board op in this one.
Oh no! He froze. True story. Crash.
No, he just missed the break.
Are we back?
You're back. We're back. I think. Let's see. Is he there?
Not.
We're trying. We're trying so hard.
Hi, Bonte.
I think you're okay now. Start talking.
Internet has the Yips.
The internet has the Yips. Oh, my God. That's a good one.
Oh, we'll figure it out.
So Tony Vitello just talked, boys? Did he say anything? Did he reference Tennessee?
I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
We'll try Bonte later.
We'll try him later. That's fine. But it was good. It started off with good vibes, though. But I think he was going to go down that road. He had a dream or something. Like, dude, you'd have these dreams. I swear to God, like that you would just miss a break or like.
Yeah, but what did Sam say in my ear when he was talking about maybe missing the break?
Dude,
You just missed the break.
No, but what would Bonte do?
What? He's trying to figure out.
Just
trying to
talk
get
through
Bonte
the
on.
break.
480 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line. I was listening during the Puff Puff Pass segment when Lucas lost his train of thought.
I swear to God.
Remember.
See, I'm telling you, dude.
What is that Jonah Hill meme from Superbad? People don't forget.
They don't. Superbad's such a great movie.
It's an iconic one.
It really is.
I know it's not to the level of what Dazed and Confused was for people of that generation, but for my generation, that is our Dazed and Confused.
So you guys all bring up Rick Ankiel, and most people think of the Yips. You know what I think of?
What?
The home run he hit when he was with the Atlanta Braves over me and my brother's head in the Coors Light, Bud Light, whatever it was, landing section where the cable car was.
Oh, yeah.
This was one of the Giants. It wasn't the Lincecum game. I want to say it was a Friday night game. I forget which one it was. But he hit a home run to send the game into extra innings. It wasn't obviously in the bottom of that because they're on the road, Atlanta. It was smoked. Absolutely smoked over my head. I always think of that. The guy had so much talent. Rick Ankiel was sick.
888-957-9570. Biggest case of the Yips for you as a person or in sports. We're getting a bunch here on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. The entire Warriors team except Draymond in Game 7 of the 2016 Finals.
I mean, that's Harrison Barnes.
I mean, that is pressure.
Yeah.
It is. There is no more pressure than Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Charles Smith, my Knicks in the 1993 versus the Bulls. I was like barely alive.
Yeah, I couldn't shoot a lick.
Oh, okay. This was bad. Let's see. This is good. 925. One time I smoked weed before an adult league softball game and was playing catcher. I overthrew second base on a steal, and then after that, couldn't throw the ball back to the pitcher.
They're stealing and lob pitch. Didn't know that.
Is that allowed? I
think he might have been envisioning a scenario that didn't happen.
It was like LeBron. He saw 3 hoops, but 3 balls.
That's a good one. Scotty Smalls, Sandlot. He couldn't throw it. Then he learned how to throw.
Well,
I think there was a difference. He didn't know what to throw.
Yeah, he didn't even have the ability.
He didn't know how to throw. That's different. And he ran and put the ball. We're getting
my mom has like someone's putting this in the YouTube chat. My mom has technology Yips. Every time I go home, because she'll be watching LJ today, I'm going to go home. She will somehow change my TV to where volume up, volume up, volume up. It does like the voice thing. You know when you like, channel has been changed. Channel has been changed.
Oh, my God.
And I have to go back and it goes, menu, settings. And it like talks the entire time. I go, Mom, how the heck every time you come to my house do you mess up all the configurations on the TV? She does it every time. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Bonte can join us in 12 minutes. I know exactly what you're talking about. Dude,
it drives me nuts. And I have to look it up every single time on how to turn it off.
Benny was messing with the TV this weekend or something happened. Dude, it went to like 0 to like 100, and he didn't even touch
contrast or
no. The volume. He didn't even touch the remote. It just shouted out at me. It's like, what the? And poor guy, he's freaking out. Dad. I was like, he thought he like broke it or something. I was like, oh, what's going on? What the hell's going on? Right? I go peak dad mode. What the hell did you do? He's like, I didn't do anything. I was like, oh, then I felt bad. I was like, oh, he didn't do anything, but yeah, it kind of freaked me out too. It's really loud. The Disney Plus like noise that like you turn on the app and like it just like shouted at me, freaked me out.
How did it go from 0 to 100?
I don't know. I have no idea. It was a technology and stuff. What was that guy?
Well, that's like me. Every time I open up TikTok when I wake up first thing in the morning, it's like I have to make sure the volume is all the way down.
Gotta be careful. There. Anthony and Hayward wants to join the conversation.
What's up, Anthony?
He wants to talk about some Yips in the past.
Hey, what's up, guys? So the two that come to mind is, of course, Chuck Knobloch throwing to first.
Yes.
But heartbreak, the big trio, the A's pitching staff, Oakland A's fan here, they could never just get past the Yankees in the playoffs. Never.
Yeah, that's more ownage than Yips. You know, like, see, I'm thinking of one that's a little under the radar. Jordan Poole and keeping his feet the final year with the Warriors. I swear to God, he had the Yips. He fell all the time.
He kept falling.
All the time.
This is a really good one.
Andres Biedrins at the free throw line.
Yes, that's a great one. Carter's got on my ear. You could make the case Ben Simmons, his whole career.
That's a good one. He's just short-circuited.
Well, he couldn't dunk anymore. His confidence was just lost. That's a great call. More recent memory of a guy that just lost all confidence.
Kind of sad, honestly.
You know, it is. And he's like turned into a punchline, quite frankly, because of it.
He was incredible. He was really good when he first came in the NBA.
Just couldn't shoot the ball.
I loved Ben Simmons early on.
Couldn't shoot.
He was the best player. I went to Summer League for 17 straight years. He was the best player I ever saw.
Wait. Pick up whatever you just dropped. Say that again.
I went to Summer League with my dad for 17 straight years. It was like a tradition we did.
Yeah, where would you stay? Where would you stay?
He loved Paris. You know, Paris Hotel across from
I'm not done asking questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys sat courtside?
The first couple years we did because courtside tickets were $75 the first couple years. Then they went up to $150, and then they were
you there for Bellinelli?
Yeah, I was there for Bellinelli.
God,
he was he was
we
good.
always have that first game.
Jordan Poole was incredible in Summer League.
Yeah, I remember.
Incredible.
Yeah,
415. Kyle Williams. He kind of had low key had the yips in that game.
I know.
It's true.
I know.
But again, you could be able to talk about it, and own it, and that's okay. I respect people that do that.
Who was the guy for the Eagles? Freddie Mitchell?
Oh yeah,
and he had the
Reggie
yips.
Mitchell. Reggie Mitchell?
No,
Freddie
Mitchell.
You're right.
Could be wrong.
Not Todd Pinkston. That was the other one.
No.
There you go. I think you're right. One more. This is a great one. 415. First tee box on a busy Sunday morning at any golf course. Every damn time. Dude, it is nerve-wracking. It doesn't matter. It could be a little kid watching, right? Hitting in front of strangers in that first tee box, absolutely frightening. That's the best answer I've heard all day. We'll continue to take more of sports yips and yips in your life. 888-957-9570. Bonte Hill on the other side, presented by Ceremony Ford. But this segment is sponsored by Planet Fitness.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. And with most clubs open 24 hours, you can give everything you've got. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. See club for details.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Beautiful, fragrant, overjoyed boutique dozen roses for $24.99. And now I give some flowers to Dan Dibley.
And I also can get a sweet treat with hand-dipped Belgian chocolate-covered strawberries. 4 to 18 count starting at $7.99 per package. USDA choice boneless beef, top sirloin steak value pack, or boneless beef. Tri-tip roast untrimmed twin pack, just $5.99 per pound. Member price.
And how do we like our steak? Say it together.
Medium rare.
Exactly. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet plus Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. For a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business, powering possibilities.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-346-2476. 800-346-2476. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-346-2476.
We talk a lot about defense on this show. But how's the defense on your actual house? I'm talking about your windows. If you're feeling a draft or your energy bill is higher than a Steph Curry three-pointer, it's time to sub in the pros. That's why I'm sending you to my friends at Ashby Lumber. Ashby Lumber has been the Bay Area's heavy hitter since 1968. And right now, they're featuring the best in the business, Milgard windows and doors. Whether you want that classic look with the Milgard Tuscany series, or you want the modern sleek vibes of the Trinsic series, Milgard has you covered. And let's talk about durability. Milgard's Ultra Series fiberglass windows are built to handle whatever the Bay Area weather throws at them. Plus, they come with lifetime warranty options for the total peace of mind. Go see the experts at the Ashby Lumber showrooms in Berkeley or Concord. They'll walk you through the entire Milgard lineup so you can win big on your next home project. Check them out online at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber and Milgard, that's a championship combo. Get it done today.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
95.7 The Game has your chance to run in the iconic San Francisco Marathon. Head to 957thegame.com and enter for your chance to win a full marathon bib for the San Francisco Marathon on July 26th. Get all the details and enter now at 957thegame.com.
We back. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast. We are rolling here. People are flooding the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And you can call in too. Same number, 888-957-9570. Sports yips. And yips in your life that you want to talk about. Doesn't have to be sports related. 650, my old man has the HDMI yips on his remote. I feel that. 888-957-9570. Bonte Hill had the internet yips, but he's back. Courtesy of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, and also on the River Islands guest line, live from Arizona. What is that? The desert state, the land of enchantment. Which one? What is that? I don't know what they're.
I don't know where you're going with this.
What is it?
The Valley?
The Valley.
Yeah, the Valley of the Sun.
There we go. Okay, there we go. Nice.
There you go.
It's looking a little sunnier there. It's in your eyes right now. How you doing, Bonte?
Yeah, it's not in my eyes, man. I should have worn a Prado shades just for Shasky here. Now I got them all in my eyes here.
Oh, God.
Little Ray-Bans or something.
So did Tony Vitello just talk?
He just spoke. Yeah, that's what I was waiting on. And look, he didn't walk away from anything he said yesterday, which I thought was quite overblown. I'm sure we'll get into that.
Yeah.
But he didn't walk away from it. And I think what triggered him yesterday was he saw Fox Sports. Fox Sports is an ability doing some promo stuff for the upcoming season. And I think that may trigger some of the feelings he had about some of the reports. So basically, to summarize what he said, he's like, look, when things affect your life and other people's life, it sits with me. And I had to get it out of my system. Now, I'm focused on baseball. I'm happy to be a manager. I'm happy to be the manager of the Giants, but that was a tough decision. And I knew with that leak, it was going to affect a lot of people, and it kind of caught him by surprise. So, look, the whole thing I was oblivious to because I came in halfway through his session yesterday, And he was talking about Lil Wayne. So I'm like, hey, Tony, what's your favorite Lil Wayne song? He's like, No Ceilings. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to like this dude. And then I get on the internet, Matt Lively's tweets blowing up. And quite frankly, fellas, I thought it was a little overblown. I think people were just trying to get mad just to be mad. Maybe that's society today, but quite frankly, who gives a damn? Once we start playing the games against the New York Yankees, we're going to worry about the wins and losses and whether or not Rafi Devers is batting 260 or 220. So this is what he does, though. I did do some research last night, and there was an old video that resurfaced in his Tennessee days, and he had a session where he started to press her like, hey, I'm going to grab the mic. And I guess they had played Evansville or something on the way to the College World Series. And this is just what he does. He's an emotional guy. He's going to wear his emotions on his sleeve. But wouldn't you rather have a manager to just tell you like it is and how he feels? I mean, I know it's not society, like it's not the way we do business today in society, but I kind of like this approach by Tony Vitello.
Well, and clearly he felt some kind of way and he felt that he needed to address it, and I loved it. No, I was explaining at the beginning of the show, B, and you can get in at any point. So if you have a point that you don't agree with or if you want to echo or whatever, let me know. But my thing is like, hey, in college football and in college in the NFL, the calendars are very synced up. So if you leave college football and go to the NFL, the calendar's about right. And yes, you're leaving your staff and your recruits behind, but there is a transfer portal window right there open where people can open up, and there are a lot of opportunities. When he chose to take the Giants job, it was the middle of October. All of the people he had committed to on his staff and their families, and then all of the players that he's committed to, they can't leave again until January when there are very few scholarships available because teams are spoken for. They're ready to go. There's very few jobs open at that time. The calendars don't sync up. And so clearly, he felt that he had some unfinished business with people who are important to him. And I kept thinking about my dad of like, hey, don't burn bridges. This felt like him trying not to burn bridges with someone from back there. And I'm not mad at him over it. I thought it was so overblown. Yeah. Am I wrong, though, in terms of what I just broke down?
It's spot on there, Shasky, about some of the feelings and some of the things, because he explained that today. And he explained that yesterday. Like, look, I'm leaving people behind that he truly care about. And I have to break this to them, but let me break it to them. Let's not throw erroneous reports about, because he said he was conflicted at the time. Now, the timing of what he said yesterday is a little strange, right? Maybe we can address this at the introductory press conference right off the rip. Maybe he wanted to get off on a good foot and not tick people off. So he wanted to get off on a good foot, say, hey, I'm here, I'm happy about it. But once I think he saw Ken Rosenthal or some of the Fox people, it triggered him. But you're spot on there, because you're right. That situation where players like, wait a minute, I came to Knoxville to play for you. Now you're leaving. And I think that's one thing he'll have to maybe control, is he cares about his players. If that's one thing I've taken away from the 2 days I've been down here so far in Scottsdale, is that he truly cares about his players. And maybe he gets a little too close to his players. Maybe that's going to be his downfall with the San Francisco Giants. But I think it's a small thing. And some of the rhetoric I heard yesterday, oh, he's not going to be in the majors for too long. No, he's all in. He's all in to prove himself. And look, he's got a good staff around him that's going to help him navigate these 162 games. But at the end of the day, yeah, we're going to talk about Tony Vitello, some of the decisions he makes in the 7th and 8th and 9th inning, but it's going to be determined on the field. If he wins games, Giants fans will be eating out of the palm of his hand. So I'm with you, Shasky. I thought yesterday was just overblown. And maybe we're just bored because it's a slow week.
I totally agree with that. Now, so give me some stuff on the field. Like, what are you seeing right now? Give me first impressions on players. You know, I've been looking at this Bo Davidson for the last couple of years.
Barry Bonds.
It's unfair. Like, I don't like. we can't put that on the kid. But like, who's popped to you? Like, it could be a no-namer. It could be someone that we already know. What has stuck out to you in the last 2 days?
I'm going to get to Bo Davidson in just a second, because I had an extensive conversation with him yesterday.
How big is he?
Rafael Devers. He's tall.
Oh, okay.
Basketball was his first love. He's a Duke Blue Devil fan.
Yeah, Carolina.
So he played against Drake May in high school. Yeah, he played against Drake May. Said his team got shut out 41-0. He was a quarterback. So he went against Drake May and Musha Muhammad's son. Wow. They were on the same team in Charlotte. So, he knows Drake May pretty well, but basketball was his first love. But we were talking, we were having some fun with some things, and I was like, hey, what pitcher would you want to face that's retired? He goes, I want to see what Babe Ruth's about. I've been hearing all about Babe Ruth. I want to see what Babe Ruth's about. So he's got swagger.
I love that.
And he talks, man. He was a great kid. Great kid. I'm already pulling for him. I really didn't know who he was until yesterday.
Nobody
and
knew
then you
him.
look up at his numbers from last season, 18 jacks, 70 RBIs, 19 steals. And he was like, look, if I was there for the full season, I would have been a 2020 guy. So he's about a year away, but I was very impressed, man. He's a charismatic kid. I think Giants fans will love him if he pops and makes it to the major leagues. But first impressive for me is Rafael Devers. And we are so fortunate that we get Rafael Devers for a full season. I'm sitting in left field, or excuse me, right field, at the Charles deck here in right field. Rafael Devers is hitting balls over this right field pavilion. I mean, the power is unreal. So Ryan Walker yesterday in live BP, he hits Rafael Devers. Hits him, right? Next pitch, he hits it. Now he hits it over this net, but it went foul. It could have been about 430, 420. Wow. The power is unreal. It's Shasky and Spadoni. I can't wait to watch this guy for a full 162. Hopefully he stays healthy. And then watching him move around at first base. He moves around very well at first base. He was fielding grounders, covering first base, running to the outfield. I got it. We're going to love Devers this year, man. I like that trade. I still would do that trade. Think about it. Kyle Harrison is already on the second team.
We were just talking about
a
that.
full season of Rafael Devers. We finally have a bona fide slugger, fellas.
Who does he talk to during down period? Because, there's a lot of down period, in between drills and stuff. So, who are the guys that are around Rafi? Because I think that's important, him to have, a support group of players.
So I was telling Lubman yesterday, Rafi, Adames, Luis Arise, and Matt Chapman. I watched them walk off the field together yesterday. They're all in a circle together. And then you get Ramos running in from left field. They're clicking. That is a great, that infield, they're tight. They're tight. So Luis Arise has already fit in. I talked to him yesterday, speaks perfect English. That rhetoric about Luis Arise,
it's crazy.
People don't want a guy who doesn't strike out and bats 290, 300, who's a batting chap, who will get you 200 hits and put the ball in play. This is a low-risk, high-reward move, but those guys right there, Shasky, Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, Luis Arise, and Matt Chapman, they're tight together.
Bontiel joining us, presented by Ceremony Forge, a Bay Area Ford store, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, down in Arizona right now for spring training. How's the physique looking with Rafi Devers? Remember, boys, once upon a time, that was the big topic of conversation, heading from Boston, right? Not coming into training camp in shape last year. Obviously, things spiraled, and he became a San Francisco Giant. How's the body looking, Bonte?
Well, I'm not one to talk about physique. You know what I'm saying? I'm not exactly rocking an 8-pack. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to lift up the shirt for everybody right now, man. You don't want to see that right now. Your boy's been eating good. I heard Shasky swipe. I do eat my vegetables, but that's the problem. I eat too many vegetables and a lot of steak. So anyway, Rafael Devers looks fine. He looks fine.
Okay.
The dude's smashing balls. He's running around in the infield. Don't choke, Shasky.
You okay?
Look, man,
He's got the
I'm not one
yips.
to body shame. Look, we had Pablo Sandoval hit 3 home runs in a game. You think he got a 6-pack? Hell no, he didn't. So, look, Rafael Devers looks fine. And the important thing is, whether it's Alex Bregman, who Tony Vitello just spoke about, he said, look, I wanted to find out about Devers, what type of teammate he is. Well, he knows Alex Bregman pretty well. And he said Alex Bregman was like, yeah, I approve. This guy's a great teammate. Matt Chapman spoke about it yesterday. He's a great teammate. This guy is good. He's locked in. He just helped Ryan Walker yesterday say, hey, I think you're tipping your pitches. Maybe if you flip your glove this side and you don't give up your pitches here. So Rafael Devers, he looks like he's in prime shape. Now, again, I'm not going to body shame. He is who he is. Some guys are not going to be able to have the muscles and the 24-inch pythons and 8-packs or whatnot. If the guy plays 160, 162, he's going to get his numbers, and he's going to change this lineup.
I mean, in his 90 games last year with the Giants, he didn't miss a day and was outstanding for the most part. And he struck out a lot, and he even said he was pressing. So I'm looking at this lineup as a whole. We'll get to the pitching staff, and because it's different when you're throwing bullpens. It's tough to gauge who looks what. On paper, this feels like the best Giants lineup in well over a decade for me. And I love this team heading into the year. Are they going to win it all? No. Are they going to compete for a playoff spot? Absolutely. But I look at the lineup right now, B. It's the best I've felt about the lineup maybe since 2012, maybe 2014.
I go back. Yeah, I was talking to Zach Benazian yesterday on the field about this lineup. Now, you know me, Shasky, I love speed, right? But he made a great point. He goes, look, we got guys who can go first to third and second to home. Now, do we got the blazing trailblazers who going to steal 70 bags? Probably not. But as on paper, when you add in Harrison Bader and you add in obviously, who else is talking? Rafael Devers
and
you
Luis
got
Ariz.
Davis, who I think Luis Ariz, who I was thinking of. And I think Jung-Hoo Lee and Elliot Ramos will be a little bit better than they were last season. It was Jung-Hoo Lee's first full season. I'll give him that grace. I think he looks a lot more comfortable in right field. I think Ramos, even in the down year, he hit over 20 last year? So on paper, I mean, 2014, 2012, this is the best Giants lineup in a long time, and we're going to know where guys are going to hit. You know Adames is going to be in a 2 or 3 hole. We know Adames is going to clean them up. We know Chapman's going to be right there. Luis Ariz, you can bat him at leadoff. You can bat him 6. You can bat him 7. Harrison Bader, interesting cat. He's going to run into, he swings for the fences every time. I watch him.
There's a Kevin Pillar feel to him, isn't there?
Right.
Remember Kevin Pillar?
He's swinging. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I think he could be a little bit better than Kevin Pillar. So on paper, Shasky, this is by far the best lineup they've had since Bruce Bochy was managing. And you probably got to go back to 2014, 2013, 2012, in those years. And this lineup may actually be better. Think about it. Devers and Damas and Chapman may hit you 100 home runs. The trio right there may get you 100.
Wow.
So I'm excited about this lineup. Now, when it comes to pitching, the back end of the rotation, I'm a little skeptical about. They're going to need some depth here. But that's why you play the games. And once you get to June and July, you don't have a lot of holes to fill. Like last year coming into it, you had a hole at first base. You had a hole in the outfield. You had a hole at second base. Now I think you got a little more depth offensively. Now you can focus on the pitching in the back end of the rotation.
You didn't say Pat Bailey or the catching spot in general. Anybody sticking out for you right now? I mean, obviously he's the incumbent. Yeah. I wonder, because I think it's a really important position for them this year.
Yeah. The backup spot's going to be open competition. They feel good about Bailey, though. They feel like if he can just find a way to be productive at the plate, whether it's 230, 240, because last year he was historically bad for a long time. Now, he had some good spots in the summertime, but he's going to start. They still believe in Patrick Bailey, especially his glove. You bat him ninth, and you hope he runs into one. I know he had his moments last year with the walk-off granny and the inside the park home run, but I think open competition at the backup spot. But you think about this, Yasky. We haven't even talked about Casey Schmidt or Drew Gilbert. And Casey Schmidt's going to be intriguing because I still think he's going to find a way to get his at-bats. Guys are going to get days off. Maybe you want to DH Devers and Bryce is in AAA. So where does that leave Casey Schmidt? Maybe Matt Chapman needs a blow. Maybe you just DH him. I think Casey Schmidt, with the way he ended last season, now he came up with the wrist injury and it derailed some things. But Casey Schmidt, to me, Shasky, is a wild card. This is a productive Major League Baseball player who, look, we were all skeptical of him when he first came up. And he started striking out. But the reps he got last year and the way he's looked so far, I'm really high on Casey Schmidt, providing some utility spot for this team, back up as an infielder. So, look, again, offensively, the most depth they've had in quite some time. But then you get to the starting rotation. Who's going to man that 4 hole? Who's going to man the 4th spot? Who's going to man the 5th spot? And then you get to the bullpen where I guess Ryan Walker's your closer right now. And I know a lot of people don't feel good about that.
Vitello joining us, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, live in Arizona for spring training. What's the latest on Bryce Eldridge? Obviously, it's reported he's been working out in the outfield, taking fly balls there. What have you seen from him, and what do you expect from him heading into this next season? Top prospect for the Giants.
Yeah, he was checking fly balls in right field yesterday, but also saw him get a lot of work at first base, stretching out at first base when they're running the drills or the pitchers are running off the mound, trying to fill the butt. Bryce looked good. Now, Tony Vitello just mentioned in his presser that he wants Bryce to watch the feet of Rafael Devers. He mentioned Devers' feet, and he believes that Rafael Devers has underrated footwork. So he's locked in on Rafael Devers, trying to learn a position at first base. But from what I hear, he may start AAA. But the guy is working. Like, he gets in that cage, and he has a presence. And, again, when he hits him deep. So I just feel like, fellas, he has to hit. Like, Giants fans need a prospect that just pop offensively. We've seen our fair share of pitchers. We've seen our bullpen arms. But we need a bona fide slugger coming through the system to make his presence felt at the major league level. So I believe that he's going to start AAA. That's just what my gut is telling me. Because where's he going to play? You don't want this young man to just sit on the bench and not get at bats.
He's got to play every day.
He needs reps.
Yeah.
He's got to play every day. So if he starts off in Sacramento for the first month of the season, that's fine. Let him gain his confidence, and then he'll get caught up at some point in May, June, and then hopefully he'll be ready to roll.
Do the legal real quick so that we can
Sure.
I want to ask him about Bryce one more time.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming live from Laughing Monk Studios. That's a first. Shasky telling me to do the legal.
Well, I know Sam will get in my ear and yell at me. So, Bonte, you look.
You don't have to do the legal till 9:05. You got a buffer, Spadoni.
So you're 6'4.5" or whatever you are. You're a large human being. You've been around a lot of professional athletes, right? And from various sports, whether it's Eric Armstead with the Niners, who's one of the largest human beings I've ever been around. You've been around a lot of NBA players. You're with Festus every single day. Physically, he does stick out on a baseball field, doesn't he? How tall he is. I mean, you stood next to him. I'm curious, athleticism-wise, physically, compared to the other guys out there, what does he look like?
He's hard to miss. He pops. It's him and Gerard and Encarnacion. I mean, these guys are monsters. Monsters. Bryce Eldridge is huge, and he's still growing into his body. He has a very underrated personality. He's smiling all the time.
Interesting.
He's got a good attitude about his game. Look, we're gonna love this guy. The fans, he feels it too. I talked to him a little bit yesterday, off air about it. He goes, "No, I feel the love for the fans. Trust me, I feel it, and I want to make them proud. I want to make them proud to be a Giants fan." So, look, he's grinding every single day. You can have patience with him. You can. With this infield, with Devers and Adames and Arise and Chapman, there's no pressure or rush. But get him those ABs in Sacramento, but he is physically imposing. I mean, it's hard. He's got the wristbands on. He's got the elbow pad. He's huge, Shasky. I was looking up and I was like, wow, this guy's bigger than I thought. So when he runs into the one, they go a long way. But we got to have patience with this young man. But at the same time, despite the patience that we need to have with Bryce Eldridge, he's got to pop for this organization.
I agree.
We cannot afford to have. I mean, how many failed prospects have we seen come through the system over and over and over? The Marco Luciano debacle. Like, when he comes up, he needs to be batting 5th or 6th, and he needs to be a fixture in this lineup day in and day out once he's ready. But I think he's close. Fellas, I think he's close. I think we'll see a lot of Bryce Eldridge this season.
Luciano was traded 3 times this offseason.
Oh, my God.
3 times. 3 times this offseason. What is the biggest?
Cal Harrison's on the second team.
I know. Like, for you, like, if you were to pick, like, under the radar, your favorite player through a couple days, and then who's the leader of the team as you watch it from your vantage point?
Well, I think Willie Adames still has that presence.
Okay.
They still look up to Willie Adames. He's a loudmouth. He's walking around. He's fun to be around. We're actually going to do some fun things with Willie a little bit later. A little teaser. I'm not going to tell you guys because I don't want to give it away, but we're going to sit down with Willie a little bit later. He's the leader. I think they look up to him. And Matt Chapman has his quiet confidence as well. They look up to Chappie. They flock around Chappie because he just works. Doesn't say a lot. He just works. And you can see it pop like, okay, this guy wants to win. And he brought up yesterday, look, he was rolling before he got hurt. Remember he got hurt, fellas? He had that 14-game stretch where he's back like 395, the wrist, and this, the Giants face planted in the summer. So it's Willie Adames and Matt Chapman. They're their leaders. They also look at Rafael Devers. He has a presence in that clubhouse. Now, the underrated guy I'm looking at because so many people were so down on him last season, Elliot Ramos. And the way, fellas, I'm happy that he's still on this roster because I know there's a lot of talks about trading him and getting another arm, but who are you going to replace him with in left field? He's got to get better defensively. There's no doubt about that. He's got to be better with the glove. He has the arm to throw runners out, but his routes to the ball, his angles, that's got to be a lot better. But even in a down year, he had a productive offensive season. So I think nobody's talking about Elliot Ramos coming into the 2026 season. And I think being around the Devers, the Adameses, the Chapmans, hitting in the cage with these guys, Ramos is going to have a big-time year if he remains healthy. I'm going to bet on that, and I think he's going to be the under-the-radar player that nobody's really talking about this spring.
Any thoughts on the NBA All-Star game as we wrap up here, Bonte? Your thoughts on Wemby playing hard? Anthony Edwards getting the All-Star game MVP?
I enjoyed it.
You know, I'm going to give Shasky some credit here. He's been down on Adam Silver. Adam Silver took a lot of heat. And it's almost as if he was tone deaf this weekend. He's talking about AI and this and that. Like, dude, I do not give a damn. We got 10 teams in the league right now that's not even trying to win. They're not even trying to win. I mean, and these fines, these teams don't care about the $500,000 fines, the $500,000 fines. So they needed that Sunday for the All-Star game. And thank the heavens Wemby set the tone because Anthony Edwards followed. Cade Cunningham followed. The OGs followed. And you know what? They may have found something with this format. And I sat back and said, you know what? Okay, cool. Now, the 2 o'clock start was a little weird because you had the Winter Olympics, and You're in L.A. How many people are getting there on time at 2 o'clock? You can't do that on the West Coast. But I think the NBA needed that Sunday. But there's a lot to fix because even if you shorten the season and you go to 70 games, there's no guarantee that these teams are not going to sit players and low manage them. They're dropping the bucket in terms of the money.
The 17-game NFL season, Max Crosby got basically shut down the final 2 games of the year at minimum. So that's a 17-game schedule, and teams still tanked.
Yep, exactly. So I don't know what's changing the schedule now. The calendar should have been changed during the pandemic when they started around Christmas and going through the summer. And everybody's telling me, well, you can't play. Nobody watches in the summer. Our viewing habits have changed dramatically because of the cell phone. And I remember being in Tahoe for that Suns-Bucks series, and the bar was packed watching the NBA Finals. So the calendar needs to change. But in terms of load management, teams are still going to tank. They're still going to load manage. But you got to have these guys playing hard. What happened in last week before the All-Star break was flat out embarrassing. That Memphis Warriors game is one of the worst NBA games I've ever watched in my life. I didn't know how to feel with the Warriors coming back in that game because they sat Ty Jerome for the last 7 minutes. And each team turned the ball over 8 times. And now we're going to expand and add 2 more teams to this league. And I get why, because of the money and the fees. And the NBA is going to rake in a lot of cash. But Adam Silver's got to fix things. And I'm disappointed because of this. The broadcast meetings back in September. They're all talking about educating and propping up the game. And, yeah, we're going to be good. And, you know, we got new broadcast partners. Now people can't find where the streaming game. Even I'm asking questions. Is it on Amazon tonight or Peacock? Is it on, ESPN? I have no idea. Haven't even seen it inside the NBA guys too much this season. So he's worried about the wrong thing. The product has to be better. We got to get teams that have more balance offensively instead of every team jacking up 53s. Hell, the Warriors have their shots come from the three-point line. You need balance. So Adam Silver, look, there's a chance for him. Remember how we felt about Rob Manfred. Remember how we felt about Gary Bettman of the NHL. Nobody's talking about them anymore because the NHL's doing well. Their format is good in the All-Star game. Their playoffs are always riveting. And Rob Manfred with a couple rule changes, the pitch clock, the extra innings during the regular season where you have the ghost runner. Everybody's like, you know what? Rob Manfred's not. Now, A's fans, I know they hate Rob Manfred, but that's more on John Fisher, in my opinion. Adam Silver can redeem himself, but he has to do it within the next 4 to 5 months and really figure out a way to get this regular season cracking again in the NBA because I was down on it last week, man. It was embarrassing. Yeah. Dunk contest, rising. So, it's been a joke in the NBA. So, All-Star game was good, but overall, we got a lot of things to fix in that league.
Hey, we appreciate the time this morning, Bonte. Good luck down there in Arizona, and we'll see you next week, man.
Spadoni, you come in the House of Prime Rib with us?
Oh, thank you for that's an invite right there. Lock it in. Let's go.
Good to see that you're paying for some of these guys.
Let's go.
Creamy
spinach? Yeah.
Little Caesar salad.
That's a show I'm never going to pay for it. I'm never, ever going to pay for it. Let the record show.
I know where you live,
I'm going to hold it over your head forever.
Your tire might be flat tomorrow. I'm just saying.
No!
It's a good thing I've got that Nest security camera.
Thanks, Ponte.
See you, buddy.
Talk to you.
There he goes. This segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We'll put a bow on it on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Yep. Why they pick him?
Oh, we're loving the drops right now. Happy
I don't get why any of those made sense currently.
Yep.
That one always makes sense. I always feel like Steve Kerr. Some of the drops from Steve Kerr this year have been some all-timers.
Yeah.
That one too. Steiny, that guy. By the way, Happy Lunar New Year, everyone. Happy Lunar New Year. There you go. So you're the horse this year.
Oh, the horse.
The horse. He's
People
a horse.
in Oakland are very aware that it's a Lunar New Year.
Oh, my goodness. There was the fireworks all night in Oakland. There you go. So happy. Are we not? Is it lunar? We don't say Chinese New Year. Is that offensive now? Are we not allowed to?
Just say Happy New Year. I feel like it's
Happy. It's Lunar New Year though, because it's the new lunar phase. Shout out the moon. I know you're a big fan of it. So what? Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm just letting you just drown.
I'm not drowning.
You're pulling a Tony Vitello. You just keep going on
One of the top
and on.
5 moons out there.
I mean, that's no moon. It's the Death Star, baby.
It's on Mount Moonmore.
Thank you.
Mount Moonmore. That's a Dibs bit. It's about as old as.
I ran into Dibs the other day. Did I tell you that?
You did.
I didn't say it on air though. We did I? Did I say it on air?
I don't know.
I don't think we did.
I don't know.
Well, I was driving near Lakeshore. Shout out to Oakland, California, and there was this man that was like in the middle of this, like in his car, like in the second lane. I was like, dude, why are you slowing down? Like, hurry up. So like I shifted lanes. I went into the left lane and I like sped past him. And then this guy got into the left lane and like kind of started speeding up next to me as I pulled up to this light. Look over, it's Dan Dibley. He's waving to me. He's trying to get my attention.
You were road raging with Dibs?
No, well, like, first off, I thought he was waving at someone like on the street. Well, he was waving his hand. I don't know, like I was in a hurry.
You're the one telling the story. We're just listening.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I was in a hurry, and I felt bad that I felt like I stiffed Dibs. But, he waved, and I waved back, and I thought it was, ended up being a funny moment. So
you big leagued him.
No, I didn't, though, because I waved back.
I mean, it sounds like Dibs was driving too slow.
Well, he was slowing, but he was slowing down to say hi to me. So I should have.
Well, with the knee brace and his old age and the vision, it must be difficult to drive.
Hide the vision. Does he wear glasses?
Well, he's old.
So?
And he's a ref, and refs have bad vision.
Oh, come on.
I mean, that's like duh.
Oh, come on. You love the stripes.
Jokes make themselves.
You love the stars and the stripes, baby. Come on. Let's go. So shout out Dan Dibley. I saw him the other day. It was good to see him. I don't see those guys in the afternoon at all. But Grandy was in yesterday. Is Dibs back? Is he okay? We'll see. We'll find out later. By the way, if you missed an opportunity to qualify for knockout, that's okay. 12:30, another opportunity. Steiny and Goo, during that 12:30 window, going to be giving out another name, but you got to be paying attention. You have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call in after that name is announced to the contest line, and you'll qualify for the knockout tournament. Can't wait. Let's go. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Fired up, baby. What are you fired up for right now? What's on your mind?
I mean, I want to get us through this, post-show meeting as quick as possible, and I want to.
How good of a feeling do you have on that we're going to get through it fast? What?
Well, I mean, as long as you don't tell any Dibs stories, we should be good.
What?
But
see, this is camaraderie.
And then I'm going to go home and I'm going to prepare. I'm going to prepare for tomorrow's game show. First to five. I'm not sure what we're going to call it yet.
Great.
And yeah.
We're only debuting it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing. Where do you want to go right now?
So my mother-in-law is saying it's the Lunar New Year to include all of the Asian cultures, Vietnamese, South Korea, and East and Southeast Asia.
Okay. Not just Chinese New Year, because just, okay.
That's what she's telling me.
Okay. Well, I'm learning something, and I appreciate that. That was your mom?
You brought up the moon. You can't bring up the moon with me without having serious conversations.
You're a big fan of it. I know that.
Well, I'm fascinated by the moon. It's almost too perfect to be true. It's closer to our world than any of the other moons are to any of the other things that they orbit around. Okay?
Some say it's a big hunk of cheese.
I don't know about that. Some think it's hollow. I don't believe that. Some think that,
No, that's Demonis Sabonis. That's hollow, man. He's in Sacramento.
Again, there are many things about the moon. We only see one side of it. There's the dark side, which we don't get to see. It's hit with debris, space debris all day, every day.
Space dust.
Yeah. They say when they dropped one of the original landers on the moon.
Oh, the rovers, yeah.
That it made a bell-like ringing sound that kept going on for hours. There's a lot of various things.
Oh.
There are, certain images that have been deleted off of NASA's website and off of Google Earth. Well, not Google Earth, but off of different Google things show, structures that might have been there prior. We don't know. Maybe it was the way that the light framed it. Like, there's a lot of random stuff.
You know what? You know what I'm bothered by? Not the moon. 650 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorney's text line. Because I was talking about all the fireworks going on in Oakland.
Okay.
We have this knucklehead. Spadoni thought he was going to get shot or hijacked. He was scared. Brother, I've been living in Oakland for quite some time. I know the differences.
Did Mark Willard just make an appearance?
Brother, like, come on, man. Come on. I got street cred. All right, dude? Don't miss me with that, please. I'm an East Bay guy now. The last 13 years of my life have been in the East Bay, all across Oakland, Berkeley, Pinole. All right? I've been out there. I know the difference. And I love the fireworks. Used to hate them. When they go on to like 3 or 4 in the morning, it still drives me nuts, but that's just me getting older. But they don't bother me as much. It's fine. Firecrackers, you want to light off some stuff? It's fine. Just don't be an idiot. That's all I say. Just don't be an idiot. Don't pull a Jason Pierre-Paul. No one wants that. That's my PSA for everyone lighting off illegal fireworks or legal ones, quite frankly. Because the most number one dangerous firework out there? It's the ones that's the most accessible. Sparklers. It caused the most damages. You wouldn't
thought
think
it would be JPP's hand.
No, well, that was a cherry bomb. Yeah. And he still won after that, right? And he still joined the Bucks and they won a Super Bowl. So it was fine. What?
I'm just listening to you just go on and on and on about firecrackers.
No, we were talking about it. Wait, Tony Vitello, by the way.
I had a girlfriend. I nicknamed her the Firecracker.
You really? You did?
You never heard of that term before?
No.
She's a firecracker?
No. Is that for like
full of spark?
No, I've never heard that. I kind of like that though. I've heard of Katy Perry's "Baby You're a Firework," the song.
No, I don't know. Oh my God!
Did you guys hear what Tony Vitello said this morning during his pre-practice?
No, do we have his comments?
It's right there on your board. Yeah.
Let's hit it. Tony Vitello, moments ago, Joe, speaking to the media.
Okay.
And about his comments from yesterday, maybe about the moon.
I didn't say anything surprising that I know of. I was just stating the facts. So if somebody tweets out or says something that's not true about you and it affects your life significantly, it's not just a deal where your feelings are hurt, but it has a significant impact, in particularly on my family, which I've obviously got family, but not in Knoxville. The team was my family, then I'm not going to be happy about it. So just like I would want our players to defend themselves, that's what I would do. But it's kind of hard to defend yourself when it's anonymous or anonymous tip. So, but no, not worried about that stuff. Worried about our guys getting prepared. And it's kind of not scary, but maybe more exciting. The first game is literally right around the corner.
All right. Just doubling down.
Well, it was like 2 sentences, and then he pivoted.
Yeah.
Ready for the games. I'm ready for the games. I got a gripe, though.
A Shasky gripe?
A lot of teams are broadcasting up to 20 games, some more.
For spring training.
Yeah. How many do you think the Giants are going to broadcast?
2.
4.
I was close. That much. Wow. Why don't they do that anymore?
I don't get it.
Didn't they used to?
Am
I tripping? Didn't they broadcast a lot of them?
I mean, dude, how could I watch the 10U whatever team play at Twin Creeks over the weekend on Game Changer, and I get a little camera on a fence? That's all I need. Camera on a fence, and I don't get a chance to watch the Giants play in 2026. It's kind of insane, is it not?
Well, how many other teams like that are the big boy franchises that we like to think the Giants are? Because I know the Dodgers are probably going to broadcast a lot of theirs. You know the Yankees are going to be broadcasting a lot of theirs, right? Like those 2 brands, the Red Sox, Cubs, right? Cardinals. I feel like all those squads broadcast a majority of their spring training games. I mean, you should. Like, I don't know why they wouldn't, quite frankly. I don't even need, as you're saying, Joe, I don't even need commentary. Just give me a camera.
Nobody needs it.
I don't need it.
I totally agree.
Let me watch. That's it. But Tony Vitello addressing his comments from yesterday. Nothing really surprising. He didn't really sound like he was, cantankerous or angry or, I shouldn't have said that. He said what he said and he meant it and moving on. I think that's what we're all going to do. And I thought Bonte said it well. You said it well. Just, hey, this isn't going to matter once the games start, people. That's what matters. So, you're going to win games or you're going to lose games. Is he going to have his imprint on the games or is he not on a day in and day out basis? That's going to be the question for Tony Vitello. And I can't wait to discuss them all season long because I'm going to be watching with the fine-tooth comb, baby. I'll be locked in, not on spring training because I can't watch the games, but on the regular season games. Netflix, by the way, Yankees, Giants. What was that? Is that March 25th, Carter? March 25th they're playing?
So 15 of the Phillies' 32 spring training games are on TV or the team's official site. Okay? That's for the Philadelphia Phillies.
Okay.
All right.
15? Okay.
15
That's
of the 32. It is. That's more than half of them. I'm looking here at the Cubs. The Cubs got a bunch.
Is this including the little...
So they're gonna do 10 on Marquee Sports Network, and then they're gonna do and they did 17 last year, and they're gonna do another 3 or 4 that are national games. So the Cubs got about 14.
Okay.
Again, the Giants 4. It's like, wow. That's just 2 in the National League. I'll pull up the Cardinals here.
I mean, is that what the A's are doing? Sacramento?
It's basically what the A's are doing.
Basically what the A's are doing. Like, really?
I know.
Really?
Okay, the Cardinals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8.
Wow, that's actually surprising too with the Cardinals, with that fan base.
Joe.
Why are they not broadcasting all these games? Why? No, seriously.
I don't know.
Money? Don't you get like clicks and eyeballs from this stuff?
Joe, if I ran the team's YouTube page, right? If I was running the YouTube page, I would put just like Game Changer, I would put it up on a chain link fence, just one iPhone. That's all you need. Put the iPhone up, wide-angled zoom. I would have no broadcasters. You'd have your own radio game that's going on a separate one, and it would just be what does they call it? AMSR? What is that?
Yeah, AMS. Yeah.
What is that?
The background noise?
No, but what does it stand for? It stands for something. It's like...
hold on.
It's just basically like noise. Like they'll have channels of people just eating.
Autonomous sensory meridian response.
I would have whatever that would you just
ASMR.
said.
ASMR.
I would have that up, and I would have a wide angle lens, and I would just have every single game in between innings, the whole thing. I wouldn't have any. You throw one little commercial. Whoever my broadcast partner is would be a little, sponsorship in the bottom right corner, and I'd have it on my YouTube page, and I guarantee you'd get views.
Well,
cost you nothing. Literally cost you nothing to put together.
If you're a fan and you want to watch these things, like now you have to start looking the opposition's feed, right? It was like, okay, is this game being broadcasted with so-and-so who they're playing in Arizona? Which is, again, another thing that is a pain in the ass for consumers right now is how the hell can I watch my team? Because it shouldn't be this difficult to just watch my team play my sport. And yet here we are.
And I know people
in the year
will
2026.
People will say, well, like for example, locally NBC is their partner. Well, if NBC can't step to the plate and, figure out a way to put these games on, then I think the onus should be on the teams to be able to put on their websites.
We got more from Tony V this morning. Tony Vitello clarifying some of the statements he made yesterday. Here's some more.
Maybe how things were left,
As far as Tennessee?
Yeah, I wouldn't take what I say too seriously. I mean, we were talking about Lil Wayne yesterday, so again, I think the facts of the case were what I just said. It's just that anybody else would react the exact same way, and it has no real impact on the opportunity that was presented, and it wouldn't have changed what Buster and I would have agreed and joined to do too. So just happened to be circumstantial, and like I said, when it affects the people, first off myself, but the people that I'm around every day too, then it was less than ideal circumstances, but pretty ideal circumstances as I sit here getting to watch, hell, yesterday I said I paid good money to watch Devers and Robbie Ray hook it up for one at bat if I was just outside the park and they'd let me pay for entry.
Well, or just to watch it on TV. That's Tony Vitello. Good job cutting that up, Carter, and flipping it in the back.
He needs to stop talking about what happened now.
Yeah,
today's the day.
Okay,
today's the day.
Now it's no longer. Let's
let it go.
Thank you.
Let's let it go. You made your point. Let's move on.
Okay, because he was asked about it, so he kept talking about it. But I think he's trying to do that.
I think the next answer should be, all right, guys, I've discussed that.
Yeah, we're done.
I'd like to talk about this year's team.
We're done. Exactly. And hopefully that puts a bow on all of that conversation going forward. And then we could focus on the actual games and, his tactics and how he is as an actual manager. Because ultimately, that's what Giants fans are going to care about. Is this guy legit or not? That's ultimately what they're going to care. Can he be an improvement from Bob Melvin and Gabe Kapler? Can you be that? Can you guide Rafi Devers Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, and this clique now that is forming. Luis Arraez is now part of it, as according to Bonte. And that core 4 right there, 3, can those guys be maximized this season?
So let's have a little fun here.
Let's have some fun.
If I said to you, in any sport, next 10 years, if I was taking a draft, any sport, I would probably take Victor Wembanyama, number 1 overall.
Ooh.
Okay?
The next 10 years.
Next 10 years. 10 years.
Okay.
All right?
That's an interesting
I'll
one.
listen to other arguments. You want to give me the back half of Mahomes' career if he plays 10 years?
Right.
I'll listen to that. Trust me, I will. And I don't think I have the only pick. No. Forget any sport. Who in the Bay Area are you betting on for the next 10 years? Not the next 2 years, not the next 3 years. 10 full seasons. Now, I want you to think about this while I filibuster. Joe Montana became the full-time starter at the very end of his second year. Okay? So from 1981 through 1990, he was the full-time starter. But Steve started a couple of games in 87, 88, things happened. He also got injured.
I think we should take Macklin Celebrini off the board. I think he's the easiest and, quite frankly, the answer everyone's going to take.
Okay, so if Macklin goes 1, who goes 2?
Who goes 2 is a good question.
Who would you take 2? Because I think Mac is clearly number 1.
There's no one on the Warriors I'm taking right now. Next 10 years, if this is the conversation.
10 full years.
There's no one on the Golden State Warriors.
And let's say you think 7 or 8 of those will be great.
San Francisco 49ers. I mean, can I take Brock Purdy? Does that sound insane right now? He's 26.
He would be the longest tenured quarterback since John Brody.
He would be, but he's 26. So he's got the age now.
You got Purdy, who's missed 2 games the year before and 8 games this year.
Is that the wrong answer? If we're taking Celebrini 1.
Who are you taking?
I'm taking Brock Purdy, I think.
Okay.
In the Bay Area. That's what we're doing right now. That's the conversation. The next 10 years, if you can just draft him to your team, right? From the Bay. It's Celebrini, and then it's probably Brock Purdy. Who else are you taking? I can't take Nick Bosa. He's getting too old.
Well,
I'm not taking Fred Warner. He's getting too old.
Did you even consider a Giant?
No, I didn't. Logan Webb, isn't he older?
He's too old for me for this equation.
I mean, Bryce Eldridge, I don't know. I don't know who he is. I can't bet on the unknown.
That's why I'm giving you the projection.
No, I'm not taking him. I've seen greatness from Brock Purdy. Can he sustain that level of greatness? That remains to be seen. Can
if I said 5 years, I think everyone agrees with you on Purdy.
Probably, but 10 is rich.
10 is long, dude. In the NFL, 10 is long. Think about all your favorite quarterbacks and think of because he would then be basically a 14, 15-year player for one team. So Jerry Rice played 15 years for the Niners.
Who are you taking? If Celebrini's off the board first in this conversation, next 10 years, who you betting on?
I don't know. There's a part of me. It's like, are we sleeping on Ramos? To where Bonte was saying it, he's under the radar. He's younger. Could he sign a multi-year extension?
26.
Stay with the team. Eldridge, I do think Eldridge has, obviously some thought in this equation.
Sure.
But I think it goes to show you how down bad everything else is in terms of youth inspiring you right now.
No one's saying Upton Stout?
Upton Stout.
No,
Brandon Pajemski? No. Moses Moody? I'm throwing names.
Pajemski would have stayed with the Warriors longer than Clay.
Well, that's insane. You're right.
All right. So, I'm just who would you even consider? You're not considering Fred or Nick Bosa.
No, because they're too old. Football, it's very difficult. You almost have to take the quarterback because these guys their bodies break down so much. Even quarterbacks, it doesn't happen. These guys don't stay on one team, especially in today's era too. These guys.
Would you? Okay, if I included executives, if I included executives and coaches, do you think Posey has a chance to stay a decade?
Maybe. If this Tony Vitello hire is a success, I think so. I think he's young enough too that I think he could, and he has the temperament for it. Steve Kerr's not going to be here 10 years.
I don't see Shanahan here another 10. That'd be 20 full seasons. It's just tough to envision.
Is he going to be tying his career to Brock Purdy though? So if Brock continues to have success in the next decade, does that keep Shanahan here? I don't know. I think it's an interesting question though. And if you do it nationally, which I kind of like that a little more too. You said Wembanyama you're taking. You're betting on the next 10 years.
If I said to you guys, 10 years, you can have any sport.
The next
10 years. And I know that Macklin's going to get a lot of love, but I want you guys to remember.
Let's do team sport.
I want you guys to, yes, team sports.
Yeah.
I want you guys to remember, it's very difficult for hockey players to cross over. In the same way right now, I feel like it's difficult for baseball players to cross over. In my life, obviously, Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux and Jaromir Jagr and more recently, Ovechkin and Sidney Crosby.
Right.
These guys are what, 40?
Yeah, they're getting old.
It's been a while
Late
since a
30s.
hockey player has really like crossed over.
It's true.
And I think that's also a byproduct of ESPN dropping hockey when they did, and then having bringing it back. But like, if I did all the sports, Wemby won.
Who's going 2 right now?
Are you taking
still?
Shohei?
I think you kind of have to still. Even if you feel like his last 3
Over
years.
Mahomes?
Yeah, I'm taking Shohei over Mahomes right now.
Are we? I'm going to write this down. Are we all agreeing with that?
I think we're.
Are you taking Mahomes over Shohei next 10 years?
I'm taking Shohei over Mahomes. What is that thumb?
All right, we're going to go Shohei over Mahomes.
Okay.
All right. And then Mahomes is 3?
Yes.
Who would be next?
See, this is when you start after, like, if you start banking for the future, are we betting on like a Caleb Williams right now? Is that the next?
I think Caleb has an argument, but again, you're really projecting.
That is like it's
1 year.
I mean, and it's also the history of being a Chicago Bears quarterback.
Like this is a name that's not going to go to the forefront, but Paul Skeens?
Paul Skeens is up there. I mean, if we start going,
or are we not betting on pitchers because of the fragility of the position?
That's yeah.
I'm just asking.
I don't hate that one though.
Would you take Skeens or Bobby Witt Jr.? Obviously, he's a Royal. It's not going to resonate like some of these others.
I mean, I start thinking about some of these young guys.
What about Ant-Man?
Anthony Edwards is a great one. That's probably next in the basketball conversation.
What about Cooper Flagg?
Yeah. I've already seen enough from him from his rookie to say this guy's going to be special. What about like the Paolo Bancheros of the world? They're what? 24? No.
I got these 3 over them.
Okay. Cade Cunningham. He's young.
I like Cade. Does he cross over? Ant-Man's all over the commercials already.
He has an opportunity to do that with the Pistons this year. We'll see. That remains to be seen.
I'll put Cade to the side. I'll put Cade to the side.
He had a really good All-Star game.
No, I agree. Yeah. I agree. I'm intrigued. But you would agree with me. Cooper Flagg, Wemby, and Anthony Edwards. There's just a sex appeal right now nationally.
Yes.
Okay. What about Josh Allen 10 years from now?
Can his body hold up? That's what some of these guys. I don't know if his body can hold up.
If you're asking me today, I'm probably fading a little of Lamar.
Yeah, I'm fading Lamar, and you know what? Josh Allen he reminds me. He's a better player than this guy, but this guy's also really good. He's got Cam Newton written on it for me.
Okay.
Where Cam's body it shut down towards the end, and we all kind of looked like, man, that kind of was a big fall off. I think that could be a possibility for Josh Allen. I'm not saying that is the case, but that would worry me to having this conversation with the next 10 years. And right now we're talking about the next 10 years, who are you betting on in team sports the most? If it's Victor Wembanyama, who's after Victor? Or do you have someone else at number one? 888-957-9570.
Like, so right now we've got 1, 2, 3 guys in your top 6 or 7 that are from the NBA.
Yeah.
The NBA is in actually a really better spot than the way we talk about it.
It's true.
Like, I don't think there's any doubt Wemby is either 1 or 2 on this list. And now again, obviously, health is a huge aspect to all of these guys.
Yeah.
But specifically Wemby. I think Ant Edwards is in the top 5. I think Cooper Flagg's probably outside the top 5. But I'm infatuated with him.
No, I love him. And I actually think Macklin Celebrini on a national level is a part of this conversation, maybe towards the lower numbers.
So let's put him at 10?
But yeah, I think Macklin is the next big phenom in the NHL.
Okay.
I mean, you see what he's doing with Team Canada right now? This is kind of the first iteration that people start hearing these names.
So would you put any other football players in there? We have Mahomes.
Okay. Probably Fernando Mendoza. I'm kidding.
What about Caleb, though? Like, because Caleb plays for Chicago. He's with Ben Johnson. He's the first really good Chicago Bear quarterback in a long time.
I got to see more.
I know, but you're projecting.
Are you doing him over Jaden Daniels right now? I know Jaden had a down year.
I'd probably roll with Ben Johnson and Caleb.
What about Drake May? You doing Drake May over Caleb? He was just in the Super Bowl, but he got exposed. He wasn't hurt.
That's a good question.
He doesn't need surgery in the offseason.
I think all 3 of those guys, I need another year.
Okay. All right. I think that's fair.
What about Bobby Witt or another Paul Skeens? You putting him in there?
Paul Skeens has the it and wow factor that you're looking for.
And he's got Yankee written all over him, right? I mean, it's just so obvious.
I think so. Aaron Judge is getting too older.
Too old.
What about Kurtz or Roman Anthony? Either of those guys? Not yet. So you see more? It was just maybe a 1 year wonder. We'll see. That's
why I love Bobby Witt. It's like 3 straight years of excellence. I mean, guys, he keeps on this trajectory, he's going to be one of the great Royals of all time.
Tatis? Is he on there? Not anymore?
I don't know
Has his
about
star
Tatis.
kind of fallen a little bit? He's still putting up numbers when he's
That's
healthy.
an interesting one. Tatis
He's 27, right?
I'll put him to the side with
Okay.
Cade.
Fernando.
Okay. Put Witt Jr. over to the side. And I know I'm obsessed with him, nobody else is. Is there another pitcher we're not thinking about? Scooble. You betting on 10 years of Scooble?
Someone just said Scooble's good. I don't mind that. Lamine Yamal, we're going international soccer. He is the young
North
phenom
American
for,
sports.
Okay, we'll do North American sports because you can go international, obviously, but I don't hate that one. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line. Travis Hunter, someone said. I don't know, man. Those dual.
Is he even a top 10 guy in his own
They
class?
say he's going to play primarily corner with a little bit of receiver next year. So they're basically shifting him over to
I don't
defense.
know who he is. Oh, this is a good one,
I don't
actually.
know. I don't know.
I don't hate this answer from the 408. Con Knippel. He's been really good. Is it too strong to save? I mean, if we're giving Cooper Flag all that, and I get it.
What if I
Con
put
Knippel's been really freaking good.
What if
He's been really good, but he's not Cooper Flag.
He's not Cooper
and what
Flag.
if I put Luka ahead of him? I would rather have the next 7
Why
years
did we
of
not say
Luka.
Luka?
Okay, I'm going to put Luka in
Are we
there.
questioning the body there too a little bit with Luka?
What?
He's old.
Yeah, but he's 27.
Yeah.
But I still think he'll be great at 33 years old.
We're getting Nicholas Kurtz a bunch. Yeah, Nick. Yeah, on Zushi Mane saying it. I don't hate that one. I
don't hate it
He
either.
had an incredible. He had one of the greatest games we've ever seen.
And I think Wilson's the better player overall.
Yeah.
I love I
I
love
know
Wilson.
you do. You love
I'm a
his dad,
huge
all that.
Wilson
And
fan.
they have two of the top rookies and now two of the top sophomores. VJ Edgecombe.
Edgecombe's a good one. Edgecombe's I'll put him on the outside. I'm taking Cade over him, but I like that one.
Jared Verse we're getting as a defensive
Jared
end.
Verse is interesting. Like Myles Garrett was someone I considered.
Yeah, but he's getting older too.
I know.
Like you got to start looking at
Jared
some of these
Verse
things.
actually is a
It's a
really
good
good
pick.
I was actually kind of kidding, but like if you're going to invest on someone, as we're talking about Bryce, like if you think Fernando Mendoza is going to be that guy, like he's
If
coming
you're
out of
asking
draft.
me right now, and if I have to take a young quarterback, I'm going to take Caleb and Ben Johnson because they're paired together.
Okay. Oh wow, someone's saying the SGA disrespect right now is crazy. Not taking Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
What is he? 28. So he'd be 38.
He is 27 going on July. He'll be 28. Yeah.
Okay. He's already hurt right now. You're
That's
not wrong.
I don't hate that though.
No, I don't hate that. Again, this is where it's like, are you going to take
Chet?
prime years?
Chet Holmgren?
What?
You taking Chet Holmgren?
I'm taking Cade over Chet.
Okay.
If I had to, I'm probably taking Shea over Chet.
Okay. All right. Jalen Williams. What about him?
Taking Shea over him.
Okay. All right. But we got a lot of young talent in the NBA, as we're both learning right now.
Well, I think
A lot.
the exercise is interesting. Also, are there more or less baseball players than we give credit for, and less NFL players? Like,
Yeah.
I think the NFL, the window is just so much smaller.
We're learning a lot more now these last couple days. Yeah, for sure. You think like, hey, if I get a 5-year stretch from an NFL player, I'll take that. A 5-year stretch.
That's what now
Yeah.
when people lose their minds about me suggesting maybe you trade Bosa, isn't it kind of like history tells you probably got the best of him?
Well, probably, but also like he's coming off an ACL, so like I just don't think the value. Like I'd rather see what I have in him next year. But I understand if you're saying you can get like a second or third rounder. For
Like
him
I
right now.
wouldn't bet on Jamar Chase. I wouldn't bet on Justin Jefferson. I would because I've seen receivers either fall off. Like Tyreek Hill, I would have bet on.
Brock Bowers. I mean, he's already dealing knee injuries right now, right? Like that kind of concerns
and
me.
I'm fading that organization.
Okay.
Until I see otherwise.
Okay. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Seahawks.
That's an interesting one.
JSN.
That's a really now again.
Who was hurt and got concussed in the Super Bowl.
10 years though.
That's what I'm saying.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Is that a pitcher that you're interested in? He was pretty sick in the World Series.
Oh, he's amazing.
Shasky, you're not a soccer guy, but Lamine Yamal on Barcelona would be
I told him
number
earlier,
one.
yeah, the Spanish international. He's got the ramen noodle hair. He's insane. He's the next Messi, Ronaldo, kind of that
He's like
type
17.
of player.
Are you surprised this many baseball people are on the list in general?
No.
We have one Mahomes, maybe two Caleb.
Jahmyr Gibbs? No. Still kind
He's
of
never
relatively
even
young.
been the number one back for a full season.
Bronny James? You can hit the
I don't even know why you do that.
got a NASCAR driver? It's not Frankie Muniz. Kyle Larson. Okay, Kyle Larson. NASCAR, baby. Eddie Pinheiro. Kicker. He had a really good season.
Are you going to franchise tag him?
Kickers can last like 10, 15 years. It's actually not a horrible pick.
All right, you get one pick. Who are you picking?
It's Wemby, probably. Or Cooper Flag. It's one of those two.
Mine's Cooper Flag. It's not close.
Yeah.
If I get one player that I'm
the
betting
upside
on the
with
next
Wemby
10
is
years.
he like Cooper Flag could be a Hall of Famer, right? Like in this, Wemby could be the greatest player who ever played.
Can he stay healthy?
No, it's the only question, isn't it? Right? It's the only question.
I'm gonna take
Paul Skeens.
I'm taking Patrick Mahomes still. I am.
I don't think you're wrong.
I'm taking Patrick Mahomes.
There's really no wrong answer.
I
would also look at Bobby Witt Jr. long and hard.
Scotty Scheffler's not a bad answer.
Yeah,
too.
we didn't do
Scotty Scheffler's
We didn't do individual though.
Wow.
I did. We said no individual sports because I'm taking Carlos
right.
Alcaraz. If that's the case too.
Scotty Scheffler is actually a great answer.
Scotty Scheffler. I mean, that guy's just nails too. I thought he was going to win over this past weekend. Colin Morikawa, another young guy too that if you wanted to bet on right now, he's won some majors too. What you got? What's your final thought?
My final thought is I watched a movie that I normally wouldn't be watching. I talked about it yesterday, and I finished it yesterday, and I love the twists in the movie. I don't want to give it away. The Housemaid, I think is what it's called.
The Housemaid, huh? Who's it starring?
Sydney Sweeney.
Okay.
And the girl from the Plastics.
That's right.
Amanda Seyfried.
Amanda
Yes.
Seyfried.
They were excellent in it. The man I didn't even recognize. Some, dude. I don't know.
Some dude, yeah.
What's his name? Are you looking at it?
That's the name, some dude.
Well, Michael Marone and Brandon Sklenar.
For an hour and a half, kind of like, what the hell's going on?
The character's name was Enzo or Andrew? Which one?
Andrew.
Andrew, okay. Yeah. Brandon, that's his real name.
Good little movie. I enjoyed it. Not my cup of tea normally. What's the one, Gone Girl?
Oh, yeah.
It reminded me of something like that.
The Ben Affleck Gone Girl? That was classic.
Yeah, that was a book first. But.
Yeah. Hoping for a fresh start, a young woman becomes a live-in maid for a wealthy couple who harbors sinister secrets. Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm already interested.
Yeah. And, I got to give Sydney Sweeney credit. She knows where her bread is buttered. And, she's got a turnaround, fadeaway jumper like Jordan, and she just goes back to it every time. It's tried and true.
Does she now?
Yeah, just gets naked in every movie.
Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. Now there's an image. Sydney Sweeney. All right. What you got, boys in the back?
The guy I'm taking for the next 10 years, I'm staying local. I'm going with Macklin Celebrini. 4 goals in 3 Olympic Games. Canada just waiting to see who they're going to take on in the first round. And yeah, we're waiting for that inevitable Canada versus USA gold medal match. And we all know how it's going to go. Probably be a 4 or 5 goal beatdown by our friends up north.
Stars and stripes, baby. Let's go.
No, wrong sport. In hockey, it does not. What was it? Cross, I guess, is the word we were using.
Do you have the yips?
I think America maybe America gets the yips in the gold medal game. That could be the case right there. But yeah, Macklin Team Canada, get on board.
Any buyer's remorse on Tony Vitello?
No.
Okay, there you go. What about you, Steven Risotto? Any buyer's remorse? Thumbs up or down? No? All right, thumbs down. No buyer's remorse.
I think Steven Risotto is a little worried about it. I don't think he's being on. Yeah, see?
He's wearing an Arizona Diamondbacks cap. He's a big Diamondbacks
guy.
Guy.
Why is he a Diamondbacks
Don't get him started on Luis Arias. Oh, my God.
Oh, no. What you got, Carter?
Zach Gallen.
He's taking over for you, by the way, next week. Did you know that? Risotto's taking over for you.
That's what I hear, Spadone.
Got another Italian in here. Let's go.
Wow.
It's better.
Need more, though.
My final thought of the day is I just want to say welcome back, Ronda Rousey. She's getting back in the MMA rink.
Is she?
Yes, she
Who asked
is.
for that?
As a referee?
Ronda Rousey did.
She and Gina Carano.
As a ref.
She and Gina Carano are doing.
Who's banished from Star Wars?
Yeah, they just signed to do an MMA bout. Not in the UFC, but an MMA bout.
Well, yeah, what entity?
Just MMA by themselves. I think that it's going to be self-funded, I assume.
Oh, really?
Self-funded?
Well, they have the name, so they don't need to pay the UFC, I think is the idea.
Interesting.
Hey, you know who they have to thank for that?
I was trying to figure that out. But.
You know who they think you can thank? Jake Paul. Jake Paul. Seriously. They could thank him. You should get a check from that.
I've never wanted to cut your mic off so badly.
Jake
you think
Paul,
I'm kidding?
That's his real girlfriend?
Not why.
That's his real girlfriend, though.
I have doubts,
Fiance.
but apparently it is.
It's his fiance.
Yeah, it's his fiance.
So you used to run in the Paul circles?
No, I have friends that did, though. They used to, so his ex-girlfriend used to be at my house a lot because she dated my roommate.
There's a lot
So
happening.
after
this
Jake
morning.
Paul, she dated my roommate, and so she would be there, Erica Costello or whatever.
You're thinking of Elvis Costello.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No, he's thinking of Nick Costos.
Oh, that's right.
You bet, Jake Paul.
No, you're thinking of Nick Castellanos. There's a deep drive to left. That'll make it a 4-0
I'm thinking about
ball
the
game.
show meeting that we're about to go to right now.
Hey, Sam, I can't wait for it.
I'm coming.
I'm going to come. Steiny and Goo coming up next. Brought to you by Front Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey! My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Pro Soccer is back at the Coliseum. The Oakland Roots home opener is this Saturday, March 14th with fireworks and live music. Get your tickets now at oaklandrootssc.com/tickets and use code THEGAME10 for 10% off.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Bobby from Fremont. My garage door spring broke. Victor came out, gave me a very reasonable estimate, and completed the job in half an hour. He also recommended I replace the rubber rollers on the door and save me another service call. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Evan Giddings in for Daryl, the Guru Johnson. Today, it's a Tuesday, and I'm excited.
What's up, Steiny?
Not much. I just, we're going to have a fun show today. We got to talk about the Giants' new manager. Settle down.
You talking to me or Vitello?
Vitello. It's early. You don't want to start this early.
Hey, you get what you ask for, man. Sometimes in life, you ask for something and you don't know how it's going to turn out. And the early returns on Vitello, I think, are promising.
Really?
You wanted a fiery guy. You didn't want a manager that would sit there and not flip a spread.
Are you getting
you didn't
me
want a
mixed up
manager
with Goo?
that would. No. I'm just saying you guys, you, Goo, everyone here that wasn't happy with the managerial style of the last guy or the last two guys, thought they were a little too cool for school, thought that their message was a little bland. All right, day one, you got a guy that's not afraid to call out people. This is how it's going to go.
Yeah, we're going to get into it. He's still not happy with the way things went down in Knoxville, Tennessee. And we'll find out. We'll talk about it with you guys to see how important it is. We have and we're also going to get into a little bit of the Warriors later on. Second half of the season starts Thursday night. Mike Dunleavy has no expectations, but we can talk about what would make a successful second half for the Warriors. But coming up this afternoon, Evan, we have a drop of mine, and maybe Risotto can find it if he's listening, but he's not. Why don't you play this drop about I'm talent, I don't book? Do you know where that one is?
It should be on the 2025 Steiny and Guru drops board.
Sure. And let's see if he can come up with that, because I'm going to...
it's the one that just says I'm talent.
Never mind. I can do it live. Anyway, I said I'm talent that I don't book guests. Well, I booked a guest for today. I booked a guest for today.
Now, are you going to tell us who it is now, or are you going to wait?
Well, I'm going to tell you who it is now, and I'm then... talent. I don't book. There you go. But I did book. And I'll tell you what, I can get some feedback for the first hour to see if there's interest, but I'm sure there will be, because it's interesting to me.
Well, that's where I think people are going to have to... Steiny, you have an acquired taste.
Yes, I do.
When it comes to sports, to life. I think it's why a lot of people enjoy this show, why I enjoy working with you. But when I got a text last night from you about a guest, about this guest, I got to say I was floored. I was simply floored.
So, if anybody knows me out there, they know I've got some different kinds of interests. Obviously, sports. I love sports. But if you followed the show a long time, you also know that I've got an affinity for mascots because, I'm from outside Philadelphia, so I grew up with a Philly fanatic, and he was among the original mascots, along with the San Diego Chicken, who I once interviewed, by the way, Ted Gianolis.
Well, the chicken's not supposed to speak.
Well, this chicken did not speak in costume, but he spoke as a regular dude before he got into the costume. So anyway, yesterday I, taking my normal walk around the city after work, getting my steps in, and I pop by the local spot.
Cafeteria.
And there's a guy there, young guy, who's got a hockey jersey on. And it's a cool jersey. Hockey jerseys can be really cool. So I, of course, conversationalist, I walked up to him and I said, hey, where's that jersey from? It's pretty cool. And he goes, oh, it's the Anchorage Wolverines of the NAHL. And I start talking to him about the Anchorage Wolverines, and he says to me, yeah, I'm the mascot. We've been in existence for 5 years. I'm a mascot. I volunteer, and I said, you know what? I want to have you on my show tomorrow. you guys do realize it's encompassing three things. It's encompassing sports, it's encompassing mascots, and it's incorporating the Arctic.
Oh, man.
Now, Anchorage is technically below the Arctic Circle.
Yeah,
however,
you got to go to Fairbanks to get a better look.
Correct. And Fairbanks has a team in the NAHL.
I know.
But we're going to be talking to Dustin Hayden this afternoon, volunteer mascot for the Anchorage Wolverines. I can't wait.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned his name because the one thing you gave us every single piece of information. I'm looking at the text thread right now. You gave us the play-by-play of how you met him, what he was wearing, where he worked, what he did, and how he relates to the Arctic Circle. Sure. But you did not tell us his name.
Dustin.
Well, now I know, but I didn't know before the audience did.
Well, his name's not really important. It's
it kind of
who
is.
He is
and what he represents.
Yeah. And by the way, if you're unfamiliar with the NAHL, it's just a level below the WHL, pretty much. But they have 32 teams.
Well, I'm sure we're going to learn about it.
Yeah. And anyway, I think we'll have some fun. What do you guys think?
When is he going to come on?
I told him I'd text him at 11:30 and to see if he could come on around 1 o'clock.
Well, he's a big boy, so you're going to have to lock that in.
Well, he actually, and hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn, but he's in the Air Force. So he volunteers to be this mascot, but he's actually down now in San Jose, I don't know, taking some training or something like that. Anyway.
Well, I'm glad you decided to chip in. It's guest booking can be an arduous task. And I'm glad to see that you finally got on board with it.
And by the way, this was booked before we knew Goo was not going to be here. I'm not doing it just because Goo's not here.
Although he didn't, by the responses of the text messages, he didn't appear to be too excited.
Well, he has other things on his mind.
Yeah, he's got more important stuff going on.
Which we get. But anyway, Dustin May, the original Anchorage Wolverine, is going to join us at 1 o'clock.
His name's Dustin May?
Dustin Hayden.
Oh,
Dustin Hayden.
Say, we had Dustin May. Well,
Dustin Hayden Birdsong.
Might have to go Westbrook on that.
Dustin Hayden, Anchorage, Alaska, and we could delve into a little ice fishing. I don't know, but
you didn't even need to just.
This is
I'll walk out of here if you really just want to talk to this guy for.
No, you have a lot of minor league experience. What's the arena in Anchorage hold for hockey? That's what I want to know. Stuff like that. What's Fairbanks' biggest arena?
Maybe 1,000? Well, it depends on where they would play, because I know there's a collegiate basketball team up there. I think they're Division II.
Yeah.
But I wonder. Now, have you been a mascot before?
No.
I have. No. I have.
Wait, we're burying the lead.
I worked in minor league sports. If you've worked in minor league sports and haven't been a mascot, you haven't really worked in minor league sports.
I guess. All right. But we'll start with Tony Vitello on the other side. In case you don't know the story, I'll kind of clue you in. Obviously, he used to be the manager of Tennessee, University of Tennessee. And on October 18th, The Athletic reported that the Giants were closing in on Tony Vitello. And apparently that set off a chain of events that has really bothered him. 4 subsequent days, he says, were just miserable because somebody, quote unquote, leaked some info that wasn't nearly at the point that it ended up being. And when he eventually got hired on October 22nd, 4 days after that, he was really still not crazy about the way it was reported that he was coming to the San Francisco Giants. So he met the media yesterday, and it was the first thing he
that's where he started.
Right. He went
He
out
came
of
in
his
hot.
way. Yes, he did. He came in hot yesterday with the beat writers, and we're going to play the whole thing. It's about 3 minutes. And again, keep in mind, it's pretty much day one of training camp. Everybody's getting ready to start it. We got a new manager, et cetera, et cetera. And he wanted to rehash, which is his prerogative, but it's also ours to discuss it. So, just real quick.
Yeah.
What do you think? Big, small, indifferent, something to keep an eye on?
It's notable. It's absolutely notable. This is the first time that he's spoke to a group of reporters at spring training.
Right.
I mean, he's officially on the job, right? He was hired to be manager. He's now started to learn his team, to create what everyone I think was sold in this bill of goods that I guess we kind of jumped the gun on. But still, the fact remains that Vitello has been promised as this. And I think one of the reasons why it's notable is because of the lack of experience that he has. And so everything that he does is going to be under a microscope, especially if the way that he begins his tenure. And I understand they don't play until March 25th, but
right.
The fact that he was questioning the media about something that happened months ago as his first order of business at spring training, I think is notable.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be right back, but that segment was brought to you by Planet Fitness.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. And with most clubs open 24 hours, you can give everything you've got. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. See club for details.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet plus Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. For a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business, powering possibilities.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game, a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth, clients are often victimized twice, first by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. companies, 40 years strong, Omar Tariq, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief, now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Is your kitchen just a place to cook or the heart of your home? At Ashby Lumber, we believe your space should be as unique as you are. Our kitchen and bath showroom connects you with experienced design specialists who guide every detail, from layout and materials to finishes that fit your lifestyle. Book a complimentary design consultation in showroom or in home and get a custom plan built around your vision, your space, and how you actually live. Visit ashbylumber.com or follow at Ashby Lumber. Ashby Lumber, thoughtfully designed, beautifully built.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
95.7 The Game has your chance to run in the iconic San Francisco Marathon. Head to 957thegame.com and enter for your chance to win a full marathon bib for the San Francisco Marathon on July 26th. Get all the details and enter now at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl, the Guru Johnson today. And we're going to start with a little baseball. Spring training underway, and the Giants have a new manager, Tony Vitello. came from the University of Tennessee, Evan. And on October 18th, it was reported in The Athletic that the Giants were closing in on Tony Vitello. And then 4 days later, he was named the manager of the Giants. But apparently what happened in those 4 days is something that rankles him. And it rankles him to the point where when he sat down with the Bay Area media and beyond yesterday, he had something on his mind, clearly. Let's take a listen. This is Tony Vitello from yesterday.
When did you first think I was taking this job? Do you remember that far back?
Yeah, it was about 4 days before it actually happened, 5 days before.
Yeah, that's funny you say that because that was not reality, you know, at all. I don't know if Buster would feel the same way, but that wasn't the case. Somebody decides they think they got the information, and the final blow was about 4 days later. And the thing I'm just kind of having a conversation, therapy, if you will, from walking out of there. But I needed confirmation from the coaches that I worked with that helped boost my status that they were okay with what was going to go on, and they were going to be okay with their jobs. That staff had always been built as like next man up, and all of a sudden that was being threatened. So it was kind of hard to do something for yourself and your teammates get left behind. But yeah, it was not 4 days for what it's worth. That was not the case at all. If you would have seen me in my condo, you would have agreed. So, but anyway,
why do you ask?
Because somebody tweeted it out. I don't know who told them. I wish I did. And, it might have changed the course of history if I would have known who did, to be honest with you. But it just bothers me because, I don't know. You see people angry on this. I hate to get philosophical, but you see people angry on the streets for a lot of times stuff that's not even true. People arguing and you don't know what reality is. So, but that was... I did, shrink-wise, I did a really damn good job at keeping that away from our team, our recruiting, and it was not a distraction. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of practice, I see our first and third base coach freaking out. And they freaked out on me, too. And it's for no reason, because at that point, nothing was going to happen. But somebody decided that it was going to happen, and then the whole world started spinning real quick, and I had to address the team, and people said either that or me leaving was a distraction. Those guys are SEC athletes. They ain't distracted by me. We dealt with years where they thought we might take a job, or we were offered a job, or there was jobs open. I'd meet with guys in the office. They're like, Coach, we don't care. The guys care about the guys when the season's going on, and hopefully they love their coaches, but that thing was never a distraction. They got talent, and they got good kids, so they're going to be just fine. But, yeah, that was not a fun Saturday, and then it kind of affected how the next few days went. But ultimately, sorry to rain on your parade, great organization, great people to work with, and a great challenge. So didn't say no.
All right, so that was Tony Vitello yesterday with the media, and it's clear that on October 18th, he felt like it was reported he's going to be the next manager of the Giants. He clearly didn't feel like on the 18th it was that at all. Maybe they weren't close. Maybe he might have been trending that direction, but they still had a long way to go. And that when it got out on the 18th that he was going to take the job, all hell broke loose, and it made his life way more difficult in the next 4 days with his coaches and with his players and probably with his family and friends.
Yeah, I mean, there's another detail about this that got a little lost, and that was he came over to the scrum right after sitting down for a one-on-one with the man who broke that news that he was disturbed about, and that was Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic. So I think he came in a little hot from that interview, just my read of the situation. But it does beg the question why he's still thinking about this and why it matters to him. And I think it's because from everything we've heard about Tony Vitello, he's supposed to be incredibly genuine, incredibly personable, and a very just direct communicator. I think we heard all three of those things in this soundbite, and it's because I think that he felt as if his integrity was questioned by people at Tennessee. And it also makes me wonder, how much loyalty does he still have to, the Volunteers? It's like, that's a previous chapter of his life. But I think he is a loyal guy. I think he was loyal to that baseball program that he obviously developed from a nobody into a powerhouse. And he was loyal to those guys who found out prematurely of what inevitably was going to happen. And that bugged him. Whether he was going to do it or not, it doesn't matter. He took the job. And I think people inside of the place that he held most dear questioned his integrity. And so he wanted to find out who was responsible for that. I'm not exactly sure it was the best way to go about it as the first thing you want to do with the media on the second day of spring training. But I also got to say that that's who he is. I mean, he wears his passion, he wears his emotions on his sleeve. It's been talked about. It's been written about. It's one of the reasons why Buster Posey wanted to hire him. And I feel like Giants fans and Giants media maybe got a taste of what this is going to be, which is the anti-Bob Melvin. You didn't want a guy who was going to sit there and not really say much and not look like he cared a whole lot about what's going on. You wanted a guy with passion and emotion and energy. Okay, well, this is one of the ways that it manifests itself. And so I feel like we all got to buckle up if this is day one.
Yeah, what hits me is I feel like he's wrong. And here's what I'm getting at. The original report was from The Athletic on the 18th by Ken Rosenthal, and it also had hashtag Andrew Baggerly, who also writes for The Athletic, so he probably was included in this story or at least partially involved. And the headline read on the 18th, Giants are, quote, closing in on Vitello. That was October 18th. That was the story. Closing in was the key word. Now, when that story comes out and gets retweeted and retweeted, who knows what's going to be at the top of the link that you send? And so what you brought up, and I agree, I think there were some people that retweeted that story and said, Vitello going to the Giants. Looks like he's leaving Tennessee. Well, at that point, the original story just had that the Giants were closing in on him. That story was right. It had to be right. So, I mean, should The Athletic not report if the Giants are closing in on a candidate, if they actually were closing in on a candidate? No, they should write that because that's their job and they were right. So I actually am focusing on like a little detail about it, that the people responsible for the original story probably weren't the people whose tweets he saw that said, oh, looks like he's out. He's just gone. He's going to go to the Giants, period, end of story. And he probably thought they weren't there yet. And it affected the next 4 days. But, okay.
Yeah, but clearly that pissed him off.
I know. But what bothers me most is, what bothered me, and he talked today, and we'll play some of what he talked to today. But, like, nobody asked him the precise stuff. Like, were you upset that they said the Giants were closing in? Closing in is closing in. Closing in isn't you're definitely leaving. But, like, I don't know. There was something about the way he handled it and the way Mike Dunleavy dealt with the media last week where clearly either it's these two guys or, like, they really don't like when they're messed with or words are put in their mouths or narratives are expressed that they don't completely subscribe to, and he wanted to clear that up.
Well, he felt like there was, to take Mike Dunleavy's words, an incredible assumption made about him becoming the manager of the San Francisco Giants, and he didn't like that. I can't fault him for it, just like I can't fault the media for reporting what was not just true, but it ended up becoming a reality. I mean, I felt like when I read the article and what he's pissed about is that was written from the perspective of the Giants.
Right.
The Giants are closing in on a guy. They want this dude. He's their target. Just like there have been other rumors about people before and potential managerial candidates, but Vitello was the guy. Apparently, he didn't feel like 4 days before they were close. And again, I think what happened was he was challenged by people in Tennessee, by people in Knoxville. And the reality is, you ain't in Kansas anymore. Like you ain't in Knoxville anymore. This is a major media market. There are media members that are paid to find out these kinds of this kind of information, to report it accurately, timely, to keep their viewership abreast. And you might be at the center of it, but you're the manager of a Major League Baseball team now. That's just simply what is going to happen. And maybe this is his way of trying to shut down, I don't know, future lines of communication to figure out, all right, who's trying to get what, which reporter I want to trust, which guys I want to talk to. But it felt a little to me like he's not used to not controlling the message. You know, in Knoxville and in SEC country, he was probably the man that's in charge of anything that's written or talked about when it comes to his program. And to be fair, largely it was positive because he's good at his job. Now he's trying to figure out how much control he actually has, and the reality is not as much as he used to.
Absolutely not. You're right. I mean, he's not going to have the control he had at Tennessee just because this is the major leagues.
But you said Dunleavy, though, and I thought that was interesting because it did ring kind of similar to that tone that Dunleavy had after the deadline. Like, why do you think these guys are so defensive?
Well, I think in Dunleavy's case, now having a week to look at that, and you can jump into this conversation at 888-957-9570 is the number. And I get it. You know, what Dunleavy had to say about how close the Warriors were to Giannis and what Vitello said about whether he was a shoo-in for the job at the time he was, these are two issues that bothered the manager of the Giants and the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. I think Mike Dunleavy was trying to walk a fine line between, no, we were in on Giannis, but it wasn't that close. Oh, so it wasn't close? Well, it was closer than that, but not close enough to get Draymond. You know, he needed to kind of walk a tightrope there. Vitello's, to me, is he doesn't know who to be mad at, or he doesn't know who to point the finger at, because he probably was reacting not to the original story, but to all kinds of things he saw afterwards that he's leaving Tennessee. And he wasn't ready to make that known yet, but Baggerly and Rosenthal found it out. And they wrote that the Giants were interested in this guy and they were closing in. And you're right. You're absolutely right, Evan. I'm sure Rosenthal and Baggerly got that from the Giants. And maybe there's a little acrimony there from Vitello about, man, the I's weren't dotted and the T's weren't crossed. And the Giants went ahead and kind of said, I was going to be the guy.
But you signed the deal anyways. You know, because he also mentioned in that clip, which I found interesting, that the information could, quote, change the course of history. Like, does that mean becoming manager of the Giants? You know, are you saying that you had doubts and either this swayed you one way or the other? Like, I like, how did you read when he was talking about change the course of history?
Well, I think that in the wake of the reporting on the 18th, he probably thought, why am I even doing this? Like, because he was probably getting such a backlash in Tennessee, and he was probably hearing from everybody, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? You're leaving, you're leaving, you're leaving. And he's got to say, maybe, but we're not there yet. And he got caught in the middle at a time when they should have been just nailing it down without any publicity. But guess what? It got out, and that's what happens. And more stuff gets out at the major leagues probably than at the University of Tennessee. And, you know, the thing I'm interested in, if you're, you know, a Giants fan or a Warrior fan, is, you know, I've already seen a lot of it out there that some people are saying, you know, he's not focused or he's thinking about Tennessee. And then I hear other people saying, this isn't a big deal. He had a little problem with something. He brought it out, and now it's over. But I do think there's something to talk about because, again, what Evan pointed out was he came to the press conference or to the scrum, and his first question was, I got a question for you guys. So he was absolutely...
he had an agenda.
Yes,
he had an agenda
on his mind
yesterday that he was trying to get to the bottom of. And, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, is it important to know why? Perhaps not. We're going to find out how good of a manager he actually is when they step on the field and play the New York Yankees on opening day. But I do think that there was, and I'm still trying to figure it out, but there was a purpose to doing that. And in my mind, it was to try and establish a different kind of relationship with the media. And maybe it's not, maybe he's trying to establish that, hey, this is not going to be an open door policy. Like for all you guys that were, buddy with Bob Melvin or Gabe Kapler, who was, I think Gabe Kapler kind of had an open door policy. You could go talk to him, and a lot of the media members were, he was friendly with him, right? It was one of the reasons I think also kind of turned people off, that he tried to be too buddy with certain people. And maybe this is his way of saying, look, you guys think that I'm nice and I'm open and I'm honest and I'll try and be all those things and be a genuine guy, but don't cross me. Don't cross me, because you will not get the kind of access that you've had in the past, even though I'm supposed to be this new time manager with no actual MLB experience.
And like if you're portraying him accurately, I don't think that's a good thing if that's part of his personality. All right, so he says that yesterday. I was listening to Willard and Grandy, and they were talking about it a lot, which obviously alerted me. I took a listen. Anyway, he's already spoken today. Tony Vitello has spoken today, and the first question, of course, he was asked was about yesterday. So this is now from today, him talking about it again.
Did you hear back much after some of your comments yesterday? Some people were a little surprised to hear you say some of those things.
No. I'm busy with this. So I didn't say anything surprising that I know of. I was just stating the facts. So if somebody tweets out or says something that's not true about you and it affects your life significantly, it's not just a deal where your feelings are hurt, but it has a significant impact, in particularly on my family, which I've obviously got family, but not in Knoxville. The team was my family, then I'm not going to be happy about it. So just like I would want our players to defend themselves, that's what I would do. But it's kind of hard to defend yourself when it's anonymous or anonymous tip. So, but no, not worried about that stuff. Worried about our guys getting prepared. And it's kind of not scary, but maybe more exciting. The first game is literally right around the corner.
Comment yesterday where you made an allusion to if these things did get out, it might have changed the course of history. I think there was a lot of confusion as to what you may have meant by that. Could you clarify where you were coming from with that comment in particular?
Maybe how things were left,
as far as Tennessee?
Yeah, I wouldn't take what I say too seriously. I mean, we were talking about Lil Wayne yesterday, so... Again, I think the facts of the case were what I just said. It's just that. Anybody else would react the exact same way. And it has no real impact on the opportunity that was presented, and it wouldn't have changed what Buster and I would have agreed and joined to do, too. So just happened to be circumstantial. And like I said, when it affects the people, first off myself, but the people that I'm around every day, too, then it was less than ideal circumstances, but pretty ideal circumstances as I sit here getting to watch, hell, yesterday I said I paid good money to watch Devers and Robbie Ray hook it up for one at-bat if I was just outside the park and they'd let me pay for entry.
All right, so that was Tony Vitello today, once again, addressing it, and, he thinks he's got the facts to the case, and it'll probably just kind of end there. and the season will start. But, here's the other thing, and you brought this up before the show, and I think it's kind of interesting, is like this kind of, whether it's Dunleavy last week or Vitello this week, this doesn't play great with the Bay Area media. Like, I understand that the Bay Area media has a reputation for not being New York and not being Philly. But that can kind of work the other way, too. If this media out here doesn't think a guy's gracious or there's any kind of disharmony, this media will make you pay the price a little bit. Like, where I feel like if this guy were back east, it would almost be kind of par for the course. Okay, this guy's a feisty guy, and he's going to get back and forth with the media, and that's the way you do it here on the East Coast or in Boston or wherever. I just feel like the media out here is not going to embrace that type of, Mike Dunleavy has a history here, and people weren't crazy about what he did last week. This is the first we're getting to know Tony Vitello, so the stakes are a little higher for him.
Well, I heard a couple things from that soundbite today. Number one, it does feel like there was some backlash from those,
no doubt,
from the tweet or the timing of all of it happening. He clearly felt like there were people back in Knoxville, or maybe with his own family. I don't know. People were questioning. It sounds like his, again, integrity and his loyalty, and that bugged him. And it sounds like maybe even some of the relationships that he has back at his previous locale may have been changed permanently. I'm not sure. But I do think that the Bay Area media, like we talk about it all the time, but okay, they're soft, right? They're softer than they are in Philly and New York, and they're not going to, there have been two more questions piggybacking on the story from yesterday and the story that honestly he created, Vitello, I'm saying.
Right.
But that also means that they're not going to hit you with sledgehammers every single night. So if you bark back, it's almost as if we're giving you an olive branch. We're extending a hand. We're trying to usher you in, help you. I don't think the media out here wants to write anything negative. They're excited about a new chapter of Giants baseball, and they want to get people excited and invested, and they want to work with this guy. But if he doesn't want to work with them, and you're not in a market that is like aggressive, I do think you're right that's not going to help him in the long run. Like cultivating this us versus them mentality has generally not worked out for previous head coaches, managers, at least in this market. There's two that I can automatically think of, and I know we got to hit a break here in a sec. But Mark Jackson and Jim Harbaugh are the two that I feel like created an us versus them mentality. While Harbaugh was successful, while Mark Jackson was successful to some extent, it didn't end well for either of them.
Right. All right, 888-957-9570. We're going to get into this. And you tell me and Evan, does this matter at all? Because I see a lot of, what does this have to do with baseball? Well, it sure gives us insight into the Giants' new manager and, what's on his mind right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're giving you a chance to do something that money cannot buy, and it's now through the next 2 weeks. It's a bucket list thing. You have a chance to play a game of knockout on the Chase Center floor. That's right, where Steph Curry plays, and you're going to be getting opportunities every day, and it begins today. But the first thing you got to do is register. 957thegame.com. Go there right now. Register at 957thegame.com. That gets you into the drawing to play knockout at Chase Center. So if you're registered starting today and all week long, listen for your name at 7:30, 12:30, and 3:30. So 12:30 coming up in about an hour and 45. We're going to be giving away another shot at knockout. And when you hear your name, you're going to have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call the contest line. Each show will be giving you the opportunity to win all week long. Once again, for more details and most important, to register, go to 957thegame.com right now. That segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Beautiful, fragrant, overjoyed boutique dozen roses for $24.99, and now I give some flowers to Dan Dibley.
And I also can get a sweet treat with hand-dipped Belgian chocolate-covered strawberries. 4 to 18 count starting at $7.99 per package. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Sirloin Steak Value Pack or Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound, member price.
And how do we like our steak? Say it together.
Medium rare.
Exactly. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry nonstop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7 so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Tired of love handles that don't love you back? This February, show yourself some real love with medical weight loss that works. Jumpstart MD blends expert care with GLP-1 medications like semaglutide and tirzepatide, plus one-on-one guidance to protect muscle, metabolism, and your sanity. Visit one of 13 Bay Area clinics or start online from anywhere. Start now for just $20.26 when you mention radio. Call 855-JUMPSTART or go to jumpstartmd.com and start seeing results you'll actually love.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Beat the winter blues with the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill, an award-winning eatery with authentic dishes prepared fresh in-house. Find more info at thegreatgreekgrill.com. And for your chance to win a gift card, courtesy of the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tony Vitello in a shambles.
No, he's making a name for himself.
Manage the team.
He's putting everyone
Try not to manage the media.
On notice.
What kind of notice?
Get your facts straight and get back to me.
I would have said that to him. God, I would have loved to have been there and said.
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
No, but seriously though, I pulled up all the tweets about Vitello from that day for you to look at.
Yep.
There were a lot of them, depending on which one you saw, that were worded incorrectly. Oh, sorry about that. There's something going on here. There was a lot that was written incorrectly. You know, sort of misinterpreting what the initial report was. And I swear to God, I do think that all of this is because the man who he was most angry at or frustrated with the reporting was Ken Rosenthal, and he just sat down and talked to him before he talked to the Giants media. I think he came in hot because he and Kenny had a few words, and he just wanted to let him know, hey, Rosie, just before you throw something out there, run it by me. That's what I think.
I think there might be something to that, for sure. And we're getting, like, this is what I always love about Sports Talk Radio, is we got Devin on the YouTube chat. Nobody cares. Nobody cared yesterday when people were trying to make a big deal out of it. Nobody obviously cares now either. Then I get the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Dunleavy was frustrated because he got played by other GMs. Vitello is mad because he's feeling like he got played by the Giants front office in negotiations, and that's a huge problem going forward. That he may think the Giants leaked this before it should have been leaked, and he's mad about it.
Perhaps, but then couldn't he have just said, no, I'm not signing with you? I mean, this guy had a contract through 2029 with Tennessee for just about as much money as he's making right now. He threw that out to sign a 3-year with a fourth-year option deal with the San Francisco Giants. So if he was really that pissed at Buster Posey or the way that this went down, he had 4 days to just nix it.
And maybe he didn't know for sure. You know what I mean? Because he clearly doesn't, he still might not know. He might know the story that got him upset, but he still doesn't know the person that told Rosenthal that they were closing in, on him. So I do think Rosenthal's involved in this, but, this is more about day one of spring training and who is this guy? We don't know anything about him, and I mean it's hard. So, and the other thing is, okay, so somebody leaks it, you don't know who. That in and of itself isn't a reason not to take the job, unless you think it was Buster Posey.
No, I think he wanted to be a Major League Baseball manager. That's why he took the job, and there was one available for a, storied franchise and West Coast and all that kind of stuff. I think he was excited about the job. That's like, he didn't take it.
Right.
Just because. I mean, this is what he's always wanted to do. And I thought at his opening press conference, which happened obviously some time ago, that he was forthright. He was very honest about that. And I think we're going to get to know him over the course of time. But that's the thing. There's not just the nice guy Vitello that you saw in his opening presser, where he was very, I thought, vulnerable about his parents and his family and what the program that he had meant to him and what culture in baseball, what he's trying to basically create here that a lot of people feel like has been lacking, honestly, since Bruce Bochy left as manager. But there's also the other side of him, which you're going to see him lose his bleep. You're going to see him or hear about him chewing out guys or going after dudes or being the hard ass and the red ass that I think a lot of people want their manager to be, but with that comes confrontation. And I do think that this is something that at least I enjoy about particular coaches or managers, someone who's not afraid of confrontation. Like he immediately went straight to the media and brought this up. He was able to talk about it again today. And that lets me know that whether it's with a media member, a player, anyone else, he's not afraid to just have the direct, clear line of communication.
This is from Nick on the YouTube chat. And I want to address this. Vitello is someone who wants the record set straight, and he's calling out the slimy media reporting. Nothing wrong with that. Well, there's two things that I would respond to that. One is I can't stand athletes who criticize the media for not putting a name on it. And then when a guy like Vitello wants to call out the media, he doesn't put a name on it, either because he doesn't want to or he doesn't know, and he just lumps the entire media in his anger when it's really one story that bothered him.
Do you think he knows?
Well, I don't know what he's mad at. I think he's mad that Ken Rosenthal wrote that the Giants were closing in on him 4 days before, and over the course of time, he's now transformed that into somebody reported I was taking the job 4 days before I did, and it ruined my life for 4 days. Like, that's what he's saying. But the bottom line is the closing in is closing in, and they must have been. So deal with it. Like, deal with it.
This is how he's dealing with it. But like, seriously, this is how he's dealing with it.
I get it, but, like, he's gone halfway. He hasn't gotten to the bottom of it. I'm not convinced he knows exactly who or what he's completely upset about, except the media and Twitter and somebody. Well, find out. Or show me the one that really bothered you.
Well, I think he has a pretty good idea, but I also think he understands he has to retain some semblance of professional. He's not going to call out the person in the opening press conference, even if he knew who it was.
Twitter is not life.
It kind of is in this case, because that's what he's pissed about. He's pissed in real life about something that happened on Twitter.
Right.
But, this is the game, though. I mean, and it's not just about Vitello. I also think it applies to Dunleavy. I think it applies to probably the 49ers. And look, their free agency window is going to be opening, was it March 10th? So in a few weeks, this is the game. Information is distributed through an internet platform. And the moment you have the information, along with enough credible sources to release that information, boom, it's out there. You don't have to wait till the next day in the newspaper. You can't make a call and say nix that. The moment that a newsbreaker like Ken Rosenthal or Adam Schefter or Shams Charania has it, it's out there. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I think people are able to get so invested in their teams, because they feel like they know what's happening. And those media members are doing their job by discovering, okay, what happened between October 18th and October 22nd, when Tony Vitello was closed in on as manager of the Giants, when he actually signed the contract. That's what people want to know about. So he can hate that someone found out before he was okay releasing the information, but at the end of the day, you signed the dotted line. You're the manager of the Giants for the foreseeable future, and you being pissed about that happening, not being able to control the narrative of the way that it happened, that's 2026, bro.
Well, and the other thing is, and I'll be happy to spin it in this direction too, and it's the Bay Area media's relationship with certain coaches, certain general managers, certain owners, and certain players. I mean, I'll be the first to admit, Steve Kerr obviously has a great relationship with the media. And over 14 years, he's used that to his benefit. There's just no doubt about it. The way he talks to the media, the way he talks individually to members of the media, the Bay Area media likes Steve Kerr. Does it probably have a little to do with his politics? Yes. Does it have something to do with the 4 titles? Yes. Does it have something to do with a lot of people admire the way he carries himself? Yes. And what I'm saying is, over the course of his career, he's gotten the benefit of the doubt. We can't argue that. And I get the argument that, well, what does this have to do with how many games they're going to win? It might not have anything to do with that, Evan, but it's about the start you get off with this media and the tone you're going to set. The tone you're going to set with the media. And I know the Bay Area media, and if, you mentioned Jim Harbaugh. See, I think Harbaugh with the Bay Area media was so kind of tough, and he's so Jim Harbaugh that the Bay Area media had to deal with him as he was, because he was a successful coach and he started to win right away with the Niners, and he was kind of a big boy. So there was an intimidation there that I think worked for Harbaugh, and the media was a little bit scared of him. But with Vitello, a guy coming from college who's already going to have a lot of questions about him, and this is where I get it. Two things can be true. Like, the Bay Area media can be soft, but by the same token, they better like you. Otherwise, they're going to, they're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and their perception of you is going to come out in the stories and be part of who you become as a manager of the Giants.
Well, they better like you, or you better continue to win. I mean, do you think that Gabe Kapler is viewed favorably by a lot of people, not just the media, but fans?
No.
He won 107 games. True. So it's not just about doing it once, it's about having sustained success. And that is kind of I know the Giants haven't been a team that's, been contending for championships year in and year out since, 2014. But I do think that that's also by virtue of Buster Posey being the president of baseball operations, there is a standard. And that's something that the Giants hadn't really had before Posey came in. And that's why I thought that the hiring in general was, I don't know if I'm questioning it, but it seemed odd to me, because this guy has a standard of winning in the college ranks, but there's no real precedent for him stepping into Major League Baseball and being successful.
Right.
What he's doing, and it might be on purpose or not, is he's making himself the story. The story of the San Francisco Giants in 2026, because of not just the way that he was hired, but because of who he is and where he's from. This story, this season is about Tony Vitello. 2026 will be about this guy. And for him to address the media in the fashion that he did in pretty much his first public spring training opportunity, that's why I think it's noteworthy, because he's going to be under the microscope. People could say we're wasting our time talking about this, how does it affect the product on the field, all this good stuff. But the fact remains, this Giants team is Tony Vitello's team. And people are waiting to see how that manifests itself. And this interview, this press conference is the first example of it.
And it's the first college coach that's been hired to coach or manage a major league team. Like, I got news for you. That's the biggest story the Giants are going to have all year long. They hired, who was the first college coach to go to the NBA? Was it Carlissimo, or was it somebody before that? I'm sure it was somebody before that. But that, like, when John Calipari came to the NBA, and when Carlissimo came to the NBA, and when all the college coaches started to come to the NBA, that's it. That was the story. How does a college guy coach pros? And we're going to have to ask the same thing about Vitello, because all he's been is a college coach. So he's going to have to, like, that I think could be a bigger issue, is if he starts feeling like the media is not giving him a break because he's a college coach coming to the major leagues, that's not going to be good. If, like, he's got a chip on. I mean, it's okay to have a chip on your shoulder about that and want to be the first guy who succeeds, but it can also come out in writing and in the media like, oh, boy, his first time dealing with some of this stuff, he may have some growing pains. Like, that would probably bother me as a first-year coach jumping from college to the pros.
Well, and look, and there are a lot of media members who have been around this town, I think covered this team for a long time. But, this was in the Andrew Bagley article about the press conference yesterday. Quote, it's probably not a good thing to invite any doubt about whether he truly wanted to leave Knoxville for San Francisco. Now, that's just a line, and I don't think it's incorrect. Like, you shouldn't want your incoming manager who is hired in the fashion that he was to feel like he's still connected to a place that he previously resided. But it's like, I think people want to give him the benefit of the doubt. And him being a little confrontational begs the question why.
Right.
And then it makes people less inclined to give you the benefit of the doubt when the team struggles or the team's not going well. There are going to be questions, and there's going to be, like, this is the kind of thing that, yes, in the moment, is it a big deal? Perhaps not, but it's a receipt. As Goo likes to say, it's in the file now. And so anything that follows it is going to be held on one side of the aisle or the other. And you got to figure out if this is the guy you really want leading your baseball team.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go to Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland. What's going on, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? Good morning. Good morning, Evan. So on the surface, it sounds like Vitello's family, the coaches, the teammates at Tennessee, it sounds like they don't believe him. And he's trying to keep convincing them. I don't think they believe him. And I'm just like, okay, that's cool on the surface. Then we got Vitello, right? The guy that he is, right? And I think he just wants to be like one of the giants, right? One of the giants. And I think that the media, he feels like the media kind of portrayed him as, Vitello and the Giants versus it just being the Giants. And when he says it could have changed the course of history, right? Had he found out, when I heard that, it was like, he sounds like he wouldn't have come here. He sounds like if he would have found out before he took the job that somebody leaked this, he wouldn't have come here. And then he tries to walk it back a little bit when they ask him the question, hey, what does that mean? We're kind of confused with that. And then he said a answer that didn't make sense because I feel like he didn't want to say, like, man, if they would have pushed him that day, he'd probably been like, I freaking wouldn't have come here had I found out the guys do that. And Steiny, Evan, it kind of reminded me of when KD was here, right? Because some managers and some players, they just want to be one of the guys. And when Kevin Durant came here, the media was like, it's Kevin Durant and the Warriors. It's Kevin Durant and the Warriors. And Kevin Durant was saying, hey, that bothered me because I just wanted to be one of the guys, and I've never been portrayed like that. And if you look at Vitello and you hear all the things that he was for Tennessee and to his family, he just wanted to be one of the guys. And I think it was kind of portrayed as it's Vitello and not the Giants. And so I think that also rubbed him the wrong way, too.
Appreciate it, Leroy, as
Thanks,
always.
Lee.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, like, he might be a good man. Like, he doesn't – that whole situation, he doesn't get it. Like, I think he made a mistake. But I'm sure he's probably upset that closing in was even used 4 days before. And I'm not disagreeing with Leroy. It does sound like there might have been a point when he was so mad about this that he did think about, like, you know what? I'm going to just stay. It almost felt like that.
Well, and if that's the case, that's the problem. That's a problem.
Exactly.
That's a problem.
Exactly. Like, he can't, I don't want to, he's got to trust the front office on day one. If he doesn't trust them on day one, and I'm not saying he doesn't, but clearly something has got him upset. And
I think it's because he got backlash for it.
In Tennessee,
yes.
in Knoxville. Like, he got crushed for
and
4 days.
We don't care about Knoxville because
Right.
we're in San Francisco, but clearly that mattered to him. That 4 days of whatever, of questioning or people wondering what was going to be his future, there were people that were probably pretty pissed at him about it. And maybe people who, again, his relationships or friendships could have been changed by his decision. And I think that's why he wanted to handle it the correct way. And in his mind, this leaked rumor, which could have been, I don't know, worded differently. It doesn't really matter. It got leaked. It prohibited him from going out the way he wanted to. And clearly he still holds a grudge about it.
Right.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought it up. This happened in October. To be honest, when I saw this on social media circulating, I was confused. I thought it was from something a while back because he's bringing up old stuff when your team is supposed to be getting ready to play their first game soon, and at the top of your mind is a question for the media. Not, hey, what's going on? How you doing? Really excited about Devers at first base this year, and excited to get a couple of new guys in this building. I'm just excited to learn about everyone and help figure out how I'm going to help us win games. Like, no, how'd you guys learn about that Tennessee party? It's like, Tony, you're not a volunteer anymore. You're a Giant.
Exactly. Now, the other thing, I'm sure recruiting had something to do with this too. At the time, if he's got players who may be coming, but they're hearing he's leaving. But look, I got news for him. That's part of it. That's part of it all. Like, you know what he sounds like? A college coach. That's what he sounds like to me, a college coach. Worried about where the media got a story, looking to find the leak. Like, I don't know. It's like when the Warriors were upset and wanted to find out who leaked the Draymond punch tape. I get it. That's a big deal, but like, at some point you're just like, well, whatever. It happened and we got to move on. But I do think there's something there that if this is the kind of thing that gets under his skin, that's weird. That's weird. You'd think somebody who's been a college coach at a high level would understand that social media is not the greatest place in the world and stuff happens and rumors are there and they're sometimes true, false, or halfway in between.
I don't think it's weird.
I kind of do.
What, that he's pissed about a big change in his life being displayed publicly before he's ready to announce it? I don't think that's weird. It's the way of the world. But
to want to find out 4 months later and to still be talking about it, that's what I'm getting at.
Well, but we could talk about it on the other side, but if something happened that was major in your life and the way that it was revealed changed your relationships with people who you value, I think you might be interested to figure out why that happened. And to me, he's using a public platform to do it, but I'm not sure I want to kill him for it, at least not yet.
No, I'm
Now, if he's going to be questioning media members, every press conference, hey, guys, just want to, that story you wrote about Eldridge the other day.
In a crazy way, I hope that's who he is. I really do. Because then we'll have a manager who is, like Draymond Green. Every time he says something, we'll be talking about it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Get to the calls on the other side. Hey, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. So whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is a local company, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your home's equity. It's value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game, a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth: clients are often victimized twice. First by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar, Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas. Generations fighting to make it right. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently.
Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Some good news, damn it. All right, let me see, Goo. I can give you some good news.
He's listening.
How about...
Oh, what about your guest coming up?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's right. Yay! Coming up around 1 o'clock, hopefully. Dustin Hayden. Guy I met yesterday at a bar. That's who's coming on. It was facts. He's a special guy that I met. Carter, you didn't hear this?
No, I didn't.
Really? Yeah, we had Dustin Hayden coming on, hopefully at 1 o'clock. And he's the mascot for the Anchorage Wolverines of the NAHL. And I bumped into him yesterday. He had a really cool jersey. By the way, the jersey he had on was not just an Anchorage Wolverine regular jersey. It was actually their military edition. So it was really pretty cool. Anyway, so Carter, I go up and chat with him for a while, and he says, yeah, I'm actually the mascot of the Anchorage Wolverines. Volunteered, been doing it for 5 years, love it. Down in the Bay doing some business and going back up to be a mascot. And I said, I'd like to have you on 95.7 The Game tomorrow. And he said, sure.
Now, did you run it by the boss?
Nope.
What? Wait, so...
He's been in meetings.
He doesn't know that we're having this guy on?
Oh, no, not yet.
But
he'll know at 1.
Send him an air check. Yeah,
I'll be
boss,
pumped.
Dustin or me?
My hands are clean.
Hey, the number one thing the boss talks about is enthusiasm, and I have it for Dustin Hayden. Yeah. Anchorage just under the Arctic Circle. Yeah, it's about a 3-hour commute by car.
Have you been to Alaska?
No, but I'm going. Well, I'll probably go to the Northwest Territories. I won't go to Alaska.
Wiley the Wolverine, huh?
Is that who it is?
Wiley the Wolverine.
Wiley?
That's what I'm going to call him. I hope he knows that.
Well, I've saved some stuff because there's something about him that does bother me, and I'll bring it up early. I don't know if he studied the greats. I don't know if he's really studied the great mascots.
Now, in your mind, these mascots, there's only a finite amount of mascots that you'd put on the Mount Rushmore of mascots.
I can find 4 easy, for sure. It would be the San Diego Chicken, the Philly Fanatic, Rocky in Denver, and then I'd have to go with the Gorilla in Phoenix.
Oh, go?
Yeah.
Go the Gorilla?
Yep.
Now, it seems to me that you're kind of just cherry-picking the highest-paid mascots in the NBA.
Well, Rocky's always been my favorite. Rocky is so good, it's unbelievable.
Not Thunder?
No.
You didn't like Thunder?
Not really.
What? Not the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm talking about the Warriors' old mascot, Thunder.
Yeah. There were some complications with the Warriors Thunder, put it that way. Let's get back to Vitello, this crybaby, who's clearly not Major League ready. And this ought to be a hell of an experiment this next 6 months. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, he's hot.
Well, it kind of is an experiment. It's never happened before. I mean, it could be good, it could be bad, but it's never happened before.
That is true. That's true. Let's go to Roy. Roy's in San Leandro. Hey, Roy, what's going on, man?
Hey, hi, Steiny. How's it going, man?
Going well, thank you.
Good. Hey, look, I just wanted to chime in about this Vitello controversy. It's best, sometimes with some people, Matt, it's best for them to get stuff off their chest. I don't necessarily think he's a crybaby, but at the same time, though, we have to wait and see how he's going to make out. But the thing about it, even if he bring up an inkling of that anymore, or if one of those reporters try to goad him into doing it, then he need to shut his mouth and just say something else, go to another subject. Because, see, this is his first go-around as a big league manager. and he needs to just understand stuff and get advice from guys like Ron Washington and those other coaches and stuff, because I really believe the Giants can challenge the Padres. I don't know about the Dodgers, though, but they can challenge the Padres and some of those other teams. So that's all I wanted to say. Hey, look, it's always great to listen to you, Matt.
Thank you, Roy. Appreciate it. Your voice of reason.
Thanks,
for
Roy.
sure. And I was being my D self when I said he's a crybaby. Bottom line, but I'm with the caller. Now let it go. Now he's just got to let it go, right?
Twitter is not life.
He's just got to let it go now. Do you think he can?
Again, we don't know a ton about this guy, and that's what's also fun about this process. We're learning more about him every day. Does he seem like the kind of guy who's going to let stuff go?
It's a great question.
Early returns, not great. By the way, I don't have a problem with people that remember, people that have good recall, people that file things away. I work with two of them. One of them I'm sitting in the seat for right now. You also, Steiny, keep things, you keep them in the notebook, but how you use them is really what matters. And so the next time that something happens that is, I don't want to say misreported, because that's the thing about it. It wasn't misreported. He ended up becoming the manager of the Giants.
Right.
If he really wanted to stick it to the media or these people that he's accusing of writing incorrect things, then he would have just stayed at Tennessee and said, you guys are a bunch of idiots. And it would have been the next arson judge tweet that we look back on 5 years later and make fun of people for. But if he brings it up in the future about, and I do think that he knows who kind of got him or got the information. All right, so how does he treat some of the beat writers? How does he treat Andrew Baggerly? How does he talk to Susan Slusser? How does he talk to Shayna Rubin? How does he talk to all of these beat writers that are going to be there every single day for pregame, postgame, and, of course, everything in between? How does he treat these people? That's something that I'm taking notice of.
Well, and the other thing that, I think we haven't talked about the one thing that, I've seen some people reading into, and that is we just want to know that he really wants to be here. And I think that's what may have crept in yesterday when he was talking about Tennessee and all his relationships there. On the one hand, it's very normal for him to talk about how difficult it was to leave Tennessee. But when you talk about perhaps, if something wouldn't have happened, the course of history may have been changed. That tells you that he was thinking about staying, at least, I think, during that 4-day period after it first came out and after he ended up taking the job. So I think, if I'm a Giants fan, we're taking a chance on Vitello. He's a college coach. But I gotta know he really wants to be here. And I think some Giants fans interpreted those comments yesterday as maybe he's still got a little uncertainty.
How much does that matter, though? If a guy's...
It shouldn't matter as we progress into this thing. Because look, you can have misgivings about taking a job also. But I don't know if you want to bring that up to your new boss. I'm not saying that's what he did purposely. But I have read a lot of comments about how it feels like he's looking back and not looking forward.
I mean, he is. But I guess that would only, again, this is what's going to happen, right? If the Giants are 75-82, then at the end of the year, when he's talking about the team in his first year, if it doesn't go well, people are going to have in mind that maybe he didn't really want to be here in the first place. Maybe he kind of took the job because he had to. Maybe it's a stepping stone position. Maybe it's a spot for him where he was, it's the offer you can't refuse.
Right.
But his heart ain't really in it. That's when this kind of quote and today's follow-up creeps back into people's minds. Again, I think that's who he is. And I appreciate anybody being genuine about themselves. but that can get you in trouble. That's generally why in most managerial spots, I prefer to have someone, it's not even about experience, but just someone with a kind of a calmer, cooler demeanor, because I almost feel like this might be a nothing burger, but you're already hot about it. So what's going to happen when bleep hits the fan in the middle of July when you guys are on a 6-game slide and just got swept by the Marlins, and you got to answer questions about, well, does this guy, do I want this guy in the lineup? How's your relationship with this dude? This pitcher's been struggling for a month now. So-and-so's might hit the shelf because he's got a bum shoulder. When bleep actually hits the fans, when we're talking about baseball games, how are you going to react to it?
And this is from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. He doesn't really want to be here if he literally said he would not have come if he found out who leaked the information. He didn't say that exactly, but he said enough to know that he was not happy about it.
Well, he was asked about it today. Again, the quote changed the course of history. And I think his response was...
Let's take a listen.
Maybe how things were left, As far as Tennessee? Yeah,
Let me start from the first one.
I didn't say anything surprising that I know of. I was just stating the facts. So if somebody tweets out or says something that's not true about you and it affects your life significantly, it's not just a deal where your feelings are hurt, but it has a significant impact, in particularly on my family, which I've obviously got family, but not in Knoxville. The team was my family, then I'm not going to be happy about it. So just like I would want our players to defend themselves, that's what I would do. But it's kind of hard to defend yourself when it's anonymous or anonymous tip. So, but no, not worried about that stuff. Worried about our guys getting prepared. And it's kind of not scary, but maybe more exciting. The first game is literally right around the corner.
See, that's what I mean. If his coaches on that Saturday were freaking out and he had to deal with that, you're telling me he never looked at the tweet and took it in with the detail of who's this from? Did somebody repost it? You know what I mean? But
it's not. Sorry. Yeah. It's not about the tweet, though. It's about the reaction to what happened.
What is an anonymous tip? That's what I don't get. And by the way, that's fine.
Someone from the Giants or it's someone from Knoxville. It's somebody that gave Ken Rosenthal the information that he was being closed in on.
That's right. And that's called getting news.
Yeah.
You have a source. Source said you were the guy.
No, it sounds to me like he was a little pissed that he did not get to control how he left Tennessee.
Right. I think that's...
And I also think when I hear him talking about the relationships, which is what the reference to change the course of history, at least that's what he said, it sounds like there's someone who he's close with or multiple people that he's close with, and their relationship is changed because he was not upfront with them. And look, maybe he didn't actually have a decision. Maybe he was still recruiting hard, and all the reports said that he was still running practices and still on the recruiting trail, literally up until the moment he signed the dotted line. All that can be true. But what matters is how the people in Knoxville reacted to that information. That's what he's pissed about.
Right.
He's pissed that he didn't get to control the way that he left on good terms with people that he still does care about. And I don't know if that, to me, Steiny's not looking backwards. That's having regrets. And unfortunately, that's just the way you're going to have to go about life, especially if you're he is making an unprecedented leap. This has never happened before. And so he wanted, I'm sure like everybody does who's doing something that, other people, he wants it to be perfect. He wanted it to be perfect, and it wasn't. And it might have been messy, and behind the scenes, it might have got ugly. And he's not going to tell us about that part, but he wants to impress upon the media day one that the way that he had to divorce himself from Tennessee and Knoxville, it's still on his mind.
Absolutely. All right, and then this is the big part from today. Last one I'll play from today. He was asked specifically about yesterday's comments about how, if something were different, it might have changed the course of history. And he was pressed on that earlier today. Take a listen and let me know what you think.
Maybe how things were left, as far as Tennessee. Yeah, I wouldn't take what I say too seriously. I mean, we were talking about Lil Wayne yesterday, so again, I think the facts of the case were what I just said. It's just that anybody else would react the exact same way, and it has no real impact on the opportunity that was presented, and it wouldn't have changed what Buster and I would have agreed and joined to do too. So just happened to be circumstantial, and like I said, when it affects the people, first off myself, but the people that I'm around every day too, then it was less than ideal circumstances, but pretty ideal circumstances as I sit here getting to watch, hell, yesterday I said I would paid good money to watch Devers and Robbie Ray hook it up for one at bat if I was just outside the park and they'd let me pay for entry.
I think you're right, because he's saying two things at the same time. And when someone said, well, what history could have been changed? It sounds to me like he's saying, well, it affected some people around me that would have impacted maybe their livelihood. But he said it had no impact on the negotiations themselves. So he kind of, at least stated it wasn't something that he was going to not take the job over, but it was clearly something that he cared enough about to think about for the last 4 months.
No, I think two things can be true. I think that he can be wholly invested in the San Francisco Giants and their future and his as manager of this baseball team, while also, because of his path to this point, be still loyal to the people that helped get him here.
Right.
I don't think that's out of bounds at all. And it sounds like again, this is where I started the show, but his integrity sounds to me like it was questioned by people from Knoxville or Tennessee. And again, I know we don't care about that because we're in the Bay and it doesn't matter. Move forward and focus up. But to him, it did. That was his world. That's how he became who he was. Tony Vitello was a college coach and, had a nice little college career and kind of bounced around. But what made him, what made him the guy that Buster Posey wanted to hire was because of what he did in Tennessee, which I still don't think people really can wrap their minds around because, again, it's college and who cares. But that clearly mattered to him. And he was a little pissed at whoever kind of severed that. Because maybe he is wondering, all right, am I going to be able to go back to Knoxville? Am I going to be welcomed back to Tennessee because of how I chose to leave? He didn't do anything wrong, by the way. He got a great opportunity to do something that nobody else before him in his position has been able to do. But that cost him. And I think he's a little angry at the people that he thinks are responsible for that.
And the other thing, too, is we don't know, we don't know if he confided in somebody at Tennessee or just a friend or a college coaching colleague. I mean, he might have confided in somebody who then let the media in on it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, it's just, and then maybe he had a relationship with somebody he trusted, and that is what, got severed. And, that might bother me, but I wouldn't be upset at Rosenthal. I'd be, upset at the friend who maybe, didn't keep something confidential. But anyway, it's an interesting way to start training camp. And
do you like,
spring training, rather.
Just to me, and sorry to cut you off, I do think we're learning also more about him and maybe his managerial style. So, Melvin certainly would not have done anything like this. If he did, it might have been behind the scenes or maybe not at all, because I just think he's a more mellow guy. Are you someone that prefers that style to the direct line of questioning that Vitello is displaying? Like, are you more of the fiery guy or the kind of dude who seems a little impartial?
Well, keep in mind, I hope this guy's like this. Like, I would rather have a guy like this. However, you know, he's not a 10-year MLB veteran manager who knows how everything works up here in the big leagues with the media. And I'm not saying I do, but he's coming into a completely new environment. Like, I got news for him. He might have been a big deal in Tennessee, but, like, Ken Rosenthal doesn't care who he is. You know what I mean? And so if Ken Rosenthal got a source that says he's going to the Giants, get used to it, Tony. This ain't college anymore. I mean, it's just not. But I also don't want to say, I don't want to lump this guy, this guy, he's a high school Harry type, all that kind of thing. No, I mean, we'll see how he does. But it's a little strange way to start the season, and I'll just leave it there. Just a little weird.
Well, it's weird enough that we're talking about him as opposed to the baseball team. And I know that we're going to hear from Buster Posey coming up in about 20 or 30 minutes. But I think that also it lines up with what we all felt the moment he got hired, which is this season's about him. The San Francisco Giants are, they've lacked, people have used the word identity. They've lacked direction, things along those lines. Tony Vitello is supposed to be the guy that can clarify those things. And look, if they embody, we talk about it in sports all the time, if the team embodies who their leader is, who their head coach, or in this case, their manager is, I think that's actually a good thing. Because last year, the Giants were not that fun to watch.
Right.
They were kind of lifeless. On certain days, you wondered, God, am I going to make it through the fifth inning with this team? Do I have to watch tonight? And to me, if there is one thing that I'm going to be paying attention to this year, it will be Tony Vitello. And I personally,
of course,
I personally don't mind when a team, the coach or the leader, I don't mind when they're the story. I don't. I think it actually makes it a lot more interesting to watch these games because there's something that I know is going to be there every night worth watching or saying, and it's their skipper.
The last college coach that was hired to be a pro coach in the Bay Area?
The last coach was Harbaugh?
Well, I'm not counting him because he had pro coaching experience in the NFL as an assistant.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
He worked for the Raiders and other teams. It's Mike Montgomery. Mike Montgomery came from Stanford to the Golden State Warriors, and to this day, he'll tell you, I had no idea. Like, I didn't even know what I didn't know. That was his famous quote. When I went to the pros, I didn't even know what I didn't know about coaching the pros. So I got news for Giants fans. This is it's a gutsy hire. It was at the time. And whether you like it or not, Vitello is the story of this season, one way or the other. 888-957-9570 is the number. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for beautiful, fragrant, overjoyed boutique dozen roses for $24.99. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Oakland sports live on, and professional soccer is back at the Coliseum. The 2026 Oakland Roots home opener is set for Saturday, March 14th, featuring an electrifying night of soccer, fireworks, and live music. This is more than a game. It's a celebration of Oakland's culture, community, and love for the sport. Be there as we kick off the season. Get your tickets now at oaklandrootssc.com/tickets. Use code THEGAME10 for 10% off.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Rainy day for San Francisco, high temperature 50.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
95.7 The Game has your chance to run in the iconic San Francisco Marathon. Head to 957thegame.com and enter for your chance to win a full marathon bib for the San Francisco Marathon on July 26th. Get all the details and enter now at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Afternoon. Oh, not yet. Oh, boy.
Woo!
It is still the morning.
Dude, I'm excited.
Why?
I don't think you understand what just happened.
Dustin Hayden?
No.
I don't understand what just happened. You got a date tonight?
No, I don't. Why do you guys always ask me that?
Because you're in a good mood.
No, you're snooping around my personal life.
I just figure. Usually I don't see that big smile. And
it's really just...
until the night after a date.
Stop. It's...
morning after.
You always ask, and then you bring it to air, which really... Yeah. I'm going to be like Vitello. All right. Which one of you SOBs was asking questions, and who's the anonymous tip that told you about my life? That's what I'm going to start asking. No, that's not that.
Well, you might be like Vitello in that you're a little gossiper. And he got caught talking to too many of his minions about, hey, did you hear I'm going to be the new Giants manager? But don't tell anybody. And he told somebody, and they leaked it. And now he's mad at Ken Rosenthal, Susan Slusser, and Andrew Baggerly, and it's going to set the tone for 63 and 99. I feel it.
Dude, I'll bet you they don't win only 63 games. No, I just, during the break, I bought my tickets to go see J. Cole in Oakland on August 29th. So I'm freaking pumped.
Where's he playing?
In Oakland.
Where?
On August 29th.
Where?
In Oakland on August 29th.
The Fox?
No, the arena. Oakland Arena.
Oh, boy. That's not a good sign.
What are you talking about?
That's not a good sign for his career. That's secondary now to Chase.
No.
He couldn't get Chase. Joe Lacob said no.
Artists keep more money on the other side of the bridge.
That's probably true.
No, this is an album I do want you to actually listen to some of. It's really good, Steiny. The Fall Off it might not be his best work, but it's up there. It's pretty freaking good. And there are not a lot of skippables either. You're going to find yourself along for the ride and just locked in for about an hour and a half. I guarantee it.
All right. I'll sit down.
You're going to come in and crap on it in front of me and Goo. Goo's a big fan of it, too. I guess I should have told you that, but...
yeah.
No, J. Cole always goes to Oakland. He doesn't come to San Francisco.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because he's real.
Well, please.
Yeah.
Please.
Get to the town. That's how I know I like you.
Interesting. All right, we talked about Tony Vitello's situation and what's going on with him, and coming up at probably do it next segment. Buster Posey sat down with Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard and also the Odyssey Company. He does a podcast for us. He had a one-on-one with Buster Posey that he's dropping at noon, so we're going to play some of that for you after 12 o'clock. But I was going to bring this conversation up for a segment.
Yeah.
And that is the Warriors.
What about them?
So the Golden State Warriors right now are 29 and 26.
Mm-hmm.
They have 27 games left, and they're in 8th. Mike Dunleavy says he doesn't have any expectations for this team in the next 27 games. So I'll ask Warrior fans a simple question. What would be a successful last third of the season into the playoffs or not? What would be, is there any way for the Warriors to have a successful season now, assuming they don't win a title?
Well, they're not going to win a title.
Okay, I just wanted to be...
But yes, I think there is. Well, I mean, all right, this is the problem, Steiny, because success coming into the year for many was, second round? You know, get back to where you were last year?
Yep.
To me, that went out of the window with the Butler injury. So now success, I think, would be getting to the playoffs and making it a competitive first-round series. That might mean win, that might mean lose, but to me, getting to the first round and getting either swept or just looking completely overwhelmed, I wouldn't look at that as a success. I think you got to prove that there's something to build on this summer to get you back into a place where you could realistically consider them a possibility. I just, and in a way, I know we're going to talk about Curry a lot these last couple months. We're going to talk about the direction of the team, maybe what you do with your first round pick. But I also think there is a lot. No one's really been talking about Porzingis.
No.
Like, to me, a success would be Porzingis playing 24 or more games of these last, how many they got left?
27.
I don't know. Sorry. I would say 20 or more. If you can get Porzingis to play 20 or more of these games and be good, I think that also is a big sign for me of success.
Well, yes, I would agree. One sign to me of success, and I'm kind of putting the cart before the horse, is if the season ends, whenever it does, at the end of the regular season, at the end of the play-in, at the end of the playoffs, and the Golden State Warriors want to be in the Kristaps Porzingis business. Like, that will mean that the last 27 games, he was good enough that you want to make him a permanent part of the team's future. So that would mean that you believe that he can be more healthy, in the next few years, and you can believe, and you still believe he can play at a high level. So I think right now, Porzingis is the biggest issue with this team. Not issue and negative, but that's first things first. Do we want Kristaps Porzingis on this team next year? And to me, that would kind of start a domino effect of, okay, now how do we do this with Curry and Porzingis and Draymond next year? And we'll see if Jimmy Butler comes back when he does. The thing that I'm really, the thing that I'm really wondering about, and it's more of a philosophical question, and that is, if the Warriors are in the lottery, okay, which means they didn't make the playoffs, and I actually think that's the most likely scenario. I think it's going to be tough to get into the playoffs.
You don't think they can beat the Suns in a one-game playoff? That's who they play today.
No, I think the Suns beat them in Phoenix. But you know what? It's a coin flip because who knows what Porzingis is. If Porzingis is a really good player, maybe I'll say the opposite. I guess what I'm getting at is, do people realize that we're not far away from having the same kind of decision we had 4 years ago? Or 5? So
I don't.
But hold on a sec.
No.
Just listen.
No.
So if the Golden State Warriors don't make the playoffs and they're in the lottery, they're guaranteed a top 14 pick.
Yep.
Problem they have right now is they are in no man's land. They are in the worst. Listen, there's so many teams that right now are worse than them. There's in the East, Charlotte, Atlanta, Chicago, Milwaukee, Brooklyn, Indiana, Washington. That's 7. And then below them in the West is Sacramento, New Orleans, Jazz, Mavericks, Grizzlies, Clippers, Blazers. I mean, they are smack dab at like 16. But we saw what happened last year. And my philosophical / hypothetical is, if the Warriors were to stumble upon a top 4 pick, right? They could get 1 through 4.
Yeah.
They would be faced with this very same decision they had in, 2020 with Wiseman?
I would say yeah. Okay, sure. I'll go along with you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay.
Fine. We'll do it your way.
5 years ago, you drafted Wiseman with the high pick. 4 or 5 years later, if you had that 1, 2, 3, or 4 pick, would you trade it for a veteran player or that pick and picks after? Because we're still in the everything for Steph category. In other words, let's say you have 3. You have number 3. You're going to get Boozer, DeBoncha, or Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
Those 3 are considered the top candidates, but there's others. At this point, would you consider moving that? Like, if you could get Giannis in a deal, because now they know that they're looking at the second pick so that they're going to get one of those 3 guys. And now they say, well, you know what? When you were giving us 4 draft picks, we thought they were going to be, this next one was going to be 15. Well, it turns out it's going to be 2. So guess what? Now we'll revisit the Giannis trade. Do you revisit the Giannis trade?
You have to. Yeah, you're not shutting that down. If they say we're interested in Cam Boozer, we want him because the Bucks don't have a pick, or they don't have I think it's like the worst of 3 teams this year or something. We want in on the lottery, the top 4. You're telling me you're hanging up the phone?
No, I'm just saying.
I thought you were going to bring this into a place of, all right, well, would you trade the lottery pick for, a serviceable starting player? I didn't think you were going to go straight to Giannis.
Well, I just went straight to Giannis because the Warriors have dangled 4 picks, but there's no number attached to any of those 4. But what if the first pick this year were number 2? Obviously, then the Bucks.
Are you taking Wiseman or are you trading it?
Exactly. And that's where, if you're asking me, Matt Steinmetz, that's where that pick comes off the table. If the minute it becomes 1, 2, 3, or 4, if it ever does, that pick is off the table. I am using it. Come hell or high water. I am. I'm using it.
Yeah, but then you're not doing anything with it. You're just going to put the seed in the ground and water it and bring sunlight and develop it.
We're going to grow. We're going to grow, Evan.
What's your plan?
My plan is
to build around this second overall pick now?
Well, with Steph Curry for sure, because Steph still thinks he can play for 2 or 3 more years.
Yeah, but okay, so then that player you're taking is going to be 21.
Yep. I want to play him. I want him to be a teammate of Steph Curry for a couple years. I do.
You don't have much time left. I think you trade the pick.
Oh God.
I think you trade the pick.
Okay, but you're not going to trade the pick for a. Here's the one I threw out yesterday. That's right. You were gone. If the Warriors got the number 2 pick in the draft, and the Atlanta Hawks said, we'll give you Jalen Johnson for him for the 2nd pick, would you do it?
I think I might.
I might too.
Jalen Johnson's how old?
23, maybe. I don't even know.
So to me, that's the kind of player that you would want to be ready now. So if Steph has a couple years left and he's still playing well, then I don't have time to wait for a player to develop. Jalen Johnson is already developed. He's an all-star. And I'm just saying, like, to me, that kind of player that you're talking about is absolutely one that I would be more interested in than one of these aging Starlight players. Like, to me...
What about, where does Giannis fit in on that?
I was actually going to throw out Kawhi.
Okay.
I think Kawhi is gettable with what direction the Clippers are telling us they're going in. So if you could trade the number 2 overall pick for Kawhi Leonard, and next year you'd have Steph, Kawhi, and then either Butler or Porzingis, I think that's the kind of guy that they're talking about. And that one would be tough to pull. But if I can get a young star player, yeah, absolutely.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I kind of want it both ways if I'm the Warriors. I want to be in the play-in. I want to take my crack at it, but I want to be in the lottery if and when we lose that play-in game.
But isn't the reason why they're here because they've tried to have it both ways?
Yes. However, this year they have no choice. Like, they have no choice. They can't lose. They could theoretically go 2-25, and they're still going to be like 8th.
Well, I just don't think that you can tank a year that you came in expecting to compete for a championship, whether that was realistic or not. The goal this year was to contend for a title, and 4 months later, you're in tank mode. I don't see it.
I mean, here's the other thing that, believe it or not, I would consider, and that is, we're talking hypotheticals, that if the Warriors on the draft lottery day get one or two, at that point, I might look into trading Steph.
Oh, God.
I might. Because that's that's when you call him in and you go, we got a chance for a player that we love. DeBonsa, let's just say. But he's going to take a couple years, Steph. What do you think? Now, we want you to stay here, but we can't pass on this guy. What do you want to do, Steph? What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that, but that sounds like a lot different conversation than we're going to move you on draft night.
Well, I mean, we're never moving Steph unless he's good with it. Probably, right? So
why is everyone under this assumption, and maybe it's just you, that Steph would want to leave?
Well, because he's coming up against Father Time, and does he want one more shot at a title? And if the Warriors tell him that they love this 20-year-old, the chances are that they're probably not going to win a title in the next couple of years.
What do you think is worth more? A fifth championship or being a one-jersey player? A one-jersey legend? What do you think is worth more to people?
I think that's a fair question. I think the question.
I think that's the question he's going to have to ask himself.
Right. I think that's a question for Curry for sure.
Yeah,
obviously.
but that to me is the biggest one that he has to answer between now and the end of his career, which is, do you want to contend for a fifth championship, maybe even ring chase or I don't know, whatever, or do you want to be one of the few players in the history of basketball who, by the way, already has 4 championships? You've accomplished everything under the sun. The only thing that Curry hasn't done is finish out his career with the exact same team that he started with, which only a few members of the NBA circle can say that they've done and also won. I mean, that to me, but that is the difference between a Kobe, a Duncan. That's the difference. Like, clearly, Giannis is somebody who one ring is not good enough for him, because otherwise I don't think we've been having conversations about him leaving Milwaukee. But Steph's got 4. How much more does a fifth add to his legacy compared to, like, if he got a fifth somewhere else, does that add more to his legacy than being a Warrior for life?
I think if I were Steph, and obviously I'm not, I'd want a fifth title. Just because you're 37, last time you won it, you were 33, and you know what that tastes like. 4 times you did it, and he knows how hard it is and how special it would be to somehow get his fifth. And I think that in a lot of ways he might be resigned that it ain't happening here. And if he's, then I would try to get a fifth. And then come back and retire here. That always happens. Everybody always goes back to their original place to retire, and there's never any acrimony.
What are you talking about?
Like Chris Mullin, for example, went to Indiana for 3 years, came back, retired a Warrior. Nobody remembered he went to Indiana for 3 years.
Yeah, because he didn't win a championship.
No, but he's still a Warrior. You know what I mean?
No, he is a Warrior. He's one of the greats.
I guess
he didn't win a championship.
Right, but it sounds to me like what you're bringing up is if Curry wins a title with another team, would that take away his legacy with the Warriors? And I was actually looking at it as, wouldn't it just be a fifth title?
Well, it would be a fifth championship. That's also under the assumption that he could do it.
Sure.
But in my opinion, I mean, there's only a few guys that stay with one team their entire career, and I do think that matters. And it isn't like we're talking again about a guy who's got 1 title or none. He has 4. That means he's already in a class above many. And for what he's already accomplished, I kind of feel like at this stage in his career that might matter more to him.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a great question, and it's to me it's at the crux of things for sure. And you might be right, but then again, he might be at practice today looking at Santos and Pods and Moody and Post and Draymond and say, this ain't happening.
Well, yeah, but there's only a couple teams that are contending for a title anyways. So let's say he wants to, I don't know, he goes to the Knicks or something. There's no guarantee you're going to win a championship.
Do you think there's anything to Curry wants one more than LeBron?
No, because he's beat him head-to-head 2 out of 3 times. Or sorry, he's got 3 against LeBron. I don't think that really matters to him. I mean, maybe it does. You know, it mattered to Kobe to get one more than Shaq. But Kobe didn't have to go anywhere.
If the Warriors stumble into a top 4 pick this year, you cannot trade that pick. I'm sorry. I just wouldn't do it.
I actually think now would be more of a perfect time to do it than back in 2020.
Really?
Steph was 32 or 33 years old.
Right.
So you have a lot of time.
Prime.
No, you have a lot of time.
Well, you didn't think so at the time, though. That was the problem. I don't think they thought he'd be playing at this level 4 years from now.
I actually think they did believe that was a possibility because they believed that Wiseman and then Kuminga and Moody would have time to develop.
I guess, but I would have been, to me, it would have been more realistic to say, you know, Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman are probably going to be coming into their primes right about now, and Steph will be done. Problem is Steph's not done.
No, he's not. But now the timeline is far closer than it was before. I think.
Well, that's kind of why. Like, I think now they're more desperate in a way than they were back in 2021.
But that's why I think that they would trade the pick. They'd be more inclined to trade it now.
It's funny because that's why I think they'd be less inclined to trade it now. Like, I don't know. I mean, do you, like, when you're making your future decisions on the Warriors, do you expect Steph Curry will be playing at a comparable level in 2 years?
Yes. Otherwise,
and it's impossible, you know.
Otherwise, then what are we doing? I mean, otherwise, start the tank right now. And just try and get as good of a pick as possible because you're building for the future anyways.
Yeah, I
mean, it's a problem, but it's a good problem. The fact that this guy continues to play well. He is not allowing the Warriors to do what a lot of people inside that building may feel like, which is start this thing over. He's not allowing that to happen because of the level that he's still playing at. I don't know. I just think
let me ask you this. What if Curry plays a lot in the second half and Porzingis plays a lot in the second half and they go 13 and 14?
I mean, I don't think that'll happen, but if it did, it would be because those two guys got hurt. I just think their schedule is soft enough and they play bad teams that they're going to be okay. But if that did happen, well, then this summer, you have to decide if there's someone out there that's able to get you to the next level or if you just want to take that pick. And who knows? It could be the 9th pick. It could be the 10th pick.
And it's probably going to be that.
I mean, maybe you're Dallas. If you luck into number 1, or number 2, well, no, you have to take the player, and then you decide what to do with him. We were talking about it before the show, and I know he got to hit a break here, but Cleveland made that choice when they acquired LeBron and traded Andrew Wiggins for Kevin Love. If you could get a Kevin, and I'm talking about Kevin Love back then.
Sure.
If you could get a Kevin Love caliber player back in 2014-15 for that pick, I think you'd be hard-pressed not to do it.
It'll be interesting. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to weigh in on the Warriors' second half, what does success look like to you if you're a Warrior fan with 27 games to go? But don't forget the big news this week and next is your chance to play knockout on the floor of Chase Center. That's right, the same baskets that Steph Curry shoots at, you're going to have a chance at. Every show is going to be giving away opportunities every day starting today. But the only way you have even a chance is to register. 957thegame.com. Go there right now to register. And once again, it's the only place you can register on the website. And once you're registered, then at different times we are going to call a name. And today it's going to be at 12:30. And when we call your name, you have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call in. And when you do, you're in knockout. So that's what's going on from 12:30 to about 1 o'clock. You got to be listening to win. And where you're going to win is right here on 95.7 The Game.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today, and my name is Matt Steinmetz. Coming up in about a half hour, we'll get to that Buster Posey sound. Did an interview with Tim Kawakami of our Odyssey podcast family, which is always welcome here. And then at 1 o'clock, we've got Dustin Hayden, highlight of the show.
New friend of the show. You met him yesterday.
I met Dustin yesterday, and fascinating guy. He's he combines three of my big interests in life, and I met him, and I said, I'd like to get you on the show tomorrow. So I just texted him to see if he's available, and he says yes, he can make it happen at 1 o'clock.
Well, I didn't know
Dustin Hayden.
Didn't know we were going out of our way, for Anchorage is best, but.
So Dustin Hayden is he's from Anchorage, Alaska. Hard south from the Arctic Circle. And
wait, a hard south?
Yeah, hard south. Not quite north.
Isn't a lot of stuff a hard south from the Arctic Circle?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like we're a hard south from the Arctic Circle.
Very hard. Yeah, he's less hard.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Man, he's about a 3-hour drive to the Arctic Circle, I would imagine. We could ask him. But when you do drive from Anchorage to the Arctic Circle, you'll go by Fairbanks. And anyway, he had it was a cool hockey jersey. It was so cool that I had to ask him what team it was. And he told me it was the Anchorage Wolverines of the NAHL, North American Hockey League. And then he said, I'm actually the mascot. He's the Wolverine. Wiley. Said he'd been doing it for 5 years, volunteering. Talked to him a little bit about the NAHL in Anchorage and told him I'd like to have him on the show.
Do you think they have tanking in minor league hockey?
That's a good question. I don't think so. You know what? Hockey players are a different breed. They're more competitive.
I wonder if they have, well, more importantly, tanking at the NHL level.
Do they? I don't even know.
I mean, what do the Sharks do the last 5 years? Are they trying to win? And it worked.
Trust the process.
This is the thing. I know that there's a big issue with tanking in sports all across, right? I mean, I can't speak for hockey. Sure. I don't know it as well. But there's enough evidence that it's a viable strategy that when teams do it, I can't be mad at them. Oklahoma City tanked for a few years. Look at them. The Houston Rockets tanked for a few years. The San Antonio Spurs tanked. And all three of those teams are some of the up-and-comers now in the NBA.
You forgot a team. The Warriors.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Well, yes, but it started a dynasty, you could argue.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the one I would put the dynasty on.
Well, they traded a guy who was healthy for a guy who couldn't play when they were in the middle of a playoff race.
Yeah, and what did that get them?
Harrison Barnes. Remember, they were able to keep their pick. And then Bogut became a fixture.
But my point is that wasn't the biggest reason that they started a dynasty. It was one of the pieces.
Yeah, but most two. Barnes and Bogut became linchpins.
Yeah, and in the hierarchy of that team, they were high.
Careful. Bogut was... Oh, God, he was so good.
No, Bogut's incredible. But if you're going to list the three most important players on that team, was Bogut one of them?
On my team, yes.
If we're just going to have an honest conversation.
On my team.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Like, none of the guys that they took that became Hall of Famers were in the top 5.
No.
So?
Well, I'd say that Bogut won a title without Durant, right?
Yeah, 2015.
So he was probably the 4th best player in that team.
Sure.
All right. The question we have now is, so tanking's a big issue, and now we got a monkey wrench. First, I'm going to play you Steph Curry. You know what? This guy is an interesting guy. The story of All-Star Weekend was tanking, and what can the league do? And it's such a big problem. You know, they got to go to LeBron and Steph and the big boys, Durant. Listen to what Curry said about tanking. Maybe it's much ado about nothing.
How many teams are tanking right now? Even the teams that are in the play-in chase?
The ones out.
Let's ask how many is the third of the league, so 10 teams? Is it really that big of a problem? I'm asking. We feel like there's obviously a lot of competition. It's something I'm sure every year the NBA wants to address why the play-in tournament exists. Things evolve. Problems arise, and everybody wants to shine a spotlight on all the negatives of the league, but let's focus on the positives of how great the competition is at the top. There still is relevancy regular season-wise of the seeding and playoff chase. I know there's a conversation around how many games we're playing. That's probably where I would focus more the attention, but let's not forget the league is in a great place overall in terms of the attention, the skill level, the global reach, all of that stuff. Every year you'll address the issues. I don't have those answers, though.
All right, so it doesn't sound like you think... What?
Steph Curry spoke. Spoke on tanking. Talk about the positives. Talk about what's really happening in this league. Teams competing for titles. Teams competing for playoff spots. That's what we should be talking about, like the Warriors.
He does have a point. You know, there's a difference between tanking and a team that just can't win. Or an organization that puts a team out on the floor that just can't win.
Well, I think that's what is happening, is teams tank before your eyes and then play it off like, well, you know, we're just not that good. It's like, yeah, because you didn't try to be good. You didn't try to sign productive players. You didn't try to put together a winning team. You tried to get as close to the number 1 pick as possible by putting together a bad product.
So Mark Cuban was an NBA owner for 21 years.
He might be in the future.
Maybe. And he weighed in on the tanking, and he said the complete opposite. And he wrote a post about why the NBA should embrace tanking and why it's a part of the game and it should be. And his whole thing is that fans don't expect teams to win every game. They know better. They want teams to compete. But what he said is what's most important is this. The NBA should worry more about fan experience than tanking. It should worry more about pricing fans out of games than tanking. You know who cares the least about tanking? A parent who can't afford to bring their 3 kids to a game and buy their kids a jersey of their favorite player. Tanking isn't the issue. Affordability and quality of game presentation are. I think that's pretty interesting because what he's saying, like, to me, what I hear is we get it. There are some teams at this point of the season that aren't trying to win. So what we should do is lower the cost of games, because we know that, and make the quality of the presentation of the game in the arena better so that win or lose, when a fan goes home, they just remember the experience and not necessarily the score, the outcome, or who was the leading scorer of the game.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that's why this is, to me.
So it's really about paying exorbitant money for guys for teams when they don't have their stars playing.
Yeah, 100%. Or if the team is just bad. It doesn't have to be when a team doesn't have their star playing. I mean, that's an issue, and I think tanking is kind of it's entangled. It's tangled up with all of these other issues that the NBA is faced with. But I do think it's taken over as the face of the problem with basketball because people don't like to know that their team is actively trying to lose. But in reality, and we've talked about this hypothetical, right? If I told you right now that the Warriors would be a contender in 6 years, but they would have to start losing now, and Steph Curry wouldn't be a part of the team in 6 years, would you do it? That's called tanking. But if there's a light at the end of the tunnel, I don't think people have a problem with it. What I think they have a problem with is what Cuban's talking about, and that's having to pay still hundreds and hundreds of dollars to go see a team that is actively not trying to win. I mean, and I brought this up to you in the green room, but I do think, and it's across all sports, but the entry level to be a fan, if you really want to go to games, it's higher than it's ever been. One of the reasons why I enjoyed going to Warriors games as a kid, growing up in the East Bay, is because it wasn't that expensive.
Right.
It wasn't an expensive experience to go watch the Warriors. And I liked them. You know, you watch them on TV, and I knew that they weren't very good. But I didn't have to pay more than, or my parents didn't have to pay a bunch of money to get us into the games, to sit in a decent seat. And now, if you want to be just a fan, not even a hardcore fan, if you just want to go to a couple games, like, that's a pretty penny. You know, I just bought these tickets to go see J. Cole in Oakland.
55?
What?
$55, I'm guessing. What? It's a big arena. Usually the bigger the venue, the smaller the price. So about 55?
What are you talking about? Oakland Arena sits
18,000.
Yeah, you've been there.
Right.
That's not a small arena.
That's my point.
You worked there for years.
The bigger the arena, the cheaper the ticket, I would hope.
But Chase Center's not that much bigger.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you said, Steiny, J. Cole is at the Fox or the Paramount, I'd be like, wow, those are probably expensive tickets. But he's at
too big for
the
that.
Oakland Arena.
That's because he's...
So I'm guessing $55.
And they just added another show. He's too big for all that. He's got to be in an arena. That's how it goes.
Okay, how much are the tickets? Are you going to tell me or not?
Well, are you going to shut up and let me finish? Good Lord. They're about as much as a Warriors game. You know what I mean?
Well,
so I'm going.
When? Like 2 weeks ago or 2 years ago?
No, I'm talking about on Thursday when they're back against the Boston Celtics. Those tickets they're a pretty penny because the Celtics are a big draw.
100?
Curry's coming back. I don't want to tell you.
How much, Risotto?
It doesn't matter.
How much are the J. Cole tickets, people?
Well, they're going for a lot more now on a second-party site. But the point is, I'm going to see a singular act at a singular time who tours seldom. That's every single night for a lot of these games that people have to make decisions about spending money on. It's not just a drop in the hat. It's a lot of money. And I'm not paying that much amount of money to watch a team that isn't going to compete, or a team whose franchise is telling me they don't want to compete, that they want to lose.
How much? Somebody's saying 80 to 100 is about right. No, I can't imagine he gets any more for a ticket than that.
That's more than that. Well, if you want to sit in a nice spot.
What's that?
We got something going on at the station.
Oh.
Do we?
Oh, my God. Thank you, Risotto. Hey, here it is. Somebody's got a chance to win the knockout prize. Let me get my read. There it is. All right, here we go. The window is now open. At some point in the next 30 minutes, we will announce our first name registered to play knockout with us at Chase Center. That person's then got to call the contest line in 9 minutes and 57 seconds, and you will be locked in to play knockout. So, I don't know, 10 minutes, 10, 15, we'll see. I'm gonna give you a name, and the person's got to call in 10 minutes, 13 seconds, 3 seconds less than that. All right? I'm here in 187 for nosebleeds. Who is this guy? He must have, you know what? I got you. You know what?
You know who this is.
I know why the tickets are that expensive.
You know who this is.
I know why the tickets are that expensive.
You know what this is.
So this guy's going to be one of those guys like Lady Gaga or Madonna, where most of what you're watching is just a production. It's not really music. It's more like choreography. It's like Broadway.
Well, there has to be something else a part of a show. You know, I don't know about you, but I'd like to be able to watch more than just a guy sit there at a keyboard and hum some songs and then go on about his way like I did when I watched Van Morrison that you told me to go to.
I never did that.
It was a terrible show. Yeah, I told you I was going to see
How much did you pay? And shut up.
Too much.
I thought you went for free.
No, I didn't go for free. Although it wasn't a lot.
Shut up, Evan.
Yeah. Thank you.
I saw, you're right. It was a bad show.
These are your heroes.
I paid like $200 to see Van Morrison on a Friday, and then somebody offered me free tickets on a Saturday, and I was like, I'm not going.
But you didn't go to either?
No, I went to the first one and paid $200. It was awful. And then our great guy, Jesse Moore, said, hey, I have a couple for Van next night. Freebies. I'm like, no.
I'm actually glad you mentioned that.
You have to pay me to go see it on the second night.
I'm glad you mentioned Van Morrison. Oh. That is the musical version of tanking. That is what tanking looks like.
You're wrong.
From a performer.
No.
J. Cole does not tank.
I'm going to fight you on this one.
Van Morrison tanks.
You're wrong. And that's the problem we have. You don't know the difference between tanking and load management. The guy's 80. Almost. He's just load managing, Evan. He's not tanking.
Well, that, even better, because I think that's a bigger problem than tanking. And I know they're kind of connected. But the biggest issue that I have with basketball right now is, let's say I am paying to go see the Warriors on Thursday to see the Celtics. Yeah.
All right.
And I find out an hour before the game that Jaylen Brown's out. He's not playing. And he's not playing because he's legitimately hurt, but there's rest involved. Like, that would piss me off. I'm going to see these performers. I'm going to see these incredible athletes go out there and compete. And one of them that I was interested in going to see, who's Boston's best player, is out because he has to rest. And that's not something you have any control over. You know, and Cuban's talking about adjusting prices. You can't adjust for that. You can't adjust a ticket price an hour before the game. You know, when Giannis was out when the Warriors went to Milwaukee, that was a wonky thing where early in the year, Giannis was announced a half hour before the game. He ain't playing. That's a problem because I'm not getting what I'm going to see.
This guy in the YouTube chat really been coming down my road.
You got to stop reading that.
Yeah, it's funny.
Although we do love them.
I'm sharing that because this is a great line, even though I can't stand the guy. Actually, I don't know him. He goes by "We the Champs, babe."
Okay.
He says, "Goo is load managing, Steiny is tanking." Pretty good one. Pretty good one.
I think I'm on to you.
That was a good one. We the Champs, babe. All right, let me see. Should I, what did Alex Baldwin say in...
Alec
Baldwin say in Glengarry Glen Ross. Is everybody here? We're still missing a guy. I'm going.
Go to it.
All right, it's time to announce first knockout contestant on this Tuesday, or it's the second one, but dude's got a call. You ready? Here we go. The following person has 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call the contest line to be a part of our knockout tournament. And the name is Augie Coronel. Augie Coronel from South San Francisco. You now have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call the contest line, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Augie Coronel, South San Francisco. You got 9 minutes and 57 seconds to be officially in our knockout competition, which is, in March? I can't remember.
Well, that name reminds me. So, because I was showing you the Earl Weaver
yes.
conversation earlier today, and it's incredibly profane, and we can't replay it. But The name reminds me of another great baseball coach who has some incredible one-liners, and that's Augie Garrido. God rest his soul. Was the head coach of Texas for a long time. But he has, I'll show you during the break, because also, I don't think we can play it, but he has an incredible rant after one of their late conference losses. The score was like 6-3. But he eviscerated his entire team the way that Tony Vitello eviscerated the media yesterday, speaking to them. And they went on to win a national title. I believe it was in 2005. And I'm telling you, Steiny, you got to look into Augie Garrido. This guy's, he also has some great quotes like, compete to a standard, not a scoreboard. You know, in many ways, I think you'd like him. He's very John Wooden-esque.
I've heard of him, for sure. How about this?
He's a winner.
How about this for a coincidence? My nephew, Bobby John, lives in Pennsylvania. He's about 38. And had a nice son named Dalton. And they just had another baby about a year ago. And they named him Augie. Augie. So there's another Augie now in the family.
Well, congratulations to the Steinmetzes.
Steinmetz family. Congratulations to my nephew,
growing
Bobby.
by the year.
Yeah, good kid. Really good kid.
Who, Augie?
No. No, Bobby John.
Oh.
My nephew. He's involved in the pickleball business.
You got to get into pickleball.
He got in on the ground floor.
It's one of those things where I think pickleball is it's like a gateway drug. Like, it can get you into so many different things. And it also doesn't matter what age you play. Rick Barry plays pickleball. He's, 80?
Yeah, he knows Rick Barry.
Oh, does he?
Because Rick goes to all those tournaments. Rick gets paid to go.
Well, he's really good.
He is good. He's 6'7".
So?
I mean, come on.
You got to be quick.
It's a small court. He can just cover it.
Sonny, he's old. But
he's in great shape.
Now, that's someone that we were talking about it yesterday. If you could figure out what age you're going to croak at, if he heard 95, he would get every ounce of life out of those 95 years.
Yes. He said wants to go fly fishing at 100 years old.
He wants to do another thing, too.
That's true. I forgot about that. All right. Let's see what we got. We got the mascot of the Anchorage Wolverines coming up at 1. We've got Buster Posey sound on the other side. And I'm just having a good time with my buddy Evan here at 95.7 The Game. And one more time. We
also got your boy coming up, right?
Yeah, the Michigan Wolverine.
Darren?
Dustin Hayden. All right. Just to turn it serious for a second, I've been around forever, and I've seen athletes go through it all. Highs, lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. And whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Best of the Bay 4 times they've been voted by SF Weekly. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com. Because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Head to Safeway this week for beautiful, fragrant, overjoyed boutique dozen roses for $24.99. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Dan Daly, administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehab, is proud to announce our award as the top Bay Area nursing facility in the Bay Area and third best in the state of California as reported by Newsweek magazine. Under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated medical director Dr. Darby Clayson, if you or a loved one is in need of inpatient physical therapy, please don't hesitate to contact our admission team of Dab Sterling or Charlotte Lawrence at 415-566-1200.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
95.7 The Game has your chance to run in the iconic San Francisco Marathon. Head to 957thegame.com and enter for your chance to win a full marathon bib for the San Francisco Marathon on July 26th. Get all the details and enter now at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Bad news for Augie Coronel.
Oh, no.
He did not utilize the 9 minutes and 57 seconds properly. Night. Next chance to win, 3:30 with Willard and whoever he's working with today.
Well, and that's it. Why'd you have to say that?
Well, because Dibbs wasn't here yesterday.
But he might be back today.
He might. That's why I said whoever he's working with. I don't know if it's going to be Grandy or Dibbs today.
But the show's called Willard and Dibbs.
Right, but I just want to be precise. And we've talked about precision with words before.
Dibbs is back.
All right.
So why do you have to make an ass out of you and me?
Dibbs is back. Coming up in 10 minutes, Dustin Hayden.
I look forward to talking with him.
Dustin Hayden's a guy. We got a super chat.
Oh, my guy.
Hella Frankie paying $5. Thanks, E. Mentioning that a second show was added, I just copped. I had messed up earlier. Let's try to keep the profanity to a low. Well, I had messed up earlier and was stuck with a 60,000 queue.
Yeah.
Happy Chinese New Year, everyone.
Well, back at you, Frankie. Happy Chinese New Year to all. Okay. So he's talking about the J. Cole concert because it was supposed to be just one show in August, and they added a second because of how fast it sold out. So he was in a queue of 60,000 people and then was able to buy tickets for the second night.
Gotcha.
It's what we do here.
Gotcha.
You can also listen to Chewy Gomez for a chance to win free tickets.
Oh, he's got them?
Chewy's got them all, man.
I know he does.
That guy knows everybody.
It's kind of a joke.
Dude, I was listening to this podcast with Fat Joe, or I should say Guru sent me the clip. But
I know who he is.
Yeah, he mentioned Chewy Gomez. They were just in talking. He's like, shout out to the old Bay Area guys. They're talking about the Super Bowl. And he was saying, he's just going down the list of all the people that he knows in the Bay Area, rappers, producers. And then he's like, and Chewy Gomez. I was like, damn.
Wow.
Chewy's a big boy.
Yeah, he is. So coming up in 10 minutes, we're going to have a guy on that I met at a bar yesterday.
He's more than that.
He is more than that. His name's Dustin Hayden. He had a cool hockey jersey on. I didn't know what the team was. I asked him. He said it's the Anchorage Wolverines of the NAHL. They just came into existence 5 years ago after they took a franchise from Anchorage. They took the Aces, and apparently in Anchorage, as one guy on the video said, we really didn't know what kind of hockey town we wanted to be. Well, they got the Anchorage Wolverines, and Dustin Hayden is their mascot. Been their mascot for 5 years since they've been in existence, and I want to talk to him about Anchorage, about hockey, about being a mascot, and it's my freaking show.
Now, I want to ask you this because I think the boss is listening.
Yeah.
On a scale of 1...
We couldn't get Celebrini.
We're efforting him, yes. On a scale of 1 to Steve Summers, where does this guest do you think he's going to fit in? Because Steve Summers was out of sight. For those that don't know, he used to be the night host at WFAN, had some incredible stories, but that guy could talk. Used to do like a 6-hour overnight shift or something for 20 years.
You know what? I forgot about that. So I owe him. I owe Nahigian. He can't get mad at this because he got me Summers and Guru and he got us Summers and Summers. He told me to cut Summers off, quite frankly, and I said, I cannot do that. How can I do that?
Well, you literally couldn't because he had a 6-minute answer every time you said something.
Nahigian actually was like, just hang up and we'll say the phone died.
He texted me after Steve Summers did and said, we didn't even get to Giants, Niners, and Warriors.
Too busy talking about Sacramento.
Oh, God.
I'm
so bad.
No, but it wasn't bad. Come on. I enjoyed it. In fact, we'll get him on again.
All right. Hey, since we only have 5 minutes here, and, one of the worst things to do is you get into something and then you got to peel off.
We do it a lot.
Yeah. You see Bleacher Report? I'm going to bring Risotto in here. Did you see Bleacher Report had a list of the top 10 overrated players, overrated in the NBA? Did you see it, Risotto?
I did not see it.
Okay, good, because Evan and I have seen it.
Did you make this list?
No, I did not make this list. This is Bleacher Report. You want to start taking guesses as to who they had the top 10 most overrated players in the NBA? And I would say that they're all pretty high profile. So he's going with like stars or kind of stars.
LeBron James?
Not on the list.
John Morant?
Not on the list.
James Harden?
Not on the list. It picks the wrong guy to pick.
Yeah, these are good guesses, though.
They are good guesses.
I don't know how relevant Russell Westbrook is, but I know he's been regarded as overrated in the past.
All right, maybe I'll just run down
the
list. This is 10-1. So this is the 10th most overrated player.
Yeah.
D'Angelo Russell. And now we'll work down. Number 9. This guy stinks. Kyle Kuzma.
I think he stinks.
I do think this next guy's overrated. Jaren Jackson Jr.
I think he stinks.
Number 6. Tyler Hero. I kind of agree. Like, does he ever play?
Sneaky high, but when you think about it, yeah, that guy is pretty overrated.
Number 5. 6. DeAndre Ayton.
I thought he was number 5.
Zion Williamson.
That surprised me, but I see it.
And now it gets a little ugly. The 4th most overrated player right now in the NBA, Kristaps Porzingis. Number 3, Zach LaVine.
This list was targeted.
Number 2, Anthony Davis. And somebody asked Nahegan when Draymond Green's next podcast is because he was voted the number 1 most overrated player in the NBA by Bleacher Report. I didn't make the list. Draymond.
No. I just want to go home. But you didn't amend it.
I just...
So the Warriors have 2 of the top 4 most overrated players in basketball is what you're saying?
How about this? Think about it this. They have 2 of the top 4 overrated players in basketball, and then they have 2 of the highest paid players in basketball. So you can make
between Curry and Butler.
I mean, think about that.
This is a list.
I almost guessed Clay or Kawhi Leonard.
I would guess that Kawhi's playing well enough now.
Kawhi is balling when he does play.
I think it's indication of how far Clay's fallen. Like, he's not even...
No. Although D'Angelo Russell was on that list, and I haven't heard about him in a while. But it's like your 10th spot. You know, you could have thrown it at Trae Young or somebody else like that.
Oh, somebody... Was this the last list that last year was oh, gosh, why can't I think of it? Oh, the one that had Halliburton overrated?
Well, I don't know if this is from the same people. I think that was an NBA player poll, which they did have at All-Star Weekend. They didn't talk about the most overrated players, but they do a player poll, and Halliburton was up there. It was because of his involvement with the Olympic team and him not contributing anything and still getting an A.
Gotcha.
On the group project. But I think the number 1, that doesn't surprise me at all, though. I mean, how many, I don't know about number 1, but if you just asked anybody who's an NBA fan, who are the most overrated players in basketball? Draymond is probably going to come up at some point. And it's because of how much he's accomplished, but also this year he ain't having a good year.
No, he's not. He's not. And Risotto, you can give Dustin a call anytime you want. Anchorage
All right,
area.
I know you're excited
I
about
am.
this, Steiny. I could see
Wait,
you
did
just
the boss
jumping.
put the kibosh on it?
Well, he
I
did
haven't
say
heard
we have to break at 12. Dustin's got a heart out.
It's a 907. It is Anchorage. I'll bet you didn't know Anchorage had a 907.
Did you ask him what he was doing?
He's in the Air Force.
No, but I mean like the rest of the week.
He was going down to San Jose for a couple days for some kind of Air Force training.
Okay.
We'll get some details. He also sent me a great video. We should share it on 95.7 The Game.
Should have had him in studio.
Well, he's down in San Jose. He just volunteers.
Does he have video? So we could see this guy in his sweet jersey?
I'm sure the video's on the one he sent me.
Imagine he came in studio with the outfit.
I know.
We'll have him describe the jersey to you.
It's going to be like a Wolverine. Because he's a Wolverine. It's the Anchorage Wolverines. I got to do the legal. Can't wait. God, I hope he's as good as he was yesterday. Let's see, legal. All gas. Oh, that's not the legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Warriors and the Valkyries and the Anchorage Wolverines. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Seriously, you don't think this kind of stuff's fun?
No, I do.
Because if you don't, that's why I'm retiring soon.
No,
Dead serious.
I do like this kind of stuff. But what honestly is most important about this, sincerely,
yes,
is that you are into it. Because do I think that Dustin is, a bigger draw than, say...
Oh, you got him? Shut up, Evan.
Okay.
All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in my good friend, Dustin Hayden. Lives in Anchorage, Alaska. He is the mascot for the Anchorage Wolverines of the NAHL, North American Hockey League. I met him yesterday. He's in town because he's got some Air Force obligations, but I wanted to talk to him. Hayden, what's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going, Stein?
Going great, man. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, real quick, before we get into it, what are you doing down in the Bay Area? Because I know you're from Anchorage.
So I am in the U.S. Air Force, and we're down here just doing some training. We work with a rescue squadron, and so we're just practicing some rescue missions and things of that nature.
So do you fly a plane?
I'm not a pilot. I am a backender, so I am a rescue loadmaster.
Gotcha. All right, let's get to the interesting stuff. So you are the mascot for the Anchorage Wolverines.
I am.
They've been in existence for, 5 years?
Yes, this is the fifth season.
All right, so how'd you get involved in that? And give me some of your day-to-day duties.
Yeah, so getting into this, it was kind of a random thing. The team had just started and had seen something on Instagram saying, hey, who wants to come in and do the mascot thing? The mascot didn't have a name, no character, no identity or anything at that point. And I was like, you know what? It's something fun. Like, I'll do it. I remember seeing mascots when I was a kid and loved it. And I was like, you know what? The kids deserve something like this. And so I was like, you know what, I'll do it. And they're like, no way, will you really? And I was like, yeah. Not knowing who was on the other end of that Instagram account, it was one of my wife's good friends who's one of the owners of the team.
Nepotism?
And what's that?
A little nepotism?
A little bit. And I was like, yeah, no, I'll do it. And so I get in, start doing it, and it turns out to be an amazing thing. I took it on full strength. And I gave that character, who is Wiley, gave him his whole identity and whatnot, his whole character, his demeanor and whatnot. And it's a blast. But as far as day-to-day duties go, we'll get to the rink probably 4 hours before the game. We'll go through and do all of our meetings with the team and figure out what we have on the schedule for intermissions, 60-second media timeouts, things like that.
Gotcha.
Getting T-shirts rolled because we have a T-shirt cannon.
Of course.
yeah, doing things like that and just trying to figure out what we're going to do to make it the most fun possible every game. And typically we'll have games on Fridays and Saturdays.
Ooh, back-to-backs.
Yep.
Oh, so Dustin, my name is Evan. I work with Steiny. I wish I could have been there yesterday to meet you. I do have a lot of questions. My first one is going to be this. What was your first impression of Matt Steinmetz?
You know, actually, when he came up and he was like, "Hey, what team is that? Or what's that on your jersey?" And I was like, "Oh, it's a Anchorage Wolverines hockey jersey." And he was like, "Oh," and he was wearing a Canada jersey, and I was in a bar, and had no idea who he was, and I was thinking maybe he was from Canada, so I was like explaining what other leagues it could be similar to that are in Canada, and he was kind of looking at me like, "Okay, yeah, you're saying stuff." But yeah, we started sitting down talking and kind of hit it off. And he was like, "Hey, you wanna jump on the show tomorrow?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Oh, I'm a radio host." And I was like, "Oh shit, okay." Oh, sorry.
That's all right. We got you. We got it.
All right, Dean.
So, what are some of the great mascots you've studied under? Who's your idol in the mascot business?
Oh, man. When it comes to who I look for inspiration to, I look at Gritty from the Flyers.
Sure.
Good call.
And he's a goofball. And then Blue from the Indianapolis Colts. He's just always doing manic things, and it's funny, just the way that they go about it. And, yeah, those are the two main ones that I kind of understudy of sorts. I've met neither of them at this point, but yeah, those are the two that I really look at.
Now, when you guys were putting this thing together and you're becoming a part of it, how much did Anchorage kind of wrap its arms around not just the team but specifically Wiley? Like, let's be honest, we're getting down to brass taxes here. How quickly did people take to your kind of vision for this mascot, and how much is Wiley kind of a celebrity up there?
So it's so cool. Pretty much what we did is we got the entire town involved, and we put out a thing being, what do you want the mascot named? And people submitted names. We took the most voted names or most submitted names, put them in a bracket style, and then just whittled it down from a voting system. And at the end of the day, it came out as Wiley. So right from the get-go, the city had buy-in on who Wiley was. And it's an amazing thing. We've had Bowie from the Seattle Kraken, the NHL team. Mm-hmm. He's come up to Alaska various times, and Bowie and Wiley have had interactions. He's been at a autograph signing or kind of media thing, and Wiley is rolled up afterwards. All of the kids that were around Bowie look over and just scream, "Oh gosh, it's Wiley," and run over. And at that point, I was like, this is something, because we've got an NHL mascot, and these kids are running away from him to go see Wiley.
Nice.
That's cool.
Nice. All right. Now, how far are you from the Arctic Circle? Have you ever been inside the circle?
I have. I have been as far north as you can go in Alaska, which is Utqiagvik, or it used to be known as Barrow.
Okay.
You guys may have seen pictures of the football field that's up there. It's the northernmost football field, and it's a beautiful blue turf field. So I've been up there a couple of times.
Are you from Anchorage?
Not originally. I'm originally from Nevada, but I've lived in Alaska since I was 7.
How come? So why'd you move there, and how come you're staying? Do you like it?
I love Alaska. It's fantastic. But I moved up there. My mom's, she grew up in Alaska and wanted to go back, and so we moved up there when I was a kid, and I've stuck it through since, and it's been a good journey. The summers are phenomenal. The winters can be brutal at times, but you get through it and you survive it for the summers, because that's the best time to be there.
Yeah, I was going to say, D, how would you describe Alaska living to, like, we're from California. a lot of people either haven't been or maybe it's not on their radar. How would you describe being an Alaskan to someone who's not?
So pretty much the winters, you're waking up in the dark, and sun doesn't come up until about 11, and it starts going down at 3:30, 4 o'clock. So you get up, you go to work in the dark, you work through the day, and maybe if you get outside, you get to see some sunlight. Other than that, you're gonna drive home in the dark as well. So it can be rough in that. So definitely figuring out your lifestyle, figuring out what you want to do, and making that time worthwhile when it's sunny and whatnot.
What about the summers?
The summers are unreal. You can go out, you'll be hanging out, going fishing, drinking with your buddies, and the next thing you know, you're like, hey, what time is it? You're like, oh, it's 3 a.m. And you look up and you're like, there's no way it's 3 a.m. The sun's still up because the sun doesn't go down. It'll hide behind the mountains.
Oh,
that's
cool.
it.
I'm going to get up there at some point. Hey, lastly, tell me about the arena in Anchorage. And is it just used for hockey, or does anybody play basketball up there? I know you got a D2 program.
So it is the Sullivan Arena, and for hockey, we can hold about 6,500 attendees, and they do various different programs there, mainly hockey, but we'll do like trade shows and stuff there. It's a multi-use facility. As far as basketball goes, the Seawolves, the UAA Seawolves, they have their own facility strictly for basketball and volleyball.
Gotcha.
That's awesome.
Hey, man, really appreciate you coming on. I had a great time talking to you yesterday. Good luck to you. And so, do you get down here a couple times a year, or this is just a once-and-done thing?
It kind of depends, because there is a rescue squadron down here that we're training with, so it kind of depends on how the cogs roll.
Gotcha. Hey, man, thank you for your service, and thanks for coming on.
Hey, thank you, guys. Really appreciate it.
All right, man. That was Dustin Hayden.
You're glowing.
The Anchorage Wolverines.
You're glowing right now.
I am. That's fun.
Legitimately.
That's fun. Now, I'd like to talk to him off the air because I got a million questions about where he lives up there.
Have you heard of this football field that he was talking about? The northernmost football field in, it sounds like America?
No, but I'm sure we could find it.
The blue turf?
Well, the other thing is, remember, they have to have at least one big arena up there because they played the Anchorage, what was it, the Alaska Shootout. Remember, there used to be a rule in college basketball where a college team from the mainland could only play 25 regular season games on the mainland. So that's when teams started going to Maui and to Alaska and to Puerto Rico for the tournaments so they could cram in 2 or 3 extra games. So the Anchorage tournament, the Alaska Shootout, used to get some big-time teams up there. In fact, it's a long time ago. Apparently, it's where Glenn Rice once met Sarah Palin when he was playing college basketball.
I've never heard of the indoor events, but they have, because listening to Dustin describe the summers, I know they have a pretty competitive collegiate baseball league up there. And I had a buddy who played in it, and every single year they have a midnight game where the game starts at midnight because it's the only place in the world, or at least in the country, it's the only place in the country where you can start a sporting event. You can do anything at midnight because there's still sunlight. And they play literally 24 hours in a row, different teams in this round-robin fashion in the Alaskan Summer League. And my buddy said it was like one of the coolest experiences he's ever had.
I mean, I'd like to go up there in the summer, see how many holes of golf I could play in a day.
Well, that's the thing. It sounds like you wouldn't know that the day ended.
Exactly.
What time is it? It's 3 a.m. Sun's up.
I just say, I appreciate everybody indulging me there because, it's just very interested in that
your
life.
Show.
All right. 888-957-9570, favorite mascots. And you got to be checking out Dustin Hayden. Got video out there. What? I got to go see the boss? All right. Tell him to wait. All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here
to... Not again. That was my line.
Hey,
stop it. Mom? What What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ILoveJax.com.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game, a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth, clients are often victimized twice. First by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlock's home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headache. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You like this?
This beat? Yeah, I do. It's nice and mellow. It's a little Tribe Called Quest-ish.
No, but that's not who it is.
Who is it?
I thought you liked the guy.
Cole?
Yeah, this is J. Cole, bro.
Yeah, this was his remix
how come
of
you
a
didn't know
Tribe
it?
Called Quest song.
But you didn't know it was J. Cole.
Yes, I know that he did the remix for a Tribe Called Quest. That's
Watch
why I
the
said it's Tribe Called Quest-ish.
Watch your tone. It doesn't sound like you knew it was J. Cole.
Am I right or am I wrong that this is his remix of a Tribe Called Quest beat?
Sounds to me a little...
Count the bucket.
You know what it sounds like? Henry Conti.
Now that I don't know what that is.
The original Rocky soundtrack. Gonna fly now on a shimmer. Take you back. Do. Take you back. You never heard that?
Well, I've heard it in Rocky. I didn't know it was Harry Conti.
Oh, God. Oh. I can almost envision Wiley the Wolverine coming out to this. By the way, thanks to Dustin Hayden.
I think people want more of him.
Steiny, I really enjoyed your conversation with Dustin. That was pretty cool. I'm glad you did it. It was interesting. My favorite mascot was Thunder. Sweet.
Well, you disparaged Thunder leading up to this conversation, so I don't know if we can really go back there.
You want to have a serious conversation about Thunder? We can't.
It sounds like you got some things you got to get off your chest.
The issue or the challenge with Thunder was when he first became the Warriors' mascot, he talked.
Well, that's a problem.
Right, but he started to talk because he was doing, like they would bring him to libraries for kids and schools, and the kids really loved him, so he would engage with the kids, like with his voice. And the Warriors were like, yeah, mascots can't really be talking, or reading to the kids. So then he just became a regular mascot, and then without talking. And then, of course, once the Oklahoma City Thunder entered the league, the Thunder mascot was officially 6 feet under. Thunder went 6 feet under. Remember?
That's a three. It's a three.
So the year that the Oklahoma City Thunder came into the NBA, the Warriors had exhibition games in China.
Okay.
And Thunder started the trip, but he never came back.
What happened? Did he go like LiAngelo Ball?
No, that was it. He was done. That was his last assignment, the exhibition games in China.
But you guys just left him in China?
I mean, they didn't. I'm sure he came home, but not in costume.
The costume just got left in
I don't know
whatever
what happened to the
province
costume.
you guys were touring in.
I wasn't there.
You didn't go to China?
No.
You went on some pretty cool trips, though, right?
Billings, Montana.
Now, Billings is a place you can have some fun.
Really?
Yeah. You know these small towns? Well, all right, so there's really 2 towns in Montana that are worth visiting. Bozeman's one of them, and Billings is the other. But Billings, I think that's University of Montana, and then
Billings is a pretty
Bozeman's
tough
Montana
town,
State.
actually.
Not when I went. Well, it was like 2019.
Pretty gritty, I thought.
Well, obviously it's cold. It's got some hardened individuals, but I'll tell you what, you can get a mean bison burger there.
I've had bison burger in Tulsa.
Along with a lot of other libations, but the people are pretty cool there, because as long as you're not out of town like messing with folks, then they're pretty welcoming.
Yeah, I used to, when the Warriors, back in the day when I was covering the Warriors, they would have exhibition games in weird places to grow the product. So I remember being in Spokane. That's when I first went to Spokane.
Now that's a tough place.
They had a nice arena there. It was nice.
The Kennel?
It was they had a hockey team there, but I guess Gonzaga was starting to play there. This would have been like 25 years ago.
Yeah, Gonzaga, and then because Pullman's a little bit off the beaten path. That's the only other gym in the area.
Trying to think where else. Yeah, Billings. Definitely went to Billings for a bad game. Colorado Springs. I saw the Warriors Nuggets exhibition game at the Air Force Academy.
Oh, home to Dustin Hayden. You said he's from the Air Force.
That's right. That's right.
It all comes back around.
By the way, you can follow Wiley.
America.
Yeah, you can follow Wiley the Wolverine on Facebook. And the Anchorage Wolverines have an Instagram page.
Steiny, good news. We might have to submit that segment for a regional Emmy.
Do it. Because I'll tell you what, but that's going to be a, God, what do they call it encompasses the West Coast, the Pacific Northwest. I mean, that would be quite a region to win that.
Well, I got
to believe it'd be the biggest regional award ever given to anybody. Seriously, from the Arctic Circle down to the equator.
One of the best pieces of advice I ever got when trying to get new jobs was if you can't write the PR release, you're not going to get the job. Basically, it's a kind of an idea of, all right, if you were going to, write your bio, your resume, and put it out to the people who have to receive it, that's going to tell you if you should apply for this position or not. What would be the PR release for that Emmy Award-winning interview?
It would say...
and that's going to tell us if we're going to win an Emmy or not.
95.7 The Game has been recognized for its excellence in broadcasting for their interview with Dustin Hayden, also known as the Anchorage Wolverine, period. Hayden, Wolverine, has been doing the job for 5 years with unquestioned success, and he has brought a fanfare to the Anchorage region that has been unparalleled, period. Through a chance encounter, he met a sports radio personality in the Bay Area, and what ensued was quality radio that we must recognize. Something like that.
Well done. Yeah. Well done. Well done. I'll hold my breath.
All right.
How do you transition off that?
You think I don't know how to transition? I work with Goo.
Well, usually one of you typically jumps in and grabs the reins. But it's always difficult for me sometimes when I'm sitting in for either of you to know when and why to do that.
Chicago Jason has another title for the press release. San Francisco sports radio host let go after controversial interview.
No, you guys made it through Garcia. You can make it through Dustin and Wiley.
Yeah, all right.
That's the one.
I mean, now I don't want to get into Posey because we have 15 minutes.
Well, you're just going to rip him anyways.
I'm not.
Yeah, please. This guy's in over its head, and you're just going to talk about it. Doesn't even know what kind of manager he's hiring. He's still got 1 foot in Knoxville, 1 foot out, taken out on the media, and Posey's got to have a one-on-one with him after after today's practice. He's got to say, get your head in the game, and that's basically what you're going to say.
I wonder, that's...
Someone said it's from Lincoln in the chat. They said your PR statement was a run-on sentence.
No, I had periods and commas in it.
Yeah.
See, here's the kind of stuff we'll never know. Will Posey talk to him? Vitello?
I don't think so.
Well, anybody.
Yeah, somebody from Knoxville.
No, I think...
I don't know. I mean, this is the thing, though. It's day 2. Well, today's day 3. It was day 2 of spring training.
Right.
If we really need to have a chat with the president of baseball operations after day 2, we might be in trouble.
I mean, the problem is the next time Posey gets interviewed, he gets asked about it.
That's why he's not going to talk for 2 months.
You might be right.
I mean, how many times last year was he available? And in fact, the sound that and I'm sure Willer and Dibbs will use too from Tim Kawakami's conversation, was recorded before, I believe, the Vitello, interview.
Right. No, it was. So maybe we might save that for tomorrow. Some of the Buster Posey stuff. But obviously, whether it's a big deal or not a big deal, in terms of what Vitello said, I think you're right. It's noteworthy, and it's a bona fide starting point for his managerial tenure. And let me ask you this. What are you expecting from the Giants this year? Are you expecting 90 wins like Goo?
You can't do that.
What?
I don't think he said the number yet.
Yes, he did.
No, he was building it. He was building it up.
He said 90 and 76.
He told us 90 wins. He didn't tell the people 90 wins, and now you just ruined his big landing that he's probably going to take when he gets back. And I hope he's listening to this. He should be mad at you.
I thought he officially said 90.
No, I don't think so. I mean, the chat's probably going to correct me. I appreciate that because we got the best listeners. But no, Gooden, he is high on the Giants this year. For what reasons, I don't know. But he's high on the Giants. I am not. But I do think that this is a team that... Can we get to 85?
Maybe.
Can we get to 84,
Would that have gotten him in last year?
That I don't know. Probably not. Usually it's around 87 that's going to get you in, unless you play in the AL Central. But no, I think the Giants are, I expect them to be competitive this year. I expect them to be a team that, and this is really why I'm more interested in a way, in Vitello than the actual team. I want to see, with a lot of the same parts as last year, if they're a different baseball team than last year. And that, to me, is going to be a reflection of their manager. Because I do think that he should bring something different to the table, and I think there should be immediate results.
Can you help one of our listeners?
Okay.
On the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line?
I can try.
I did something on purpose because we have a great drop of Guru saying what the Giants' record was going to be. So I said they're going to be 90 and 76.
Yeah.
And Matt, 90 and 76 is 166 games. I know that. I know that, and that's why I said it. Because Guru had the Giants last year going 92 and 75.
82 and 75.
Or something like that.
82 and 75.
No, I got them at 81 and 81.
Well, you're going to do that again? I think you had him 500 last year, too.
Every year they've been 500 since Bochy's left. But
I got the Giants going 82 and 75.
This is the problem with the
they
loss.
They could have gone 82 and 75 and finished 87 and 75.
They didn't. But this is what... So whenever you're talking about baseball, and this is also kind of a problem with the sport, there's so many damn games. Just tell me how many wins you think they're going to get. Don't worry about the L's. We'll figure that part out later. But you're going 81 and 81. I think over the last... Pasta might know this. Over the last... somewhere between 3 and 5 years, they are exactly 500.
Yeah, very close to 500. And before that, before 2023, I believe, they've never had a 500 season in their history.
So that's a good bet, Steiny.
I mean, they haven't changed.
I think they'll be better than 500.
I think their pitching's worse.
Yeah, it is, but that's what you got the ballpark.
That's fair enough.
It's like, a lot of hitters are going to look great in launching pads, and a lot of pitchers are going to look better at Oracle. So I think what they did last year, getting a bat, is more important than trying to, re-sign a big arm.
Serious question for you.
Sure. 162.
Who's going to win more games? Giants or A's?
That is a good question. I would take the Giants. I would take the Giants. See, but this is the problem that I have, and it's not just about baseball. So the A's they got bats. They got the ha-ha, right? That doesn't mean they're good. That doesn't mean they know how to win games. The Giants were better than them. So it doesn't matter to me how flashy you are, like everyone brings up this word with the Giants, and they have for the last few years, and it's like nauseating at this point. Fun. The Giants aren't fun. You know what's fun? Winning. Steph Curry right now is on a team that a lot of people don't believe is going anywhere, and he's the greatest showman that sports perhaps right now has. It's not fun to watch him lose games. What's fun is when Curry's doing the night-night, he's got his dance, and he's hitting all these deep shots, and they're winning. Steph Curry had a game this year, Steiny.
Okay.
Where he made 12 3-pointers. They lost.
What game was that?
Portland. In Portland. He scored damn near 50. He had 12 threes, and they lost. Boy. Is that fun? He made 12 3-pointers. Is that fun? No, because they lost the game.
All right. Okay. I'll meet you there. I mean, when you have a player as great as Curry, and I can just compare it to when I was growing up watching Bird. I was a little older, but no, you hate to lose, but it takes a little sting out when your guy has 35.
Yeah, but you didn't
keeps you in.
You didn't remember the game that I was talking about.
Right.
And it's one of a handful of games in the history of basketball where someone's made 12 3-pointers.
Right. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're a Curry/Warrior fan, you'll remember that game. Just because I didn't.
But why will you remember it? I know why I'll remember it.
Why?
Because it's the only game in the history of basketball where someone has made 12 3-pointers and their team has lost.
Well, that's a good point. But
It wasn't his night.
It was his night. That was the problem. It wasn't the Warriors' night.
Like, okay, well, I'll go back to early in Curry's career and maybe it's because the expectations are different. But remember early in Curry's career, his first year, maybe, where he had 2 games. One game he sat against the Knicks, but one game he had like 55 at Madison Square Garden, right? And David Lee was on the Knicks. They lost. The Warriors lost.
That was 2013.
But I mean, there was a lot of symbolism in that game. He went into New York, he had 55.
It was career high, though. I mean, if Curry scored 70 right now, I would remember it.
He had more than 55. Didn't he have 60 in the bubble?
No, but I'm saying, like, at that point in his career, that was his career high.
Yes.
So that's why people remember it.
I think it was more. I think it was doing it at Madison Square Garden.
Well, yeah, doing it at MSG, doing it on a big stage, and also, that no one. I'm not saying no one knew about Curry, but it was somewhat of an announcement. Like, this guy's freaking legit. I remember because that season, I was particularly excited over the fact that he got one MVP vote. I don't even think he was an All-Star in 2013. 2014 was the first year he made an All-Star game.
And that's the first year they won it?
No, that would have been the year after. 2014 was when they got bounced by the Clippers in round 1.
Oh, right.
And then 2015, Kirk comes in, they win the title.
So 12 they lost to the 12 they lost to the Spurs in the second round.
That was 13.
Okay, 13 they lost to the Spurs in the second round.
Yep.
14 they lost to the Clippers in the first round. 15 they won, 16 they didn't. 17 they won, 18 they won, 19 they didn't. 2021 they didn't, 22. Okay. I just can't, like, you know what bothers me?
Yeah.
Like, Steiny, you don't even know about I don't know years. Like, years don't come to me anymore like that.
Well,
but they never did, so it's not like...
I was going to say you've seen a lot of them, but it's nothing wrong with that. You got more knowledge than I do.
I mean...
Yeah, I'm trying to give you a compliment.
Yeah. I'll lose that. Let's get Dustin back on the horn.
Well, we can invite him to the cafeteria.
This is a great point from the 408, and she's on the money. When I was dictating my press release, I did omit a huge piece of information that he said, excellent interview, but in the PR statement, make sure you let people know that Dustin was in the Air Force. Like that would have been important.
Stand out.
Yeah, because I mean, poor Dustin, if people think he's a full-time mascot, I mean,
But see,
that doesn't breed seriousness. But when you say he's an Air Force he was a...
Well, I don't know. You know him. But
But he works in the back of the rescue team. He's training a rescue team.
Okay.
But he's not a pilot.
We very much appreciate him for his service. I disagree because if you know about mascots, you know that there's levels. There's levels to mascots.
Okay.
All must answer to Rocky. And it's financially proven that what Rocky makes as a full-time employee is the most of any mascot in sports.
Can you give me a ballpark?
$750.
$750,000 a year Rocky makes.
It's not just to be the Denver Nuggets mascot. It's to do full year travel, community engagements, the hospitals. I mean, Rocky's he's on call.
That's true.
More than a Stanford doctor.
That is true.
So this guy makes a ton. That's why I would say, yes, you would like to include the Air Force, but among some mascots in those inner circles, game recognized game.
I mean, it was, look, I know people maybe it wasn't their cup of tea interviewing a mascot, but it also, like I said, it was a mascot offered me an interview back in the day, and it was one of the high points of my life, and that is I interviewed the San Diego Chicken. His name was Ted Giannoulis, and he was the greatest mascot of all time, bar none. He set the standard, and he came to Reading because he was making appearances at minor league ballparks, and he put on a show, and I interviewed him out of costume before the game, and he had some rules, no photos of him out of costume, Ted Giannoulis. And so I interviewed him before the game, and then I stuck around to watch the act, and he was unbelievably funny. He was great. But you know what I remember most?
Tell me,
about
Sonny.
that time?
Tell me.
My friend, best friend at the time, one of my best friends, Stan Kazawa. Why would you laugh? That's his name.
Sorry.
Stan Kazawa and Al Cervo. They're my best friends.
I believe they are. Some of the people that you talk about in these stories just don't sound real. I know they are, but they don't sound like it.
Anyway, Stan and I were talking one day about things, and he just broke it down to me. He really hurt my feelings when he goes, "Hey, Steiny, you interviewed a chicken." I'm like, he's like, "A chicken? That's your claim to fame. You interviewed a chicken." That hurt me. But I love Stan.
Well, it's only because it meant so much to you that it cuts you. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with, when all is said and done and they got to make your tombstone and you get 4 accomplishments, professional or otherwise, and one of them is interviewing the San Diego Chicken. That's a choice.
I mean, my 2 greatest interviews may have been foul. The San Diego Chicken and Larry Bird.
That's a 5.
Thank you.
That's a 5.
Thank you very much. And I think I did ever interview Robin Thicke or Robin Yount.
What? Those are 2 very different people.
Robin
Thicke or Robin Yount.
Robin's a bird. I was keeping going with the stupid thing.
Oh, damn it.
Like...
That one went over my head.
All right. That doesn't necessarily mean you didn't get it. It meant I didn't do it right. All right. So I got to see the boss now.
Well, we have crossover coming up next with Willer and Dibbs.
We'll see. We're not there yet. We'll see if... Mike Trout, another...
Tim Salmon.
Fish, yeah. All right, let me see. I'm just buying time here till I get out. How you doing today, Risotto?
Good. How are you?
Good to hear. Diamondbacks. Interesting.
He's got the whole
I'm having a good day, but not as good as you.
Do you have multiple hats?
I do.
Okay. All right. What's coming up on the game is crossover time on the other side. But whatever it is, it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Planet Fitness.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. And with most clubs open 24 hours, you can give everything you've got. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. See Club for details.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Oakland sports live on, and professional soccer is back at the Coliseum. The 2026 Oakland Roots home opener is set for Saturday, March 14th, featuring an electrifying night of soccer, fireworks, and live music. This is more than a game. It's a celebration of Oakland's culture, community, and love for the sport. Be there as we kick off the season. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com/tickets. Use code THEGAME10 for 10% off.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like nuclear reactor safety expert.
I disabled the backup cooling system. It was making such an annoying noise. You heard it, right? It was like,
We're on a countdown to core failure.
And you're saying we don't want that?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it is crossover time, brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we've got you covered, bayalarm.com. Evan Giddings is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today, and now we welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. It is the crossover on 95.7 The Game.
What's up,
Hi,
boys?
guys.
Yeah.
How you doing?
How are you?
Hey. Dynamite.
Yeah.
Dynamite.
Outstanding. Okay.
Yep.
Steiny's got a glow to him today.
I do.
Yeah.
Well,
I
Dibs is back.
Well,
So.
that's not, I think, from whence the glow comes. I am a little bit stunned, actually shocked, that I was the only one to take yesterday off. It's a company holiday. And so, our thing is we have to kind of tell the boss. And so I told him like a month ago, I looked at it and thought, post All-Star game, I didn't think it would be much. Turned out it was something. The All-Star game was actually really fun. And I thought, no Giants yet. Warriors in a little bit of a funk. No games and no Niners. Like for me, I thought it would be like a complete clear the decks. Nobody works, and I wake up and I check the YouTube. I'm like, oh, a couple of Joes, and then I chime in the midday. I'm like, Steiny and Goo, and I knew it wouldn't be Willard and Dibs because I was off, and I thought, Casey Schmidt. I'm the only one. Wow.
So the boss has this, and I'll share some secrets.
Yep,
So we got a list of those company holidays. You never get as many as you should. It's a list of seems to shrink every year from 12 to 10 to 8.
Shout out Juneteenth, a recent ad.
Okay. And so Nahigian basically, this is where he assumes you're working every holiday. That's what he says is the starting point. You're working every holiday.
Yep.
So if you're not going to work a holiday, you need to tell them. So obviously Christmas and Thanksgiving and New Year and 4th of July, you remember those. President's Day, oh my God, it's Monday's president. Too late to take a day off now.
Shout out Tulane.
Yeah.
Too late.
What's the next one? Probably Memorial Day.
The next one would be, I don't think we get Easter observed.
No, we don't.
No,
you have to go all the way to Memorial Day?
Probably, yeah.
That's a long run.
Probably.
I mean, California 420, right?
It'd be nice to take the day after St. Patty's Day off, but I don't think we get that. But be careful right now because you're going to trigger Maddie with this kind of discussion.
Please.
The fact that you're already counting days in February means we're in trouble.
We can get whatever the hell we want.
That's true.
So just,
I got to ask you.
And Dibs, you left us in alerts yesterday, but it's okay.
Yeah, I left you in alerts because I chose to take a company holiday off. Yeah, shout out Adam's family and the original Lurch.
He was just an answer in a New York Times crossword puzzle.
Lurch.
Yeah, Lurch.
Of course.
He's the tall one, the Frankenstein-looking guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with Cousin It.
No, because Cousin It is the one that's made of hair.
And by the way, if you ever get that one in New York Times crossword, it's ITT. It's 2 T's.
Yeah.
For It.
Did not know.
Yeah. Anyway. All right, I got it. This is such out of Guru's playbook, but I got to do it.
What up, Goo?
Did you hear the interview with the mascot?
No.
I was walking in. That was my out of the car time. You just landed that.
That's a shame.
Spot.
Well,
yeah.
You have the Odyssey app.
You had a hell of a glow.
You have the Odyssey app.
You came out of the room right after it happened, and you looked like you had just. I mean, if I didn't know better, I would have thought,
I think I'm going to go to Dibs on this one because he's a little bit more of an outside the box guy.
Okay. I'll lay out.
Went had a beer. Saw this guy come into the bar with a really cool hockey jersey.
Yeah, I heard the setup at 10:07. It was great.
Oh, okay. So, then we interviewed him.
No. Keep doing it. I mean, it's great for the audience.
That's true. Reset.
Yeah.
New audience coming in for the crossover.
And I think you were equally enamored by the fact that he was from Alaska and he was a mascot.
That's right.
It was really a trifecta.
Sports, mascots, which I have a soft spot for, and then
Alaska.
the Arctic.
The Arctic.
Yes. And so he was he had this, the team was the Anchorage Wolverines of the NAHL. Not only was the jersey just a great jersey, I found out it was actually their military edition of the jersey.
Oh, wow, they've got versions.
Exactly. So they're like the Warriors with their retro and whatever they call them. Anyway, he said he was the mascot. He's been doing it for 5 years. He's in the Air Force, but he lives up there and just thought it would be fun. And he's Wiley the Wolverine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we had him on for 10 minutes asking him about being a mascot, which Evan has been, which I didn't know.
I have been a mascot,
and,
yes.
And also just, what it's like to live in the tundra.
So this came from a bar conversation yesterday?
Yes.
See, I have questions about that. Like,
Okay.
the interview.
That's the
Greg,
straightforward part.
Yeah, like, honestly, well, no, I would have never taken you to be sit down at the bar, chatty guy with someone you never met before.
He was actually at another table.
Yeah.
With 3 other guys.
I got you for corner of the bar, leave me alone, I'm drinking guy.
No.
No, quite the opposite.
Yeah.
Depends.
Yeah.
Especially with this job.
No.
I'm gonna leave here and want to talk to more people?
You're right.
We can't even get you to stay until 2:13.
You are absolutely right about that.
Thank you.
However, there are things that happen. This guy's jersey was so cool. And I was like, wonder what team is that?
So did you strike it up?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
How you doing, man?
No, Steiny's Stockton when he needs to be.
Hey, what team is that? It's the Anchorage Wolverines. What league they in? Show me the NAHL. North America Hockey League. Yeah, you got it. Hey, how many teams in that league? 32?
32?
32.
Good Lord.
It's a vast expanse
apparently
up there. Anyway, we got to talk, and he said he was a mascot. I said, you want to come on the show tomorrow?
It's great.
He was cool.
And then he sends a laundry list of texts. By the way, how he is, like how you just described, is how he also is on our show thread. It's barren most of the time.
Right.
Seldom initiates these kinds of conversations and what we're going to do tomorrow. So he texts us and says, I got a guess.
I get it, yeah.
Guess. So I'm like,
you're like, Finchie's finally coming.
That was my first guess. Finch is finally making his 95-7 the game debut. Yeah, he said better than Finchie.
You're like, Larry Bird is coming on?
He's good for Joe Thomas once a year.
Yeah, that was actually me last time. But
Joe Thomas will respond to anyone.
He's great.
Little known fact.
But, so he texts us every single fact there is about this guy, except for one pretty important part, his name. I don't know what his name is until he was, not now I know, until he
Dustin
was teasing
May,
it in the 10 o'clock hour.
Earlier.
Yeah, Dustin May, which would have been great. But he just sends mascot, cool jersey, close to Arctic. Don't you get it?
It's 3 things.
Yeah.
They all came together.
Yeah, we should figure that out. Quietly, those mascot outfits, incredibly hot.
So you've been a mascot.
I was, actually, I auditioned to be a mascot.
And you don't mean a turn on, do you?
What now?
You don't mean a turn on when you say they're
I'm not one of
incredibly
these
hot.
furries who
Depends on what you're into.
Well,
yeah,
I'm learning what Steiny's into at a bar. I'm checking on you.
Some people do like mascot on mascot wrestling, shall we say?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that when you're inside those outfits, they are incredibly hot. You could speak to it. You did it actually for part of a job. I just auditioned, and my audition was great. But at the end of it, I was like, no, please don't pick me. That was awful.
No, the worst part is actually when there's a fan in the suit, because oftentimes you're at least in the summer for a baseball mascot, you're in a hot environment. And so the fan is just spitting the inner air, which is already steamy, back down up. And it's a chamber. It's a chamber of warm sweat
stench
and just absolute disgusting built up over the course of a summer grossness from whoever else has shared the mascot costume, who, by the way, they don't have to clean that thing. It is up to you to clean it. And most of us were too lazy in our early 20s.
Now, this does not sound pandemic compliant.
I wouldn't
No.
Can you even throw a mascot uniform into the wash?
I guess you
would it fit?
That's what I'm thinking. It's all furry
an industrial.
That's what I'm thinking.
Washer.
The team should do that. I should have asked him.
Not every
bet the
costume.
Are you
Wolverines do
aware
it.
how a minor league operation works, Steiny? The team ain't doing anything.
Dude, they're drawing 6K.
Yeah, they barely.
Up in Anchorage.
Those players barely wash themselves, let alone the outfits. But no, and not every mascot. Lucas over here from USC. That's an open air. That's a completely open air mascot.
Well, he's got a phobia of mascots, I think, which is a real thing. I forget what it's called.
Wait, he was a mascot?
No.
Oh,
I'm talking about USC.
Yeah,
USC's quote unquote mascot for football games is Traveler the horse, but there's there's both a handler, and then there's the warrior,
and then everybody goes like
and then
that.
there's the like, and in fact, he's got much less clothing than the average person.
He'll have to be able to put that mascot must ride a horse, right?
The Trojan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, honestly, it's one of the, if you have an actual mask, I know some people have to, I don't know. It's one of the easier jobs there is. You can do it in, and I mean this literally, any state of mind.
Yeah.
You can be a mascot because.
Have you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
And people will walk up to you and just hug you and try and high five you. And there has to be no facial expression. You could be cursing. You could be cursing at them under your breath the entire time if you really wanted to.
It sounds like being Charles Barkley. You can say whatever you want, and people will just think it's funny.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, is it inappropriate or not? It's funny.
It's funny, the things that stick with you. I took Mary Page to an A's game when she was, 5 or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Before she
Stomper?
would know. Yes.
Stomper.
She meets Stomper, but the only thing she remembers is one of the PR guys sidling up to Stomper saying, hey, you can take a break in another 15 minutes, but we're going to need you for 15 more minutes. Then you can take the break. And that's all she remembers. She's like, remember when they told Stomper that he could take a break in 15 minutes?
That's so funny.
Takes the
The
majesty
union
out of it
rep,
a little bit.
The union rep's like, another 8 minutes. Lucille, quietly a big fan favorite, but like you're saying, Evan, Lucille could be, half in the bag or fully in the bag, and it doesn't even matter.
I would think it would help.
It can.
Right?
Yeah, it absolutely can.
Yeah, you got to get on top of a dugout and shake that ass if you're a big seal. Like, I think that would be better if you're drunk.
Yeah.
Sonny, what's the one? It's the Philadelphia College where they have to flap the wings the entire time.
Well, the St. Joe's Hawks.
Thank you. That's
Hawk
what it
Hill,
is.
the hawk will never die.
Yes. So for 2 hours, you got to flap. So
all he does is stand in the corner and go like
and
that
just flap.
for 2 hours.
It's a hell of a workout.
That's a huge workout. So yeah.
Jeez.
You do have to keep it under wraps, though. I want to say some places, not where I worked, which is like a minor league team, but I think for some mascots, like big ones, you have to sign something that basically says you can't tell anybody you're the mascot. There's a rotation of 6 to 8.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to disclose what it is you do. And I think that's so weird. Like you have to keep, like you're not Spider-Man.
I knew a guy a bunch of years ago, but he was one of the, and you're right, like 7 or 8 contracted people to appear as Darth Vader. And you had to be a very specific size.
Right, like 6'4", right?
Yeah, you had to be a big guy, very, very specific size. And I think that he wasn't doing it anymore, which is why he was allowed to tell us that, so whether that's commercials, appearances at Disneyland or whatever, there was only like 8 people that could be Darth Vader.
James Earl Jones.
He was one of those guys.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
We used to work with Sourdough Sam here at 95.7
really?
The Game. Oh, yeah. Yep, he was one of us. He was, I think, he was a Grandy, an Evan, a Lucas. He was somebody who was...
Do I know him?
You probably do. And I don't even know if you knew that he was Sourdough Sam. I don't even know if he still is, but he was that Sam. He was Sourdough Sam on Sundays. And Monday through Friday, he was, cutting tape and, booking guests and doing the whole thing.
So speaking to what you can't tell, I was telling these guys, back in 1980, I interviewed the San Diego Chicken.
Yep.
Okay.
Because he was making minor league ballpark tours and he came to Reading to see their AA Phillies. So I interviewed him before as Ted Gianolis. That's the guy whose name it was. And but he had some rules like no photographs of him out of costume, identifying him as the chicken.
Got it.
Like we couldn't do that. We could only take photos of him in the suit, but he was the best. He was the original.
You didn't interview him in the suit.
No, I did
He was
not.
out of the suit.
Correct.
Can they talk when they're in the suit?
They shouldn't. I don't believe they should.
Yeah, I don't know what the rule is, but speaking of one that used to, did we find out what happened to Thunder in China?
He was just left there.
Thunder, the old Warriors mascot.
is he still
Stoney
there?
told a story where they went
it's
on
true.
a preseason trip to China, and I guess Thunder didn't make the trip back.
He didn't. It's true, but it's somewhat mythologized. But when the Oklahoma City Thunder came in, they had to get rid of Thunder, the mascot for the Warriors.
Right.
So that particular season, they had a 2-game exhibition in China. Well, Thunder went to China as Thunder for 2 games, but then that was it. He wasn't coming back for the regular season with the real Oklahoma City Thunder. So the joke is they left him in China.
And the guy who was Thunder has passed away.
Correct.
And he didn't pass. He didn't pass away much longer after that.
But they didn't leave him in China. It was just the end of he came back on the plane.
He left the outfit.
Correct.
And then he was so heartbroken that he passed away a short time later.
That I don't know about. I think it was a kind of a tragedy, actually.
It was.
But
I like the Thunder
guy.
even less now.
Yeah, so they had to get rid of the Thunder mascot for the Oklahoma
They haven't had
City
one
Thunder.
since.
I mean,
I guess they haven't.
Yeah, the Warriors don't have a mascot.
No.
I'll bet you I'll bring up a name nobody will remember. Remember they had a mascot once? Berserker.
I don't remember Berserker.
Berserker.
Who is Berserker?
He was a mascot for the Warriors from somewhere between for a year, between 95 and 2004.
Pre-Thunder.
Yes, pre-Thunder.
Huh.
Currently Googling.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Berzerker.
A little bit like the crazy crab with the Giants.
Looked weird. It was just really weird.
This is like Chewbacca met Freddy Krueger.
That's
the ahead of his time furball nitwit Warriors mascot is the headline of this story.
What's the year? Like 94?
It's got the old school Warriors logo. So I'm imagining late 80s, early 90s.
Okay. Yep.
That is a terrible looking mascot.
He wasn't around for a long time. It wasn't.
Look at this.
I gotta give it to him, though.
We didn't know what the pronouns were back then.
Exactly.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
Well described, Evan.
That's very jarring and unsettling.
It is a
Freddie
berserker.
Baca.
It looks like a berserker.
Yeah.
Wow.
Huh. How about that Tony Vitello?
Oh, he's just as promised.
Well, I got a whole hour on this yesterday, so why don't we let Captain Company Holiday over here weigh in?
Yeah. 2 words. Amateur hour. It's amateur hour. Like, you're going to still fixate on what didn't go your way in 4 days of me having to, talk to my staff about, what was reported and it wasn't done. And nobody said it was done, Tony. They said that, it was either close or it was leaning that way. So to come out and proactively, put this out into the ether for me was complete amateur hour because of the 3 million Giants fans, a grand total of 0, were wondering, how'd that all end in Tennessee? But now we all know how it ended in Tennessee, and it's because of you. Amateur hour. That's what I say.
I did end up getting a little bit of some insight into kind of what happened that triggered Tony. And John Shea mentioned it in his article too, but he didn't necessarily connect the dots. Apparently, right before Tony went to the dugout, he was doing an interview in the outfield with Ken Rosenthal, national baseball writer. We all know who Ken is. And Ken was doing sort of an angle. It wasn't about spring training. It was about his departure from Tennessee and this whole job and how it's going. And so he had gone into the outfield. He's talking to Ken Rosenthal and being asked a bunch of questions that I think with each one kind of made his shoulders go up, and it kind of tightened him up, and it kind of triggered him on these topics. And then he made, Dibs is not wrong, the error of immediately taking those emotions to the dugout and firing questions at Susan Slusser and John Shea and all of those people instead of just sitting there and taking questions like one normally would.
Rosenthal was the guy who broke the story on the 18th. It said Giants closing in.
Right.
On Vitello. That's what it said. That was the headline on the 18th. Now, whatever tweet he saw may not have come from Rosenthal in The Athletic. It could have come from a Tennessee fan that reposted it, and that fan could have said, uh-oh, Tony's going to the Giants, or whatever, and I think that's what he saw. I don't think he's got it nailed down, to tell you the truth.
I just think that Tony learned a couple of lessons yesterday. The good aspect of this is I think, a little bit of a window into what we're going to get. Tony's different. Tony's emotional. we've had a lot of years here as Giants fans where we would like people to wake up, stop looking so like Brandon Crawfordish, you know what I mean? Like everybody's just got this blah look on their face. And now you've got Willie Adames, and you're going to have Tony Vitello, Drew Gilbert's over there making out with fences. Like there's going to be some stuff going on in the dugout. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But I also think Tony very much learned a lesson yesterday, which is that's the past. Giants fans do not care about the University of Tennessee. And so whatever that is triggering in him, he's going to have to find a different place to get it out and off of his chest.
Yeah, it's probably time to let that go right now.
Yeah.
For as long as possible, or until somebody asks Posey about it.
Well,
isn't this what you wanted, though?
What do you mean?
You wanted someone who would show emotion. You wanted somebody who would be passionate and wear his emotions on his sleeve. I think that's
Who's you?
Giants fans.
Yeah,
Giants
well, I mean,
fans.
that's what I just said. Like, I think that like this is.
Yeah, like this is the anti-Bob Melvin. Like this is what you wanted. You did not want a guy that would sit there and kind of mumble through his post games and not get too high or too low, not show emotion, go kill in the dugout every time there's a challenge. You wanted a guy that would flip spreads and get on the field and get ejected and do all these things. And to me, this is just the first example of that. There's going to be some things that we don't like, some things that we do like. And that's Tony Vitello. The only difference is, the only question I have is, are you willing to give him the benefit of the doubt as someone who has no Major League Baseball experience?
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but I want him to have that passion for the job that he has, not the job that he doesn't have. And it's a little bit like, going back to your old relationship and, talking about that with your current wife. And like, I don't give a crap about what you did with whoever you were with before. We're doing this now. And so, yeah, Tennessee, and I'm sure that it was hard for him, and the first base coach and the third base coach, they're both like talking and wondering what's going on. And I'm sure that was a little bit awkward, but you're here now. You're in spring training with your new team, and it's week 1. I don't give a crap about what happened in Tennessee at your old job.
And I think that's what the lesson that he learned yesterday. I'm actually I didn't take yesterday to mean that Tony Vitello doesn't want to be here, but that's how he made Giants fans feel. Like, part of the problem here is that we've just started and there's no other story, which is an issue in and of itself. Like, hey, Giants fan, what are you excited about here in spring training? What's got your attention? What are we all talking about? And everyone's kind of looking at each other like, I don't know. Is Bryce Eldridge going to be there opening day? I don't even know what. Luis Ariz, can he pick up a grounder? What, old people like Luis, young people don't. Like, we're searching for things, and then here comes Tony with sort of the first press briefing that got attention, and it's about another job. So,
but he was always going to be the story of this year, though, right?
I don't know that. Depends on if they're any good. I mean, sure, he's a story.
But he made the story about last year.
Yeah.
Like the story of this year immediately became the story of last year.
Well, to him, but I think that the moment you hire a guy like that, who it's an unprecedented hire, it's going to be about him. If they're good, if they're bad, if they're boring, if they're like, he's the focus of this season, in my opinion.
Yeah, but him and Giants baseball, not him and Tennessee baseball.
Right, but I think I'm kind of with Evan in that the fact that this is no college coach has ever done this, right? Come to the majors.
Right.
So it's the equivalent of who was the first college NBA guy to do it? It was pretty big. Like when Calipari went, oh my God, will it translate?
Or Patino, yeah, same thing, right?
Like that's a fair. He's going to have to live with that until he succeeds, fails, or is in the middle somewhere.
I don't argue that. I guess this is just sort of like if everybody is reviewing, does this kind of a thing work? Yesterday's not a great first step.
No doubt.
Because he sounded like he was still a college coach. That's what he sounded like yesterday.
Yeah,
that's who he is.
The word
it's time for him to not be that anymore.
Exactly.
That's what everyone's saying. You can't make the jump unless you make the jump. We're waiting for you to make the jump. That's what we want to see.
There's something about control here, too, that I think figures into it, in that something wasn't in his control that really bothered him.
Right.
But it wasn't a huge deal in the grand scheme of things, but
I think you're right.
It leads me to believe that, like, It wasn't anything close to that ever happened to him in Tennessee.
No chance.
Yeah, so I think that had to be something.
Yes, and you get to this spot where you've got, Susan Slusser, who is a, multiple-time sports writer of the year. She's the president of the Baseball Writers Association of America. You got John Shea, who's 45 years doing it. Marty Lurie, and I don't even know who else was there. You got some massive people who've been doing this longer than you've been alive. And you come in here and you think you can control it like Knoxville. And I think that that's an interesting word, because when you're down there, and we know a guy, Jared Archer, who lives down there, and it's not podunk, but it's small town, and the university is everything. And you come here and you're dealing with people who do this on the regular, and they've been doing it forever. You're not going to be able to control it like that. And hopefully, you said he learned a lesson. We're going to see.
Yeah, I'm with you, Steiny. I don't think that, like yesterday, is not some sort of a huge deal.
It's not a deal breaker,
or
no.
a death blow or anything like that. But it's just a quick snapshot of maybe where he is and where we are, and he's not there yet. And maybe that makes sense. It's February 16th. So it's okay, but yeah, like I think when you take on a challenge like this, come to a major market, all of these things, you got to learn that. You got to learn your audience. It's a new audience.
Yeah, I think it's something that's going to be either used against him or used as a starting point of his growth. Like we're going to be talking at the end of the year about what the Giants accomplished and how different he is as a person, or how, well, we should have seen this coming. I mean, look at his first press conference as, spring training guy, and he didn't have a handle on it, and he didn't have a handle on the team.
All right, guys. Well, I know I can trust you to bring it home from here on 95.7 The Game. I'm pretty sure of that.
Before you leave, real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm told that with the knockout situation, that you guys as a show are 0 for 2. Is that accurate? Nobody won on your like the person did not call and get in today.
That's correct.
Okay, the Joes are 2 for 2.
Oh,
you guys are 0 for 2, and we're 0 for 1. Our guy called in about 4 minutes too late yesterday. He did call in.
We had a guy call in late too.
Right. So I'm just letting you know that I am taking this as a personal affront, because the morning show's listeners keep being there in 9 minutes, and after 10 a.m., nobody's been there in 9 minutes. So we're going to fix this at 3:30 today.
Noted.
Okay? All right. Thanks, Steiny. Well, you can still say where we work.
I did already.
You did? I don't think you did.
No, I did.
Okay. All right. 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's do this. Glad to have you back,
Yeah,
bud.
good to be back. Yeah.
Did you get one in? You have a good day?
Nah, not really.
No,
I mean,
you didn't have
rainy
a good
day with
day?
a toddler. It was a fine day, but when you
family
have a
time.
3-year-old and it's rainy, those days get long. There's only so much you can do. You go outside when you can.
Tell me.
We got the boots on. We did some puddle stomping. That was a good 30, 40 minutes. And then, beyond that, we played bunch of board games, and the day gets long when you got a toddler. You can put the TV on for 5 hours, but that's not helping anyone.
Long days, short years.
Yeah,
that's usually
I think you've said that before, and you're totally
long
right.
days, short years.
Yeah,
that's how it rolls. My daughter is turning 17 next week, and everybody going to be leaving the house here soon.
Yep.
Short years.
No doubt.
But wow, long days.
Long days, especially in the rain, and you look at the forecast and it's rain for the next 8 or 9 days. So, now it's like, thank God she's off to her preschool. So she's gone today for a good 6 or 7 hours. But yesterday was, when you draw it up, you have a day off and, President's Day and you're home with the family and we'll go to the park and we'll go to the zoo. We'll go here, we'll go there. And then you get what you get weather-wise. And it's like, whoo, boy, you look at the clock and it's 9:03 and you play something, you do something, you look at the clock, it's 9:11. You're like, oh my God, that was only 8 minutes. This is going to be a long day now.
Yeah, when you're staring at the clock.
Yeah.
Clock.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
All right, so the phrase that's popping around in my head today is, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I heard a lot of people say that about Tony Vitello yesterday. They're not wrong. It's not a big deal. For me personally, it doesn't have to be a big deal for us to talk about it. It's sports. I mean, I really could respond to you and go, none of this is a big deal. Steph's entire career, it's not a big deal. It's just sports.
Right.
You don't even know him. I don't know him. You don't know him. Everybody listening to us doesn't even know him. He's not going to come to your house for dinner after his career's over. It's not a big deal. So I want to reject that statement for a second. And whether it's Vitello and the Giants, which we're going to get to on a number of fronts a little bit later, or if it's what Steph Curry sort of kind of essentially said over the weekend at All-Star Weekend about tanking. It's not a big deal. Mark Cuban, a series of tweets today suggesting, I don't know why everybody's screaming about this. This has been going on since the beginning of time in the NBA. And quite frankly, that's the way you do it. And so there's nothing really wrong with it. And it's, here it comes, not a big deal. And so my response to that is, whether each and every one of us thinks it's a big deal or not, that does not remove it from A, being interesting and something we talk about, and B, it also does not mean that you should not address it. So I wanted to run this sound clip from the chef by you and by our audience and get your reaction to it. Much more important than my opinion or yours, Dibs, is our listeners, the NBA and Warrior fan at large. You who puts hard-earned money down in some form to consume Warriors or NBA basketball. This can be in the form of tickets, popcorn, league pass, whatever it is. However and why ever you consume the NBA and Warriors basketball, I want to know how this lands with you, because the tanking question was out and about all over All-Star Weekend. And when it arrived to Steph Curry, this is what he said.
How many teams are tanking right now? Even the teams that are in the play-in chase? The third of the league, so 10 teams? Is it really that big of a problem? I'm asking. We feel like there's obviously a lot of competition. It's something I'm sure every year the NBA wants to address why the play-in tournament exists. Things evolve, problems arise, and everybody wants to shine a spotlight on all the negatives of the league, but let's focus on the positives of how great the competition is at the top. There still is relevancy regular season-wise of the seeding and playoff chase. I know there's a conversation around how many games we're playing. That's probably where I would focus more the attention. But let's not forget the league is in a great place overall in terms of the attention, the skill level, the global reach, all of that stuff. Every year you'll address the issues. I don't have those answers, though.
Okay, so he literally asked, is it that big of a problem? And I just felt everyone in the room wanting to sort of jump forward and be like, yeah, I mean, to some people.
Depends on what team that you are a fan of.
And beyond the tanking are the things that go along with it, like the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. 925 just sent us this, Dibs. I don't care about tanking. At what point does the NBA make players play? It's becoming unwatchable, either play or stay home. And so...
And that's part of it, too.
Yeah, that's part of it. So how does that grab you? Everything in the NBA is great. Let's focus on the positive.
Well, what he said is right at the top. Like, at the top, you've got really good teams and great players and great athletes, and they compete and they try to win. Steph, you're not wrong. And in the middle, you've got teams like yourselves, the Warriors, that are not at the top, and you're still mostly competing, you're still mostly trying to win, and you're mostly trying to put on a show for your audience, and then you have the other 10 teams, and he ran through them, and all those teams are, yeah, they're tanking, and you're going to be bad for 4, 5, and 6 years, and your fans aren't showing up, and if they do show up, if you're a season ticket holder, you're paying through the nose for a second or a third-rate product, so that to me is the problem. So for me, as a fan, I don't really care if you're tanking, if you're trying to win, whatever you are. I want to go and get money that I spend. I want to get entertainment value for my money. As a fan, that's really what you want. And for basketball, like we have Steph Curry and we've got this great team. You have a great arena. You've got a great product. Sure. If it's not going to be Steph like it was in 2020 when he was out and Draymond was out and you had Eric Paschall and you had Jordan Poole as a rookie, well, I don't want to pay, $400 to bring my family to go watch that. So that to me is the biggest problem with tanking. If you're a fan and you want to go and pay money to see something, you want to get value for it.
It's interesting. Of the many thoughts that just went through my head listening to you say all of that, I'm kind of ready to say, at least in this, now this is a snapshot, and maybe I shouldn't say this on the flagship station of the Golden State Warriors, but they don't have a great product right now. They might on Thursday.
Right. I mean, the product is Steph.
It's not. It's no one's fault. But if you give me no Steph, no Jimmy, you trade the most talked about player for another player who doesn't play, and then everybody collectively doesn't play, and you're like, come to the game, Moody's going to hit some threes. That's not a great product, but maybe not the best example right now because, yes, injuries have led to that for the Golden State Warriors. I just think it's tough because when Steph says, is it really that big of a problem? And again, if we go back to the phrase that I just brought up, it's not that big of a deal, right? The tanking, it's not that big of a deal. The load management, it just comes with the territory. It's not that big of a deal. I keep banging this drum, and that is that the NBA is kind of telling its fans that the games themselves are not that big of a deal.
Right.
And so that, to me, that's the issue. And so it's tough. It's tough, man, because I don't fully know yet if players fully grasp the privileged spot from which they speak. When they go, hey, is this really a problem? This is still, the league's in great hands. The product is entertaining. We're doing XYZ at the highest level. But the fans are sitting here going, no, you're not. No, you're not. In fact, at the highest level, those are the guys who sit out the most.
Yep.
So I really wanted to run this by Warrior fans and NBA fans. 888-957-9570. Steph Curry basically says, hey, the league's in great hands. Focus on the positive. Everything's going pretty well. Is it? Do you feel that way? Everything is awesome with the NBA. Couple of things that we could address, but largely everything is awesome. How does that sit with the NBA
team to
fan?
team, right? Because right now, to get into the Warrior game on Thursday, the lowest ticket, according to the ESPN secondary market, is $152. The Philly game, they're hosting Atlanta. Tickets as low as $9. So if you're going to go to a Philly game, you can get in for $9. But here, it's $152. Is Steph going to play?
And that's for one ticket.
Correct.
One ticket, no food, no parking.
Right.
One ticket.
So you're looking at like maybe $800 to $1,000 to watch the Warriors. And will Steph play? Will Porzingis play? You don't know, but everything's fine.
What do y'all think with the NBA right now? Is everything just in great shape? Is that how you, the fan, are processing this right now? We'd love to take some of your calls. We'll do that right now. 888-957-9570. We're going to get the knockout thing all set and squared away here in just a moment. Tell you about it coming up next. We're also sponsored by In at the Tides. They're back. Legendary all-you-can-eat Dungeness crab feeds at the Tides Wharf Restaurant. Just $99.95 per person now through March. Make it a getaway and ask for the crab feed special room rate. Info at inatthethides.com. All right, 888-957-9570. Is everything awesome with the NBA? Only the fan opinion matters to us. Let's hear from you next on Willard and Dibs.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Day. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Patrick from Alameda. Elian was great, good communication and prompt. Quickly fixed my door spring and then explained some other aspects of the garage door and what to look for in the future. Thank you, RNS.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
And paid for by Anthem Tax Services. Attention. If you or your business is behind in filing your tax returns, or if you owe over $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS, please listen carefully. The IRS does not joke around and will not stop their collection efforts. If you're tired of the IRS letters, levies, liens, or wage garnishments and would like to get a fresh start, we can help. Due to the financial hardships in the country, the IRS is making it easier than ever to settle tax problems for those who owe more than $10,000. We can help settle your delinquent tax problems, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes significantly. Even if you can't afford to pay your back taxes, you can still get the help you need. We've helped thousands of taxpayers just like you, but you must call 800-674-5799 today to stop your tax problem from getting worse. The information is free and the help is real. Call 800-674-5799. That's 800-674-5799. Again, 800-674-5799.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibbs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we're going to get to your calls. What Steph had to say. There's Tony Vitello stuff to talk about. But quite frankly, Dibbs, I'll be happy at the end of this show if we can walk out of here with one thing and one thing only.
Okay. With our dignity?
Well, that never happens.
With a qualifier for the knockout contest?
Bingo.
Okay. Yeah, I got there eventually.
I literally,
What happened yesterday with you and Mark?
Nothing. Like we said the name, and the guy called in, but he was 4 minutes late.
Oh, God.
And I do want to let our listeners know, like this 9 minute and 57-second thing, this is not a suggestion. This is not like they're close enough.
Yeah.
9 minutes.
You called in.
9 minutes and 57 seconds.
So if you call in at 9 minutes and 58 seconds?
Well, I actually don't know.
I love it, Grandy.
When do you start the timer? Like the second we say the name?
The second you say the name, we'll start the timer.
I don't have the timer with me. Seriously.
Clock.
But it's like talking to a teenager. 9 minutes and 57. 9 minutes and 57 seconds. Not like,
14 minutes.
I'm doing something right now. I'll give him a call.
You register, you listen, you hear your name, you dial the phone. It's not that hard.
And if you're on the app or YouTube, make sure you're listening live.
Swear. Has anybody else got kids in high school?
I used to, and I will someday.
I don't. Yes.
I'm kind of in between.
Tim's going to be like,
I'm kind of a tweener right now.
I'm her dad.
My last kid was out of high school. He's been out for 5 years, and my other kid's going to be in high school in about 12.
5 years ago, if there was a tardy or something like that, did you get the call at the end of the day? Did you like the automatic?
Sure.
Right, the auto call.
That's right.
All right.
Your son, Keon, was tardy today for periods 1, 2, 3, 4,
5,
and 5.
Not 5, not 6,
Wait,
not
you're
7.
on time to 6 period? Oh, that's right. You don't have a 6 period, son. Attaboy.
So, raise your hand if you got kids in high school and that 6 o'clock phone call comes in. Like for me, it's funny because it's always when I'm on the elevator. Like we leave.
Oh, how funny.
There it is. And I swear it's 60% of the days. And a couple years ago, it was 99% of the days.
Yeah.
And that, whatever. Like, that's for me to do.
Dad.
But, 8:30 is 8:30.
Yep.
I don't know, where does this get lost in translation? It's not like they used to do at second base on a double play.
Neighborhood play.
It's not a neighborhood play.
Right.
So
it's funny you say that because my daughter's in preschool and they'd like her there at 8:30, but today was at 8:40 and no big deal. Next year in TK, it's 8:30. So I've been trying to get myself and her into a pattern of all right, we can't watch 2 episodes of Dora, just one. We're going to watch a little Dora. We're going to have the breakfast. We got to go because next year I'm a big proponent of being on time.
On time. So, this is from the same family as No Means No. 9 minutes and 57 seconds, and thank you for whoever just texted in to say, how about the radio delay time? Is that factored in? You know what? Maybe it is 9 minutes and 28 seconds. Whatever.
That's actually a great text.
It's a great text, and it's true.
Because the delay, I think, is 14 seconds.
And if you're on the Odyssey app, it's more.
14 days.
Easy.
Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
It's only Tuesday. Please. But So, like, whatever it is what it is, and you're listening to two people who, like, this is all way the hell separate from our pay grade.
Right.
We're here to make the stupid funnies and talk about stuff.
But there are rules.
Yeah, like, so just please, when you hear your name, call in.
Yeah.
And I think of this as a community. So, like, when you hear your friend's name or your family member's name, take it upon yourself to text them in all caps. Now. Power of now. Call now. We're only one day in, brother, and we only missed it by 4 minutes.
Yep.
But I am now taking this as a personal affront because I'm going to see Joe Shasky later on tonight at a 95.7 The Game community building event, and I don't want to hear him brag. Oh, morning show listeners. You bastard! Yeah, I don't want. Oh, well, our listeners are tapped in.
So we're 2 for 5 as a station,
Right,
and
but
they have
they're
both.
2 for 2.
Yep.
And the rest of us are 0 for. It's like Guru at the free throw line. I'm sorry, but
Man, shut up.
Sorry, but
Caught a stray.
So listen to me, Willard and Dibbs people.
I am scared.
When we say your name in about an hour, freaking call right away. It is very, very important to our ego.
It is. And right now the knockout contest is Grandy, you, and 2 morning show listeners.
Did you know one of them is San Jose Jazz guy fan?
Oh, he got in?
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
good.
the first one.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see him shoot the rock.
For the first time, all of us found out his real name.
Oh, my God. I cannot wait to watch him shoot and just dive into the YouTube and heckle him for a change.
It's going to be amazing. Yeah.
San Jose Brick fan.
Like, I love how excited everybody is. I'm getting DMs and we're getting texts when, like, whoever won their way in this morning immediately, like, DM'd all of us. It's like, I'll see you there. I'm like, this is great. Made an IG story out of it. Awesome. I love the energy and the excitement. Can we please get a W today? I want a W.
3:30, right?
3:30 is when we will open the window. So lock in.
Yep.
Lock the bleep in. It's kind of like what I bet the PR people were saying to Tony Vitello last night. Lock in. Okay? Logan Webb's out there pissed off about 81 wins. We're not worried about the people who wear orange in Knoxville.
I got the Giants going 82 and 75.
What about the people wearing orange here? Lock in. Dub Nation. Okay? This is ridiculous. It's irrational, but I don't care. This matters. We are winning today. It is winning time on Willard and Dibbs.
Let's go.
I am not going to that event tonight off of a loss. So if you're registered, lock in.
Okay. I love it.
All right.
Tennessee, by the way, 3-0 this year. I don't know if you knew that.
Wow, they didn't even
They got a
need
game
him.
today, too.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks
I'm
for
sure.
locking
I'm
that
sure
up for
Tony's
sure.
locked in.
Yeah.
I think they're taking on Butler. I think
Butler.
I mean, that game starts any minute now.
Is Tony watching the Vols games in the dugout?
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Actually, it's
Just
UNC Asheville today.
Oh, gosh. So, again, knockout tournament spot on the line. Window will open in 50 minutes. 50 minutes. So, if you're already registered, get ready to go. If you're not registered, go register. 957thegame.com. I feel like we've warned you enough on that. You can't win if you don't register. Go register at 957thegame.com. And then the deal is the window's open every day, all week long, 7:30, 12:30, and 3:30. As long as you're registered, you're in, and you have a shot each and every time. So either go register and then lock in, or just lock in if you're already registered.
There you go.
Got that off my chest.
That's it.
Okay?
Yeah.
We're winning today, dude.
I like it.
We're winning today.
We need to win today.
Look at me.
Yeah.
We're winning today.
I mean, yes, I would love to be able to get a workaround, but the contest rules, I'm very passionate about. So we're going to have to do it above board. We're going to read the name, and we're going to wait 9 minutes and 57 seconds and cross our little fingers.
Dude, it was heartbreaking yesterday because I don't know if everybody knows this, but like when you all call the radio station, we can often see like who the phone is registered to. Sometimes that's your name, sometimes it's not. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And, like, it was heartbreaking yesterday when our Winnie, not winner, when the Winnie called in, and I knew it was right outside the window. I was like, oh, fuck. It was really heartbreaking. So
for them.
And us.
Sure.
And us. I mean, we want to meet you there.
Yes,
and
exactly.
we want to meet you there.
Right.
Like you registered, you listened, you called, and you didn't get in.
That's right.
So you got to do, like, speed is part of this. It's kind of like the knockout game itself. Speed.
Yeah.
Okay?
Speed and layups. You missed your free throw, you got to make the follow-up shot.
And you got to get it fast. All right, SF Bay Drummer in Houston here. Before we go to the Bay Drummer, one more time. This is Steph Curry. He was kind of asked about tanking, but I was more interested in where the conversation went next because we don't have a tanking team here in town. But listen to Steph talk about the league.
How many teams are tanking right now? Even the teams that are in the play-in chase? The third of the league, so 10 teams? Is it really that big of a problem? I'm asking. We feel like there's obviously a lot of competition. It's something I'm sure every year the NBA wants to address why the play-in tournament exists. Things evolve, problems arise, and everybody wants to shine a spotlight on all the negatives of the league, but let's focus on the positives of how great the competition is at the top. There still is relevancy regular season-wise of the seeding and playoff chase. I know there's a conversation around how many games we're playing. That's probably where I would focus more the attention. But let's not forget the league is in a great place overall in terms of the attention, the skill level, the global reach, all of that stuff. Every year you'll address the issues. I don't have those answers, though.
I mean, I hope it doesn't.
I wonder what he was saying when he talked about the number of games we're playing.
Yeah.
Is he saying we're playing too many games?
Yes, that's how I took it.
Okay, then
which again does not land well with fans.
It doesn't, especially when you're making $60 million a year. So, all right, Steph, you want to go ahead and cut that baby down to 72 games. So you're going to take 10 games off the 82, which is about 12%. You go ahead and give up $9 million. How about that?
I mean, who knows?
Steph, did we lose you?
No, he might. He's the kind of guy. He might actually be like, okay. Like
you cut it down to 72, and now he's going to play 50 of 72 instead of playing 60 of 82. The problem is all the same.
Of course, but you know my take whenever someone brings up fewer games. It's just like, it's not going to happen. Like, never in the history of ever has a sports league come forward and been like, we've got the fix. We're not going to play as many games.
Right.
It's more games. It's more teams. It's more rounds. It's more. Billionaires. More. That's all it ever is.
But the key, and this is where the NBA players have figured out the hack is we don't have to play those games.
Exactly.
And now we have the doctors who say, you know what, load management, man, you've played a lot of games and back-to-back, so you're an older guy. You can't go back-to-back, and we got to limit your minutes. We got to limit your games. Limit. So if you're Steph, and I'm not saying this for him, but a player like Steph, you're the top earning guy in the league. You don't have to play all 82.
Nope.
You don't have to play 70. You have to play 65 to qualify for awards, which he won't this year. And so I wonder how many guys are actually going to play 65 and be eligible for the all-defense team or the all-NBA team and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it's going to be a sliding scale, a smaller number every year. I was just, it caught my attention that Steph seems to be striking the chord of the league's in a really good place. And I don't think the league is in some disastrous place. Like, I don't want it to sound like that. We love these games. We love the NBA. We love the Warriors. I'm watching every single game. And when we have a whole week like this where there's no games, I miss it. So he's not like sitting here in the middle of Wrongville. I'm not saying that, but I would love to hear from fans on that idea. The general state of NBA basketball. Are you feeling good about it? Are you feeling valued? Are you feeling like your dollar is getting you what you want when you choose to spend it, however you choose to spend it? SF Bay Drummer in Houston. Hey, Drummer, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Yeah, what's up, Morgan? What's up, Dan? I'm not really happy not really happy with the state of the NBA right now. It's just like you try to support the team and make, points not make points, but just spend your money to go. And I went last year, and it just wasn't good. And I think the apron had messed up everything for for everyone in the NBA, and so we have this bad product now, and that's what I don't enjoy.
Boy, SFB drummer, you just nailed it. I think you just nailed it. This is the thing. Everybody's distracted with tanking and load management. I think he just nailed, to me, what is the worst part of the NBA right now.
Well, the apron?
The apron.
Yep.
Because here's why. And I know a lot of people are like, and even myself, I couldn't sit here and explain and do a good job of
Mark Cuban had a couple of great tweets, and I read it 3 times, and I still didn't fully understand what he was saying.
Right, which is why he's a billionaire and we're not.
Right.
But like he was talking about the negativity of the apron. Kevin Love did this recently, talking about the negativity of the apron. I think a Warriors fan can really understand it this way. Here's the big problem in the NBA. We're all talking about tanking, and that's how losing is incentivized. Here's the other problem the NBA's got. Winning is penalized. So that's your phrase. That's your motto. Losing, incentivized. Winning, penalized. And that's, to me, very, very troubling. We've talked about this a number of times this year. What's about to happen over the next 3 years with Oklahoma City?
They're going to either win this year or come close, and then next year they're going to start the sell-off because Jalen Williams' contract kicks in, Chet Holmgren kicks in, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander kicks up, and so all these great guys, for example, Hartenstein, I think it's a team option, he's gone, and Lou Dort, he's gone, so the sell-off begins in July this year. There's no way they can win 3 in a row, let alone 2.
And what did J-Dub and Chet Holmgren, to me, have in common that makes their situation so special for Oklahoma City?
They were drafted.
They were drafted
and
there.
They were good. Drafted and good equals, well, that won't last.
You should be celebrated. You should be awarded. You should be put up on a pedestal. And it's no different than what all of us experienced here with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. Drafted here, stay here. Win here as long as humanly possible.
Well, thank God Steph Curry got hurt.
Yep.
I mean, he got hurt, and he only was worth 4 years and $44 million. I mean, he's probably worth more, but they got him for that, and that cleared the decks for everything.
Yes, that allowed them to augment, which I don't know. You could debate what would have happened to Warrior basketball if you didn't ever get Kevin Durant. They were already elite, but they were able to even go get Andre Iguodala because of what you just brought up. So you're able to augment. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I want teams to be able to go out in the free agent world and do some things. But when the core of your team is drafted and developed right there in your building, never, ever, never, ever, ever, not for a second, should you be penalized for that. And I believe these teams are being penalized for that. This is a super, sort of layman's way of saying it because they do have what's called bird rights. And that allows you to go over the cap.
Right.
I would push it even further. If you drafted them, you developed them, and then you win with them, your salary ain't got nothing to do with the cap at all. Nothing. I don't you are
maybe
not
half the salary.
Or whatever.
Sure.
Find. That's why I call it a layman's take.
Yeah.
Find a way so that not only are you allowed to keep them by going way over the cap and way over the tax mark, then don't tax them the same. Not those contracts. Not those contracts. Those players should never have a wandering eye. In my opinion, they should get everything they're worth, and they should be able to stay right there. And if they don't, it's because the team chose to not keep them, or the player chose to go play somewhere else. But Oklahoma City, they should be allowed to keep Chet Holmgren and J-Dub as long as humanly possible and not have those very, very large salaries force a breakup. That's to me, that's a much bigger problem.
For me, the even bigger problem than that is players are not incentivized to actually play unless you're in a situation where you think you can win. And you look at some of the highest paid guys. Joel Embiid is a guy making 56.2, and he doesn't play a lot of basketball. Zion Williamson is going to be a free agent, and he doesn't play a lot of basketball. Anthony Davis is never healthy. These guys don't actually play basketball. And now Giannis making 54. I guess he's hurt or he's not hurt, and he's not going to play because they want to trade him, or he wants to stay because, stars attract. They don't chase, whatever that is. But these guys don't have the same incentive to go out there and play as lesser players. So you look at this Warrior team right now. You've got Pat Spencer, you've got Gee, you've got GP2, you've got Pods. You have all these guys who are not making generational wealth yet. I mean, they're making nice money, but they're not making this kind of money. So they have to play. They have to go out there and still try to earn their stripes and earn their dollars. But the big money guys, you don't have the same level of incentive. And so why play?
Well, and I do think that there's always nuance. If LeBron James and Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and players like that need a day off here or there, well, yeah, you're over 35 years old. And you, especially with their playoff success, these guys have logged thousands and thousands of miles and minutes. But they're also role models, and it trickles down. Why the hell does Shai Gilgeous-Alexander need a day off? Why?
I mean, he plays a lot.
So do his teammates. Like the guys who come in off of the bench, sometimes they're playing 30 minutes too, just like the stars are. Nobody ever, right? Kevon Looney didn't play a lot of minutes. He didn't get banged around down low. Why are the young guys doing this? That to me, and again, it's because their role models are saying and doing one XYZ.
Yeah, and the science tells you too. Yeah,
and the science and the health. And so, I'm certainly willing to meet them halfway. They know what's going on more than we do. But as always, you got to know your audience. And I think that these players, this league, more importantly, needs to realize how all of this lands with fans. It's my number one issue with the NBA. No matter what it is they're doing, from Dame Lillard in the three-point contest to load management, to tanking, to the NBA Cup, where the only change is that the floor is painted and players get extra money if they win at the end, all the way down to everything that we're talking about here. Let's admit something to the NBA. We're just fans. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. All I can do is tell you how this lands with us. When you have all of these problems and you walk to the microphone and go, too many games. You're kicking the fan in the teeth. That's how they're going to take it. Whether it's rational or not, that's how they're going to take it.
So tickets as low as $152 for the Warrior game. So you want to bring your wife and your two kids, $600 for the worst seat in the house, plus $75 for parking, about $80 to $100 for food. You're looking at $750, and obviously no Tatum, he's hurt. Steph, maybe. Porzingis, no. Jimmy Butler, no. So you're going to lay out $700 to $800 to watch, Pods take on Jaylen Brown? That's a big ask.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good fans. How are you feeling about the state of the league? Your entertainment dollar, all of it. 888-957-9570. Tony Vitello did respond today. We'll have that coming up next hour. Nick Friedel is going to join us at 5 o'clock. We'll also go live to Arizona next hour. Giants beat reporter Justice De Los Santos for the Merc is going to join us. Plus, we are about 35 minutes away from the window being open for the knockout qualifier. We ain't losing today, so we'll tell you more about that coming up next as well. This is Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Beautiful, fragrant, overjoyed Boutique Dozen Roses for $24.99, and now I give some flowers to Dan Dibley.
And I also can get a sweet treat with hand-dipped Belgian chocolate-covered strawberries. 4 to 18 counts starting at $7.99 per package. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Sirloin Steak Value Pack or Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Member price.
And how do we like our steak? Say it together.
Medium rare.
Exactly. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-494-7807. 800-494-7807. 800-494-7807.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dips. If you're doing what I'm doing, then you're listening on the radio. If not, you could check them out and see what kind of hat Willard's wearing right now on YouTube.
It's a Giants hat. It's a Giants hat. I got the Giants going. I haven't decided yet.
No.
I haven't
I
decided
got the Giants
yet.
going. 82 and 75.
Too early.
82 and 80 is the safe bet.
I mean, that actually, at least that adds up. I almost, granted, he knows this.
I'm a Giants fan.
I feel a little bit of a loss because we sat down for the crossover yesterday, and Guru goes, I'm so excited about the Giants. And then something happened or somebody said something, and the conversation went a completely different way. And then I asked him at the end, I go, why were you excited about the Giants? He's like, I'll tell you tomorrow. And then,
Willard Dips, can you lay out for a second?
No, it's actually our show now. So like he didn't make it today. Like he's got some stuff that came up. So now I'm just like sitting here with this loose end of why Guru would be so excited on February 16th.
About the Giants,
About the Giants. Nothing's happened yet.
I remember how we got off topic during the crossover. It was one of the first things out of Guru's mouth. I want to tell you, Willard, why I'm so excited about the Giants.
Yeah.
And then Steiny says, really quick, Goo, Winter Olympics. We started talking about all the different sports.
Let me tell you something. My wife, lovely Christy, be the first one to back me up on this. When a radio host says, really quick, no, it won't. No, it won't.
Oh, you think?
Yes.
You're the king of quick story.
I am.
Quick aside.
I am the guiltiest of the guilty. That's why I'm referencing my wife. Yeah. She knows.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick. And the next thing you know, it's tomorrow. I mean.
My real quick is usually real quick. That's just kind of the way I do radio.
You're a little quippy.
Yeah, I'm not big on long form, which is why you and I think, work well together. If we both were long formy, it would be a lot of like you for a while, me for a while. The fact that I'm quippy, you set it up, I quip, you do that, I do this, quip, and we move on.
I've done long form versus long form before.
Yeah.
It's long.
Well, and on your weekend show, you do a little bit of long form and your partner does too. It's not as long form.
Different.
It's a different thing.
And it's partially because we're
in
theater,
different locales.
We're not in the same room together.
Yeah.
So it's just
I heard a little bit of it on Sunday.
Yeah.
And man, I didn't get a chance to talk about it yesterday, but All-Star game, yes. NBA, great job.
It was better.
Saturday was an abomination.
Awful. Saturday was just so gross.
My CPA doing my taxes is Dame Lillard's uncle. Oh. So he was, Dame, look at Dame, 3 in a row, Dame Dalla. And I was like, dude, he's not even a player.
Again, I got nothing against Dame. We love Dame. Dame's a Bay Area guy. Dame's a great player. I love Dame. But yeah, come on, man. Like, again, whether it's rational or not, that's how it's going to land with your audience. When you can't play real games, but you can do this, right? You can't play on Tuesday, but I can, you know what I mean? I got this whole injury report for Tuesday, but I can play Wednesday. Or more accurately, I play my ass off. I play 40 minutes. I go into overtime. We win a game, and 3 seconds later, it's announced that I'm out tomorrow. Did you get hurt? No.
No.
Out.
Science. Yeah.
And it's just like, you just feel like you just feel like you're kicking dirt on our shoes.
A little bit.
That's all.
Saturday was kind of an abomination. Sunday, though, I thought was great.
It was better. It was
12-minute games, and I mean, maybe it's because Wemby tried. They all had to try, but
they gave him credit.
They tried.
Yeah.
They tried. Like the All-Star game, they tried. And that, I mean, for me, as a takeaway, it's kind of foolish to think that it's that simple, but the fact that they tried made it very watchable.
Yeah, it was progress at a minimum.
Yep.
It was progress for sure. The rest of the weekend was head scratching.
Sure.
The tone around the whole thing, the time of the games. I mean, we could point fingers at so many things that still need work. But yes, that was progress. It was progress.
And the Olympics made it so you wanted to put it where it was. That way the Olympics could be in prime time after, and the Olympics could be before as well. So I thought that the slotting of it was actually better. I don't need that thing at 5 at night or 6 at night.
Yeah, but we're trained. We're like dogs.
I guess,
the
but
big
it's the
game
All-Star
on Sunday
game,
happens at 5 o'clock in the West.
But yeah, this is not really the big game anymore.
But no, it is that weekend. There's nothing else going on.
Got a little college rack that we were watching. A little college rack.
Yeah.
Little Iowa State
again
in action.
I tell you this every February. You're the one. You and whichever friends you go to Vegas with, you're the ones who watch this prior to March.
Iowa State and Houston was a good old-fashioned physical barn burner.
I bet it was. I bet it was a hoot nanny.
That thing went down to the wire now. Yeah. Got Gardner Webb in action as we speak.
Which one is the first name and which one's the last name?
Gardner first, and they're one of the 5 worst teams in the country. We're going to fade Gardner Webb.
Oh, okay.
Cuckoosh.
That's exciting.
We're laying the 23.5 today.
Fade.
Thank you.
Fade. Yeah,
yep.
That doesn't sound the same. It's not
No.
football season.
Fade.
Thank you, Grandy. Let's go to Chris in Oakland. Hi, Chris. Thank you for calling Willie and Dibby. What's up?
Hey, Willard, I feel you. My friends go grab a beer because they know I'm about to go on a journey. So I understand you. They grab a beer immediately.
It's a great example when someone says, come on to the bar. We're just one. Come have one drink with us. Oh, God. 8 hours later.
And usually it's a pitcher.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Man, Chris, you own it.
Yeah. So I wanted to get to, I feel like we're being a little overly critical of the NBA.
Okay.
The fact is, we live in the Bay Area. The Oakland A's they didn't field a credible team for over a decade. In the NFL, we know the Raiders have not fielded a credible team in almost a decade. The NFL had, tank for Tua. Decade before that, it was suck for luck, lose for Lawrence. So other sports have this same history of tanking, but yet it's front page news for the NBA when they just do the same analytics and the same behaviors as all the other sports leagues.
See, Chris, can I push back on that a little bit?
Just real quick, Chris.
Yeah, just real quick. No, in all honesty, real quick, do you see NFL teams, when there's a good quarterback available in the draft the following year, do you see NFL teams pulling their best players out of the fourth quarter of close games?
I would look at Jacksonville Jaguars when we knew Trevor Lawrence was coming up. Maybe they didn't have good players.
Yeah.
But they did not field a competitive team, though.
Well,
I think that's the main point.
Yeah, you're allowed to suck.
They're not fielding them.
Right, but I mean, every sport is always going to have teams that are bad. To me, it's much more about the functional behavior of the whole thing. And are you yanking people out of games in an obvious effort to lose? When I watch an NFL game, it always looks to me like everybody who's playing is trying. They may not be very good, but they're out there and they're trying. I don't see teams benching their starting quarterback for the second half because they're like, whoo, this game's a little too close. We'd like to lose it,
Yeah, and I would say the Jazz are just insane and ridiculous what they've done. But what I feel like the causes all this is the CBA, where you don't have another avenue to improve your team. You can't spend to keep your best players. You can't really spend to keep – if you build a great team, you end up having to give away players because you can't field it because of the second apron. So in reality, if we want to stop tanking, we actually have to allow teams other avenues to build, and I would say that would be through free agency. And so there's really only two paths. Either you loosen up the rules around free agency and keeping your homegrown talent, or you're just going to have what happens now, because the only efficient way of building your team right now is through the draft.
I agree with you, Chris.
So I would, yeah.
Yeah. Now,
so
Chris,
that's my solution, and that's what I believe in.
Yeah,
so.
Thanks for calling. I agree with you. Again, the problem is not that the teams tank. The problem is that it works. That's the problem. The problem is that the rules have set it up that you can find these teams all you want and all of that, and they're still going to do it because that is the path to greatness. That's what needs to be fixed. I'm with you on that. Look,
the problem is, too, in the meantime, what you produce is an unwatchable product for those teams that are tanking. Right. You've got a team that doesn't have talent, and they don't want to win, and so you don't really want to go and spend money on that team. And the other part of it, too, is the smaller market teams. You've got to find lightning in a bottle like OKC, but once they start to lose these guys because they're making too much money, you're Oklahoma City. Nobody wants to go there.
Yeah, you have to redo the whole thing again. Yep. Nothing you could do about that. But, I will say this in Steph's defense. When you get a week like this with no games, I miss it. I'm jonesing for a game. I'm jonesing for Thursday night. See if Kristaps debuts and see if Steph is back. Hey, we're opening up the knockout tournament window next. Okay? We're sponsored by Planet Fitness. If you are registered, lock in. We're winning today. We're going to give you a name in the window here very, very soon. And if you're not registered, get to 957thegame.com and register as quickly as possible. Justice De Los Santos covers the Giants for the Merc. He'll join us in a half hour. Coming up next, it's round 2 of Tony Vitello and the media. He responded today to what he said yesterday. So we'll get to all of that coming up next. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. And with most clubs open 24 hours, you can give everything you've got. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. See club for details.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game or a lucky season, but at Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas, Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table, along with a hard truth. Clients are often victimized twice. First, by the accidents themselves, and then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar, Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas, generations fighting to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney, offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Sick of gray, gloomy winter hibernation? At Kohl's, you can make spring come early with colorful accents that brighten up your home, like vibrant cookware and decor, cozy bedding and towels. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members save 15% on home purchases. So shop Kohl's Home Refresh and move on to spring. The weather will catch up eventually. Select styles. Offer ends March 1st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Vanessa from Albany. Luis from RNS helped me with a garage door malfunction, the ultimate in professionalism and speed to repair the issue. Thanks again, RNS. You're the best. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes, or online at friedmansappliance.com.
It's President's Day sale time at Big O Tires. Now through February 22nd, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Plus, you'll get our industry-leading ProTech Plus warranty for free. Disposal fees extra that go with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel made his $10 Tuesday bucket so full with 8 pieces of juicy, crispy chicken or tenders that it might just last you till Wednesday. If you've got that kind of self-control. I mean, some people want leftovers. Others are more into right nowers. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. $10, 8 pieces, one big deal with KFC $10 Tuesdays.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question. I mean, what kind of question is that?
On 95.7 The Game.
We'll get to a little Tony Vitello here in a sec. I mean, if somebody asked me why I was excited about the start of Giants season, I have one answer and one answer only. Because I'm a huge Giants fan.
Right, it's baseball. It's time.
That's how it works for me. Unfortunately, I can't give you another answer. I can't give you because I think they're going to be really, really good. I can't say that yet. And so that's one of the reasons I was sort of like, I'm interested to hear Guru's take. Because if there is a baseball X and O answer there, I mean, there's some things that I can look at on paper and go, okay, outfield defense, Harrison Bader.
Full season endeavors. Okay. I mean, Adames now, you're settled in. Sure. You've been here, and Chappie's been good. I do think that Luis Ariz is a good addition because I think that getting base hits is better than getting out. And he's good at getting base hits. Maybe his OPS and his WOBA and his BABIP aren't super sexy, but when he's in the batter's box, they throw the pitch and he hits it almost every time.
What do each of the things you just said have in common?
They're all offensive players.
Correct.
Right.
Pitching, and pitching. Maybe Tyler Malley and friend of the show, Adrian Hauser, who barfs on the mound. Maybe they're going to be amazing. And who's in the bullpen? I don't know. When you were out yesterday, we played a game of Who Are You Giants Bullpen Edition.
And who are you? Like, did you guys have any answers, or are you just throwing out names?
No. You remember the little game that we play? Like, we do the 5 clues and see who can come up with who I'm talking about. The 5 players we did it with were Eric Miller, Jose Buto.
Oh, God.
Sam Henches. I bet you don't even know who that is.
Sam Henches?
Yeah, that's a new guy. JT Brubaker, he had my favorite clue, which was his last name suggests that he likes both beer and bread.
Not bad.
And then Joel Piguero, who's that fireballer.
Right. He throws like 103.
Yeah, and he was up last year, and he pitched really well, but that was his major league debut, and he's on his 5th team. Like, this is who's running around out there to pitch for the Giants this year.
Yeah, not ideal.
Like, maybe it will be. Maybe they're going to be great.
You just never know,
I have no idea. So my excitement about the Giants is because they're the Giants. And I like the Giants.
Well, and honestly, like, it's really easy to be excited about your baseball team in mid-February because pitchers and catchers, they're stretching out. And normally you hear from the skipper, and the skipper says things like, I like the way we're looking, and, I'm hitting fungos, and Ron Washington's really working with, our new second baseman, and he's catching the ball a lot more than we thought he would. And normally it's like cliche, positive. Boy, it's sunny here, and I cannot wait to get out there in the end of March and take on the Yankees. But that's not what we get.
So
we get, I miss Tennessee.
Yeah, so how'd that grab you yesterday? Like, I'm reminded every day. Like, I had a buddy on the text thread that is like, diehard Giants fans. And I'm on my way to work today, and the text comes through to the thread. Hey, did anybody hear that Vitello thing yesterday? That was weird. It was amateur hour. He used the exact same line you did.
Oh, funny.
But it just dawned on me. I'm like, these are diehard Giants fans. They're just getting to that news. They're just getting there.
Yep.
So I don't want to go too deep into our conversation without playing both what he said yesterday and then what he followed up with today. So why don't we do that?
Yeah,
and then
let's do it.
Because Grandy and I talked about this for about an hour yesterday. It was also a holiday. So some people, who knows?
Yeah, I was off. Yeah.
Right. Maybe they were just off in family land or whatever. Great. But there's a lot here. And Justice De Los Santos, who covers the Giants for the Merc, is going to be on with us here in about 20 minutes. And oh, by the way, once again, the knockout qualifier window opens in about 6 minutes.
Come on, knockout qualifier.
We are not losing today. You cannot be that guy.
Nope.
Or girl.
Or person.
He cannot be that guy.
We're winning today. It's winning time.
Winning.
Okay? All right. So this is how it all started. And I will add the insight that I now have, which is that Tony Vitello was out in the outfield. He's doing an interview with Ken Rosenthal. Ken Rosenthal is talking to him about, Tennessee to the Giants and Tennessee to the Giants. And what about how this all went down? It got Tony all charged up. And then the local media didn't know that. And Tony just fires into the dugout, sits down, wheels around, looks at Susan Slusser, and says this.
When did you first think I was taking this job? Or do you remember that far back?
Yeah, it was about 4 days before it actually happened, 5 days before.
Yeah, that's funny you say that because that was not reality at all. I don't know if Buster would feel the same way, but that wasn't the case. If somebody decides they think they got the information, the final blow was about 4 days later. And the thing I'm just kind of having a conversation. Therapy, if you will, from walking out of there, but I needed confirmation from the coaches that I worked with that helped boost my status, that they were okay with what was going to go on and they were going to be okay with their jobs. That staff had always been built as like next man up, and all of a sudden that was being threatened. So it was kind of hard to do something for yourself and your teammates get left behind. But yeah, it was not 4 days for what it's worth. That was not the case at all. If you would have seen me in my condo, you would have agreed.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with that other than that I just think everybody's sitting there is like, where the hell is this coming from?
What the hell is going on?
So I'm pretty sure it's John Shea who follows up after that whole thing, and he's like, why'd you ask? And here's that.
Why do you ask? Because somebody tweeted it out. I don't know who told him. I wish I did. You know, it might have changed the course of history if I would have known who did, to be honest with you. But it just bothers me because, I don't know. You see people angry on this. I hate to get philosophical, but you see people angry on the streets for a lot of times stuff that's not even true, you know. People arguing and you don't know what reality is. But I did, shrink-wise, I did a really damn good job at keeping that away from our team, our recruiting, and it was not a distraction. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of practice, I see our first and third base coach freaking out. And they freaked out on me, too. And it's for no reason, because at that point, nothing was going to happen. But somebody decided that it was going to happen, and then the whole world started spinning real quick, and I had to address the team. And people said either that or me leaving was a distraction. Those guys are SEC athletes. They ain't distracted by me. We dealt with years where they thought we might take a job, or we were offered a job, or there was jobs open. I'd meet with guys in the office. They're like, Coach, we don't care. The guys care about the guys when the season's going on, and hopefully they love their coaches. But that thing was never a distraction. They got talent, and they got good kids, so they're going to be just fine. But, yeah, that was not a fun Saturday, and then it kind of affected how the next few days went. But ultimately, sorry to rain on your parade. Great organization, great people to work with, and a great challenge. So didn't say no.
It almost changed the course of history.
That was the line that got a lot of people.
In other words, like if he would have known who leaked it, if it was the Giants who leaked it, all of a sudden he's not going to take the job. That's what I'm hearing him say.
I'll foreshadow that he addressed that today, and he states that's not what he was saying. But
I look forward to hearing what he actually was saying when you talk about almost changing the course of history.
I think no matter what the sort of nuance of the entire conversation is, the negative of this, is it a huge deal? Is it a problem? I don't find it to be a problem. I didn't love it, though, because it made Giants fans feel like you are still mentally at Tennessee, and they don't want to hear about Tennessee. And it did make some people feel like, you don't want to be here. Do you want to be here?
It's not a problem, but I would file it under H for And that's one you file away, because for me, there was no need for him to come out and proactively do that. And yeah, he had a talk with Ken Rosenthal, and Ken had his own story. You want to talk about Tennessee, fine. That was a one-on-one, and you come into the local people, the beat reporters, and you proactively go into this whole thing about that. And if that's who you want to be, you can be however you want to be, Tony. I'm not trying to tell you how to live your life or how to be a manager, but it felt to me like rabbit ears, for one, like people on social media, it got out on social media and I'm aware of it. And so now that's going to affect me. Well, guess what? Every single day, everything you do as a major league manager, it's going to be social media times 1,000. So if that's getting to you already about an offseason, like you are closing in on taking the job, it's not like somebody said he's agreed to it and he hadn't. They just said that they were closing in, and they were right. He was closing in.
Well, they were right. They were right. And yes, when that is tweeted, there is the thought of like, it's just some dotting of I's and crossing of T's and all of that stuff. Again, like, I hear you, and I largely agree with you. I just think it was his first mistake as Giants manager, and I think that he's going to learn from this. But I also think it came off in some ways and sort of sent some messages that he probably wasn't trying to send. And he got all charged up. Somebody charged him up. This is no different than when you have a crappy day at work and then you get home and take it out on your family. They didn't do anything. You didn't mean to do that, but you got all gassed up, and then you went somewhere else, and you let it out and spilled it all over them. And I think that's part of the error here. But to what Evan said on the crossover, he's not wrong either. Like, Tony is a big personality. He's a fiery guy. We might get some of these. And I'd rather have some of these than nothing, than sort of a dead fish feel to the whole dugout.
I guess, but I'd rather have some of these as it pertains to what's going on with the Giants. Like, this had almost nothing to do with the Giants other than he was mad that the report got out and social media and whoever reported it, and, it almost changed the course of events because this happened 4 days before. When did you find out? And Susan says, 4 days, maybe 5 days before. Exactly. Exactly. And so he obviously was peeved about either the Kenny Rosenthal report or whoever leaked it. And so, I don't know, for me, keep it to yourself. It sounded really petty and amateurish for a guy who's been on the job for about a week.
So today he responded to all of what happened yesterday. Play that in a second, but it's 3:31. The window is open. The window is open to win your way into the knockout tournament. If you have registered at 957thegame.com, like the good little listener that you are, then you're in the hopper, and you should listen for your name sometime over the next 30 minutes. And it might be sooner than that. We shall see. Starting right now, over the next 30 minutes, we're going to give a name. If you hear us call your name, you're going to have 9 minutes and 57 seconds, not a darn minute more, to call the contest line at 415-523-4652 to claim your spot. Window is open. Make note of that number so you can do this quickly. We ain't losing today. 415-523-4652. That's the contest line. Make note of it and get ready. Okay, this is coming. All right, here's Tony today. So he walks into the dugout today, and the first thing they said to him is, "Hey, did you hear sort of the uproar over your surprising comments yesterday?" Listen to this response.
I didn't say anything surprising that I know of. I was just stating the facts. So if somebody tweets out or says something that's not true about you and it affects your life significantly, it's not just a deal where your feelings are hurt, but it has a significant impact, in particular on my family, which I've obviously got family, but not in Knoxville. The team was my family, then I'm not going to be happy about it. So just like I would want our players to defend themselves, that's what I would do. But it's kind of hard to defend yourself when it's anonymous or anonymous tip. So, but no, not worried about that stuff. Worried about our guys getting prepared. And it's kind of not scary, but maybe more exciting. The first game is literally right around the corner.
You're still shaking your head.
Yeah, I mean, what was tweeted out that was erroneous? I mean, he's stuck on this thing that there was a report out there that wasn't true. The report was they were closing in on him being the manager, and I believe that was the case. And he's also just fixated on, these anonymous things, anonymous sources. Well, welcome to 2026, where everything is anonymous. I could say something and I could go on this rant for 60 seconds and Lucas can take a clip and it would be virality, and he puts it on Twitter and I could get 17 responses, 15 of whom are from people who don't actually have names. They may not exist, and they're just people. They're just Twitter accounts, they're eggs, and that would be an anonymous report. So, Tony, I hate to break it to you, but this is the way it works now. Wow. Everything is, by and large, mostly anonymous. So the report comes out that they're closing in on Tony Vitello to be the manager. Either that came from the Giants, from Buster, from Tony's agent, from somebody in Tennessee. It came from somebody, and they're anonymous, and that's just the way it goes. Well, but it wasn't wrong.
No, and Steiny said this on the crossover. I liked it, too, when he said there's got to be something about all of this that has to do with control. I'm not going to call Tony a control freak, but I'm going to just, make an educated guess here. If you're a big-time head coach of an SEC program and you're super successful, dude, I bet you got your thumbprint on everything and everything is under your thumb. What's your perception of now this is different, but an SEC football coach? Nick Saban, control freak?
Yes. I mean,
right?
Not so much a control freak, but you're in control.
Dude.
You've got boosters who will pay $100,000 to just watch you sip a martini. You've got every recruit in the country who is dying to come play for you. You're in a smallish town, and everything that you want, you get.
Right, and again, are we now we're painting with a broad brush. We're sitting out here in our coastal town, and we think that the media in Knoxville, Tennessee is probably like, hey, coach, whatever you want. Do you want to go get a beer? We can talk it over. And maybe it's not like that. I don't really know. I've never been to Knoxville, Tennessee. But yes, my bet is especially just as a college coach, all of your players are 18 to 21 years old. You are in control. Well, now you're not. Sorry, now you're not. And so stuff is going to get on social media that you don't like. Now, the one thing that you pointed to, that comment, it might have changed history.
Yeah.
He was asked specifically about that today. Here's the response.
Maybe how things were left,
Tennessee.
Yeah, I wouldn't take what I say too seriously. I mean, we were talking about Lil Wayne yesterday, so again, I think the facts of the case were what I just said. It's just that anybody else would react the exact same way, and it has no real impact on the opportunity that was presented, and it wouldn't have changed what Buster and I would have agreed and joined to do too. So just happened to be circumstantial, and like I said, when it affects the people, first off myself, but the people that I'm around every day too, then it was less than ideal circumstances, but pretty ideal circumstances as I sit here getting to watch. Hell, yesterday I said I would paid good money to watch Devers and Robbie Ray hook it up for one at bat if I was just outside the park and they'd let me pay for entry.
He says nobody from the front office talked to him. I call BS. I think there was absolutely a PR meeting last night, and you can hear it at the end of that comment where he's like, my mind's on watching Rafi Devers and Robbie Ray, and I'd pay, and this is an ideal situation. Again,
as a big old backpedal.
Yeah, well, what he's saying is the changing of the course of history might have been, sounds to me like some relationships at Tennessee got damaged. And if that's the case, bummer. And I'm sorry for that. Has this become already too much of a story for Giants baseball? There's no question about that.
Yeah.
So for me, it's kind of this. Look, it's a mistake. It's a definite mistake. It's his first mistake. If we're going to be excited about a college coach coming to the pros, we have to admit that there's a learning curve, and we have to let him go on it. Now, if this keeps going, right? If on March 8th, he's like, so he sits down in the dugout, did y'all see Tennessee win that game last night? I mean, like, if this keeps going, then we've got an issue. Tony has got some emotions around this. He's an emotional guy. He stepped in it. He messed up. But I don't know. I kind of accept the back pedal. Let's put it that way.
It's not.
Let's see where it goes from here.
It's not a deal breaker.
Yeah.
To me, it is a head scratcher. And like I said, I filed under H for because he clearly didn't have the awareness of what this actually might be when you come out and you proactively do 2.5 minutes on how this report got out, and you go at Susan Slusser and ask her, I got a question for you. When did you find out? Well, I don't know if you know Susan Slusser, but she's probably 35 years in the business, and she's one of the real heavyweight baseball writers, not on the market, but in this country. So
as professional as they come.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so you're not going to get her on her heels, and she's like 4 or 5 days before it happened. I mean, she was kind of like, not annoyed, but like, I mean, what's your point? It was out there and turned out they were closing in on you. So I don't even know why he went out of his way to do that other than to express that he was annoyed by the fact that it got out. And I get that. Steve Kerr does it all the time.
Yeah, he got charged up.
Steve Kerr does it all the time about things that leak. And, he was more offended that the punch video got leaked than he was by the punch.
Right.
And that to me was I mean, that was very telling because, those things happen in NBA practices, but the fact that there was a leak, so that's maybe where Tony was coming from, and I get it, but you're new in town. Knoxville has a population of 200,000. The Bay Area is 7 million. So maybe you can recalibrate like where you are. You're no longer in a small little college town in the South. You're in the big leagues now, T.
He's emotional, but he's also stubborn. Like, I mean, his back pedal did not include hey, I'm sorry, Giants fans. Like, it didn't include...
He didn't have to apologize.
No, I think a lot of people thought he would today, and he didn't.
He kind of doubled down.
A little bit. And so, I don't know, there's a piece of that doesn't bother me. Like, yeah, be a rock, be stubborn. This was a mistake, but, just don't repeat it over and over. Sort of like the mistake that some listeners have been making by not calling the contest line within
inexcusable.
Right within 9 minutes and 57 seconds when we call their name. So look, if you're on hold to talk about this, 888-957-9570, Justice De Los Santos, who is in Arizona with the Giants and covers them for the Merc, is going to join us next as well. So we're going to get to all of that. But right now, this is a very big moment. I'm about to say the name, and the clock will start. You got to call. We ain't losing today. So the name I'm about to say, first of all, it's on you, and then it's on each and every one of you who know this person. Call, text, drive over to the house, send a telegram. I don't care. We ain't losing today. So here it is. You ready for the name? We're going to be playing knockout with this person. I am speaking this into existence.
All right.
Kevin Conroy of Novato. Kevin Conroy, Novato. This is your chance. 9 minutes, 57 seconds to call the contest line, 415-523-4652. Kevin Conroy, Novato. 9 minutes, 57 seconds. Call 415-523-4652. We ain't losing today, Kevin. So good luck. And for the rest of you who are registered, remember, we do it every show, every day this week, 7:30, 12:30, 3:30. So you've got plenty more chances coming up this week. And if you're not registered, please do so now at 957thegame.com. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Kevin Conroy.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home.
But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
This February, fall in love with your home. American Vision Windows Matchmaker Deal lets you pick any two offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix, we pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Stunning, energy-efficient windows, your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. On approved credit, minimum of 4 windows. Taxes based on materials. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google and Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
You know that Seinfeld line where Costanza goes, George is getting upset?
Yeah.
Willard's getting upset?
No, why?
3 minutes to go, Kevin Conroy, Novato. Kevin Conroy, Novato. Kevin, where are you? Who knows Kevin? I'm not losing today.
It's a great question.
People know Kevin Conroy. I know people who probably know Kevin Conroy.
Probably.
I'm angry, Jeff. That's awesome.
Dude, 3 minutes. Now it's probably more like 2.
Kevin Conroy.
415-523-4652. This will be a national embarrassment if it doesn't happen.
Come on, Kevin. Do it for us. Do it for Johnny.
2 minutes. Kevin Conroy. If you know Kevin, I mean emergency call.
That's right.
Get out of that meeting, Kevin. You got to call the contest line.
You registered, Kevin, so you could hear your name, and your name's been said now 9 times. Like, Mark, I don't get it.
You go to the web, you register so that you can be a part of this, and then you win, and you're like, eh.
Does Willie Adames get in the batter's box without a bat? Like, now batting, Willie Adames. He's going to stand there with no bat and hope that he gets walked?
I got a better way to say this. Any of you who win but don't call, you're Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, Mark.
We're giving you everything you want, and then you're not showing up. Hello.
Willard drops back. Conroy's open. Fires. Kevin Conroy. Dropped it. He makes the play. He dropped it.
Kevin Conroy will be making YouTube videos speeding down the streets of Novato soon.
He can't catch.
much.
And in 15 years, he'll call the morning roast, and they'll talk about how, things happened 15 years ago.
All right. We're being like Tony Vitello. We're letting emotions get the best of us. And poor Justice De Los Santos of the Mercury News, who covers the Giants, is just sitting here on the phone waiting for us to say that he's on the River Islands guest line. So we should probably do that.
We should.
Kevin's still got like a minute to go.
Yep. Justice he's winning.
Right.
He answered the phone.
Yeah, Justice is on the phone.
That's right.
Hi, Justice. Thanks for, picking up the phone here on Willard and Dibs.
I don't know who Kevin Conroy is, but y'all gotta get that. It's like that Kendrick Lamar song. Get Kevin on the phone,
dude.
Get him on the phone.
I kind of need you. I need you to know who Kevin Conroy is. And
who is this dude?
Man.
Yep.
Man. Anyway, hi, Justice. Were you in the dugout with Tony Vitello yesterday and today?
I was in the dugout yesterday. I was in the dugout today, and I'm probably going to be in the dugout like 30-something more times the rest of the spring and like 100-something more times in the regular season.
All right, so why does he hate his job with the Giants so much?
That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it. I wouldn't characterize it like that.
Okay, how would you characterize it, Justice?
So, I mean, I've talked about this. So it's funny, when on Monday, whatever it was, Sunday, when I was talking to Jordan Schusterman of Cespedes Barbecue, we had like a 30-minute conversation, and I thought that was going to be the extent that I kind of talked about Tony. And then obviously what happened on Monday happened. And I want to provide some important context here because, as the beat reporters, we've been around this man pretty much since the very beginning. I want to provide some a very big, important piece of context for folks that might not know it. Everything that he said yesterday, pretty much for the most part, he said before. This wasn't new. The timeline, we kind of knew it. When there was that Tuesday practice at Tennessee and he was crying, that's been known. He told us at his introductory press conference, this is well known. He was like, yeah, it wasn't final on October 18th. It was final on October 22nd. And again, this point has been iterated too, but, we didn't ask him to talk about this yesterday. He sat down, and apparently he had just finished up a conversation with Ken Rosenthal, who was one of the co-authors of the initial report back in October, so I guess it was fresh on his mind. And, he starts by asking us, hey, when did you guys think I was taking this job? And then it kind of sets everything off. And then there's obviously a lot of nuance with this. Again, with many things in life, it's not black, it's not white, although it's funny enough, I'm wearing black and white exclusively today as far as my fit. But yeah, it was a very interesting 3-minute or whatever it was. It was a very 3-minute tangent. I think that's what he called it. And yeah, it's 24 hours or something later. It's still kind of, I think it's just fair to call it bizarre. I think that's a very safe way to go about calling it.
What do you think he was trying to get across? I mean, that he was just unhappy with the way it played out? Because it came across to me, Justice, a little bit naive as to the world in which we live where everything gets out all the time.
I think multiple things can be true, and this is kind of what I mean with the gray area. On one hand, it is completely fair from a human level to say hey, this isn't how I wanted my time in Tennessee to end. I wanted to be able to get my guys in a room. I wanted to tell them personally, and that's completely understandable. This is a human being at the end of the day. Let's not forget that. But on the other hand, this is the pros. You have very good newsbreakers at this level. Jeff Passan, Ken Rosenthal, John Heyman, with a hiring of this magnitude, and also shout out Andrew Bagley. He was part of he co-authored that, Britt Griol as well. These people are going to find this information out. This is pros. This is what comes with the territory. And again, it is completely understandable to be upset, for him to, have some type of qualms about the way that this all went down. Again, I think in his ideal world, when October 22nd rolls around, he gets everyone in the room. He tells them there's no fans that are chanting for him to stay. It doesn't become this whole debacle. But again, I think, this, again, to your point, this is the world in which we live in. It's also been 4 months. It has been 4 months since this has happened. And, it's the timing of it is very bizarre. It's the second day of split squad or not split squad, full squad. And, we want to talk about Willie Damas. We want to talk about Matt Chapman and Rafael Devers. And instead, on the second day of full squad, we're talking about something, frankly, that happened literally last year. It happened 4 months ago. So the timing of it was odd, bizarre, whatever you want to call it. And again, I understand where he's coming from, but it is very understandable if you're a Giants fan and you look at that to say, that is not a good look.
I think that's the phrase that pays that I heard a lot yesterday. I agree. Justice De Los Santos, Giants beat reporter for the Mercury News. Check out his YouTube content as well as he's down there in Arizona with the Giants. Justice, I want to ask you this, and this is actually on behalf of kind of our entire team here because Lucas Alexander, Mark Grandy, they were very kind of drawn to his statement today. You guys don't need to take everything I say seriously. And then he made that quip about Lil Wayne. And I think for some people they're like, wait a minute, we're not supposed to take what you say seriously? Like what did you grab from that particular exchange?
I don't know, honestly. Like, I'm still kind of like wrapping my head around that. Like, it was because that phrase in particular, I asked him like about the comment yesterday. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but it was that comment where he says, if I found out who had, made the leak, the supposed leak, the course of history might have changed. And like, that was from yesterday, that was the really cryptic one. And so I asked and about that, and that was where his response stemmed from. And I don't necessarily think that's a fair expectation that he should have, or I think he should have the expectation that what he says, people will take seriously. And so, yeah, I don't know. That was kind of one of those things when I was looking back at the transcript, I was like, it kind of struck me as odd. Again, it's just been a very odd last 2 days kind of here in Scottsdale. I think that's putting it very lightly.
And you've been around him, as you said, a bunch, and you continually will be going into the season. Do you think that he's going to eventually kind of draw back from who he is, or is this going to be the sort of Tony Vitello thrill ride we're going to get all year?
I mean, I think that's a very interesting question because, I don't know the availability specifics when he was in Knoxville, but I was doing some rough back of the napkin math, and it's like you got 162 games times 2. That's, 324 times of availability. You have all of spring training. Like, let's take a couple games here and there that maybe he goes on the road and it's bench coach Jace Tingler out there. Like, we're looking at, 400 availabilities that Tony Vitello is going to be in front of a microphone, and that is – I don't know what the single season high was at Tennessee, but it wasn't that. I guarantee you that.
Right.
And I think this is going to be one of the learning curves we talk about when it comes to Tony Vitello's rookie season. It's, at some point, words do matter. Phrases and what he says does matter. And he can say, don't take what I'm saying seriously, but people are going to take what he says at face value. So I don't think he's going to pull back necessarily. Like, the Giants hired him because he is who he is, and this is who Tony Vitello is. Now, is he probably going to, learn over the course of the season to, maybe tighten some things up, maybe be a little more concise? Sure, I wouldn't be shocked if, he pulls back in that perspective. But, as far as saying what's on his mind, I've learned a lot about Tony Vitello over the last 4 months, and this is a man who will say what's on his mind. And yesterday and today, and he doubled down today, he was saying what was on his mind.
Justice, how do the guys react to him so far from what you've seen?
I haven't heard too much from the individual players. I think all the feedback at this juncture has been very positive, and obviously they want to gas up their guy. This is the new kid on the block. But, that's, one of the main differences going from the college game to now is, he's going to be managing guys that are 10 years older. More so 10 years older than what he had at college. And, you're going from guys where like the NIL, it might be like they're making 6 figures at the most to, high 6 figures being the minimum here. And you're looking at guys like Adamas and Chapman and Devers that are making 9-figure contracts, and these are pros. And I think it is just worth mentioning the contrast of how these first couple of days have gone. And I know Bob Melvin was, for the fan bases, could be very divisive, but he was also a 3-time manager of the year. He was a pro's pro. He had done it. And I can't remember what Bob Melvin was talking about the first 2 days of full squad last year, because it was probably just about the team. It didn't become a whole thing. And so, this is going to be the thing with Tony going forward. These are pros, these are professionals, and maybe the things that, we talk about it with rookies. It's like what you could get away with in college, you might not be able to get away with in the pros, and that's applicable to every sport. And now I think we're kind of seeing it with Tony too, as far as just, again, words matter, what he says matters, and the way in which he says them matters.
We're talking to Justice Taylor Santos of the Merc. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I know it's early days, Justice, but have you noticed any discernible changes in how he's setting up camp or how things have gone throughout the early portion of the camp so far?
Not necessarily. I mean, you could remove Vitello from this equation, and it's pretty much just a plain Jane spring training. You got the live bullpens going on, which are always very fun. Luis Arias actually got struck out by Carson Seymour, which, Arias never strikes out. So that was one of the things that actually grabbed the attention. You got Ron Washington coaching up all the infielders, infield, outfield drills, like pretty much very plain Jane as far as the actual nuts and bolts. But again, like we mentioned, like this is a very different element of a standard spring training, having to kind of, talking about the manager, like 2 days of, or I guess 3 of like the 7 days we've been here now.
Justice, what will be the area code of Bryce Eldridge's home on opening day?
Ooh. You can't hear it. I'm stomping my foot because I've been going. Let's say 415.
Ooh.
Let's say 415. And this is just me trying to guess. But I think I was pondering this question yesterday, and I think because if Bryce isn't on the opening day roster and they have to choose, I think their best choice from that point on is Gerard Encarnacion, who also has awesome power, but he's unpolished. He hasn't had much track record of success at the major league level, and I think there are valid arguments to both sides of this coin with Bryce. He hasn't played a lot of baseball, quite frankly, as a professional. And he especially hasn't had a lot of at bats above AA. But also, you see some of what he was able to do, the play discipline and the power. You're like, this could play. And I think a very interesting wrinkle in all this too is like when you add Arise, when you add even Harrison Bader too, like you might just be looking at a very overqualified 7-hitter because like they're not going to be if Eldridge is in the opening day lineup, I think Gerard might end up being in the opening day lineup because it's Max Fried probably going to be on the mound for the Yankees and he's a lefty, but. If Bryce is on the opening day roster, like you're not expecting him to carry the offense. That's why you have Adames and Chapman and Devers and Arise and Jung-Hoo and Elliott. Like you have guys that are capable of putting together a lot of offense. So you can kind of say to Bryce, hey, go out there, go learn. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the 415, but, I think the safe answer might be the what is Sacramento's area code?
916.
916. I will say this. This is no disrespect to Sacramento. Bay Area got the best area codes, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's 916. I wouldn't be shocked if it's the 415, but I think as of right now, and, even kind of a little sneak peek as far as, when guys are taking their BP, he's kind of with that last rung of guys that are taking the batting practice on the field. It's the big dogs first, Arise, Chapman, Devers, Adames, and then you go to the second group and the third group, Eldridge is right in there. So I think it's not all completely telling, but it's a little like, okay, like he's part of this group over here. Let's kind of see where this goes.
I got him in the 369, which is the new area code in Vacaville. So it's a tweener. He can either go east to Sacramento, he can go west and play out here. You stick him right in the middle. Justice, if he does break with the big club, would you anticipate he's a DH, or do they kind of have to play him at first to give him that real world experience in the field?
I would kind of go DH. I went back and forth the entirety of the offseason as to who made more sense at first base, and I think Devers and Eldridge both have compelling cases, but the more I think about it, it's for Devers. It's 8,200 innings at third base. The fact that I'm able to remember that off the top of my head is very concerning. But it's 8,200 innings at like major league third base. And while he wasn't a great defensive third baseman, first base, I'm not going to say it's easy. It's the whole Moneyball tell him Wash line, and Wash is obviously now in camp. But, from the eye test, Devers did look good. He did look comfortable. There was a few snafus there last season, but he overall looked good. And I think the biggest compliment that I can give to Devers is that last year, at some point, I kind of just forgot he was playing first base. Sort of like how when there's a really good umpire, you just forget that they're back there. It's like you don't even notice. And so I think with Bryce, especially if they are going to, throw him against Major League hitting, I think it would be beneficial to kind of limit his plate, limit what's on his plate, and just let him focus on the Major League hitting. And then you can kind of figure it out from there. And obviously, if this is a long-term marriage with both Eldridge and Devers, there probably might have to come a point where you're seeing a little more Bryce than Devers at first base. But I think as of right now, just based off the way things are trending, I think it would be Devers at first base on the opening day lineup. And if Eldridge is, in fact, in the opening day lineup, it would be a DH.
Hey, Justice, great stuff, man. We appreciate you hopping on a little bit today.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all as always. And what's the name of this dude that's not getting on the phone? Tell him I sent you on the phone.
Kevin Conroy, man. Yeah. You want to come shoot hoops with us at Chase Center in a little bit?
Is that Kevin? Is that the offer he's turning down?
I mean, I don't know that he outwardly turned it down, but he didn't show up for it, and I'm upset.
I'll tell y'all this. One of my greatest athletic accomplishments in the entirety of my life is that y'all know the game Money in the Bank, the basketball game?
Yeah.
So I beat a Division I basketball player at Money in the Bank at Haas Pavilion. So if you need to get someone to shoot hoops, I'll get on the flight right now.
Okay. Hey. So our technical director, Mark Grandy, has won both events. This is the third annual. He's won the first 2 years. He's terrified of the comment you just made. He just uninvited you.
Damn, it was nice to have the invitation while I did have it. But I do hope that y'all invite me a couple more times over the course of spring, fellas.
Okay. It's coming up in April. But, yeah, we'll talk to you again for sure. Thank you so much. Justice De Los Santos of the Merc covering the San Francisco Giants. And I like kind of the way Justice put it, and I think that's where most of us are. Like, look, Tony made a weird mistake. I don't find it to be like an offensive mistake or whatever, but he also then showed up today and was like, I'm not going to be like apologetic about this. It was factual. It was on my mind. I said it. What are you going to do about it? And I don't even mind that part, provided that this doesn't sort of become a thing. I think Justice passed it along accurately. This wasn't terrible, but it was weird.
It was weird.
It was weird.
It was a little bit, I thought the weird part was that it was just him who kind of led with it. It wasn't even like, hey, Tony, we heard you over there with Ken, and do you want to go ahead and like lay out what you were talking about Tennessee-wise? He just proactively went to it, and so yes, one thing we really like about him, we had him on the show, great personality. He's unapologetically himself. He's emotional. He's passionate. He's going to be that. I just wonder about 162 games over the course of a long year with guys making 9 figures, how he's going to be able to temper the Tony Vitello-ness when you might lose 7 of 8 and if you go in there and you flip the spread and it's early June, you might have some guys looking at you like, really? Yeah. We didn't just lose to Alabama. We got swept by the Padres and we're 38-33. I just wonder about how he's going to navigate being a grown-up with grown-ups who are making a ton of money in the pros.
Plenty of curiosity on that front. Yeah, I get it. I mean, he's been a very, very strong leader of men. They're much younger men. And so that's the question, but he's got to be. I mean, he's aware of that. Like, he understands that dudes are now like 30 and 33 years old. Some of them are only 23. But, like, he gets that, I would think.
Absolutely. It's one thing to get it. It's another thing to
execute it,
to dial it back.
Yeah. Yeah. And so we'll see. We'll see how he does. But the emotional part of it, I think it's a good thing. That's sort of where I've arrived. I'm like, okay, if this is what comes with the territory of having a little bit more of an emotional manager, okay, this time. Just, I don't know, maybe don't make it a habit.
Right.
Would be good.
Definitely. And ultimately, it's all going to come down to how you comport yourself, how your players respond to you, and, process versus results. In this case, the results are going to matter a lot. He can be, a real rah-rah, gung-ho, and the team loves him, and they can go 70-92, and he could lose his job, or it could be a little bit of a rough patch, and they go 92-70, and he gets an extension.
All right, we had Justice on, and I could tell there were some people who wanted to weigh in on this, and we kind of had to wait for Justice. If anybody wants to kind of weigh in on how this hit you as a Giants fan over the last 24 hours, 888-957-9570. That is the number. We will absolutely take your phone calls right now. 888-957-9570. How the whole Tony Vitello thing hit you over the last 24 hours. Buster Posey was on the TK show and said a bunch of interesting stuff. Sure, Tony came up, but so did, the actual baseball team. Bryce Eldridge, what are the chances that he's in the opening day lineup? How do the Giants kind of see it? So we'll go through some of the Buster Posey sound, and then, we'll try to pick up the pieces. I'm upset.
Yeah. I mean, it's not great.
I'm upset. I'm upset.
I'm upset, too, because I think I know the guy. And,
you know Kevin Conroy?
I think so.
Do you know that I got I was getting text messages. They're like, hey, my friend knows Kevin Conroy. He's the coach or something in the bottom. I'm like, don't text me.
Text him.
Text Kevin.
You think you guys are upset? You should hear from Kevin, because those were the calls coming in during the Justice interview. Kevin Conroy, not happy.
The Kevin Conroy?
Did he call?
The one. Yeah.
He called.
Yeah, I can tell you about it on the other side.
Oh,
that's tease right there, Lucas.
I tell you what.
I'm a little mad because it was easy for me to blame it on Grandy yesterday because I wasn't here, and then now I'm here, and now
take that, Dibs.
So now
your presence didn't do a damn thing.
Well, I mean, there are 2 L's in Willard.
Yeah, there are.
Mm-hmm.
But there ain't
only
3.
one in Dibley.
Also not scared of Justice De Los Santos. Sorry.
Yeah, and there's one in Glandy, Mark Glandy.
Yeah, and there's one in De Los Santos, and Lucas's name starts with one.
Couple L's in there.
Yeah. So,
Alexander.
Boy, this whoever thought of this 9-minute and 57-second wrinkle has sure put a new little tone to this whole deal.
Look. You say the name. They have time to call. If they're worthy, they'll call. Look, and listen. Call. It's not that hard.
What if it was like 9 hours and 57 minutes? What if we did that?
Loses the urgency.
Yeah.
Win the big contest.
We're sponsored by Life Source Water Systems, and we will take your calls and hear from Buster Posey next. Oh, at 5 o'clock, Nick Friedell's going to come on.
Nice. A couple of L's in Friedell, too.
Yeah, there are. And if Nicholas, right, his God-given name. Anyway, it's Willard and Dibs.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. or at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA. No purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Hey, it's Willard. Legends are built over time. Anyone can have a great game, a lucky season. At Habas Law, generations matter. For Tarek Habas and Nicholas Habas, integrity was learned at the dinner table. And a hard truth: clients are often victimized twice. First by accidents, then by greedy insurance companies. 40 years strong, Omar, Tarek, and now Nicholas Habas. Generations fighting to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets: appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
San Francisco will be cloudy with rain tonight and a low of 42.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Been a minute on the great questions. You did get an interesting question today, so congratulations on that. That's a completely different tote board.
Yep. I got one at Radio Row at the Super Bowl. I'm trying to remember from whom, but you're the career leader. When I get them, it's kind of nice because you're just good at it, Mark.
But I'm also in a slump, so whatever. You know what I mean? What have you done for me lately?
Right.
I don't care about the career.
I'm trying to think what guest would be a good slump buster. Like Steve Kerr, no. Steve Kerr does not give them out. He's like a house with their lights off on Halloween. You don't even knock on their door. To get one from Steve Kerr, that is truly, truly elite company. Like, we used to do a bit with John Morosi, JP Morosi.
Yeah.
Well, that's a great question. Like, every third question was a great question.
Yeah, some people just say that's right. What they say.
Yes.
And I actually think it's just their way of stalling so that they can think of how they want to answer.
Right. And not all great questions are created equally. You ask somebody what they asked for Christmas.
Yeah.
And
I think, boy, I feel like I got one time for being like, how you doing? Oh, that's a great question.
Right.
No, but I think Steve.
Hey, that's a good question.
Hey, John. I think Steve would give him out, but we would have to get off the map. We'd have to really get off the map.
Sure.
He ain't gonna say that if you're asking him about Kuminga. I know that.
Yeah.
He not like that. That's an annoying question.
Steve, do you miss him?
That's a question that's been asked.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
I do know what the bleep I'm doing.
You do, Steve, and we'll probably talk to you on Friday. We'll get to your Giants calls here in a sec. 888-957-9570. If you're old enough to understand this joke, I am. Dibs, you are. 925. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I officially knight your callers and you guys as a group, the Tardy Boys.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Do you get that, Lucas? Do you get that reference? The Tardy
Yeah,
Boys?
because they're late.
But what's the pun a play off of? If I said Nancy Drew, for example, do you know who Nancy Drew is?
I wasn't asking you if you knew what the word tardy meant. Do you get... Thank you, Dibs.
They
Do
were
you
a
get...
series of kids' novels. There was the Nancy Drew series
I don't know
for
what
the
Dib's
girls,
talking about, but
and
I know
there was
the
the
Hardy
Hardy Boys.
Yeah, that. I know that.
You don't know Nancy Drew?
Heard of it. Is that like Carmen Sandiego?
Yeah,
about
exactly the
20
same.
years before Carmen Sandiego, which was a TV show. Nancy Drew is a series of mystery novels for teens. Nancy Drew, the Nancy Drew Mysteries.
Right.
Don't say right like it's just ringing a bell. Man. That's right.
Oh, my gosh. Don't ever say to anyone, Lucas, I wasn't born yesterday, because you were. You were. It's adorable. You're just over there like a Sacramento king. Just adorbs.
Thanks.
Yeah.
He wasn't tardy, though.
No.
On time. Anyway, the Tardy Boys. Lucas, would you like to share what happened when Kevin Conroy did call in?
Yeah.
Did he mother bleep you or something? You look like you look like you've been through the ringer.
Well, he wasn't happy.
Well, sure.
Of course. And he called, I think it was about 7 minutes late. And
Which is super late.
he said, "Did I miss my window?" I said, "Oh, is this Kevin?
Yeah.
Kevin Conroy?" Yeah, it's been a day up here. I'm out in Tahoe, stuck in a snow blizzard. I couldn't get service. It's like, oh, well, I'm so sorry, and it's not over yet because blah, blah, blah. It didn't. He just hung up on me.
Oh God. So
But then
we made his day worse.
Oh yeah.
He's having a bad day and we made it worse?
Yeah, and he wanted to inflict that pain upon me as well in return.
Well, it's your fault.
Right, of course. And
you're the one who drew his name.
And so 5 minutes later, he calls again. I answer the phone, as I do, and it's...
And you said, now you're 12 minutes late.
You really drove me home.
So what, I'm done? I'm done for the year?
No, you're not done for the year.
And I tried to tell him, maybe not, maybe, you still may have a chance, and just kept... So I'm done? Me and my son are up here in Tahoe. I mean, you have service now. Where was this service 10 minutes ago?
That's my guy Lucas right there. That's my guy.
That'd be really mean.
There's no way you said that to him.
And really, the other follow-up would be...
Service now.
The other follow-up would be, how did you find out that your name was called? Because if you don't have service, you weren't listening on the app. And unless somebody sent a carrier pigeon that flew up next to your car...
You know what? That is a great point.
Thank you, Mark. Somehow you got service to be alerted that your name got called.
Right, but so now we're trolling our listeners because they're a few minutes late to responding to their name.
I was trying to be nice, but he hung up on me and had an attitude.
Wow. See, and I would have said to Kevin, the whole I'm in Tahoe thing really rings kind of privileged. I
didn't say that.
That's where my mind went. I couldn't do it because we're in Tahoe on a Tuesday at our second house.
I don't get service on my yacht.
Easy, bro.
I felt bad. He said he was in a snowstorm.
Yes, he is. Which we all knew was coming, and you went there. I don't know.
Who's trolling?
I mean,
who's trolling the listener?
The rules have been very, very clearly stated.
Yes. My only question is, how did you get alerted to your name being called if you don't have service? That, to me, is...
That's a good question.
Thank you. Thank you, Timmy. That may be my favorite guy.
And that's a great question.
Buster, yes.
Buster.
That's a really good question.
Okay.
This is a lesson for everyone else who has registered at 957thegame.com. And if you have not, go to 957thegame.com and you may have your name read on the air, and then you have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call in. You know that there are 3 half an hours during the day you have to listen. 7:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., 3:30 p.m.
I'm gonna
You cannot have service the rest of your day.
Yeah, I'm going to arrive at this is a compliment. He really, really wanted to go.
Yeah.
And it's not over. No, he's not out for the year. It's kind of like when you strike out with the bases loaded. You might come up again in the 7th inning. So, no, you're not out for the year. But it's disappointing. I get it. This is a new wrinkle this year, and we are committed to it. This is the deal. And so, yes, there will be some disappointment involved in this. Okay, it's no different than me going all the way to the finals last year and losing. Like
disappointing.
It sucks. It's disappointing. Yep. But this is part of the. I appreciate Kevin listening. I really appreciate that he wanted to go.
And I appreciate whoever alerted Kevin and however they were able to do it, because clearly they didn't call him because he didn't have service.
Well,
but
I mean,
somehow they got word to him.
Service could have been spotty.
Sure.
So some calls don't go through, some do. You know what I mean? He's out of right. He would have had to have been listening on the app.
He was able to call twice and browbeat Lucas, so that's a positive.
Actually, it appears he's called for a third time.
Well, in that case, then we should probably face the music.
I mean, let's, hey, ladies and gentlemen, let's say hello to Kevin Conroy, who was...
Live from Tahoe?
I assume so. Maybe he's on his way back. Maybe he's made his way to Shingle Springs by now. I don't know.
Not bad. Weot. I think Weot's up there.
Snell School Road.
We ought to take this call.
We ought to take this call. Thank you. It's a 3. Kevin Conroy, who was today's potential winner and did not get the call in time. And we are bummed and regretful. And we are I don't want to say we're more upset than Kevin because we still get to go to the event. But I really, really wanted a W today for our show. We didn't get it. And Kevin has called back again. Hi, Kevin. How's Tahoe?
Oh, man, gentlemen, it's an honor to talk to you both. Tahoe's been an interesting day. My son wanted to come up skiing for the first time.
Yeah.
So we headed up, and yesterday was wonderful. Got a day up, and today's been a day of, we started about 8 o'clock trying to get from resort to resort to resort to resort and to a friend's house. And we got back to the hotel, motel. We're staying at it about 12:30. I had to go out and get some food for my son. I was in the blizzard, literally trying not to crash. And I get a text from a friend, and he said, dude, this is what just happened. Call in. And the rest is history.
Oh,
man.
Kevin, I mean, you do sound like you're calling, in fact, from Mars right now. It's a little spotty, and I get it. But listen, we share your disappointment. I'm sorry it's been a day. Can you while you're on the phone, can you give everybody a little house Tahoe? Like, is everybody okay up there, or what's going on? Is everyone all right?
Don't come up. It's a blizzard. There's wrecks everywhere. Roads are closed. It's a mess.
Oh, man. What is your son? Did he have a good day yesterday? Is he skiing?
He had a great day yesterday skiing. He was turning. He was aggressive. He was confident. It was awesome to see.
That's amazing. How old is he?
He's 15. He's a freshman.
15. Okay. So maybe in 4 years, Winter Olympics. What do you think?
Possible.
Okay.
Let's see how tomorrow goes.
Hey, Kevin, speaking of let's see how tomorrow goes, hang in there, man. The name might come up again.
Hey, we'll see what happens. To be honest, a segment on 95.7, there we go. It's a win. It's a lost win in my book.
There you go. Maybe
be safe up there, Kevin.
Yeah, be safe. And we really appreciate you listening and the solid effort for both you and whoever your friends are that gave you a ring. You want to shout out who gave you a call?
Yes, I definitely want to give a shout out to the right people. So I want to give a shout out to my boy Chris Arnold and Michael Bass.
Okay. And Kevin, I know Chris. Chris was the one. Remember, I was like, hey, Kevin, have a great trip and get home safe, okay?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Have a great day, boys. It's been an honor.
Okay. Thanks, Kevin. Good effort. Yeah. Remember how I was like, so Chris texts Christy. He's like, I know. Oh, Kevin. I'm like, well, then have Chris text him. Oh, gosh, you got to move quick.
That's right. 9 minutes and 57 seconds happens quick. Yeah.
Wow, it sounds pretty heavy up there in Tahoe right now.
Yeah.
I hope everybody's all right. I know it's ski week for a lot of schools here in the Bay, so a lot of people heading up there, and it is not head-upable there right now.
No, it's not probably the best move to make based on the rain activity at my house today, which was thunder and like absolute deluge.
It depends on when you were heading up, and it depends on if you ever plan on
that's right, coming back.
To come home.
We're looking at 8 days of this, I think. This is day 2 of maybe 8 or 9. So yeah, if you're up in Tahoe, then you may want to extend your hotel stay. It's going to be tough coming back.
Oof. I saw some pictures online today, and they're like the visibility is 0.
Yeah, he's saying he got caught in a blizzard just trying to go out and get food for his teenager.
Yeah.
Which you know how that goes. Like if you don't feed them the moment they're hungry, it's already too late. They'll turn on you.
Well, don't go to Tahoe now, but I would hope, if you were heading up there over the weekend, like, I don't know, pack the food up in the car on the way there, get some Cheez-Its. You know what I mean? And have that thing ready. We'll see you in the aisles.
Yeah.
But, man, I feel bad. I feel bad for Kevin. I feel bad for all of us. Kevin sounds like a nice guy. Would have loved to shoot some hoops with him. But rules are the rules.
So we've got 2 weeks of this, right? This is day 2 of 10?
No, we got 1 week.
Oh,
1 week?
2 weeks. Sounds right,
Okay, you're right.
So the potential for 30 people to qualify, and right now we are 1 for 6 as a station.
2 for 6.
I apologize. Yeah, they got 2.
2 for 6.
They're 2, Steiny and Goose 0, and we are 0.
Yeah. And it's TBD on like
what happens after.
I don't know what happens to the spots that I have no idea. But it's not like if we went 2 for 30, it's just gonna be 2 people that show up.
Willard, Grandy, Guru, and the 2. And Chasky. I'm sure Spadoni will be out there.
Spadoni will be in there.
Yep.
You know, some of the salespeople will jump in there. Like, it'll be fine. But I don't know. I wouldn't think. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with those spots.
And last year we had, about 50 participants? Is that right?
That felt like that was the
Somewhere
number.
In there?
It was over, yeah.
Was it over 50?
I think it was closer to 70.
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah, that line was like almost the whole court.
Right.
You know? So, anyway. All right, well, we were talking about the Giants. We want to get to some of the Buster sound. BPA wants to talk about Tony Vitello. Hi, BPA. What are you doing?
I'm not in the snow, which is good.
Well, that's good. That's strong.
Dibs looking good, man. Looking good, looking sharp.
Thanks, kid.
Yeah, I think, look, let's be honest. It's likely not going to work out with this guy, with whatever his name is, Troy Vitello?
Tony Vitello,
Sorry, Tony.
BPA. Tony Vitello.
It's not going to work out, and it's probably not his fault, but, until the Giants have had, 15, 16 years of absolute, zeros in draft and development, and that's it. So we wait now 17 years. They're still a bottom half of the league farm system. Buster's not. I think the most disappointing thing about Buster so far is he's not replaced these people, right? These people that have failed in drafting and developing with the Giants, like Kyle Haynes and all these stiffs. And they're all still there. So, and thus, they're never going to be. You're not going to be able to outspend the Dodgers. You have to develop guys through your farm system. They've just been a miserable failure for a long time, and it is what it is. It's not going to work out, and he'll be coaching college again next year likely. And Buster's not going to look good. That's how it plays out. I'll call you. Sorry.
Okay, no, are we already there? Like we're already it's like the position players have barely even reported, and we're already at this is not going to work. And you don't think Vitello will be the manager in 2027?
I think it's a losing organization.
Okay.
And I think losing organizations lose. And he's probably not the answer. It was a reach hire. But I don't really think it matters who the manager is, right? They can't develop guys they draft, period. Go look at the futility over a 15, 16-year period. Go back to Buster getting drafted in 2008, Crawford in 2008, Bumgarner in 2009, and then it ends for 17 years. And there doesn't seem to be any solution or accountability, and so that's what losing organizations do. They don't take stock and inventory of what's happening, right? They sell themselves on whatever it is they're selling themselves on internally. You see it in business all the time, and is what it is. Nothing can stop the man that Dan Dibley is, but that's what they're just a losing organization. Hey guys, have a great day.
Okay, BPA.
Thanks,
Brian.
Right.
Hey, good work.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Only thing cloudier and grayer than the weather outside, my guy, Brian in Palo Alto.
I mean, it's
already over.
It's already okay. So it's obviously, I think it's an over. It's an overstatement, is what it is. It's a large overstatement. I'm not going to say that he doesn't have a point in there somewhere. The San Francisco Giants have done a very poor job of homegrown talent over the last handful of years. Now he's
at 16 years.
He's at 16 years, and in there were 3 titles. So it's hard to, even though I understand that the people that came up in 2010 and started winning titles, that is prior to 16 years ago. The idea of the homegrown talent since 2010, those draft picks and beyond, that has been not enough fruit on the tree. There is no question about it. Now, does that mean that we get to the 2 larger points he made? A, it's a loser organization, overstatement, in my opinion. And does that mean I would bet everything I got that Tony Vitello, you're going to tell me, basically, Brian's taken the under on 1.5 years as Giants manager?
It would have to go really, really poorly, and it would have to be a lot more of what we had yesterday.
Yeah.
And today, whatever, but it would have to be a lot more of yesterday kind of stuff where you're just oversharing and you're doing things in kind of an amateurish way. And if you lose the team, then I could see it going under, and we don't know. He's not even a week into his first spring training, so we don't know what the interactions have been like. It seems like Justice De Los Santos and other people who are reporting around him and on him, he seems to be a good guy, a genuine guy, so he's going to get every chance to succeed. Buster's not just going to run him because things go bad unless they go really, really bad.
Right. Right. And I mean, I think the homegrown talent thing, it has to change. Elliot Ramos is your left fielder. Patrick Bailey is your catcher. Logan Webb is your opening day starter. Landon Roop is in the rotation as well. That's it. I mean,
Bryce Eldridge, maybe.
Bryce Eldridge. You got backups. There's Casey Schmidt. You know what I mean? But your infield, your starting infield, all free agents or trades. Your rotation from Robbie Ray to the 2 new guys, Jung-Hoo Lee, and now Harrison Bader and all of it's all. So, that has to, there's no question, that has to be better. Although Tony Vitello's got nothing to do with that. And this is a weird press conference and a weird start. By no stretch did this make me think, Tony's time here is going to be crazy short.
I don't think that either.
I could be wrong, but I just feel like it's February 17th.
Right. Let the guy manage a game.
Beyond too early for this conversation.
It's too early. Now, Brian's other point about draft and develop, yes, that's been a problem. And
gotta be better, yeah.
He was name-checking Kyle Haynes as a guy in the scouting department. And, Buster now, this will be his 2nd year, right, as the president of baseball ops. And so as he gets deeper into it, you're going to have to find a way to either get your scouting better or make changes or both, because you're in a spot where you haven't had guys matriculate up through the system. And I know they have some guys now that they really like, a couple of 18-year-olds, but you have to go from a teenager to a major leaguer in a matter of years, and you have to have them get better and have them actually contribute.
Buster Posey on the TK show with regard to that next homegrown talent guy that is the leader. It's Bryce Eldridge, right? So here's what Posey said with regard to Bryce's bat and whether or not opening day is in the picture.
it's hard to replace reps and just real life experience being in the batter's box. And I think he's only going to get better and better. He's shown a lot of aptitude offensively, and he's working really hard on his defense. The bat, I feel very confident that it'll be an impact bat at some point. When that is, it's really just a matter of, his maturation and development as a complete player.
Okay, so he didn't mention anything about opening day. Very confident it's an impact bat, just not entirely sure when. And I know that's what everyone's waiting for. Like everyone, this is a prickly little thing here because Bryce is still really young. And somehow we've moved forward with he's the opening day DH. Bryce Eldridge, and I don't know. I don't know if that's the case at all.
I think that, for me anyway, it makes more sense of him at least being a first baseman as opposed to just coming up and trying to DH. I would rather have him start in Sacramento and get time at first base and be somebody who can do both. I don't think that if you bring him up here and you have him just DH, well, he's just the DH, and you've got Devers at first, and then what about Arise when you want Arise to maybe DH a little bit? Where does Eldridge go? I think that you kind of you pigeonhole him a little bit if you don't give him more first base experience.
I guess with the idea that Chapman is here long-term, Devers is here long-term, why do we need him to be a first baseman? Those positions are not going to be open for a long time.
Right. But
you could make Devers the DH, but I guess why? Like, how does that help you?
It depends on who's better at first base.
Yeah, I mean, Devers is an infielder playing first base.
Right, he's an infielder who's learning first base, and he did okay last year. He was starting to get better as time wore on. Yeah. I'd like to see if Eldridge can be more than just a DH for the future of his career.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be a long time before he handles first base better than a third baseman could, who's been in the bigs for a long time. You've got them all, and so I'd love for him to be ready if Rafi is hurt or needs a day off or whatever, but I don't know, man. If the bat plays, to me, he stays. But anyway, 888-957-9570. There's more Posey sound to play for you, plus Nick Friedel is going to join us in just about 18 minutes. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll start setting the table for tomorrow's knockout effort. Also, coming up next, this is Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Beautiful, fragrant, overjoyed boutique dozen roses for $24.99, and now I give some flowers to Dan Dibley.
And I also can get a sweet treat with hand-dipped Belgian chocolate-covered strawberries. 4 to 18 count starting at $7.99 per package. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Sirloin Steak Value Pack or Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Member price.
And how do we like our steak? Say it together.
Medium rare.
Exactly. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet plus Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. For a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business, powering possibilities.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Oakland sports live on, and professional soccer is back at the Coliseum. The 2026 Oakland Roots home opener is set for Saturday, March 14th, featuring an electrifying night of soccer, fireworks, and live music. This is more than a game. It's a celebration of Oakland's culture, community, and love for the sport. Be there as we kick off the season. Get your tickets now at oaklandrootssc.com/tickets. Use code THEGAME10 for 10% off.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
He cannot be that guy.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
So Nick Friedel is swimming in some sharky waters.
Yeah.
He's going to be on in 10 minutes, and I would like to get a little extra on these statements that are in his latest article.
All right.
Quote, the expectations for this season are all the way off for the Warriors. Quote, the Warriors aren't going to win a title this season, but as they start the second half of the season, they can still find success in a season when they lost a lot of hope along the way, end quote. Also, quote, it feels as if a cloud has been lifted from the Warriors after the Kuminga trade. I don't think any of those things are wrong. I don't think any of those things are wrong. The article has a little bit of a tone to it, like oranges at halftime and Capri Suns after the game. Little like, just have some fun here in the end. Again, not wrong, just triggering.
I guess, but if I look at it from the outside and just examine the situation, they are 29-26. You got 27 games to go. You could go 5-22. You're still in the play-in.
Probably.
You could go 22-5, and you're probably the 5 or the 6 seed.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the scope of what you could be, what you possibly might be if you were dreadful. If you are what you've been all year, you're going to wind up going 46-36. You're going to be the 8th seed, and then let's just see what you can do.
I'm going to flip the script on you.
How so?
Well, you spent a lot of time starting around now last year asking me if I would take the over or the under on 4.5 playoff wins.
You took the under for a long time.
I continued to take the under until we arrived. I think it was that when they beat the Nuggets and the Lakers or something down the stretch, and I went, now I'll flip and take the over. The credit really goes to you because the number you set was spot on.
Right.
The 4.5. This is one of those. Yeah, they won 5. They won 5 playoff games. Granted, Steph got hurt. Would there have been at least more playoff wins had he not gotten hurt? I would think so, but. Anyway.
But he healed Game 7 heater was unexpected, so.
Right. So, allow me to set a number.
Oh, boy. I wasn't ready for this.
Well, the Warriors are currently the 8th seed. I heard a conversation between Steiny and Evan earlier today that I felt sort of like Steiny kind of left out a piece of the puzzle because all they did was they go, do you think that the Warriors would win a game in Phoenix for the play-in out of the 8th seed? And Steiny was like, probably not. And I'm like, but if you lose that game, you get another game. And it would be at home.
Yeah.
It would be at home against either like Portland or
you can't beat them.
Well, that's a problem. But they never went there.
Yeah.
Put it this way: if you're the 8th seed, you are favored to make the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And as currently set up, you come out of that play-in, you're looking at OKC or San Antonio or Denver. You're looking at one of those.
Yep.
So I'm going to set the over-under on playoff wins at 1.5.
Yeah, that's grim. It's grim.
Do you take the over or the under?
I take the under.
You take the
I take the under.
Which obviously means either they don't make the playoffs or they lose that first round in 5 games or less.
Right. And I think, 5 games feels like a likely scenario against Oklahoma City. Now, San Antonio, they got them twice on a stay-in play. Draymond shutting down the big Frenchman. So I like that matchup a little bit better. But the whole idea of getting out of the play-in, you are 3 back of Phoenix and 2.5 ahead of Portland and the Clippers. So if you happen to fall to 9 or 10, then you got to win 2 play-in games just to get a crack at OKC.
That becomes troublesome.
And play-in wins do not count as playoff wins.
No, they don't. But we're sitting here, admittedly, without a full deck. We do not have a full deck. I don't know if Kristaps Porzingis is playing. If he's playing, this is a completely different basketball team. You could sell me on a fully healthy Warrior roster come playoff time as being, again, not a threat. I wouldn't use that word, but prickly. If Steph and Kristaps and Draymond and Melton and throw everybody else in there, Moody, Pods, and everybody else sort of gets to fall back to their normal roles.
Yeah.
Like not 32 minutes for Pat Spencer, maybe 18.
Right.
Do you know?
Same thing with Gee,
Al Horford, that's a group where I'd be like, this is a viable situation. You probably win your way out of the play-in tournament and then play competitive games in the first round?
Definitely.
What would you do if I had set the over-under at 0.5?
I probably would take I'd have to take the over.
You would?
Yes, just based on the fact that if they're the 8th seed, and they are right now, can you go 1-1 in the play-in? Yeah, I think you can.
Probably.
And can you not get swept in the first round? I think that with the pride of the Warriors, and maybe you get a whistle to go your way because, darn it, we need the chef for more than 4 games.
Steph Curry's in the dance.
And I don't believe they've ever lost a first-round series when Steph Curry They lost to the Clippers. I take it back. The last year of Mark Jackson.
They did, yes.
I watched a game with Steiny at our friend Dana's house, Game 7. The Clippers beat them.
Yep.
And
I remember that game.
then, Mark Jackson was gone, and then the rest has been a dynastic history. So 1.5 is a tough line, but if you get the 8 seed and you face OKC, can you win 2 games? Yeah, sure.
What if they won that first game? What if they're the 7 seed?
Then I like your chances better of winning at least 2 games, and you could shock San Antonio. You were the 7 last year, and you shocked Houston. I mean, you didn't shock them.
I don't think they would win the series, but I think they would win a couple games. I mean, there's something going on there with that matchup. That's the matchup the Warrior. If you're a Warrior fan, that's how you want this to go. You want the Warriors to play well enough to, great if you can get to 6, sure, but you want the Warriors to play well enough to stay in that 7-8 game and then win it, and San Antonio gets the 2, and then go take your chances and let Draymond push Victor Wembanyama around like he has 3 times this year.
Yeah, and figure out who's going to guard Porzingis. And that's part of this Nick Friedel piece in The Athletic. He's talking about the Warriors getting a different look on the floor. They get a big man who is good from the outside, and he's also a rim protector. It's something that the Warriors haven't really had in one person ever. Somebody who can shoot the 3 and protect the rim. So if he's healthy, I think that it's definitely an overplay,
Okay, all right, so that's setting the table for Nick. Nick's going to be on in a few minutes. I don't want to let this get away, though, because you were so specific about Bryce Eldridge playing first base. Buster Posey did address that. TK Show asked Buster, hey, is there a hesitation to just have Eldridge be the DH? Let's listen to that answer.
I don't think there's hesitation. Again, you are trying to balance it and say, well, what's best for this guy long term? But no, I wouldn't say so. I don't think that if we as a group feel like he's ready and he's going to help the team, then yeah, I don't think that's something that would hold us back. I think perfect case scenario, you're getting him in the field some and keeping him engaged that way. But David Ortiz made a pretty good career out of just being a DH. So it's possible.
That's an interesting name to bring up.
Big Papi.
Yeah.
Bryce Eldridge, Big Papi. So no pressure, kid. Just be Big Papi.
First thing I would tell him is he needs to start eating more.
Yeah.
But if I hear Buster there, it's yes, DH. Keep working at first base. We'll spell Devers some. Devers might do DH sometimes when, the legs are feeling a little heavy or whatever. And so we'll mix him in. But, yeah, no hesitation at all to be the DH. And it will be an impact bat. We're just not exactly sure when.
Right. And
that's the deal.
That's exciting. And if the bat is impactful now and he's 21 and a half, you also have Ron Washington now on the staff, who is a great defensive coach. And I would imagine that if it goes that way and he's the DH, he's taken a lot of infield and he's taken a lot of practice over at first base, even if he's not playing there during the games.
I'm glad you just said that. 21
and a half, yeah.
21.
Yeah. Just turned in October. So not even 21 and a half.
Kaminga's like, wee little baby. Like, look at you.
I know. Adorable. Just right? 21, so.
21. Buster on Vitello. The impact Tony Vitello has had so far.
It's cool to see him get out and kind of mix it up with the players. He's bouncing around, whether it's the half field or in the bullpens, and he'll get in and take ground balls with pitchers when they're doing the PFPs and feed them. He's hitting fungos. That's not why you hire a guy, but I think it is an example of him being a little bit different. Like, I don't know how many other managers are out mixing it up with their guys. Maybe there are some more, but he's also a guy, and he's a great speaker when he's addressing the team like he has a couple of times already. He has a real gift to be able to hold a room, and I think that'll serve him well throughout the course of the year, and hopefully as he's trying to create this unit, this camaraderie that we all know it takes to have a successful winning team. That's a key attribute for him, I think.
I think the bummer of the last 24 hours is it has some people's eyebrows already up. I'll sit here fully willingly tell you it was a mistake. I think that PR needs to step in and let him know let's not go that route anymore. But at the same time, it sounds like some people are already like, I don't know, like preparing to jump ship. It's like, let's see Tony do what he's going to do. I'm actually excited to see what Tony is going to do.
Yeah, and if Buster is right about his communication being his number one skill, then it doesn't really matter what he says to us. It matters what he says to them in the clubhouse.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And would you look at that? That's a handsome man right there on YouTube. That's what that is. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line, because on the line, it is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. That's a much more formal way of saying, hey, look, everybody, it's Nick. Hey, Nick, what's cooking tonight?
Mark, they're getting back into practice, one of those night practices in a couple hours, and it's good to be back. It does feel like they can make a little bit of a push here down the last couple months, now that there are absolutely zero expectations on the rest of the year.
Boy, do you look refreshed. Holy crap. What did you do the last 5 days, you devil?
Well, how about this? I went to Vegas, and the beauty of this Vegas trip, because every Vegas trip is different, given who you're with and what you're doing. I was with my girlfriend, and we went to Babyface on Friday.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Backstreet Boys at the Sphere on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we went to see Chicago.
Oh!
So we were hitting to all fields on this specific Vegas run here.
How's the Sphere, man? I hear it's incredible.
It is unlike anything I've ever seen before. And I wouldn't call myself a Backstreet Boys fan, although, guys, I went to see them at an Orlando Solar Bears game about 30 years ago, right at the beginning when they were first coming up in Orlando. So I feel like I've been there since day one. But if you have any desire to see any of the people that go through there, you've got to go. The prices are completely ridiculous and insane.
Yep.
But if you have the ability to do so, it's unlike anything you've ever seen, because it's basically like going to Disney and being on a ride and then, oh yeah, there's a band playing or somebody singing. Unbelievable experience.
Most important question that any of us have ever asked you at 95.7 The Game, did you wear white to the Backstreet Boys concert?
Right before I left, she was like, you better pack a white shirt. And I was like, all right. For what? And she's like, well, because if we go to the Backstreet Boys concert, everybody wears white. And I'm telling y'all, it was like going to a football game. Truly. Like when you go to a football game, we go to the Niners game and we go out to Santa Clara, everybody's decked out in their jackets and their hats and their jerseys. If you go to a Backstreet Boys concert at the Sphere, everybody is in white. And I just kept laughing like, is this real? And it was very real. And everybody, it really felt like you were going to like a sporting event.
Yeah, a little cultish too, I'm sure. A little off-putting in that everybody.
It was a little weird.
Yeah, everybody gets the memo.
But hey, I threw my white polo on, Dib. So,
yeah, you got to do that. And I'm sure you were looking super dapper as always. And so, Concert Mania, you ran the gamut of acts and genre. What'd you make of the All-Star stuff? Did you catch any of it, or were you just all locked in on 25 or 6-4 by Chicago?
Hey, what a great poll, by the way.
Really good.
I sat there on Sunday and I went down in the sports book actually at Cosmo because I wanted to see if anybody was paying attention and was watching, either betting on it or just paying attention to whatever the game was. There were only like 3 guys, and they clearly had thrown some money down on the LeBron team and were interested in what was happening. But what I did pick up is I give Wemby a ton of credit, guys, because you could tell in watching him that he was trying as hard as he could and really getting guys involved. But then you start listening to Anthony Edwards after the game, and it is very clear that they were following his lead. And this is still a kid who's still only a few years into the league. He hasn't been there a long time, but he played hard. He's won't become very quickly one of the stars of the game. And that got buy-in from everybody else. So I think the All-Star game is in a terrible place. I think All-Star Weekend, I mean, that shooting contest, whatever the hell that was ridiculous. And the dunk contest is what it is at this point. But there is still the chance that we can go east and west. Everybody can wear their team's jerseys on the floor, and guys can actually try. And when they do try, and Dibs, this goes to what I've felt like in talking to a bunch of my friends who were out there the last couple of days, it just felt like there was a little bit of buzz because they could tell that guys were giving effort. That's all anybody ever wanted to see. I'm not into this U.S. versus the world. I think that'll lose its luster quickly. This was all about getting the star players of the game to play at a higher level than they've been doing so for like the past 10 years. And in that regard, I guess mission accomplished on Sunday.
Nick Friedel is with us. Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai and by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Okay, from your latest article, Nick, I'm going to read this. Quote, the expectations for this season are all the way off for the Golden State Warriors. I don't disagree, but emotionally, can you explain that? Do you believe that? Like, I just don't know if the Warrior fan base operates that way, even when the reality necessitates it.
Well, the Warriors fan base and reality don't always go great together, Mark, because you guys live on a daily basis. So, I mean, let's be real about what's going on. The expectations coming into this year were that this team could at least push towards the top of the West. And I'm the first to admit, guys, that I absolutely believed that the only two teams to start this year that could beat the Warriors in a 7-game series were the Thunder and the Nuggets. You lose Jimmy, and that's all gone. Even if Jimmy's healthy and they make a move, you could make the argument for several different teams, Wemby and the Spurs being there, that would get past them anyway. But besides that and the reality of what that injury did to the team, this group has a ton of talent with Steph at the helm. And the big if, all the ifs that we're going to get into here is, can he stay healthy down the stretch? We'll see. But if he does, and Porzingis is on the floor, count me in the group, and it's a large one because it's most of the organization at this point. If Porzingis stays healthy, he's going to fit. Like, he does everything that they want him to do, and they've wanted him for years. So if those two guys are out there and find any kind of rhythm, the supporting cast can push them, I would think, at least through the play-in. If you get into the playoffs and you give somebody a shot, then I think they could have a lot of fun. On top of the fact, Mark, that they play 10 teams that are awful and tanking.
Right.
So you'd think at 9 of those, you can have an off night maybe, but 9 of those 10 should be wins. I just think that this team's going to win plenty in the next 2 months. They're going to be interesting because of the Steph factor always. And all they keep saying is they want a shot. I think they're going to get that in a playoff setting.
Do you expect tonight at the evening practice to get a strong sense of whether or not Porzingis and or Steph will be out on the floor when they return to action?
Yeah, because Dibs, if we go in there in a couple hours and Steve Kerr says, yeah, they were out there, we were kind of getting them through what's going on, I would absolutely expect them to be out there on Thursday. If not, then you go, maybe they need a few more days. And in Steph's case, Kerr has always said this is a day-to-day thing. From what he's told us and from the responses that we've gotten in talking to some of the other players, I would expect both of those guys to be out there against the Celtics. If they're not, then you start to wonder, well, just how much of an issue is this for Steph and the runner's knee? And then we're going to open up a whole different can of worms with the Porzingis stuff, because it's going to go back to, why would you acquire a guy that just can't be out there health-wise?
Nick, can we dive further into these comments with regard, okay, so the expectations are off. They aren't going to win a title. They probably weren't anyway, all of that. But you mentioned that, quote, they can still find success in a season when they lost a lot of hope along the way. How would you define a successful season the rest of the way?
Mark, if they get to the first round and they go 6 or 7 games, that is a hell of a successful year for this team. You lose a $55 million a year player. I don't care who you are. I don't care if Steph is on your team. It does not matter. If you lose a guy who is that important to your financials and who's that important to what you do on the floor, and you can get into a playoff series and really give a much better team a strong push, that is a great year given the circumstances that you're in. And this starts off what you were talking about at the top and as far as the fan base and expectations. There is a portion of the fan base, especially as I've gotten dropped into it again day to day for the last few months, that just isn't based in reality. You can't win a title every single year. It's just not the way it goes. They screwed up with the Wiseman pick. It was a bad whiff, and everybody deserves blame from that, starting with Joe Lacob on down. That was a terrible screw up, and they whiffed. The Kuminga thing, they tried. They thought he was going to be better. It didn't happen. Maybe he's going to be better somewhere else. Maybe he's not. But this idea that they're supposed to win a title every single year, it's just insane. It is insane. And I know everybody focuses back on, well, Steph, but you can't not fill up the gaps behind Steph Curry, and you've done him a disservice. Every single team in the NBA whiffs in the draft. They whiff high, they whiff low. It was that they whiffed with the second pick. After a year, they went 15-50. I get it. But this feeling, and it's just complete, people get just nuts about it, that they were supposed to be destined for 6 titles, 7 titles, that Steph was going to stay the same way. Go back and look at the years. I mean, Steph breaks his hand, that year's gone. The COVID year, they didn't have enough. I always say the bonus title, because that's still what I believe completely. You were going to come back off that and win another one with Andrew Wiggins as the second best player on your team. I mean, that team maximized everything it could in that moment. So, Mark, all of that being said, I just don't see any scenario where if they get into the playoffs and they get into a series and they're playing well, that you could look at this season, given how it started and what happened in the middle of it, and not think that it's successful.
Yeah, and part of the success for me will be what happens after the season. With Porzingis will be a free agent. Can you sign him for less? Melton will say no thank you to his player option. What can he command? Do you think there's a scenario where they could keep both of those guys, get Jimmy healthy, and give it a shot next year with that group?
Yeah. And Dibs, that's why, at least from where I'm sitting, I think this little 2-month run is fascinating in that regard. Because if Porzingis fits the way that everybody seems to think he will, and he proves to the rest of the league he can stay on the floor, well, then you're either going to do one of two things. Either you're going to re-sign him and you're going to figure out a way to make that work, or you're going to put him in some kind of sign and trade and get another piece back. But more than anything else, you've got a player who's motivated to show the rest of the league, on top of the Warriors who just acquired him, that he can stay out there. And he's got to do that if he wants another big deal on the horizon at some point. As far as Melton goes, there's no question that he fits. He makes a lot of sense. But when you're coming off an ACL injury like he is, and you're at 27 years old and you want to make a bunch of money given the contract that you're in and will be coming out of, because he's absolutely going to decline that player option, just how important is it to him to stay in a situation where he's comfortable? And he's been impressed with the training staff, and they've gotten him out there again. I mean, all of these different layers are in play, but absolutely, I think that if the Warriors can't land the star that everybody is hopeful for, Giannis, Kawhi, whomever it may be, somebody we're not even thinking of right now, I think they'd be very happy running back with Porzingis and Melton alongside Steph. Horford, if he picks up his $6 million option or so, that's a very good team. Is it a championship level team? I don't think so, because Jimmy's coming off an ACL injury. Draymond's ups and downs have been well documented. They still need that extra piece. but they'd at least be another interesting story going into next year if those pieces that they do have stay in place.
It's not Nick Carter, it's Nick Friedel, who is with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Hopefully you've been here for the whole conversation. You have an outside shot at understanding that reference. Anyway, Nick, let's see if we can do this without blowing up your DMs and your mentions. But you wrote that it felt like a huge cloud has been lifted on this team after the Kuminga trade. What is it that you're observing?
I think everybody's just taking a deep sigh of relief, Mark, that it's over. And I am not sitting there saying, oh, well, Kuminga had to go. He was a Kansas. That is not it at all. I think all parties involved, the players, the coaches, Steve Kerr, the front office, everybody was just tired of dealing with it. Kuminga as well. I mean, Kuminga wanted out of here. It was so clear early on. It probably has been clear for years, since way before I came back and was covering the team day to day. Everybody, when that move finally went down, was kind of like, because they had to talk about it. They were asked about it. Stuff was going on behind the scenes. You were trying to figure out, well, is he going to play? Will he be out there? That Oklahoma City game at the first of the new year when there was the lower back soreness, an hour before everybody was walking into Chase. All of that is gone now. Kuminga gets his chance in Atlanta to show the world what he can do. The Warriors see how Porzingis looks next to Steph and Horford and hope that there's some kind of comfort level there. But I say that because it's true. I mean, when that deal went down, going back to that night in Phoenix, those next couple days, the game against the Suns where they came back, and even now, it's not that anybody wished Kuminga any ill will. I mean, Draymond and Jimmy and Steph, everybody was supporting him publicly for a reason. It was that it had become such a distraction that when it was finally over and everybody went their separate ways, there was a relief emotionally of, we don't have to deal with this stuff anymore.
Yeah, and we kind of had the same relief, maybe to a lesser extent, because we always joke that all roads lead to Kuminga, but now those roads are closed and they're blocked. And so even for Steve Kerr, and I wonder, Nick, what you think about Steve Kerr and his future. Does the Kuminga trade make it, in your view, more likely that he comes back and coaches next year, or is it not related?
I don't believe it's related, Mr. Dibbs, because I've always felt like it would be Steve Kerr at the end of the year saying, do I still want to do this every day? Because no matter what you think of Kerr, the coach, and again, there are portions of the fan base that just can't stand Kerr and want him out. I don't understand that, given that he's won 4 titles and the best player in franchise history over and over again wants him to be there. But hey, you're entitled to your opinion. Great. If Kerr is burned out, it doesn't matter if Kuminga were here, not here. He may just not want to coach anymore. And I think that was always the out he was leaving for himself, Dibbs, as we kept asking about it from the beginning of the year on. He has been consistent. I know he's been consistent with you guys because you talk to him every week. When the time comes at the end of the year, he'll sit down and he'll work through everything. Personally, only in my opinion, I have never believed that Kerr was going to walk away from Steph because he enjoyed coaching Steph Curry that much, and he knows what he represents in the peace building of the team. He knows that Steph wants him there, and I think that's important to him. On top of the fact, guys, that if Kerr does come back, he's making 20 plus some odd million a year. So the only way Steve Kerr walks away is if he's just completely burned out. Maybe the Kuminga thing had a part to do with that early in the year. I mean, certainly you guys aren't the first people to say, hey, Steve Kerr looked a little tired. Like, I have heard that a lot. But I don't think that burned him out to a place where he's like, I'm just not going to coach anymore. I would still be surprised if we're sitting here in the summer and he has left to go do something else.
Nick, Brandon Podziemski is extension eligible this summer. What are the Warriors thinking right now? How do they view this situation?
Mark, I think that's another interesting part of these next couple months. And when you are trying to figure out what they're thinking and what they might do, I think Pods has a new opportunity and a fresh start in these last 27 games to say, all right, the first half didn't go the way I wanted it to. I've been up and down. The fan base was, or at least, again, a portion of it was really pissed off at some of the stuff I had said early in the year. I think Pods could sit there and say, hey, forget it all. I'm going to go out and I'm going to play very well, and I'm going to talk to the organization about being here down the line. The answer to your question, though, is Pods is going to have to show that he can play at a higher level, and the organization would want to come to him and say, hey, maybe we want you back, but it's going to be at our number. So what the next couple months to me look like are Pods playing, if he does play at a different level, we're going to find out just how much he wants to be a Warrior, because I think they would get something done, but it would have to be on their terms, at their figures. And if Pods really wants to go get paid and he wants a bigger opportunity somewhere else, then the Warriors aren't going to be a place for him, because Steph's still going to be here. And as much trust as Steve Kerr still has in him, if he wants big money, I don't know if this is going to be the place that has it right away. But as far as this specific situation goes, the power is in Pod's hands. If he goes out these next couple months and he plays very well, and he is able to help push them into that first-round playoff series, he's going to have whatever choice he wants to make. If he doesn't, Mark, then Pods is going to run into a situation where even more pressure is going to be on him to start next year, and these conversations are only going to grow louder, because it's either going to be, do they re-up him for the future, or do they move him somewhere else and start over with a different piece?
Vegas, baby, Vegas. But, Nick, back to the grind. Great having you as always. So, yeah, you think Thursday night Kristaps and Steph are both playing?
I do.
Okay.
But to Dib's point from the beginning, it's going to depend on, at least to me, what is said tonight. Because if we walk in there and, hey, Porzingis and Steph, they went through most of the drills, they're feeling good, we're going to give them another practice on Wednesday, and then we'll see where we're at Thursday, cool. If we start tweeting out in a couple hours, yeah, Steph didn't do anything and Porzingis is limited, then we're going to have a few more question marks to deal with.
So what's the schedule tonight? Because this is kind of unique.
It's unique because what they were trying to do is give the players more time if they were going somewhere,
right,
to come back. And I've seen this before in the league. It's not really unique to the Warriors, but what the Warriors decided was, we still want to have a couple practices before the start of the second half, before that game on Thursday. So we're going to push the practice. I don't even think they're going to be out there on the floor for like another hour or so. With the media, we're not even going in there for another couple hours. So they were just allowing for players who might have left right after Wednesday's game, as I'm sure a few of them did, to have as long of a stretch as they could away, and then at the last moment, get back, have a night practice, have another one tomorrow, and then see where everybody is Thursday.
Okay. We'll be doing something that we don't always do, which is diving to Twitter at 9 o'clock tonight.
Don't always do. Mark, speak for yourself.
That was just a complete lie that I just said on the air. So, Nick, great to have you. Thank you as always.
Always, guys. Talk to you next week.
We definitely will. There he goes. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Nick Friedel says he feels thumbs up Kristaps and Steph on Thursday night, which is obviously a game changer. I mean, I get why all of us are sort of like tiptoeing into this whole Porzingis situation, but it is the thing to watch. I mean, that is the linchpin to what they do next with the Porzingis contract, and whether or not they, is it a sign and trade? Is it a let him walk? Is it a want him back? What can you get him for? These last 27 games, he won't play them all, but if he can go through that and be effective and be healthy, it's a complete game changer.
It could be, yeah, absolutely. 27 remaining, and Nick mentioned they've got 10 against the Tankers, and you do have 6 back-to-backs. So when you think about Kristaps and you're thinking about 27 games, 6 back-to-backs, he won't play in both. I can almost guarantee that. Neither will Al Horford. If you can say 18 of the 27, you'd take that. If he could play in 2/3 of the remaining 18 of 27, you get an 18-game look, and you see how he fits. And you would imagine that he's going to fit. If he's able to play, I don't know how he wouldn't fit. He's a veteran. He's a stretch 5. He's a rim protector. He's a smart player. I absolutely think that he is the kind of guy who would fit seamlessly. And so you have him play 18. You hope he stays healthy. And you get to the offseason and you say, well, you know that we're not paying you 30, Kristaps. How about we pay you 10? We pay you 10. We pay Melton 8. And you bring both of them back and you make it work with a veteran team one more time.
And then you have half of a season till Jimmy Butler, in theory, knock on wood, returns, and you see where you're at. That is a scenario. I'm mindful, listening to him, talking to you, I'm mindful of how similar, not I guess how similar, but some of the similarities that exist between the way this Warrior season is shaping up and the way the 49ers season ended up shaping up. And I mean it from this perspective. We kind of got a little bit past halfway through the season. We looked at the records and went, well, they're a little bit over 500. Lots of injuries, but boy, let's see what they could do. And if they could string some wins together and just make the playoffs and win a game, then we'll consider that a success. That's what we said around week 10, week 11 of the 49ers situation.
And we also said, look at the schedule. I mean, there's some teams out there they should be able to beat.
Right.
And I think the Warriors are in that same mode.
And that's exactly how it went. And that's kind of where we're at for the Warriors. It's not really, and I know the Niner thing ended up in a spot where people would daydream about a championship. I don't know about you. I never really bought it. Even going into that final game against Seattle with the 1 seed on the line, I was in my mind, I'm thinking, sure, like the path is there if you win this game.
Right.
I didn't feel great about them winning that game, but if they win it, the path is there. But even then, I was like, I wouldn't pick it. I wouldn't expect it. You're going to still have to run through 2 or 3 really good teams, and I don't know if this team is equipped to do that. And I feel the exact same way now about the Golden State Warriors.
A little easier to dream about that, though, because if you win that game, you get the bye, and then you've got a home game. If you win it, it's the NFC Championship, and it's at home, and the Super Bowl is at home.
Get it.
This one is a little tougher because you're not getting Jimmy back. Even if Kristaps is healthy and really fits, and Draymond plays great, and Steph is healthy, and all the rest of it, you look at their road, it's tough.
Oh, no, full agreement. Again, I was just saying that's the one difference is the Niner thing sort of got to a spot where you could daydream about actual championship contention. I do not believe that exists for the Warriors, but I think there are a lot of things that they can accomplish. And if Warrior fans, and I'm sort of wondering, and you can weigh in on this if you want, 888-957-9570, are you willing to see these final 27 games as a path to a potential contention, just not this year? Because that's kind of how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at Thursday night in some ways as the start of next season. Yeah. That's how I'm looking at it, because it is a process of information gathering. It is a process of body health being acquired. Then it's a process of an off season where you sort of retool and rebuild either based on the people you have or using them to go get someone else. And you're moving toward Jimmy Butler's health, which may still be almost a year away. But that's how I view it. I view Thursday night as the start of next year.
And I think that's where, Shanahan kind of said the same thing back in August where, if we can just get in the tournament and, have a crack at it, that's all that they were looking for. And if you looked at what they did in the draft and you brought in Robert Saleh and you used your first 5 picks on defensive players, all of whom played a good amount. Michael Williams would have played more, but he got hurt. And so they did that knowing if things broke their way, they could be a playoff team, and things broke their way, even though they had a bunch of injuries, and they made it to the playoffs, and they actually won a playoff game. So that went great for the 49ers in that you got a lot of younger players' experience, you got a playoff win, and it didn't end the way you wanted, but you were one of the last 8 teams playing. And for the Warriors, I think they're looking at it like you were saying, where if ideally Kristaps plays and he fits, and we get closer to Jimmy coming back, and Melton's been wonderful, and maybe he's able to stick around, although you're going to have to pay him more. But there are things that could line up that make this group come back next year, and you'd be a better team without a doubt.
There was that thing at the end of the regular season in Philadelphia where Sirianni was getting ripped because the Eagles didn't kind of quote unquote go for it in their final regular season game, and Eagle fans were like, we should have been trying to avoid the 49ers. And with all the 49er injuries, I think some people were like, and I think actually some of the players took it as in, Eagles wanted us. They wanted us. And now you're going to get what you get. The reason I bring that up is I do think 49ers, based on experience, based on their quarterback play, that's a dangerous team to play with. Even if you're the favorite and you're home and you're better and all of those things, that's a dangerous team to mess with come playoff time. And then for the Eagles, that came true, and they got and they got sent home and all of that. We're playing the best case scenario card. But if this team were to gel a little bit and obviously of the most importance, somehow be healthy, am I telling you that they're going to beat Oklahoma City or Denver or San Antonio in a series? I'm not. What I'm telling you is that if I were Victor Wembanyama, I would not be thrilled at arriving at the playoffs and looking at Steph, Kristaps, and Draymond, and Al Horford all being healthy. 3 of the 4 of them, all 4 of them, crowned champions. I would not be thrilled if that's who was on their way to my arena. That's prickly.
No doubt.
That's a little frightening for them.
Yes, and if you're the 7 and you're taking on the 2, there's at least more precedent than the 8 going up against the 1. That doesn't happen very often, and you're going to have to beat whichever one of those teams 4 times. And OKC defending champs, they've got championship pedigree. San Antonio still is in a little bit of that. We're trying to prove that we can do it in April and in May, and so you roll in with 4 crown champion OGs, and more because GP2 is a champ, etc. But you've got 4 frontline champs, and you've got the experience. San Antonio might be, prone to a little bit of nerves, having never gone through it. Like OKC's gone through it, and they're kind of in cruise control this year. They want to be the 1 seed, sure, but coming off of last year where they were so dominant, and again this year, they're averaging, I think their plus minus is 11 points a game to the good, which is almost where they were last year in, 0.4 points against. So OKC would be a much tougher out for whoever the 8 seed is.
But 100%. 100%. We'll see about, these things. Matchups always kind of tell the story. I don't know if the regular season is going to be foreshadowing to the postseason, but Oklahoma City's had a really hard time with San Antonio, and San Antonio's had a really hard time with Golden State.
Yep.
So how does that all factor in? I don't know. But I think that the scenario we're playing out, I will freely admit, is almost hard to believe. It's hard to believe that it's going to play out that way, but if you're a Warrior fan, that's what I'm rooting for the rest of the way. That's what I'm hoping Thursday is the start of. It is the start of solid enough basketball, at minimum stay in that 7-8 game, and find a way, old people, to be healthy come April. And then you can conduct yourself however you do in that 7-8 game and that play-in tournament. Hopefully find your way out and be frightening. Be frightening for whoever you play. And as Nick even laid it out, and I agree with him, if the Warriors were to get to the playoffs and push a series to 6 or 7 games, that right now, to me, that's your bar.
Yeah.
That's your bar. The same way we said Niners, make the playoffs, win 1 game. Or maybe even just make the playoffs.
Yeah, just make the playoffs.
But if you can win 1 game, I'd be thrilled. If the Warriors find themselves in game 6 of round 1, I'd be thrilled.
Yeah, and we did this with the Niners where we were both about a 7 on satisfaction ratings when, they had just gotten through almost the end of the regular season. Yep. You and I both were saying that we're at a 7 on how satisfying this was, and that number won't go down. It could go up if they went on a little bit of a run, but it can't really go down. For the Warriors, satisfactory-wise, they're probably like at a 5 for me out of 10. This has been a little bit of a rough year for obvious reasons, but if you make it out of the play-in and you push one of these powerhouse teams to 6 or to 7, that number would go up. I don't think that my number could possibly go down from a 5, even if they were the 9 seed and they lost to the 10 and that was just it.
I mean,
because this year's been what it's been.
Jimmy tore his ACL.
Right.
Jimmy tore his ACL.
And, the Kuminga cloud has been lifted. Yeah. You had to package Buddy. You got a big question mark in Porzingis. Even if Kristaps plays 3 or 4 games and he's unable to really do more than that, it's not going to bring me down much.
Where'd your Niner thing end up? We were at a 7.
Yeah, probably like a 7.4, 7.5, because you beat Philly.
Yeah.
It went up.
They go up.
It went up a little bit just because you beat Philly. Probably not.
I don't know, man.
Just because you got motorboated by Seattle.
I know, that's the thing. I actually think that Niner fans would be going into the offseason feeling even better, especially since Seattle ended up winning the whole thing. If you had just lost to Seattle 20-10 as opposed to 8,000,000-6 or whatever the hell that score was, that's the only bitter taste because it makes people feel. And then I think double it down, you watch the Rams go in there the very next week and just be like, let's play video games. Woo! Bing, 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 bing.
Yep.
And everybody's like scoring all the time. I think that rubbed the Niners' nose in it a little bit, and it made the offseason a little bit distasteful. But outside of that, going 12-5, ending Philly season, and then getting to Seattle to take another whack at it. If you had simply lost that game by single digits or something like that, that's an 8 or a 9 as far as I'm concerned.
It felt better, but it's just the gap that appears to be in place between you and Seattle because you got motorboated in week 18, and then you get at home, then you got another crack at it, and it basically went the same way. And they turned out to be the best team in football, and they're in your division. So the gap made it so it took a little bit of the joy out of being one of the last 8 teams. But again, I wouldn't go down from a 7.5 because you made it to the playoffs. You had 8 games from your backup quarterback. You lost your Hall of Fame linebacker and a possible Hall of Fame edge rusher, and you still won a playoff game. That, to me, is the context you have to take.
Yeah, and I think the gap is there, but it's interesting. Granny and I were talking about this yesterday a little bit. He's sort of, I don't know, what was the right word? It felt a little pessimistic. Remember before the show we're talking about Niner offseason, and you're feeling a little pessimistic or about the whole thing, and I'm like...
I think they're closer to regression than a lot of people think.
I guess my thought to him when he said that was... I can't disagree with you, but I also how can we assess a team when their offseason hasn't happened yet? I don't know who's on the team next year.
Sure.
They're going to address a bunch of things, and I would think that there's a scenario where at least on paper you're feeling better about the team when they come back in August.
Yeah, you could. It depends on what you do in free agency and what you do in the draft.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think franchise tagging begins today. They probably won't tag anyone because they never do, but you start to look at the moves that they need to make between now and the draft and the combine's coming up. So a lot of work to do, but I'm hoping that they can address some of the glaring issues that this team has.
Eddie Pinheiro, you could franchise tag him.
You could, but I doubt they will.
Thomas Morstead, you need a punter too.
You do need a punter.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder where would they find one if they don't keep Thomas?
And where would they find a kicker if they decided they wanted to get a different one?
Maybe
you
the
look on the couch.
Same place they found Eddie.
Yeah.
Is Jake Moody available?
Don't say that. Don't even ask that question. Okay, you knockout tournament people. It's the only thing.
Possibly.
The only thing I didn't like about today's show was there's a little tiny piece of it that feels like a failure. Although it was really nice to connect directly with our potential winner who did not call in time. But we did end up getting to connect with them. I do love that. Like the listeners, they're there. Sometimes it's just not quite in time. So we'll use this moment to say it again. Get registered on 957thegame.com if you haven't. And if you have, lock in and be ready tomorrow. 7:30, 12:30, 3:30. Those are the 3 times where the window's open. And it is sometime shortly after those times that the names get called. Set an alarm. Set 3 alarms. You can pick up that iPhone and set 3 alarms for 7:30, 12:30, and 3:30. And if you're listening directly, then it's as easy as can be. You call the number, and then you come play Knockout with us in April when we have this event. So,
and just stop going to Tahoe. I mean, it's a blizzard.
At this point, I don't think anybody has a choice.
Right.
Try to go to Tahoe now. I don't even know if you can get past Sac.
You could get in the car tomorrow morning and be in the car for all 3 times that the names will get called.
Right. And you still won't be at Tahoe.
That's right.
Maybe Placerville. Maybe. And I know a good spot. So, DM us. But anyway, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. But something fun on the way out the door. Bryce Harper publicly addressed his brawl with Hunter Strickland. And we would like to dive into this for a second. So we'll do that next on Willard and Dibs.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Beautiful, fragrant, overjoyed boutique dozen roses for $24.99. And now I give some flowers to Dan Dibley.
And I also can get a sweet treat with hand-dipped Belgian chocolate-covered strawberries. 4 to 18 count starting at $7.99 per package. USDA choice boneless beef, top sirloin steak value pack, or boneless beef. Tri-tip roast untrimmed twin pack, just $5.99 per pound, member price.
And how do we like our steak? Say it together.
Medium rare.
Exactly. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Your home's equity. It's value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
For what?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
About to go get my Willie Adamas on.
All right.
Yeah, man. I'm going to be uppercutting and swinging for the fences.
Yeah, stretch first. You're older now. You're 51. I don't want you coming in with a pulled oblique.
Yeah, we have a little bonding exercise that is happening for those of us here at 95.7 The Game, and everybody who can get over there will. And we will hit baseballs, and we will eat.
And there'll be beverages too, I believe.
Oh yeah, I provided some of them.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
It's BYOB, huh?
It is BYOB.
Great.
Let's drink. But I'm not going to act like I'm a cool guy. Like I'm providing the beverages because my 19-year-old son had a party a number of weeks ago, and the leftover beverages have been in my fridge the whole time, and I'm not going to drink them because I don't drink by myself.
Yep.
And so I'm like, this is perfect. I'll bring the beverages. So I just dumped them all into a bag and brought them.
Were you home for this party? Or
No.
You were out of town?
No.
Was it sanctioned or unsanctioned?
Was I out of town? This was the night that the guy that walked from the Moscone Center to the, what was the name of the...
Gotcha.
Lucas, what was the name of the concert?
The DJ thing.
Yeah, the DJ guy. Didn't you go?
Fisher.
Fisher, thank you. For some reason...
No, Evan went. I didn't go.
Evan went. I was thinking Franklin. Fisher.
Yeah, not John.
No, yeah, Fisher. So that night,
Gotcha.
that night when
Okay.
Fisher was here, they
Little pre-party then.
they partied.
Gotcha.
They partied. We were out. We were not out of town, but we were out.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Then we came
So
back.
those beverages have just been there this whole time,
They're
yeah.
just beers.
That's
they're
fine.
just bottled beers. They're fine. Yeah, they didn't expire or anything
No,
like
they
that.
don't go bad that quickly.
No. Some things last the test of time. Beers in the fridge and brawls in baseball. Remember when Bryce Harper and Hunter Strickland got together? Remember when Buster Posey just kind of went out to the mound, but also at the same time was like, dude, you want him, so here, take him. Hunter Strickland and Bryce Harper. Harper went on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast and revisited the experience and had this to say.
Have you had a situation with a pitcher to where there's kind of some beef and then you've taken him yard? You give him like a Kirk Cignetti?
I think our biggest one was probably me and Strickland, but I think that was so overplayed. I don't even think that should have happened. I mean, it was 6 years later after it happened and they drilled me and then we fought and then it was over. That was crazy though because he's a big boy. Yeah. And so I'm running out there halfway. I'm like, oh crap, we're doing this. Here we go.
I'm committed now.
You know what I'm saying? I can't just run to first base now.
Oh, you caught him.
Yeah, he snuck his ass right there.
He duffed me, man. Right when I came up to get over top, he duffed me and it kind of went sideways. sideways.
Now, when you're going up to bat right there, are you thinking to yourself,
he's going to drill me?
You knew it.
Yeah, I told Jay to watch the helmet throw, though.
Damn, you guys are going.
Samardzija ran in right there. Jeff Samardzija? Yeah, he runs in trying to kill me. He hits Morse. Watch this. Watch this.
Oh, that's
bang!
That's
Samardzija.
The wide receiver from Notre Dame with a 2-ball running back. When you're running out there, are you thinking to yourself, how fast can my boys get out here and get my back?
Yeah. But the thing is Strick told them before the game, I know this for a fact. Hey, if I face Harper in this series, I'm going to get him. You guys need to stay back. That's why Posey sat back there and didn't stop me.
Gotcha.
And so you see Brandon Crawford and all these guys like sitting back and whatever. So look at Posey. You see Posey back there?
And also, hey, Strickland, show him put that glove down there. That was hard. Watch this. Oh, you want to do it? All right, let's go.
Big boy, dude.
Yeah,
he's a big boy.
That's ready for smoke.
No doubt. I think this should happen more often in baseball because I think it would eliminate guys throwing at each other. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like hockey. Like, hey, you want to go? You want to go?
I was going to say, like, what he's talking about is exactly, and I've had to, I don't want to say had to explain this to people, but like, if you're new to hockey, some people don't understand the whole fighting thing. Like, I've been with families that go to hockey that kind of didn't know this was coming.
Right.
And then all of a sudden people are dropping the gloves and they're like, holy hell, like they just let him go.
And they usually bring in the fourth line guys, the guys who are just there to fight.
Totally.
So we need to fight because we need to take the edge off. Things are getting chippy. So we're sending our guy in. You send your guy in. They drop the puck, and now we're going to drop our gloves, and we're going to dance.
And if they fall down to the ice, then it's over. But as long as they don't, then they can get their frustrations out. And I do think one of those reasons is also sort of similar to what Bryce Harper is saying, is hockey players have sticks. And if you don't let them get their aggressions out some way, then they might do it another way, which is whack somebody with a stick.
And we've had that actually happen.
And it's incredibly dangerous, if not lethal at times. So that's kind of why hockey does it the way they do it. And Bryce is saying, if you would just let us drop the bat, drop the ball, let's go out there and handle this with fists, then you'd have a lot less of the stuff that has to come from using props like bats and balls and throwing at people.
Or throwing the helmet too.
Yeah, like I don't know if he's right, but I am pro stop throwing at people because it's fake machismo, and I just don't find it to be very effective.
Yeah, it just depends on how you do it. And like, there's doing it the right way and there's doing it the wrong way, which, the right way used to be guy shows you up, you just put one in his back or whatever, you put it in his backside, and then if he's mad, we fight. But now you don't really do that. And guys now are throwing so hard
that's the thing.
You're throwing 102 miles an hour and you happen to miss above my armpit and you're trying to hit me, you could kill somebody.
You can kill someone.
So I think now it's gone too far in the other direction. And also now you're allowed to pimp home runs and you're allowed to show guys up. And I don't think that's a bad thing, but in that spot where Strickland had told his own team, I'm going to get him, you guys go ahead and lay out. Hey, Wheeler Diffs, can you lay out for me? And so they laid out. And that's, at the time, I was kind of critical of Buster. Like,
totally.
Buster, what are you doing? You're supposed to go out there and defend your guy, but come to find out, it was all pre-planned.
They wanted him.
And nobody told Samardzija, because Samardzija comes flying in like a D1 football player, which he was.
And ended Michael Morse's career.
Right. And, Harper's talking about J-Dub, Jason Worth, who's another big guy. So you got a lot of size in that little fracas.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, it was. And Michael Morse, by the way, is a gargantuan human being.
Right. And Hunter Strickland is no shrimp. He's a big dude, too.
That was good, though. It helped explain it for